This neglected little girl is truly pitiful. Her mother died of illness a year ago. Her father remarried. Falsely accused by her stepmother, she was brutally beaten. She was forced to kneel in the cold snow for a day and night, barely clinging to life. In her dying moments, Tukbao heard a voice telling her to call her youngest uncle. Immediately, her powerful uncle arrived. A scream pierced the night, followed by a series of loud noises. A pregnant woman tumbled down the stairs. Tukbao's father, Director Lam Fong, rushed over, asking worriedly. Blood flowed between the woman's legs, her face pale. She cried out in fear. "Fong, it hurts so much. Our child, save our child." Everyone panicked around her. Mrs. Lam frantically asked what happened. Muktam Tom, with tears in her eyes, looked up the stairs. Everyone followed her gaze. At the top of the stairs stood a little girl about 3.5 years old. Witnessing the scene, she unconsciously hugged her stuffed rabbit tightly. Grandfather Lam angrily asked, "Did you push Tam Tam down?" The little girl pressed her lips tightly. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Muk Tam Tam pulled the old man's sleeve, crying and pleading not to blame Tukbao, saying she's still young and doesn't understand. It wasn't intentional. Those words unintentionally made Tukbao appear guilty. Lam Fong, coldly, without further questions, immediately ordered Tukbao to be locked in a small attic, waiting for him to return from the hospital to deal with her. The little girl cried, pleading, "Dad, I didn't do it." Tukbao was dragged upstairs, clutching her stuffed rabbit, curled up in a corner. Tukbao truly didn't push anyone. Why didn't anyone believe her? Her lips turned blue from the cold, shivering helplessly. She could only close her eyes tightly, mumbling Mom. Tukbao wasn't wrong. Tukbao wouldn't admit it. Thinking this, she squeezed the rabbit's ears tightly and fainted. Early the next morning, Lam Fong, full of anger, grabbed the unconscious Tukbao and threw her straight into the snow. Shivering from the cold, Tukbao struggled to open her eyes and weakly called out, "Dad, I'm hungry." Lam Fong laughed coldly. "You killed your stepmother's unborn baby brother, and you dare say you're hungry. How did I end up with such a wicked daughter?" As he spoke, he swung a stick as thick as 2 fingers, striking Tukbao hard. Tukbao cried out in agony. Her body was already stiff from the cold, her eyes lifeless, unable to speak. Lam Fong said coldly, "If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, I'm not your father. Will you admit your fault?" Tukbao held her head, shaking it. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Hearing this, Lam Fong grew angrier. "If it wasn't you, are you saying your aunt fell by herself? She's 6 months pregnant. How would falling benefit her?" The more Lam Fong looked at Tukbao, the more furious he became. Doing wrong and still being stubborn, who was she trying to impress? He couldn't help but remember Muktam Tom in the hospital, hemorrhaging, with doctors twice announcing her critical condition. Yet, even on the brink of death, she still told him not to blame Tukbao, saying the girl was just afraid of losing love after her brother's birth, that she didn't push her intentionally. The more Lam Fong thought about it, the angrier he became. He beat her while scolding. "You still dare to argue." With each word, the stick came down on Tukbao. Once, he hit so hard that he unknowingly dropped his phone. Only when Tukbao lay motionless on the snow did he stop. Lam Fong said coldly, "You kneel here for me. You can only stand up when your aunt is discharged from the hospital." After saying this, Lam Fong threw down the stick and left. He had enough troubles lately. The company had a big loss, begging others for half a month with no results, and now losing his son to miscarriage. It was truly unlucky. These 2 consecutive events left him in turmoil, with no one to vent his anger on except Tukbao. Tukbao's stuffed rabbit was torn to shreds. The little girl tried to crawl up, but collapsed back onto the snow. Tukbao felt she might be dying. Perhaps dying would mean seeing her mother. At this moment, a faint voice echoed in Tukbao's ear. "Tukbao, quickly call your youngest uncle. Your uncle's name is Tui Tham. His phone number is 159. Tukbao opened her eyes. She saw a black phone on the snow-white ground. Survival instinct made her struggle to crawl towards it. Her stiff fingers trembled, not obeying her commands. After an unknown amount of time trying, Tukbao finally managed to dial the number. At the same time, in an ancient house in the capital, old Mr. Tu was scolding. "Another year has passed. Tuwai Tham, didn't you say you'd pass the chief physician exam this year?" The 8 brothers all hung their heads. Tuwai Tom scratched his head. Suddenly the old man changed his tone, abruptly asking, "Also, it's been 4 years of searching. Still haven't found your sister." The faces of the 8 brothers changed. They remained silent. "Kamgok is my only daughter, and she's been ill since childhood. 4 years ago, her condition affected her memory. For 4 years now, she's been lost. Who knows how she's living?" Tuwai Tham felt extremely guilty. That day, he had to go perform emergency care for a critical patient. Just that one time, and To Kam-ngok was lost. Father, it's all my fault. I was clearly her primary doctor, yet I failed to take proper care of her. The room fell into silence. At this moment, Tu Tham's phone suddenly rang. Old Mr. Tu had a rule that during the family's New Year gathering, phones must be turned off. Tu Tham quickly grabbed his phone, intending to turn it off. Old Mr. Tu glanced at him. Answer it. Tu Tham coughed lightly. Father, it's an unknown number, Old Mr. To put down his teacup forcefully, saying coldly, Answer it. Put it on speaker. The fourth and third brothers looked at Tu Tham sympathetically. Tu Tham had no choice but to answer and put it on speaker. A tiny voice suddenly came through. Hello, is this youngest uncle? I'm Tuk Bao. My mother is Tu Kam-ngok. Are you my youngest uncle? Tu Tham. Hearing this, the pen in old Mr. To's hand dropped. The child's voice on the other end continued. Youngest uncle, Tuk Bao is so cold. Tuk Bao is so hungry. Tuk Bao didn't push Auntie, but they don't believe me. Dad made Tuk Bao kneel outside, but Tuk Bao is so cold. Uncle, can you come get me? Towards the end, the little girl's voice grew weaker and weaker. Everyone felt as if their throats were being choked, momentarily unable to speak. On the other end of the line, the howling of the snow wind could still be heard, but the child's voice had suddenly gone silent. Tu Tham snapped to attention, bringing the phone close to his mouth, frantically calling, Tuk Bao, where are you? Tell Uncle where you are. But there was no response from the other end. Old Mr. Tu jumped up in panic, his usual stern demeanor gone, looking as if he had aged a decade. Quick, trace this phone number, find its location. The child is only 3.5 years old. Tuk Bao fainted before finishing her words, the phone falling onto the snow. After some time, Lam Fong came out to look for his phone, saw Tuk Bao lying motionless, and kicked her hard. Better off dead, he said irritably. 4 years ago, he had found a woman in tattered clothes and, out of pity, brought her home. After bathing her, he discovered she was very beautiful, but had no memories and was somewhat naive and simple-minded. At that time, he was overcome by evil thoughts and found her adorable, so now thinking back, it was disgusting. Tuk Bao didn't resemble him at all. Lam Fong picked up the phone and left. He made a call, speaking flatteringly. Hello, Director No. Hi, I wanted to ask if you know anyone from the Tu family in the capital. Ah, my company is having some issues. The snow wind outside was very strong. Tuk Bao lay face down on the snow, time passing slowly. In her mind, there was still a bit of consciousness, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. After calling her youngest uncle, there was no response from the other end. Did that mean they didn't want her either? What about Mother? After she dies, would Mother still want her? Tuk Bao's lips moved, repeating in her heart, Mom, Tuk Bao won't cry. Tuk Bao will be good. Just then, outside the Lam family's villa, a man kicked the door open and rushed in. Tu Tham looked around anxiously. He remembered. Tuk Bao said she was kneeling at the door. Suddenly his expression changed, seeing a small mound of snow in front of the door. He rushed over, finally seeing a small figure lying under the pile of snow. Tuk Bao, wake up, child. Tu Tham quickly picked up the little girl. Looking at Tuk Bao's small face, he was certain this was his own niece, because her face was identical to his sister's when she was young. Tuk Bao only felt herself being embraced by warm arms, and the person took off their coat to wrap around her. Tuk Bao tried to open her eyes, finally seeing the man in front of her clearly. Looks like Mom. Is it youngest uncle? Tuk Bao's lips moved, weakly asking, Are you youngest uncle? Tuk Bao didn't push anyone. Tuk Bao was almost mumbling instinctively, her body completely drained of strength. Tu Tham felt even more heartbroken. Tuk Bao, be good. It's uncle. Youngest uncle is here to take you home. He dared not imagine how such a child had been living so precariously. Tu Tham carried Tuk Bao out. Everything happened so quickly, the Lam family hadn't even had time to react. In the car, Tanatran hurriedly asked, How is it? Tu Tham shouted urgently, Quick, to the hospital. Hurry to the hospital. Lam Fong rushed downstairs, missing the scene of Tu Tham carrying Tuk Bao away. Seeing the man in the car, he was extremely shocked. Tunyat Tran, the current head of the To family, the cold and powerful CEO of the To group. Faced with such a prominent figure, they only wished they could turn into hunting dogs to curry favor. The recent scandal was a devastating disaster for the Lam family, but with just one word from Tonat Tran, the Lam family could instantly revive. He hurriedly ran over, smiling and saying, CEO To, please wait. What wind has brought you here? Your visit is such an honor for the Lam family. Tu Tham coldly looked at Lam Fong. Is this Tuk Bao's father? While Lam Fong was talking upon receiving the news, old Mr. Lam, Mrs. Lam, and the servants all came out to greet them, each wearing a fawning smile. Nyat Tran's eyes were cold as he indifferently said, "The Lam family is doing well." After speaking, without staying a second longer, he got in the car and left. The entire Lam family stood rooted to the spot, their hearts filled with confusion and fear. Lam Fong sent someone to inquire about what had happened. He was told that the two family had come to take Tukbao away and that they were her real uncles. Lam Fong felt as if struck by lightning. In a flash, he suddenly understood. The two family had 8 sons and 1 daughter, and that daughter had been sickly since childhood, never appearing in public. If so, the woman he had picked up 4 years ago was the only daughter of the To family. Mrs. Lam's face turned pale. Is she the To family's daughter? Quick, go bring Tukbao back. Lam Fong angrily said, "Bring her back how? Is it possible to bring her back now?" Old Mr. Lam pondered for a moment and said, "No matter how angry the To family is, they can't deny that you're Tukbao's father. You were just a bit heavy-handed in disciplining the child. As long as we explain clearly, wealth and prosperity will come to us in the future." Lam Fong also thought his father was right. After picking up Tukbao, the To family didn't return to the capital, but immediately went to the nearest hospital. In the best hospital in Nam Thun, the usually quiet VIP area was now in chaos. Old Mr. Tu paced back and forth with his cane, anxiously asking, "Why haven't they come out yet?" Nyat Tran looked at his watch and calmly said, "Father, please sit down and rest." Tu Wai Tham handed the examination report to Nyat Tran. After reading it, everyone suppressed their anger. Arms, legs, even ribs were broken. Her body was covered in wounds, some so severe they required amputation. One uncle angrily said, "A child only 3 or 4 years old, how could they be so heartless? Sooner or later, I must deal with Lam Fong." Another uncle also expressed, "Such a small child having to endure such pain. If fifth brother wants to cripple Lam Fong, count me in." Nyat Tran had already thoroughly investigated the Lam family and coldly said, "The Lam family's products are being investigated for suspected smuggling. They're in crisis. Recently, he's been constantly seeking help, wanting us to lend a hand." Old Mr. Tu gritted his teeth. "It's already merciful that I'm not dealing with him, and he wants help." Tu Wei Tham asked, "So why did they beat Tukbao?" Nyat Tran coldly said, "Lam Fong's wife?" Muk Tam Tam fell down the stairs leading to a miscarriage. Lam Fong believed that Tukbao pushed Muk Tam Tam. As they were talking, the Lam family members traced their way and arrived. Tu Wai Tham's assistant hurriedly entered, saying, "Mr. To, the Lam family has arrived. They say they want to see their granddaughter, but this VIP floor is restricted. They can't get in." Tu Wai Tham laughed coldly and calmly said, "Turn off the heater outside, open the windows, let them wait." In Tukbao's ears were only the beep-beep sounds of machines, and people's voices were very faint. "Tukbao, Tukbao, Tukbao, wake up, child." Tukbao vaguely thought, that voice again. Who is it? Tukbao's eyelashes trembled, and finally her eyes opened. Before her was a white wall, with a group of people surrounding her bed. She pursed her lips, carefully looking around. Tu Wai Tham was the most excited, speaking first. "Tukbao, you're awake. It's your youngest uncle. You once called me on the phone, do you remember?" Tukbao weakly asked, "Youngest uncle, have you come to take me home?" Tu Tam nodded. "Yes, we've come to take Tukbao home." Old Mr. Tu's throat seemed to choke up. He took a deep breath before saying, "Yes, taking Tukbao home. From now on, no one will dare bully you. If anyone dares to bully you, grandfather will deal with them." Tukbao looked around, still feeling scared inside. Now that she's going home, will they abandon her again? Will they beat her again? Will they starve her again? Seeing Tukbao's silence, the two family men grew anxious. Tu Wai Tham hesitated a bit before speaking. "What is Tukbao worried about?" Tu Wai Tham sighed, leaned closer to the hospital bed, gently patted Tukbao's head, and said softly, "Tukbao, tell uncle, what's Tukbao's name?" Tukbao was silent for a long time before saying, "Tukbao has no name. Tukbao is just Tukbao. Father said he was too lazy to name me, had to wait for aunt to give birth to a boy before deciding. Tukbao was named by mother." Tu Wai Tham's heart ached. He didn't know what kind of life Tukbao had been living in the Lam family. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and asked further, "Then can Tukbao tell uncle what you're worried about?" Finally, Tukbao looked up straight, trying to turn her head to look at this man who claimed to be her uncle, and said tearfully, "Youngest uncle, when we go home, will Tukbao have food to eat? Will I be beaten?" This question stunned everyone. What? Tukbao is afraid of being beaten. How badly had she been mistreated before? Tu Tham held Tukbao's small hand, pressed it to his face, and said hoarsely, "Good Tukbao, when you're home, you can eat whatever you want, and no one will beat you. Look, this is your eldest uncle Nyat Tran, the current CEO of our two group. From now on, if Tukbao wants anything at home, you can ask eldest uncle. This is second uncle Totu Lam, a very talented architect. Many of our family's buildings were designed by second uncle. This is third uncle to Viet Phi, the best pilot of S Airlines. Someday you can ask third uncle to take you on a plane ride. This is fourth uncle to Lak, the popular movie star. You might have seen him on TV. This is fifth uncle to Thang Nhi, the general manager of a construction company, also known as a contractor. This is sixth uncle to Kan Mak, head of the photolithography laboratory. He's a scientist. This is seventh uncle to Van Trio. He's a special agent protecting the country's safety. And this is Tuk Bao's grandfather. From now on, Tuk Bao must listen to grandfather, or grandfather will be very strict. As Tui Tham said this, grandfather quickly smiled and said, "Not strict, not strict. Tuk Bao is very good." Tui Tham gently continued, "Tuk Bao has many powerful family members. We will all protect Tuk Bao. No one will be able to hurt you anymore." Tuk Bao gripped the blanket tightly, remaining silent. If they knew she wouldn't admit fault, would they still love her? Just when the Tu family thought she wouldn't say anything more, Tuk Bao suddenly spoke. "Youngest uncle, Tuk Bao didn't push anyone. Father and grandfather made Tuk Bao admit fault. Tuk Bao didn't admit, but they didn't believe me. They said Tuk Bao killed the baby brother." Tanyat Tran calmly said, "Eldest uncle believes you. It wasn't you. You were right not to admit fault." Tu Wai Tham also quickly said, "They were wrong, Tuk Bao. You did nothing wrong. Tuk Bao did very well." This made Tuk Bao burst into tears, saying, "Uncle, grandfather, thank you all for believing Tuk Bao. You're all so kind." Wah, causing everyone to become flustered, quickly trying to comfort the little girl. Tanyat Tran looked at the documents in his hand, telling everyone about the information of their sister Tokamgok. The capital and Nam Thi are 2,000 kilometers apart. 4 years ago, Tokamgok fell seriously ill, lost her memory, and somehow ended up in Nam Thi, where she was found by Lam Fong and taken home. Later, Tokamgok faced danger while giving birth, almost not making it. Perhaps because of her daughter, she miraculously lived for another 2 years. After she passed away, only Tuk Bao was left. Tu Wai Tham angrily said, "Our youngest sister, whom we cherish so much, died in a strange land like that. She didn't even have a proper identity. No one knew about her." Sixth uncle to Kan Mak indignantly said, "Lam Fong, he didn't even give her a proper status, yet he dared to treat Tuk Bao like that." Tu Thang Nhi couldn't help but ask the eldest brother, "Eldest brother, are we just going to let the Lam family get away with this?" Tanyat Tran slowly unbuttoned his shirt, gradually rolled up his sleeves, and calmly said, "Do you think why I called you all out? 8 against 1, is that enough?" Hearing Tu Wai Tam say this, the two brothers' eyes lit up, all showing a sharp glint. Tu Tham rotated his wrist, cracking his knuckles. Tu Thang Nhi, who works in construction with his tanned skin and hot temper, immediately let out a cold laugh. But third uncle To Viet Phi spoke up mildly. "We live in a society governed by law. How can we openly beat people?" Then he turned and stopped a nurse. "Excuse me, does your department have any sacks?" The nurse was puzzled. "Our pharmacy has snakeskin bags, but we also have cardboard boxes. Cardboard boxes are probably better than sacks." She thought they wanted to pack things. To Viet Phi smiled. "Thank you, sacks will do." In the underground parking lot, Lam Fong was walking while on the phone. "I'm leaving now. Remember to keep a close watch. If the CEO comes out, immediately repo." Before he could finish the word report, Lam Fong felt his vision go dark as someone put a sack over his head. Immediately after, punches rained down on him. He couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? Stop." Lam Fong was beaten so badly he screamed miserably, with no strength to fight back, only able to endure. "Stop. Do you know who I am? I'm Lam Fong, CEO of Baofeng Group. If you dare touch me, believe it or not." The 8 brothers stomped on Lam Fong, beating him relentlessly. Actually, they didn't need to do this themselves. For other matters, they wouldn't even bother to lift a finger. Tanyat Tran let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to signal them to stop. Lam Fong, seeing them stop, thought they were afraid of him, but unexpectedly, a wooden stick struck him hard. The underground parking lot echoed with Lam Fong's miserable screams. In the VIP hospital room, that voice rang in her ears again. "Tuk Bao? Tuk Bao, little school bag." That voice again. "Who is it?" Tuk Bao opened her eyes. The room was quiet. Tuk Bao gripped the blanket tightly, looking nervously towards the source of the voice. "Uncle, who are you?" She felt a bit scared. The voice gently coaxed, "I'm your master. Quickly call me master." Tuk Bao frowned, not falling for it at all, muttering, "I don't have any master. Besides, I'm Tuk Bao, not little school bag." The man clicked his tongue. Not easy to fool at all. At this moment, an ordinary man was sitting at the table beside the hospital bed. Normal people can't see ghosts. The young man had pale skin, deep black eyes, a straight high nose, but his lips were bright red, and between his eyebrows was a hint of wickedness, looking just like a demon. I really am your master. Years ago, when your mother was alive, she brought you to me to become my disciple. Your mother's name is Tukam Ngok. Your name is Tuk Bao. Am I right? But Tuk Bao could only see an empty chair. She firmly replied, I don't believe you. I don't know you at all. Mom wouldn't give me to you. If you really were my master, why can't I see you? The man smirked. Don't think too much, little one. Wait until your master opens your celestial eye, then you'll naturally see me. It's normal that you don't know me. I'm not from your era. My name is Li Thuong. When I was alive, I was quite a big shot. Tuk Bao looked surprised towards the air current beside her, and because she didn't hear clearly, she asked confusedly, Chicken, guts. Why is your name Chicken Guts? Tuk Bao suddenly asked, Chicken Guts, do big shots die too? Can dead people also be masters? Li Thuong was momentarily speechless, feeling that this little girl was quite difficult to deal with. Tuk Bao, you might not remember, but I really am your master. Before your mother passed away, she even told you to serve me tea. Although you couldn't see my soul then, but think about it. 2 days ago, your master helped you, telling you to call your youngest uncle. Remember? Tuk Bao gripped the blanket tightly, her eyes lowering slightly. If you're my master, why didn't you care for me? After Mom passed away, whether I cried or was in pain, no one paid attention to me. Li Thuong was stunned, then held Tuk Bao's small hand, feeling a bit sorrowful. Before, your master had no way to help. If you hadn't almost died 2 days ago, I wouldn't be able to talk to you even now. From now on, Tuk Bao can blame me for anything. I will protect you. I can teach you many things, so you won't be bullied anymore. Rest well for now. Your master will come back later. Actually, this is a welcome gift I wanted to give you. Tuk Bao only felt her hand warm up slightly. A red string was tied around her wrist. A voice echoed in the air. Well then, Tuk Bao, goodbye for now. At this moment, the hospital room door opened. Tuwai Tam said softly, Tuk Bao, are you feeling better? Your youngest uncle bought you some custard buns. I don't know if you'll like them. Tutang Yi suddenly chimed in. Tuk Bao, your fifth uncle's stir-fried beef noodles are delicious. The old man tapped his cane on his leg and scolded. Tuk Bao just woke up. How can she eat beef noodles? Then he held out a bowl of rice rolls. Do you want to eat some of grandfather's rice rolls? These are cooked soft, very easy to eat. Tu Viet Fei said, how about you drink some porridge first, to warm your stomach first? Tuk Bao pressed her lips together and looked around, then cautiously called out, Grandfather, I want to eat rice rolls. So Tuk Bao has family now. The two families saw the image of young Tokam Ngok in her. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The doctor exclaimed in amazement, it's unbelievable. Such a severe wound healed completely in 10 days. It's truly like magic. Mr. To, you can take the child home today. Tuk Bao thought to herself, could it be Chicken Guts' magic? Tuk Bao looked up. Youngest uncle, where's my little rabbit? Tuai Tham thought to himself, could it be the rabbit that was left at the Lam family's house? Tuai Tham stammered, Tuk Bao, that little rabbit is gone. Can your youngest uncle buy you a new one? Tuk Bao pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Her voice was very soft, very quiet, but that was a gift from Mom to Tuk Bao. Tu Nat Tran pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Tuai Tham about to make Tuk Bao cry, he frowned and coldly asked, what's going on? Tui Tham looked wronged. Eldest brother, it's not me. It's the little rabbit that Ngok Nyi left for Tuk Bao. It was lost at the Lam family's house. Tu Nat Tran paused, then resolutely said, Tuk Bao, can your eldest uncle take you to find the little rabbit? Tuk Bao thought to herself, besides the little rabbit, I also want to bring Tiao Ngu. At the Lam family's house, Lam Fong and old Mr. Lam sat on the sofa in the first-floor living room. The once grand and luxurious villa was now in disarray. All valuable items had been cleared out. Old Mrs. Lam sat beside them, crying miserably. Why did you borrow so much high-interest money? What should we do now? The day Lam Fong was beaten to the point of hospitalization was also the day the Lam family went bankrupt. All their real estate had been mortgaged. Even the villa they were living in was about to be seized. Old Mr. Lam angrily shouted, isn't it all your fault? Why didn't you treat Tuk Bao better before? Lam Fong snapped irritably. Enough! What's the use of saying those things now? Both the old couple fell silent. It was too late for regrets now. At this moment, Muktam Tam came downstairs. Mom, Dad, Brother Fong, don't worry. As long as we have this rabbit, Tuk Bao will definitely come back. In Muktam Tam's hand was a stuffed rabbit, which was Tuk Bao's rabbit. It was the only keepsake her mother left her, very important to the little girl. Muktam Tam pretended to say gently, I've just sewn the rabbit back together and washed it clean. Tuk Bao will surely be happy when she returns. Lam Fong said joyfully, thank you for your effort. Once we turn things around, I'll definitely make it up to you. Muktam said insincerely. As long as I can share the burden with you, Brother Fong, that's enough. This miscarriage was, of course, not because of Tukbao, but due to her own fall. Muktam thought to herself, fortunately, I got rid of the baby early. No need to be tied to this sinking ship of the Lam family anymore. If I can hook one of the 8 to sons this time, all my scheming won't be in vain. Meanwhile, Tukbao was about to go to the Lam family's backyard to bring Tiungu home. In front of the Lam family's villa, 8 tall men stepped out of the car. The last one being helped out was old Mr. To. The Lam family was waiting at the door and immediately welcomed the Tu family when they arrived. Lam Fong put on a regretful and pained expression. Tukbao, father was wrong before. Can you forgive father? That day I disciplined you because I was too angry and lost control. I only wanted what was best for you. Tu Thengyi immediately felt that he had been too gentle that day and decided he must cripple this man later. Hearing the familiar voice, Tukbao's small body reflexively hid behind her youngest uncle. Tu Tam coldly asked, enough nonsense. Where is Tukbao's little rabbit? Old Mrs. Lam said, upstairs. The second uncle, Tu Lam, raised his hand and several black-clad bodyguards immediately rushed into the house. The bodyguards quickly brought down the stuffed animal. Tukbao's face showed a hint of joy, hugging the stuffed animal tightly. Little rabbit, Tukbao has come to get you. Tukbao won't abandon you. Then she suddenly spoke up. Youngest uncle, can you go with Tukbao to the small forest for a moment? Tu Tam nodded. The two went to the backyard. Tukbao looked at the small forest and called out, Tiong'u. Bird songs echoed from the small forest. A parrot flew around once, but didn't fly over. Instead, it turned and flew away. Tukbao leaned close to Tuitham's ear and whispered, youngest uncle, it seems Tunyu is afraid of you. Tuitham couldn't help but lower his voice too. Tukbao, should I call someone to catch it? We can take Tiong'u home directly. Tukbao shook her head. No, we can't. Tiong'u isn't a bad bird. Catching it will scare it. Youngest uncle, please stand still here. Tukbao will go in and bring it out. Tukbao went in a little. Tiong'u called out chaotically, idiot, idiot. Tukbao said seriously, Tiong'u, youngest uncle is not an idiot. Tukbao unknowingly walked a bit further. At this moment, she heard a small sound and instinctively looked over, seeing a familiar pair of eyes staring at her. Tukbao, you finally come. Auntie knew you would come to get Tiong'u. Tukbao trembled in fear, immediately wanting to run, but was grabbed by the arm by Muktam. Just as Tukbao was about to scream, Muktam covered her mouth. Tukbao, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see Auntie? Muktam didn't know that Toetham was just outside the small forest. She pinched Tukbao's face and turned. Tukbao, Auntie doesn't have a baby anymore. Do you think you should take responsibility? You save Auntie. When people ask, you must say you pushed Auntie. Help Auntie say some nice words. Understand. Unexpectedly, Tukbao suddenly opened her mouth and bit Muktam's arm hard. Ah! Muktam cried out in pain, instinctively raising her hand to slap Tukbao's face. Just as the slap was about to land on Tukbao's face, the red string on Tukbao's wrist suddenly emitted a faint light, pulling Tukbao's hand to strike towards Muktam. The next second, Muktam flew out with a thud, falling into the bushes. At the same time, Tukbao was embraced by her youngest uncle. Tuitam thought suspiciously to himself, I haven't even used any force yet. How did she get kicked away already? Tukbao, are you all right? Tuitham coldly looked at Muktam. You dare to hit Tukbao. He held Tukbao and stepped forward. Muktam panicked. Damn it. When did Tuitham arrive? She hurriedly waved her hands. Mr. To, you misunderstand. I'm like a mother to Tukbao. How could I hit her? Tuitham covered Tukbao's ears with his hand, pressing the little girl's head to his chest, not letting her see the next scene. He stomped on Muktam's face. Tukbao's mother, are you worthy? Ah, Muktam screamed miserably. Mr. To, please spare me. I was wrong. Tuitham delivered another kick to Muktam's face, coldly saying, get lost. The parrot on the tree flew down, calling out, beat to death, beat to death. Muktam didn't dare to utter a word, covering her face and running away. After chasing Muktam away, Tuitham still had to stay with Tukbao to coax the parrot. But no matter what method he used, he couldn't persuade it. To Natran, to Lat, and to Viet Phi, seeing that Tukbao hadn't returned, went to look for her. They finally found her in the backyard. So they witnessed a strange scene, an adult and a child coaxing a parrot. After understanding the whole story, everyone realized that Tukbao's insistence on returning to the Lam family's house was because of this parrot. Tithangyi said, I admire you, eighth brother. You can't even coax a parrot. You're really useless. The parrot on the tree swayed and sang, eighth brother, always a turtle hiding in its shell. Eighth brother, likes to eat. Tu Wai Them pointed at the bird on the tree. If you're so good, you do it. Tu Thengyi rolled up his sleeves. Let me. Tu Thengyi clapped his hands and called out, signaling the parrot to fly over. Tuk Bao's eyes widened. Fifth uncle looks like a gorilla. The corner of Tu Viet Ph's mouth twitched. Talat crossed his arms. It's just coaxing a parrot. Is it necessary to force oneself back to primitive times? Tuk Bao covered her mouth, giggling secretly. She curiously evaluated her uncles. Fifth uncle is like a fierce fire dragon, but he doesn't seem that fierce, she thought to herself. She quietly assessed these uncles. The youngest uncle and third uncle, Tu Viet Phi, seemed gentler, one refined, one warm like sunshine. Fourth uncle Talat looked elegant and polite, but seemed like a villain. They were her mother's brothers. It seemed Tuk Bao had started to like these uncles. Suddenly, Tuk Bao's eyes met Talat's gaze, and she immediately turned her head away, pretending nothing had happened. Talat curved his lips. This little one is really bold. Talat said helplessly, Fifth brother, stop wasting your energy. Only Tuk Bao can coax this parrot. The little girl tilted her head to coax the parrot. Tune Yu was also swayed by the girl's cuteness. Just as it was about to perch on Tuk Bao's shoulder, old Mrs. Lam's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, everyone is here. The parrot startled and changed its flight direction. Instinctively, Tuk Bao nestled into Tu Wai Tam's arms. Lam Fong said with a smile, no need to be polite with this bird, just tranquilize it and catch it. Tu Wai Tam coldly said, we don't need your interference, please leave. Tu Nyat Tran raised his hand, and the black-clad bodyguards behind immediately rushed forward, dragging the Lam family out. Mr. and Mrs. Lam cursed as they were being taken away. This is our villa. Without the Lam family's disturbance, Tuk Bao continued to coax the parrot. Tiong'u, youngest uncle, is not a bad person. Come here quickly. We have to go now. If you don't come down, you won't see Tuk Bao again. At this moment, the parrot finally flew over, stretching out its claws and stepping on Tu Wai Tham's head. Tu Wai Tham's mouth twitched, and when it wasn't paying attention, he immediately grabbed its feet. Outside the villa, Lam Fong saw them coming out and immediately approached. Now he had to find a way to sway Tuk Bao, so he gently coaxed. Tuk Bao, Dad didn't know you liked parrots. From now on, Dad will buy you many parrots, okay? Tuk Bao sadly thought, many parrots. But before, Tuk Bao just wanted Dad to hold her, yet Dad only knew how to beat her. Tuk Bao said fearfully, I don't need the parrots you buy. I don't need you either. She knew that day her father really wanted to beat her to death. Hearing this, Lam Fong went crazy and shouted, Tuk Bao, how can you say such things to your father? I might be a bit strict normally, but it's all for your own good. Tu Thangyi suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Lam Fong's collar, and violently slammed him against the villa door. The impact was so strong that everyone around could hear the sound of skull cracking. Damn it, what more tricks do you want to pull? Who are you to lecture others? You're not worthy of being Tuk Bao's father. After saying this, he delivered a kick to Lam Fong's sensitive area. Lam Fong's agonizing scream echoed throughout the villa complex. Tu Thangyi threw Lam Fong to the ground like a dead dog, then turned and left. Old Mrs. Lam ran to Lam Fong's side. Son, are you all right? I'll call a doctor to take you to the hospital right away. Old Mr. Lam hurriedly stopped her. What are you calling for? Where would we get money for treatment now? Old Mrs. Lam was heartbroken. Son, try to endure it. The pain will pass soon. Just then, a group of people suddenly burst in from outside. Mr. Lam, business is booming, huh? When are you going to pay back the $8 million you owe us? It turned out to be debt collectors. They surrounded the Lam family. Old Mr. Lam shouted, What do you want? Do you know who we are? We're relatives of the Tu family from the capital. The answer to him was the sound of the Tu family's cars revving up and driving away. The debt collectors laughed loudly. How impressive. See if the firm Tu family cares about you at all. If you can't pay, we'll take the house. You can get lost. The blonde-haired man raised his hand, and the thugs behind him immediately rushed forward. If you knew this would happen, why did you take such risks? The Lam family deserves this fate. Sitting in the car, Tu Wai Tham stared coldly at his phone, then sent a message. Don't let them live in peace. Tuk Bao sat quietly in the car, holding a stuffed rabbit in one hand and a doll in the other. Old Mr. Tu softened his voice, trying to appear kind. Tuk Bao, let's go home. Our home is in the capital. We'll have to take a plane soon. Yes. Suddenly, Tuk Bao asked, Grandfather, can we bring Mother's ashes home? Old Mr. nodded painfully. Of course we must bring her back. We'll all go home together. Only then did Tuk Bao feel at ease. Finally, she could bring her mother home. The Tu family had chartered an entire private plane. Tuk Bao looked at the sky outside. The clouds seemed to be flying alongside. She pressed her face against the plane window, looking out. Tu Viet Phi gently asked with a smile, "What is Tuk Bao looking at?" Tuk Bao turned her head. "Third uncle, are we in the sky?" Tu Wee Tham nodded. "We're on a plane." Tuk Bao suddenly asked, "Is mother here too? Is she sitting nearby?" Tu Van Trio and Tu Tham were both stunned. Tuk Bao lowered her head, silently looking at the sky outside. "Mother has passed away? Hasn't she gone to heaven? Can we meet her later?" Tuk Bao misses mother so much. Everyone fell silent, turning their heads to look outside, tears silently falling. Tu Wai Tham hugged. "Go to sleep. You'll see mother in your dreams." "Yes." Tuk Bao nestled into Tutulam's arms, tears silently falling. The youngest uncle was also lying. Tuk Bao had slept many times but never once met her mother. Tuk Bao gradually fell asleep, the red string on her wrist emitting a faint light, unnoticeable unless looked at closely. In her dream, Tuk Bao felt her body light as if flying in the air, surrounded by fluffy white clouds like cotton candy. Tuk Bao reached out to pick some and put it in her mouth. So sweet. Just then, a gentle and familiar voice sounded from behind. Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao opened her eyes wide, immediately turning her head. She saw her mother standing not far away, looking at her with tears in her eyes. "Mom." Tuk Bao rushed over, being held tightly by her mother. Takamngok gently stroked her daughter's head. "Good girl, Tuk Bao. From now on, your grandfather and uncles are your family. You must live happily, okay? Also, grandmother's health is not good. Can Tuk Bao be filial to her on behalf of me?" Tuk Bao's tears fell. "I understand, Mom. Tuk Bao will definitely take good care of grandmother." Takamngok smiled, about to say something, but her body started glowing, gradually becoming transparent, only her gentle voice echoing. "Tuk Bao, Mom loves you forever." Tuk Bao, still asleep, murmured, "Mom," her small face full of tears. At this moment, beside Tuk Bao was a person no one else could see. Master Li Thuong thought with a smile. "This time I don't owe the child's mother anymore." Having dealt with the Lam family's matters, the two family brought Tuk Bao back to their home in the capital. The plane landed at the capital's international airport. Seeing Tuk Bao still asleep, old Mr. To signaled for silence. Toi Tham carried Tuk Bao, tiptoeing out. Fearing to wake Tuk Bao, he maintained his bent posture. Just then, the parrot suddenly cried out, "Kidnapping! Kidnapping!" Tuk Bao woke up with a start. They looked at the glowing green parrot with indescribable expressions. The female parrot looked as if it had just been steamed. The little girl opened her big round eyes in confusion, looking innocently adorable. Tuwitham carried Tuk Bao. "Darling, we've arrived in the capital. We're almost home." Tuk Bao, still dazed, nodded absently. The two families' cars had been waiting outside the airport early. 4 long-version Rolls-Royces were parked neatly by the road, causing passers-by to buzz with discussion. "Oh my, take pictures quickly. Whose young lady is this? So envious, we're all human. How can some people be born so lucky? What an impressive display." As the crowd was chattering, they saw 8 tall men with extraordinary auras step out. An old man led the group. One of the men was carrying a little girl with a green parrot perched on his shoulder. At this moment, the parrot was excitedly singing, "Poor haha, demon soa soa, Harry Potter rides a magic broom. Tricked, tricked." The parrot's demeanor seemed a bit out of place in the scene. The 8 men all had dark expressions, quickly putting the little girl in the car. The luxurious fleet slowly left the airport. Some reporter said, "Everyone, today we've really seen something extraordinary. Look, 4 long-version Rolls-Royces. Which family is this?" Compared to Tuk Bao's life, the Lam family's situation seemed much more miserable. The Lam family went completely bankrupt. When other companies go bankrupt, the directors usually still have some money left to buy a small house. But for the Lam family, all their money was confiscated, all accounts frozen, forcing them to sleep under bridges. Mrs. Lam could barely breathe. It's unbelievable. She's enjoying good fortune but forgets her grandparents. Such an unfilial grandchild, such an unfilial child. Muktam Tam felt even more jealous and dissatisfied. She never expected that after 2 years of struggle and scheming, finally becoming Mrs. Lam, she would end up in this situation. She thought to herself, "I absolutely won't allow my life to end like this. I absolutely refuse to lose." Her eyes flashed with malice. She opened her phone and posted some news on a platform. Shocking. The young daughter of the two family is cruel, pushing her stepmother down the stairs out of jealousy, causing a miscarriage. The stepmother nearly died twice from excessive blood loss before barely saving her life. The real culprit is now comfortably riding in a luxury car back to the capital. The car quickly arrived at the Tu family's villa. Despite being as understanding as she could be, Tuk Bao was still just a 3.5-year-old child. Seeing the villa before her, she couldn't help but be amazed. Is this where Mom grew up? Youngest uncle, is this Mom's princess castle? Tu Wai Tham felt a pang in his nose, nodding. Yes, and from now on, it's Tuk Bao's castle too, old mister. To told the servants, from now on, Tuk Bao is the young lady of the tub or Tu family, the little princess of the Tu family. 2 rows of servants stood on either side of the villa, all with bright smiles on their faces. Welcome home, young lady. Old Mr. Tu pondered, what should we use now? We must quickly give her a name. He happily took Tuk Bao's hand. Tuk Bao, let grandfather show you your room. Tuk Bao nodded. Yes. Upstairs, Tuk Bao had never seen such a princess room before. She looked up and asked, Grandfather, is this really my room? It's so big. Tu Wai Tham standing beside asked, How is it, Tuk Bao? Do you like it? Tuk Bao nodded repeatedly. I like it. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, youngest uncle. Tu Wai Tham patted her head. No need for formalities, Tuk Bao. Later, when your brothers and sister come home from school, they'll play with you. Okay. Tuk Bao looked confused. Tu Wai Tham explained, Tuk Bao has 3 brothers and 1 sister. They're the children of your oldest and second uncles. The youngest uncle thought Tuk Bao was too lonely at the Lam house. Now she needs friends her age to grow up with. Tuk Bao nodded repeatedly. She suddenly looked up and asked, Youngest uncle, can I borrow some colored pencils and paper? Tuk Bao wants to draw pictures as gifts for her brothers and sister. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tuk Bao now has siblings too. Outside Tu family's villa, an elegantly dressed woman was leading a little girl. The girl was holding 2 pretty dolls in her arms. The woman instructed, Ham Ham, when you meet Tuk Bao later, remember to give her 1 doll, okay? Hearing this, Ham Ham immediately pouted. No, I want both. All the toys in the box are mine. After saying this, the girl ran straight into the villa without looking back. The woman was helpless, with no other choice but to turn around and say to the boy lagging behind, Tutu Tich, you hurry up too. Tuk Bao is waiting for you at home. Tutu Tich pouted and replied, I don't need a sister. The boy thought to himself, that Ham Ham, always snatching toys, crying loudly when she's not happy, such a nuisance. I definitely don't need another sister. After saying this, the boy also left. Ham Ham ran to her room, grabbed the doll, and angrily threw it on the ground, hitting it while saying, No means no. Even if I smash the doll, I still won't give it to my sister. Outside the door, Tuk Bao gathered all her courage to knock on Ham Ham's door. Sister, Tuk Bao called hesitantly. I'm Tuk Bao. I brought a gift for you. Ham Ham suddenly opened the door and pushed Tuk Bao away. Get out, you annoying thing. Who needs your stuff? Tuk Bao, caught off guard, fell backward. Old mister, tried to suppress his anger. Ham Ham, your sister came to make friends with you. Why did you hit her? Ham Ham immediately said, Grandfather, this girl was particularly spoiled, crying loudly every time she was scolded even a little. Sure enough, Ham Ham burst into tears. I don't want to give my doll to my sister. Tutulam's wife heard the commotion and rushed over, hurriedly saying, Father, please calm down. Ham Ham is still young. She doesn't understand. Old mister, shouted, she's young but already so spoiled. I've talked about this issue many times. Why do you raise your child like this? A child being so defiant already, how will she live in society when she grows up? Vi Uyen bowed her head. I understand, father. Old mister angrily led Tuk Bao away. Vi Uyen felt very uncomfortable, thinking that the old master was too harsh. She thought to herself, my child, I know how to raise her. What right does grandfather have to interfere? Girls should be pampered. What's wrong with being a little willful? Vi Uyen patted Ham Ham's head. Good girl, Ham Ham. Don't cry. Mommy will buy you a new doll. Old mister took Tuk Bao back to his room. Seeing Tuk Bao return, the parrot flapped its wings, wanting to fly over, but was held back by a chain. Tuk Bao comforted, be good, Tiungu. Wait until uncle finishes your room, then he'll let you out. Watching the little girl gently comfort the parrot, old mister felt heartbroken. Good girl, Tuk Bao. Your sister is always like that. Don't be sad. Tuk Bao didn't understand why adults would give away their own things to others out of politeness. What's yours is yours. Tuk Bao smiled. It's okay, grandfather. Tuk Bao understands sister's feelings. Tuk Bao also doesn't like giving her things to others. Old Mr. Tu was surprised. Tuk Bao was so young, yet she seemed to understand everything. At this moment, old Mr. To noticed a drawing. Did you draw this picture? At the mention of drawings, Tuk Bao's little face immediately became focused and she nodded. Yes, Tuk Bao liked drawing. Before at her father's house, Tuk Bao had drawn many pictures. So what did you draw? Can you tell grandfather about it? Tuk Bao, like a tiny tour guide, began to explain. These are two little friends going into a mysterious forest. Look, grandfather, here's a climbing flower. It's a necklace made by Miss Schwan. Uncle Da rolled down from the mountain and split into two halves, but in the crack grew lucky grass, so he became Uncle Lucky. There's also this proud flower lady. She's tilting her chin saying, none of you are as beautiful as me. Old Mr. Tu thought. If Tuk Bao's drawings were recognized by that great master, perhaps he could teach Tuk Bao. As the grandfather and granddaughter were engrossed in looking at the drawing, a servant's voice came from behind. Master, young miss, the old madam has returned. Old Mr. Tu patted Tuk Bao's head. Let's go, Tuk Bao. We'll go meet your grandmother. Downstairs, Tu Lam pushed the wheelchair, old Mrs. Tu looked up and saw a fair-skinned, chubby little girl being led down the stairs by old Mr. To. Tuk Bao let go of old Mr. To's hand, held onto the railing, and looked down. Grandmother, Tuk Bao has come home. Old Mrs. Tu felt as if someone was choking her, unable to speak, only her eyes welling up with tears, which kept falling. This was Dukni's child, truly very similar to Dukni when she was young. Old Mr. choked up Bao. Tuk Pak Bao ran up to old Mrs. Tu. Grandmother. Hearing grandmother call Tuk Bao, old Mrs. Tu burst into sobs, hugging Tuk Bao tightly. My little Tuk Bao, you've suffered all these years. Tuk Bao had promised her mother to take good care of grandmother, to be filial to her, and she was determined to do so. Seeing her grandmother cry so hard, Tuk Bao reached out, gently patting old Mrs. Tu's back. There, grandmother, don't cry anymore. There, don't cry. Upstairs, Ham Ham had just come out of her room and saw grandmother and Tuk Bao hugging intimately downstairs. That hateful girl, now she's even competing with me for grandfather and grandmother's attention. Ham Ham was annoyed, turned around and ran upstairs. As a result, when passing by Tuk Bao's room, she heard the parrot Tiong'u squawking. Dirt poor, night demon, Harry Potter rides a flying broom. Quack, quack, quack. Ham Ham was attracted by the sound and pushed open Tuk Bao's door. She saw a turquoise bird perched on a stand. Ham Ham's eyes lit up. What a beautiful parrot. Tiong'u, seeing Ham Ham rush in, cried out in fear. Help, save me. The bear cub is here. Quick, save me. Viuyen heard this and frowned, thinking, how has this parrot been taught normally? It has no manners at all. She asked, Ham Ham, what are you doing? Let's go downstairs, grandmother is waiting. But Ham Ham stubbornly said, I don't want to. Viuyen was helpless against Ham Ham's stubbornness and could only coax, this is your sister's parrot. How about I buy you another one later? Ham Ham screamed, I don't want to. I want this one. As she spoke, she climbed onto a chair, reaching out to grab Tiong'u. Tiong'u was frightened, struggling to fly away, but was caught tightly by the neck by Ham Ham. Tiong'u was very afraid of strangers. Help me. I'm going to be cooked. Ham Ham tried her best but couldn't control the parrot. It kept struggling, its claws even scratching the girl's arm. Ham Ham cried out in pain. Everyone downstairs heard the commotion and ran upstairs. Tuk Bao, without a word, immediately ran up. Old Mr. came to his senses and angrily scolded to Tu Lam. It's Ham Ham again. I told you to spend time teaching that child properly. She's always causing trouble. To Tu Lam, who had been admiring flowers, blushed deeply and stammered, unable to speak. Everyone hurriedly ran upstairs after them. Ham Ham grabbed the parrot, hitting and scolding it. I'll teach you to disobey. I'll beat you to death. Tuk Bao had just entered and saw this scene. Her little face flushed with anger. She rushed forward shouting, Stop it! Don't hit Tiong'u. Ham Ham, seeing Tuk Bao come to take the parrot, felt like her possession was being stolen and aggressively pushed Tuk Bao away. It's clearly mine. Tiong'u is mine. Tuk Bao, panicked, reacted by pushing Ham Ham back. Tiong'u is Tuk Bao's friend, not yours. Everyone was surprised that Tuk Bao, the child who was always obedient, suddenly became angry. Viuyen, both angry and frustrated, instinctively shouted, If you didn't want to give your sister the parrot, you could have said so. Why did you hit her? Tuk Bao pressed her lips tightly, her eyes reddening. She hit me first. Viuyen stubbornly continued, Even if she hit you first, does that mean you can hit her back? Don't you know that children should yield to their elders? An angry voice rang out. Enough, old Mr. Brace. To shouted, cutting off Viuyen. Does Ham Ham know how to yield to others? Clearly, she tried to take the parrot first and even hit someone, yet you scold Tuk Bao. Viuyen looked at old Mrs. To, who was hurriedly pushing her wheelchair towards Tuk Bao, completely ignoring Ham Ham. Viuyen felt a chill. She felt that Ham Ham was hit and no one cared about her child. Today, they were really going too far. Viuyen, heartbroken, pulled Ham Ham away. Be good, Ham Ham. Let's go. She led Ham Ham away in silence. Old Mr. Tu was so angry he almost fainted. Can't I even say anything? Don't you see the problem? Tutulam stammered for a long time before saying, Father, don't be angry. I'll handle it. Tutulam's words made old Mr. Tu even angrier, but now was not the time to lose his temper. He hurriedly went to assess the situation. Tuk Bao was holding Tiong'u in her arms, tears in her eyes. Clearly, Sister Ham Ham hit Tiong'u first. Old Mrs. Tu was heartbroken. Good girl, Tuk Bao, don't cry. Your grandmother's good girl. In Ham Ham's room, Viuyen looked at her daughter's scratched arm and trembled with anger. Tutulam, what kind of father are you? Clearly, Ham Ham was bullied, and you act like this. Look, Her hand is covered in blood. Lam coldly said, if she hadn't tried to take the parrot, would she have been scratched like that? How are you raising this child? I've overlooked your past actions, but my patience has limits. At this moment, Vi Uyen felt extremely heartbroken. She said resentfully, what have I done wrong? Is loving my child wrong? Why is everyone targeting me and Ham? Lam said nothing, turning to leave. Tran, leaning against the wall, saw Lam coming out and coldly said, second brother, you should resolve your issues soon. Lam sighed and said, I know, I'm just worried that the divorce will affect the children. Tran understood and only said, think it over yourself. If you need help, just tell me. After saying this, Tran turned and left. At the dining table, old Mr. Trass brought up the topic of naming Tukbao. Everyone gathered around, trying to come up with a really good name. Tukbao spoke up. Mom said tuk is a type of grain. After removing the husk, it's called rice, with strong vitality. That's why she named me Tukbao. The child's voice was innocent, but her small face was serious, as if reciting word for word what her mother had said. Old Mrs. Tu was moved to tears. Tukbao's name is so beautiful. If your mother's name is Tukam Ngok, can Tukbao also have the surname To? Tukbao nodded happily. Yes, surname Tu, like mom. Old Mr. Tu smiled and said, surname Tu, so what should the given name be? Tukbao raised her hand and answered, to Tukbao. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Tu Tham suggested, how about To Tuk? Tukbao shook her head. Don't like it. Don't like it. Hearing this, everyone laughed as it sounded like calling uncle. Everyone fell into thought again. Old Mr. Tu said, "'Tis there's no rush to choose a name. Let's all think about it more." Old Mr. Tu then asked Tukbao, "You're 3.5 years old this year, right?" Tukbao thought for a moment. "Yes, that's right." Mom said Tukbao was born on March 15th, anti-counterfeiting day. Old Mrs. Tu suddenly paused and thought to herself, March 15th, that's in a week. Then she kindly said, "In that case, Tukbao will be 4 years old next week. Let's celebrate Tukbao's birthday. Buy a big cake." Okay. Tukbao's eyes lit up. Really? Ham, seeing everyone focused on Tukbao, felt uncomfortable again and slammed her hand on the table, bursting into tears. "I don't want to eat with Tukbao. Nobody cares about me." To Tutich, to Havan, and to Havan, Tukbao's 3 cousins all rolled their eyes simultaneously. Here we go again. Viuin thought to herself, why doesn't anyone care about Ham? Children are naturally sensitive, and being ignored like this is truly cold violence. Viuin felt a pang in her heart and comforted. "Be good, Ham, Mom's here. Mom cares about Ham." Unexpectedly, Ham knocked over her rice bowl, crying incessantly. "I don't want to. I won't let her eat with me. I don't need a sister." This statement reminded Tukbao of her father's angry face, who also didn't let Tukbao eat. Tukbao fearfully pressed her lips together. At this moment, old Mr. Tu tried to suppress his anger. "Who taught you to throw your rice bowl on the table? Lao Ni, how are you raising your child? If you don't want to eat, then go downstairs." Ham, seeing her grandfather angry, looked at her mother. Tu Lam remained silent, picking up Ham to leave. Unexpectedly, Ham struggled, causing him to angrily grab her shirt and drag her upstairs. Ham cried out, I don't want to. Viuin quickly said, "Tu Lam, what are you doing? Is it necessary to treat Ham like that?" After saying this, Viuin carried the crying Ham to the room. At this time, Ham's maternal grandmother called for a video chat. Viuin recounted the incident. Ham's grandmother on the other end angrily said, "See, I told you so. Before, the Tu family only had Ham as a daughter. She was pampered like a princess anyway. Now that the other girl has arrived, they won't pamper Ham anymore." Viuin became more irritated. "Mom, stop talking." Ham's grandmother glared. "I can't stop talking. You probably don't even know about this, do you? When that little girl was in Namthan, she pushed her stepmother down the stairs, causing a miscarriage. With the Tu family's prominent status, covering up anything is as easy as turning their hand. Clearly, that little girl was at fault, yet they caused the Lam family to go bankrupt." Ham's grandmother went on and on. Viuin frowned. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ham's grandmother said, "Why don't you believe me? Let me send you a video to see." After saying this, she hung up. Shortly after, Viuin received a video. After watching what was posted, Viuin only felt disgusted. Why would the Tu family accept such a child? The entire conversation between mother and daughter was without any restraint. Ham heard everything. Tukbao's birthday quickly arrived. Tukbao wore a beautiful dress, holding a slightly old stuffed rabbit, led downstairs by Tonyat Tran. Following behind were the 2 siblings. Unseen by anyone, Behind them was the tall figure of the master leaning against the stair railing, looking at Tuk Bao with meaningful eyes. "Glad I made it in time," everyone exclaimed. "Is this the little princess of the To family? What a beautiful dress. She's such a pretty girl." The cold CEO to Nyatran is actually leading her by hand. She seems to be very pampered. On the second floor, Ham Ham's grandmother added fuel to the fire. "Isn't this the limited edition dress from G Wi-Fi? I heard there's only one in the country. If it wasn't for Tuk Bao, this dress would surely have belonged to Ham Ham." Ham Ham stood on the second floor, watching Tuk Bao surrounded by everyone, then turned to her mother and said, "Mom, I want that dress too." Vi Uyen felt heartbroken. "Be good, Ham Ham. I'll buy you another one later." Ham Ham threw a tantrum. "No, I want that one. Grandma already said it was originally mine." Vi Uyen was about to take her back to the room, but Ham Ham suddenly rushed out. She hurriedly called after her daughter, "Ham Ham, wait." In the garden, Tuk Bao was happily offering a piece of cake to Tohavan. "Here, eat this." At this time, Tohavan was following his father's instructions to stay by his sister's side. The boy's small face was cold, looking a bit cool. His father was engrossed in reading a book, not even looking up. "I don't want it," Tuk Bao cheerfully said. "If you don't eat it, then Tuk Bao will." Just then, a voice rang out. "Hey, little one, come here. Little backpack, don't mind him, come here. It's your birthday today. Master will teach you a secret skill." Suddenly, a small figure dashed towards the flower garden. An angry voice shouted, "You brat!" Without a word, Ham Ham grabbed Tuk Bao's dress. "Give me back my dress." Tuk Bao stumbled, the piece of cake in her hand falling onto the dress. She froze for a moment. "But this is the dress Uncle gave me." Right after, Ham Ham raised her hand and slapped Tuk Bao's face. "It's mine. It's mine." Tuk Bao, angered, also raised her hand and hit Ham Ham back. Ham Ham burst into tears. "She hit me. She dared to hit me." Ham Ham was about to charge in for another attack, but Tohavan quickly grabbed her wrist. The boy looked at Tuk Bao, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Tuk Bao shook her head. "I'm fine." Ham Ham's cries echoed everywhere, attracting everyone's attention. The two little princesses of the Tu family are fighting. Tuk Bao pressed her lips tightly, eyes brimming with tears but still trying hard not to cry. "She hit me first." Vuyen rushed over. "Nonsense. How could your sister hit you?" Tuhavan looked at his sister, who wasn't crying or making a fuss, and for some reason spoke up. "Aunt Tu, Ham Ham hit her first. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone." Hearing this, Ham Ham cried even louder. "She hit me first. Tuk Bao stole my dress and hit me. Tuk Bao is bad." At this point, the guests started whispering. "So the dress Tuk Bao is wearing belongs to Ham Ham. This girl just came to the Tu family and is already stealing others' clothes. The news online must be true." Vi Uyen pointed at Tuyet Ni and asked, "Tell me, who hit who first?" Because Tuk Bao didn't share her cake earlier, Tuyet Ni lied. Tuk Bao hit Ham Ham first. Tohavan tilted his head and looked at Tuyet Ni with cold, dangerous eyes. "What did you say? Say it again." Everyone believed Tuyet Ni. "Young master, don't scare Tuyet Ni. She's just telling the truth. That's right. If Miss Tuk Bao keeps being spoiled like this, she'll be ruined." Tuk Bao pressed her lips tightly, eyes brimming with tears but still trying not to cry. "I didn't do anything wrong. They're lying. The dress was bought for me by Uncle, and Ham Ham hit me first." Clearly, Tuk Bao didn't do anything wrong, so why do adults always say it's her fault? Is the world of adults and children really that different? Vuyen shouted, "Enough. It's clear you hit her first. What more do you want to say?" At this moment, Tanat Tran and old Mr. Tu arrived. Tanat Tran coldly asked, "Did you witness Tuk Bao hitting someone first with your own eyes?" Old Mr. Tu looked coldly at Vuyen. "I believe Tuk Bao is not that kind of child. Whoever says Tuk Bao is wrong, step forward and let me see." Old Mr. Tu was already restraining himself, not blaming Vuyen in front of others. However, Vuyen felt that the grandfather was too biased. Clearly Tuk Bao pushed Ham Ham, yet he was covering for her. Vuyen said excitedly, "Dad, everything should have a reason. Usually Ham Ham might be a bit spoiled, but she doesn't hit people." Old Mr. Tu was so angry he almost fainted. "Whether she hits people or not, don't you know?" Vuyen was extremely stubborn, raising her voice to argue. "What do I know? I only know that since Tuk Bao arrived, everyone has been targeting Ham Ham. What exactly has Ham Ham done wrong?" At this moment, Tunat Tran quietly said to the butler behind him, "Uncle Neep, go get the projector screen. Show everyone the garden surveillance camera footage." Vuyen suddenly had a bad feeling. They still want to check the camera. Are they determined to crush Ham Ham today? Everyone looked up at the big screen. They saw Ham Ham run up to Tuk Bao saying, "It's mine, it's mine." Right after that, a slap landed on Tukbao's face. So it was Miss Ham Ham who struck first. But didn't Tuyet Ni just say that Miss Tukbao hit first? How is it the opposite now? Everyone looked towards Tuyet Ni again. Tuyet Ni's face turned red, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being unanimously contradicted. She hid behind her mother, sobbing. Tuyet Ni's mother forced a smile. They're just children, she might have remembered wrong. But someone else said, Tuyet Ni is old enough. How could she misremember? She clearly lied on purpose. Viuyen protested, Brother, how can everyone be like this? Ham Ham is so young, her self-esteem will be hurt. How severely will this affect her psychologically? Tu Not Tran seemed to have lost patience. Ham Ham, do you think what you did was right? What should you say to your sister? Ham Ham glanced furtively at Tuk Bao. I was wrong. But, as soon as she made eye contact with Tuk Bao, Ham Ham cried and shook her head. I don't want to say it, I don't want to. Seeing Ham Ham cry, Viuyen felt heartbroken. How can everyone criticize a child in front of everyone like this? Doing this will hurt her so much. Tutu Lam immediately stopped Viuyen from speaking. You'd better keep your mouth shut or go sign divorce papers right now. Tuk Bao looked at her sister with slightly envious eyes. Actually, Sister Ham Ham wasn't necessarily a bad person. She was different from Tuk Bao, having a mother who doted on her. A child loved by their mother must be very happy. Why does she always look so sad? Tui Tham patted Ham Ham's head. Ham Ham, can you tell everyone why you hit Tuk Bao? Ham Ham sniffled, choking out. I wanted that dress. If it wasn't for my sister, that dress would have been mine. Ham Ham's grandmother quickly said, Oh my goodness, look at this child. If you want something, just tell us. It's just a dress. If Tuk Bao likes it, then let Tuk Bao have it. Our Ham Ham just doesn't understand. Tui Tam was speechless. What do you mean if Tuk Bao likes it, then let Tuk Bao have it? Did you tell Ham Ham that this dress was hers? At this moment, Tanat Tran took a file from his assistant, holding it up for everyone to see. This is the order data for the Starry Night themed gown. Everyone can take a look. It was tailored entirely according to Tuk Bao's height and weight measurements. Ham Ham is taller than Tuk Bao. She basically can't fit into it. Therefore, this dress was made for Tuk Bao from the beginning. Ham Ham's grandmother suddenly felt uneasy, while Vi Uyen gritted her teeth. Everyone was stunned, only now remembering this issue. That's right. Ham Ham basically couldn't fit into this dress, so how could it be hers? Vi Uyen felt humiliated, her heart full of resentment. I never said this dress was Ham Ham's. I only said Tuk Bao has one, and Ham Ham doesn't. After all, isn't it because everyone shows favoritism that Ham Ham made a fuss? Tunyat Tran smiled coldly. Turning to the second page of the tailoring contract, Tuk Bao ordered a Starry Night-themed gown. Of course, Ham Ham has one too. This page is the data for Ham Ham's dress. Everyone looked at Vi Uyen with a different expression than before. Children don't understand. Surely an adult must have said something to make her think the dress was hers. Someone glanced and exclaimed in surprise, Miss Ham Ham's dress is 500,000 yuan more expensive than Miss Tuk Bao's. This can't be called favoritism. I wonder how her mother has been teaching her. Vi Uyen felt her face burning, too embarrassed to know where to hide. Wai Tham stepped in front of Ham Ham, gently saying, Ham Ham, do you understand now? You have your own dress too. If you want to be like Tuk Bao, your uncle and eldest uncle can have one made for you too. Ham Ham stopped crying loudly, sniffling as she said, I understand now. She apologized to Tuk Bao sheepishly. Tuk Bao, I'm sorry. Tuk Bao, sensing Ham Ham's embarrassment, said, It's okay, Sister Ham Ham. At this point, old Mr. Tu told to Havan to take Ham Ham back to her room. Then he turned to Vi Uyen and said, You go reflect on yourself. Ham Ham's grandmother cried out, Oh my goodness, father-in-law, please calm down. Little Uyen didn't mean it. She just loves her daughter too much. Old Mr. Tu laughed coldly. I dare not claim relatives like you. Vi Uyen was extremely embarrassed. Mom, stop talking. Let's go home. Vi Uyen walked away, wiping her tears, feeling resentful. Even if Ham Ham was wrong, it should be me, her mother, who disciplines her. What right do they have to teach my child? Moreover, it was clearly Tuk Bao who hit first. After all, the Tu family is just showing favoritism. At the same time, at the Tu family's gate, Lam Fong and his wife were causing a commotion. Guard, you misunderstand. We are Tuk Bao's parents, here for her birthday. The guard said they didn't have invitations, so they couldn't enter. Lam Fong showed his ID to the guard. I really am Tuk Bao's father. My name is Lam Fong. Vi Uyen, suppressing her dissatisfaction and anger, now saw someone causing trouble at the gate, her eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. So it's Lam Fong, Tuk Bao's biological father, exactly like in the photo. Ham Ham had been so miserably wronged. Why should Tuk Bao get to live happily? Today, everyone must see clearly what kind of child Tuk Bao really is. She told the guard, Let them in. The guard was stunned. Second, madam, should we inform the master first? Vuyen frowned. What? Are my words no longer effective? The guard, panicked, quickly obeyed her. On the other side, it was the first time so many people had come to celebrate her birthday, and Tuk Bao couldn't help but feel happy. The earlier discomfort had dissipated. Old Mrs. Gorm too gently said, Tuk Bao, make a wish. Tuk Bao clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and sincerely prayed. Tuk Bao hoped her mother in heaven was happy, hoped she could see her mother again, hoped her grandmother would always be healthy, and that her uncle's businesses would prosper. She had wished for everyone except herself. Then, Tuk Bao opened her eyes with a happy expression. Tu Wai Tham picked Tuk Bao up so she could blow out the candles. Tuk Bao took a deep breath, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Then, with a puff sound, she blew out the candles. Everyone around happily applauded. As everyone was cheerfully wishing Tuk Bao a happy birthday, a voice suddenly rang out. Tuk Bao, happy birthday. Dad's late. Lam Fong and Muk Tam Tam hurriedly ran towards everyone from the flower garden. Muk Tam Tam smiled and said, Stepmom and Dad are here to give Tuk Bao presents. As soon as she saw the two of them, the smile on Tuk Bao's face vanished, her lips pressed tightly together. Old Mr. Warta angrily shouted, Who let you in here? Get out. Unexpectedly, Lam Fong and Muk Tam Tam dropped to their knees with a thud. Lam Fong, with a remorseful expression, said, Tuk Bao, it was all Dad's fault before. I cared too little for you. That day it was because your stepmother miscarried. I couldn't control my emotions, so Muk Tam Tam spoke up, her voice gentle. Tuk Bao, come home with us. About the baby in your stepmother's womb. I don't blame you. Tuk Bao pouted, bravely speaking up. Dad's lying. You used to hit me before too. You always hit me. Lam Fong gritted his teeth. I'm your father. Wasn't that just disciplining you? Everyone looked at the To family, then at Lam Fong and Muk Tam Tam, quickly understanding the situation. So these were Tuk Bao's biological father and stepmother from the online expose. Were they intentionally here to provoke people? They clearly knew it was the child's birthday today, yet deliberately chose this time to come. Someone spoke up. But you can't blame him. His unborn child was killed. It's understandable that he momentarily lost control and acted a bit harshly. The people in the capital had only heard that Lam Fong hit Tuk Bao, but didn't know how severely she was injured at the time, so they felt it could be understood. To Thang Yi, with his hot temper, gritted his teeth and asked, Big brother, why haven't we thrown these people out yet? Are we waiting for New Year's? Tanatron raised his hand to signal, throw them out. Wouldn't that be too convenient for them? We originally planned to deal with this after Tuk Bao's birthday, but they've delivered themselves to our door. He put his hands in his pockets, striding towards Muk Tam Tam, exuding a regal aura. Muk Tam Tam, you said Tuk Bao caused your miscarriage, right? Did you think there were no surveillance cameras in the Lam house so you could act recklessly? Muk Tam Tam, who had been pretending to look pitiful with her head down, suddenly felt uneasy. Mr. To, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. At this moment, Xiaowu flew over and perched on Tuk Bao's arm. Tinyatran glanced at the parrot and said, Tuk Bao, bring Xiaowu here. Tuk Bao obediently hugged Xiaowu, gently comforting it. It's okay, the eldest won't eat birds. Tinyatran's cold expression softened slightly. Xiaowu, repeat what you heard that day for everyone to hear. The parrot flapped its wings, then mimicked Muktamtam's voice. Tuk Bao, Auntie doesn't have a baby anymore. Tell me, isn't it your responsibility? If they keep asking like this, you must admit that you hurt Auntie. You have to say a few words in my defense. Understand. Muktamtam's face turned pale. This damn bird actually remembered what she said that day. Everyone was shocked. How could the parrot's tone and intonation be exactly like Muktamtam's? Where did it learn this from? Could there be more to Muktamtam's miscarriage story? Seeing everyone's suspicious looks, Muktamtam looked at Tonatran with teary eyes. Mr. To, how can you doubt me based on just a bird? Why would I frame Tuk Bao? What benefit would I get from framing her? Tunatran coldly said, Great acting. Do you need me to help you remember what happened that day? The butler quickly connected a USB drive, projecting its contents onto a large screen. The video showed a pregnant Muk Tam Tam and Tuk Bao holding a stuffed rabbit. Tuk Bao was wearing a dirty dress, standing half a meter away from Muk Tam Tam. Tuk Bao, listen to your stepmother. Stand still. Tuk Bao obediently replied, Yes. Suddenly, Muk Tam Tam fell backwards, throwing herself down the stairs. The video was very clear. Tuk Bao hadn't touched Muk Tam Tam at all. Muk Tam Tam was stunned. The Lam house didn't have surveillance cameras, so where did this video come from? Lam Fong was even more shocked than Muk Tam Tam upon seeing the video. Didn't you say Tuk Bao pushed you? What's this? Muk Tam Tam stammered, I don't know. I don't remember anything. Tunat Tran took a file from Uncle Nyip. You don't remember. He pulled out a paper from the file, throwing it directly at Lam Fong's face. This is a notice of punishment for a doctor who accepted money to falsify Muktam Tam's medical records. Your miscarriage was premeditated. Both instances of bleeding during the surgery were fake. Well, do you remember now? Muktam Tam had no way to deny it. Her whole body trembling, she collapsed to the ground. Lam Fong's eyes were bloodshot. Muktam Tam, you've wanted to leave me for a long time, haven't you? Seeing the Lam family in trouble, you were afraid that having a child would make it hard to find a new support, so you used Tuk Bao as an excuse to get rid of the baby. At this point, Muktam Tam still stubbornly refused to admit. No, Fong. Lam Fong interrupted her. Useless. Lam Fong harbored resentment, but then suddenly realized this was his opportunity. Tuk Bao, it's all Dad's fault. I was deceived by the person I trusted most. It's because she deceived me that we misunderstood each other like this. From now on, Dad will make it up to you. Okay. Tunat Tran coldly said, beating the child like that was also a misunderstanding. Uncle Nyip again brought out some documents and projected them onto the big screen. It was Tuk Bao's emergency medical record, which clearly stated respiratory arrest, shock, fractures of left ribs, 3, 4, 6, 7, fractured humerus, fractured right forearm, soft tissue damage in left ankle area preventing movement, amputation of left little toe due to 3-centimeter tissue necrosis. Next was a video, apparently secretly recorded by a neighbor. Tuk Bao was wearing a thin dress, kneeling on the snow. Lam Fong was holding a stick as thick as 2 fingers, repeatedly hitting the child. Just a few short lines in the medical report, but they clearly showed how brutally Tuk Bao had been beaten. Everyone looked at Lam Fong with anger. How could this be called discipline? It was clearly an attempt to beat the child to death. How dare he still claim to be a father? Making his daughter kneel on snow in such cold weather, he's not human, but a beast. Tunat Tran signaled Uncle Nyep to continue. Uncle Nyep produced another paper with a red stamp. The Lam Group has been under investigation for large-scale smuggling for a year. Now the investigation is complete with sufficient evidence. Yesterday, an official arrest warrant was issued, so the Lam family's bankruptcy wasn't due to revenge from the T2 family, but their own doing. At this point, people started buzzing again, so those fake expose posts online were also spread by them. That's disgusting. People like this don't deserve to live in this world. Call the police and arrest them quickly. Lam Fong panicked when he heard the words "call the police." I was just angry for a moment. Besides, without me, how could she have come into this world? You family are truly ungrateful. Tunat Tran looked at Lam Fong with cold eyes. Tuk Bao is not your biological child at all. Here's the DNA test result. Lam Fong was thunderstruck. His first reaction was that his only way out had been cut off. Impossible. I'm not Tuk Bao's real father. You bastard. I raised her for 3 years, and this is how she treats me. Desperate, Lam Fong, like a cornered animal, lunged straight at Tuk Bao. I'll make you die with me, to make your family regret for life. But before he could get close to Tuk Bao, Lam Fong was kicked away by Tunat Tran. Several police officers immediately rushed to subdue Muktam Tam and Lam Fong, handcuffed them, and dragged them to the car. Lam Fong was filled with regret. If it wasn't for Muktam Tam, he wouldn't have beaten Tuk Bao that day, and wouldn't have ended up in this tragic situation today. Thinking of this, Lam Fong's eyes reddened, and he kicked Muktam Tam hard in the back. Muktam Tam had no time to react. Her head slammed hard against the car door, letting out a miserable cry. Blood quickly seeped from her head. Her body went limp and fell to the ground, dying on the spot. Muktam Tam's ghost slowly left her body with a bewildered expression. Quickly realizing she was dead, she screamed, I just died like that. No, I still have to find a rich man, become a wealthy madam. How can I die so unjustly? After bringing that terrible couple to justice and letting everyone know that Tuk Bao was the little princess of the family, grandmother too hugged to ho home child. Let's go. Everyone looked at Tuk Bao with sympathetic eyes. After learning the truth and recalling their previous speculations, they all felt guilty. Grandma, are you heartbroken for Tuk Bao? It's okay, Grandma. Tuk Bao is fine. The little girl smiled brightly, innocent and sincere. Clearly, she was the one who had been hurt the most, yet she was the first to comfort others. Grandmother Tu's eyes welled up with tears, choking. Tuk Bao comforted her again. Don't cry, Grandma. Tuk Bao hugged a stuffed rabbit in one arm, using her other hand to pat Grandmother To's head. Why are you crying, Grandma? Don't cry anymore. Grandmother Tu tried to hold back her tears. Grandma's not crying. Tunat Tran approached Tuk Bao and asked, Tuk Bao, are you sad today? Tuk Bao shook her head. No, I'm not sad. The one who did wrong was Dad, not Tuk Bao. The one who should be sad is Dad. Tu Nhat Tran was stunned. Though still young, Tuk Bao seemed to understand everything. He gently patted Tuk Bao's head. Tuk Bao is right. Tuk Bao did nothing wrong. This birthday party, they no longer had the mood to continue. Tatam raised his glass, smiling politely. Ladies and gentlemen, today's birthday party ends here. Thank you all for coming. From today on, Tuk Bao will take the Tu family name and be called Totu Tuk. Our Tu family will absolutely not let Tuk Bao suffer any harm again. Everyone hurriedly replied, Mr. Tu is too kind. It was our honor to attend this party. Afterwards, everyone gradually left the Tu family mansion. On their way home, they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Being protected by the 8 powerful uncles of the To family, it must be said that Miss To is truly admirable. This is a real little princess. Tuyet Ni pulled her mother's sleeve. Remembering the image of Tuk Bao in her sparkling dress like a starry sky, the little girl was both admiring and envious. At this moment, Tuyet Ni's mother suddenly noticed that some people had not left yet. Then she heard academician Lao say he wanted to take on a young disciple. Hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. Academician Lao was a renowned master of inkwash painting, always living in seclusion, not easily seen. Today he said he wanted to take on a disciple, moreover, a young one. If her Tuyet Ni caught Lao's eye, she could proudly boast for a year. She hurriedly said, Tuyet Ni, Academician Lao is here. Later, you must perform well. Tuyet Ni's eyes brightened. Mom, I understand. Tuyet Ni had a talent for painting. Her works had even been selected for the Inkwash Painting Institute. If Academician Lao wanted to take on a disciple, it must surely be Tuyet Ni. Tuyet Ni's mother led her to Academician Lao, pretending to ask casually, I wonder which lucky child has caught your eye, Academician Lao. Academician Lao smiled kindly. It's a child with great talent, using bright colors, rich imagination. The child's paintings are very lively and magical. This is the best seed I've encountered in decades. Hearing this, Tuyet Ni's mother rejoiced inwardly. It must be about Tuyet Ni. Academician Lao even came here personally. It's really too kind. Tuyet Ni also noticed her mother's joy, and her heart lifted. She planned to show off in front of Academician Lao. Tuyet Ni said softly, Mr. Lao, hello. I'm Lam Tuyet Ni. I really like your paintings. You're my idol. Academician Lao only then realized there was another child here. He smiled and said, Thank you, little one. Academician Lao was about to say something when Tu Wai Tham and Tuk Bao approached. Tu Wai Tham smiled in greeting. Academician Lao, you're here. Hearing the call, Academician Lao turned around. Mr. To, is this Tuk Bao? Tuk Bao nodded, walked up to Academician Lao, looked up and politely greeted. Hello, teacher. My name is Tuk Bao. Academician Lao was stunned, then laughed heartily. Good, good. Tuk Bao is a good child. How old are you? Tuk Bao glanced at Academician Lao, thinking to herself, this old man seems a bit forgetful. She answered dryly, Tuk Bao just had her 4th birthday. Of course I'm 4 years old. Academician Lao suddenly felt he was being looked down upon by a little girl. What's going on? But he laughed it off and said, Right. This old teacher is getting confused. Tuk Bao smiled with her eyes. It's okay. Tuk Bao sometimes becomes silly too. Tuyet Ni and her mother stood to the side, feeling increasingly envious. Tu Wai Tham informed that the old man was still waiting for Academician Lao inside. Academician Lao was eager to see Tuk Bao's paintings, so he prepared to go along. Tuyet Ni heard this and was stunned. Weren't you going to take me as a student? Tuyet Ni twisted her fingers, anxiously saying, But sir, Academician Lao was surprised. You look very good too. I'll go attend to business first. So Academician Lao followed the Tu family. Tuyet Ni and her mother stood rooted to the spot, feeling extremely angry. But no matter how angry they were, they had to endure it. The Tu family was indeed very powerful, but who was Academician Lao? Money alone couldn't invite him. Tuyet Ni's mother consoled her daughter. How about we wait for a while? In the study on the 2nd floor of the Tu family mansion, old Mr. Tu said to Tuk Bao, This is our country's top painting master. Quickly call him Master. Tuk Bao obediently called, Master. The old man loved this obedient child from the bottom of his heart. Tuk Bao, can you tell me about these paintings of yours? When it came to paintings, Tuk Bao's little face lit up. She nodded. Then she began to seriously describe her magical world. Tu Nhat Tran saw the old man and the child leaning over the table to look at the paintings. The old man listened attentively, occasionally laughing loudly. Tu Nhat Tran's expression softened. Finally, Tuk Bao had a friend, even if it was an old one. At the same time, elsewhere, Totu Lam confronted his wife. Did you let Lam Fong in? How long do you intend to cause chaos? Totu Lam didn't say much, just criticized sarcastically, while Wei Yuan argued back, raising her voice. Everything I do is for our child. You're the father. Why don't you protect your own child? Do you know how pitiful Ham Ham is? Lam pressed his lips tightly, not saying a word. He threw a divorce paper forcefully on the table, coldly saying, "Let's divorce." His wife was stunned. "What did you say?" Lam had already turned to leave. His wife thought to herself, "I won't agree to divorce, absolutely won't agree." Meanwhile, Bao saw academician Lao off at the door. She was very happy, as if she had found a good friend, despite the huge age difference. But Bao had considered this old man her friend. Grandfather was right, indeed, an old friend. Bao waved goodbye to her old friend. Academician Lao looked at the little girl in front of him and waved back. Unexpectedly, this visit had allowed him to gain such an intelligent little student. He was overjoyed. Sitting in the car, Academician Lao couldn't help but take out his phone to look at the pictures, which were Bao's paintings. At this moment, two people were standing by the roadside. Academician Lao got out of the car and politely asked, "Excuse me, you are?" The little girl stepped forward and asked, "Sir, I'm Lam Fong, who won first prize in the last National Children's Painting Competition. Do you remember me?" Unexpectedly, Academician Lao had no idea who Lam Fong was. Fong was stunned. "Sir, why don't you remember me? Didn't you come to take me as your student?" Academician Lao got back into the car. "I'm sorry, I've already taken on a student. Her name is Bao. You probably know her." Before Fong could react, Academician Lao's car had driven away, leaving the mother and daughter standing rooted to the spot. Both of them thought that the reason Academician Lao accepted Bao was because the Nistrang family had used money to bribe him. After seeing off Academician Lao, Bao returned to her room, bathed, and changed into a soft, light pink pajama set. The hood had 2 long rabbit ears, making her look incredibly cute. Old Mrs. Noth looked affectionately at this sensible and adorable child. "Remember to press the bell by the bed if you need anything." Bao nodded, obediently wishing her grandmother good night. As she watched old Mrs. Gray to leave at that moment, Leong flew in. Remembering how the old man in the study earlier had almost stolen his disciple, he thought irritably, "These days, even being a master has competition." Leong coaxed the little girl. "Little backpack, can I open your celestial eye today? After opening it, you'll be able to see your master, and you can learn magic. You know magic, right? With a wave, you can throw a fireball." Bao shook her head. "I don't want to learn that. I want to learn painting with my old friend teacher. That's what children should do." Leong chuckled. "What do you think children should do?" Bao climbed onto the bed, counting on her fingers. "Eat, sleep, paint, play with Tiong'u. So now Bao needs to go to sleep." Leong's mouth twitched. If he hadn't promised to Ngok, he wouldn't be here pleading with a kid like this. Leong moved to the side, trying to flatter Bao. Bao immediately turned her back to him. "Little backpack, have you forgotten? What did your mother tell you when she took you to play on the 7-colored slide in the sky?" Bao asked. "What did she say?" Leong coaxed. "Didn't she tell you to study hard with your master? After you finish learning, you can see your mother often." Bao frowned. "The one who played on the 7-colored slide with me that day was a person, not my mother. Mother hugged Bao once and then left." Leong was stunned. "How do you know?" Bao said unhappily. "Master is so silly. Your big feet are showing. Mother's feet aren't that big." Leong covered his face. Impossible. How could he have made such a stupid mistake? Just as he thought Bao was hard to persuade, she asked, "But master, can I really see my mother after I finish learning?" Leong quickly said, "Of course." Bao sat up again, her small figure straight, her little hands gripping the blanket tightly, with a serious expression. "All right then, Bao will learn from master." She thought to herself, "This master seems even sillier than Tiong'u. I'll let him off for now." Leong was a bit surprised by her sudden willingness to learn, as he hadn't actually thought about how to teach her yet. He pondered for a moment and said, "Well, let's open your celestial eye first. The celestial eye is the third eye of humans. After opening the celestial eye, you can see many things that ordinary people can't see. When each person is born, they have a celestial eye, but not everyone can open it. That's why some newborns cry suddenly for no reason, while others aren't affected. As the newborn grows up, the celestial eye closes or disappears. Only a few people still have it, but they can't open it. Little backpack, your celestial eye is still there, so once it's opened, you'll be able to see your master." Bao quickly pulled up the blanket, curling herself into a ball. Bao doesn't want to open the celestial eye. Bao doesn't want to grow 3 eyes. She'll turn into Erlang Shen. That's very ugly, very ugly. If Erlang Shen heard this, he would surely be angry enough to crack his face. Leong hurriedly comforted her. "The celestial eye won't show on the outside. It's hidden in your eyes, so Bao doesn't need to worry." Bao sighed in relief. "That's fine then." Leong continued. "Now, chant with your master. Qi sinks to Dantian. Concentrate spirit and gather qi, blah blah." Tuk Bao mumbled along, then opened her eyes wide. She saw a white figure suddenly appear in the room and asked, Master, why can't I see anything? Li Thuong, floating in midair, picked his ear. Opening the celestial eye isn't that easy. The most gifted person I've ever met still took 49 days. As he spoke, he brought his finger to his nose and sniffed. Tuk Bao blinked and asked, Master, why are you smelling your boogers? Li Tuong quickly denied, Nonsense. How could I? But then he froze and exclaimed, Wait, you can see me. Li Tuong was astonished. Success after reciting the incantation just once. Tuk Bao's talent isn't just extraordinary, it's monstrous. Tuk Bao opened her eyes wide and looked around. There was a woman hanging on the window, staring intently at the little girl. She pointed and said, Master, who is this Auntie? She looks so ugly. A glint flashed in Li Tuong's eyes. Though surprised, he was also very pleased. This time he really found a treasure. Li Tuong quickly said, Good girl, Tuk Bao. Repeat after Master. Hazy figure. Stay away. One palm strike sends you flying. Tuk Bao repeated while thinking, while the unfortunate ghost screamed, What kind of game is this? I was just passing by, and you're using me for a practical lesson. This is too much. Li Tuong looked down at Tuk Bao, who learned after just one lesson, thinking to himself that he really found a treasure this time. A tiny gourd the size of a fingernail suddenly appeared in his hand, which he hung on a red string on Tuk Bao's wrist. Tuk Bao, you did great. Master is giving you this gourd. You can use it to help Master capture demons and ghosts in the future. Tuk Bao stared at the tiny gourd. Master, why do we need to capture demons and ghosts? Li Thuong didn't answer, but brushed it off, not letting the child ask any more questions. Tuk Bao pouted, turned to look at the ghost Auntie. Who are you, Auntie? Why are you? The ghost Auntie, unable to escape despite her best efforts, helplessly said, I was a female worker in your second uncle's former factory, previously a brick carrier at the construction site, named. Isn't this karma for doing something bad? Tuk Bao was puzzled. What did you do to my second uncle? Somehow, the ghost Auntie couldn't control her words, and told everything. 6 years ago, your second uncle's wife said she'd give me 20,000 yuan to put some salt in your second uncle's tea. I did as she said. After receiving the money, a large plank fell at the construction site, killing me. Tuk Bao was confused. Why put salt in uncle's tea? Li Thuong narrowed his eyes. The ugly Auntie is about to go to sleep. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. After saying this, he stuffed the ghost Auntie into the tiny gourd. The red string flashed a weak light and quickly disappeared on Tuk Bao's wrist. Looking at the tiny gourd in her hand, Tuk Bao said to the woman inside, Ugly Auntie, sleep well. Early the next morning, when everyone woke up, they found Tuk Bao stuck on the balcony. Grandfather quickly said, Let me call 119. Tuk Bao was stunned. In her heart, firefighters were like superheroes saving the world, her idols. How could she let her idols see her in such a silly state? She immediately protested. Grandfather, don't call. Tuk Bao can get out by herself. Just wait for me a moment. She took a deep breath, used her strength to pull hard. Her little head made a thud sound, slightly painful. Downstairs, the Thuta brothers were anxiously discussing how to safely get Tuk Bao's head out. Meanwhile, at a distance, Viuyen stood at the door, coldly watching. Seeing the two family react quickly, everyone worried. She felt uncomfortable inside. Isn't it just being stuck on the second floor? Is there a need to be so tense? At this moment, Li Thuong was leaning against the railing, calmly watching the stuck little girl. Tuk Bao, you have your master, you have your red string, just break the railing and you'll be fine. But Tuk Bao said, Master, don't trick Tuk Bao. How could Tuk Bao break the railing? Li Thuong smiled and said, How would you know if you don't try? While everyone was worried, no one saw Tuk Bao's small hands grip the railing tightly, using all her strength to pull hard. The iron railing immediately bent, curved by Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao retracted her head, easily escaping the difficult situation. Wow, Tuk Bao got out. Everyone in the To family was stunned. Looking at the bent iron railing, the two brothers were all amazed. Tunatran calmly shielded in front of Tuk Bao, hiding the bent iron railing. Viuyen looked on with suspicion, feeling they were guarding against her like a thief. It's just a child, acting as if anyone wanted to see it that badly. Tudatsin waited until Viuyen left before asking Tuk Bao, Did you bend it? Tuk Bao nodded. Yes. Tuwaitham and his brothers looked at each other, their expressions gradually becoming serious. Tutulam quickly said, No one should mention this outside. In the future, don't show your strength in front of others, understand? Tuk Bao nodded blankly. Suddenly Tutangyi ran out, holding a large pair of pliers. I'm here. Don't be afraid, Tuk Bao. Fifth uncle is here to rescue you. Tuk Bao looked up. No need, Tuk Bao is already out. Tutangyi saw the bent iron railing and froze. Tu Tham lowered his voice. We just said, cut the iron railing. Don't let others know how capable Tukbao is. But Tang Yi didn't pay attention and said with a smile, want to follow fifth uncle to the construction site. Tukbao's eyes sparkled hearing this, and she quickly agreed. Tulak helplessly said, what would Tukbao do there? The construction site is dangerous. Idle people should stay away. But Tukbao misheard and replied, Tukbao is not salty. Tukbao is sweet. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, children are still children. Fifth Uncle Tongni, a strong man, suddenly had a maiden's heart. Tukbao is the sweetest. Let's go. Fifth uncle will take you flying. Little Tukbao ran back to her room to change into a small pinafore dress, carrying an adorable kitten-shaped bag. She was happily preparing to go downstairs when she saw Viuyen coming up. The little girl cheerfully greeted, second aunt, good morning. Seeing Tukbao greet her, Viuyen just grunted. Tukbao carefully observed this second aunt of hers. Suddenly, the little girl noticed a layer of black air on her second aunt's face. She quietly asked, Master, what's that on second aunt's face? Li Thuong, floating beside her, explained, that's death energy. You opened your celestial eye last night, so you can see it now. Only people who have killed someone and were next to someone when they died would be contaminated with such death energy. Tukbao was startled and scared when she heard the words killed someone. At this moment, second uncle downstairs asked if she was ready as they were about to leave. Since second uncle was an architect and also liked being at construction sites, Tukbao followed him there. Seeing the stadium under construction, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim, the stadium is so beautiful. Is this a super huge wristwatch that fell from the sky and broke apart? Tutulam was stunned, looking at Tukbao with delight. This was the project he had designed for a long time, with the main inspiration coming from mechanical watches. Tukbao turned and asked, did second uncle design this? Second uncle is so talented. Li Thuong, sitting beside her, lazily yawned. Come here, Tukbao. Master will teach you how to predict. He reached out to grab the female ghost from the gourd, pinching her with his index and middle fingers, quickly drawing a talisman on her forehead. This is called a command talisman. After drawing it, the female ghost will obediently work for you. Pulled out early in the morning, the female ghost spoke up. Can you be a bit more reasonable? Summoning ghosts to work in broad daylight? This isn't just exploiting labor, it's taking my life. But Li Tuong ignored her. He lectured. Generally, ghosts can't appear during the day. Vengeful spirits might be an exception, but can only hide in dark places. Only evil spirits can come out during the day, and this ugly aunt can't. Once the car door opens later, her soul will scatter. The ghost aunt, very dissatisfied, said, Can you stop calling me ugly all the time? Li Thuong continued to ignore her and said, Therefore, now Master will teach you a type of soul technique. Simply put, it's about possessing this ugly aunt into an object so she can move around during the day. Tukbao, find something first, preferably something light that can fly with the wind. After speaking, Li Tuong instinctively looked at the parrot. Tukbao also looked, staring at Tu Nu, mumbling, something light that can fly. The parrot seemed to sense something. Don't pluck my feathers. Tukbao coaxed. No plucking. No plucking. We won't pluck feathers. Tu Lam stood beside them, bewildered. Suddenly, Tukbao's eyes lit up. She saw what she was holding. The female ghost spoke up. Wait, you don't mean you want me to possess this plastic bag with bird droppings, do you? Tukbao shook the plastic bag. Don't be afraid, ugly ant. There's only one bird dropping in the bag. It's not dirty. Tukbao will line it with tissue paper for you, okay? The corner of the female ghost's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? Am I so pathetic that I can only possess a bag of droppings? Tutu Lam thought the little girl was calling the plastic bag ugly ant and couldn't help but think, children are indeed naive. Li Tuong said from the side, the soul possession technique is a bit difficult. Not on the same level as opening the celestial eye. Little book bag, you try first. It's okay if you can't do it. Tukbao nodded. Li Tuong mumbled something under his breath, then pointed at the female ghost and shouted, Go. The female ghost made a whoosh sound and entered the plastic bag. Li Thuong asked, Did you remember? Tukbao tilted her head, her small face full of confusion. She stretched out her little hand, counting while speaking. Too many words, and Master read them so fast. Seeing the little girl's expression, Li Thuong couldn't help but curl his lips. It's okay. Don't worry if you can't remember. Before he finished speaking, the female ghost made a whoosh sound and flew out of the plastic bag. Tukbao looked puzzled. That's strange. Why did the ugly ant fly out? Oh, I know. Tukbao read it backwards just now. Li Tuong was completely shocked. Damn, This little book bag succeeded on the first try, and reading it backwards still works. At this moment, the car stopped. Lam received a phone call. Let's get out of the car. As soon as Tukbao got out, a gust of wind blew by, and the plastic bag in her hand made a plop sound and flew away. Seeing that Tukbao seemed to want to catch the plastic bag, Lam said, "It's okay. There's a cleaner at the construction site." Tukbao innocently clenched her fingers. But Tukbao hasn't helped the ugly aunt remove the bird dropping yet. On the other side, Vi Uyen and her mother were having morning tea. "Why are you frowning so early in the morning?" Vi Uyen told her mother about Lam wanting to divorce her and saying that she wasn't raising Ham well. Vi Uyen said glumly, "Moreover, I feel that Lam already knows about how we made Li Mai drug him years ago." Vi Uyen's mother pulled her up. "So what if he knows? Li Mai has been missing for so many years. What can he investigate? Mother will take you to the construction site to find Lam." So the mother and daughter went to the construction site. As soon as they arrived at the construction site, Vi Uyen suddenly saw a plastic bag rolling around on the empty lot. For some reason, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Vi Uyen suddenly felt scared when she saw the rolling plastic bag stop. She had a feeling that the plastic bag was staring at her, and her neck felt cold. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from nowhere, blowing with a whoosh, and the plastic bag flew straight towards Vi Uyen, hitting her in the face. A foul smell assaulted her nose, and something unidentifiable, possibly some kind of droppings, covered her face. Vi Uyen couldn't breathe and fell to the ground with a thud. Ham's grandmother, seeing this, also began to panic. Both mother and daughter turned pale. "Hurry up." Vi Uyen, terrified, her whole body covered in goosebumps, ran panting straight to Lam's office. Lam was looking at a blueprint when Vi Uyen burst in, intending to throw herself into his arms. He frowned and stepped back twice. Vi Uyen had prepared herself to fall into his arms. As Lam stepped back, she fell flat on the ground. Vi Uyen covered her nose, scrambled to her feet, and angrily said, Lam, what are you doing?" Ham's grandmother hurriedly ran over. "Oh my goodness. Lam, Uyen is your wife. How could you?" Lam coldly said, "Whose wife? Throwing herself into my arms like that. Please spare me." Vi Uyen felt extremely embarrassed. She was about to say something when she suddenly saw Bao drawing a person, and her anger immediately dissipated. Vi Uyen shuddered. Li Mai had been killed by her years ago. How did Bao know her face? Bao sat upright in her chair, staring at Vi Uyen. Bao swung her legs and asked Li Thuong, "Master, what's wrong with second aunt?" Li Thuong shook his head. "She's beyond saving now. Do you see the bird droppings on her face? She's been greeted by Li Mai. The death aura is getting stronger." Bao immediately looked closer. "There's no droppings, just a bit smelly." Vi Uyen was stunned. Could that bag really have contained droppings? Lam coldly said, "If you two have no business here, then leave. Don't disturb people working." The two bodyguards didn't wait for Ham's grandmother to say anything before dragging them out. Dragged outside, Vi Uyen was extremely frustrated. Bao's drawing not only frightened her, but made her more uneasy. How did Bao know? Therefore, she told her mother to go home first. At the construction site, Vi Uyen sneakily went to a bronze statue, checked it thoroughly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found nothing unusual. However, before she could turn around, she heard someone calling her name. Vi Uyen, terrified and pale-faced, turned and ran away. Look at this woman being chased by a plastic bag containing bird droppings. Vi Uyen was scared out of her wits. Bao lay sprawled on the large glass window in the upstairs tea room, tilting her head to look at the woman frantically running on the distant empty lot. Yu, I think that person is second aunt. Yu also tilted his head. Stupid. Bao quickly said, "It's second aunt, not stupid." But Yu gleefully said, "Second aunt plus second aunt equals stupid." Bao shook her head, criticizing Yu. "Wrong. Even if you calculate wrong, it can't equal 250, idiot." Yu tilted his head. 2 plus 2 equals 5. Behind Bao, two young women, seeing this scene, exclaimed, "How cute. The little girl even knows how to practice math with a parrot. Whose child is this?" The other one said, "I just came back from outside. How did our office get a child like this?" The other girl answered, "It's Teacher Tu's child." They pointed and saw in the tea room Lam was sweating while mixing formula milk. At this moment, he looked like a scientist conducting an experiment, carefully observing the measurement lines on the cup. Just then, with a plop, a plastic bag stuck to the glass window. Bao exclaimed, "Ugly aunt, you're back." The female ghost wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's so inhumane, making ghosts work in broad daylight. Quickly put me back in the gourd. It's too hot. I'm about to melt in the sun." Li Tuong lay stretched out sunbathing, complaining warily, "Don't worry, this great one won't let you die. No matter how much you're exposed, you won't die." Bao looked up. "Master, stop lying. Liars get struck by lightning." Li Tuong sneered. about to say something when a muffled thunder suddenly rumbled in the clear sky. A tiny lightning bolt flashed across the sky. Li Tuong was startled. So effective. Such a coincidence. Tukbao raised her hand, her small palm pressed against the glass window, gripping tightly. With a whoosh, the female ghost's soul returned to the gourd. At this moment, Totu Lam finished preparing the formula milk and handed it to Tukbao. Tukbao took it, sweetly saying thank you. Although he had 2 children, he rarely spent time with them. He also admitted that he wasn't a good father. Now, he suddenly felt guilty, patting Tukbao's head, mumbling, "Tukbao, do you think second uncle should divorce second aunt?" Tukbao looked up at him. Why do people have to get married? Get married and then divorce? Adults are really incomprehensible. Clearly, they made a choice at the beginning. Why don't they want it anymore in the end? Tutulam was momentarily speechless, because at that time, second aunt was pregnant with your brother Tutich, so we got married. Unfortunately, he only found out later that he had been drugged at the time, which is why he wasn't in his right mind. Tukbao frowned, even more confused. Then why did second aunt have Tutich in her belly? Did second uncle like second aunt? Tutulam shook his head. No, I didn't. Tukbao put on a serious face, acting like an adult. Second uncle doesn't like second aunt, yet second aunt gave birth to Tutich. Is second uncle the kind of terrible man people talk about? Tutulam gaped, at a loss for words. Tukbao understandingly patted Totulam's shoulder. It's okay, second uncle. Tukbao understands. Tutulam was bewildered. No, what do you understand? He was about to speak when Tothangyi arrived. Tukbao, are you bored here? Would you like fifth uncle to take you to the construction site? Tutulam disagreed. The construction site is so dangerous. Idle people are not allowed. Tothangyi carelessly said, Tukbao isn't an idle person. She's the little CEO, don't you know? Tukbao nodded vigorously. That's right. Tukbao isn't an unauthorized person. After saying that, the two left for the construction site. Suddenly, Tukbao pointed at the statue in the center of the square. Fifth uncle. What's that? It seems second aunt was playing there earlier. Tothangyi glanced at it. That's the phoenix statue, designed by your second uncle. Lei Tuong floated nearby, telling Tukbao, there's something hidden in that statue. Ask fifth uncle if there's a sledgehammer. Let's smash it open and see. Tukbao lifted her little face, asking Tothangyi, fifth uncle, do you have any super big sledgehammers? Can Tukbao see them? Tothangyi's eyes lit up. Fifth uncle isn't lying to you. I must say that on this entire construction site, who has the most complete set of tools? It's definitely fifth uncle. Fifth uncle has 4,000 hammers, of all types. Li Tuong saw that Tukbao wasn't turning back, so he asked what they were doing. Tukbao didn't even bother to turn her head, saying, looking at hammers. Li Tuong flew over, instructing Tukbao, little Tukbao, take that hammer and smash this bronze statue. Tothangyi saw Tukbao touching the sledgehammer and asked, does Tukbao like this? This is a heavy-duty demolition hammer. It's very powerful. Tukbao excitedly said, fifth uncle, can I borrow the hammer to try it? Oh. Tothangyi momentarily forgot about the incident when Tukbao bent the iron bar. His first reaction was that the little girl couldn't lift it. However, he just heard the little girl shout, then swing the sledgehammer forcefully. With a boom, the hammer hit the statue. The little girl was muttering something while hammering. Right after, there was a sound of something breaking inside the statue. Something fell down, and dust flew everywhere. Tothangyi's eyes widened in shock. This 4-year-old girl had just smashed the statue with a sledgehammer. As the dust cleared, a pair of pale hands was revealed inside the statue. The fingers curled as if tightly grasping something. The hands were holding a package wrapped in cement paper. Tutulam quickly hugged Tukbao, covering her eyes. Tothangyi immediately told his older brother to take Tukbao home first. Tukbao protested, I don't want to go. Before she could finish, Tutulam interrupted. Be good, Tukbao. This is not a place for children. Go home and play with grandma. Second uncle and fifth uncle need to handle something. Remember, if the police ask, just say that fifth uncle accidentally damaged the statue earlier. Tukbao was confused. Is that true? The police aren't bad people. Why do we need to lie to them? Tutulam was momentarily speechless and just said, just listen to second uncle, okay? Tukbao nodded. Yes, sir. When Tukbao got home, she quietly asked her master, why do we have to lie to the police? They're not bad. Li Tuong, floating in mid-air with something in his hand, calmly said, the police aren't bad, but we can't rule out bad people overhearing. Think about it. If others knew you had such strength and took you away for dissection and research, what then? Hearing this, Tukbao looked fearfully at the apple in her grandmother's hand, quickly waving her hands. Tukbao doesn't want to be cut open. Grandma, too, who had just finished peeling the apple, heard Tukbao say she didn't want to be cut and replied, okay, no cutting. No cutting. You can eat the whole apple. Only when the old lady handed over the apple did Tukbao realize that her grandmother was talking about cutting the apple into small pieces. Seeing the girl's confused expression, the old lady couldn't help but smile. Li Tuong reached out to pull the female ghost from the soul gourd and asked, "Why were your hands there?" The female ghost resentfully said, "That day I was beaten to death. My hands were broken. Sadly, I wasn't properly buried. Because I don't have these hands, I feared I wasn't whole and couldn't reincarnate, so I've been wandering all these years." Li Tuong, while looking at a notebook, asked, "So did you know that the salt package Viuyen told you to give to Totu Lam wasn't actually salt?" The female ghost remained silent, vaguely guessing in her heart. Viuyen probably wanted to take advantage of Totu Lam being drugged to get pregnant with his child, so she could legitimately marry into the tough family. Li Tuong laughed coldly. "You reap what you sow. It's because you did such an unconscionable thing that you ended up in this situation today. But don't worry, as long as the police get Viuyen's fingerprints from that oil package wrapper, she's done for." Beside them, Tukbao was focused on eating her apple. Grandma cheerfully urged, "Eat slowly, Tukbao. I'll go to the kitchen to get you some egg custard buns." "Okay." Tukbao obediently replied, "Thank you, Grandma." With no adults left in the living room, Tukbao suddenly tilted her head, stuffed the apple peel into Tionggu's mouth, saying, "Eat this crap." Tionggu shook his head, spitting out the apple peel and cried, "It stinks, it's unbearably smelly." While laughing happily, suddenly a cold voice echoed in the little girl's head. "What kind of girl are you? Always talking about farts and poop. What will others think if they hear you?" Viuyen had just walked in from outside, feeling irritated, her eyes full of disgust. It was because of this child that her relationship with Tulam had suddenly deteriorated to this extent. The smile on Tukbao's face vanished, and she called out, "Second aunt." Viuyen frowned. "Don't call me second aunt. Our family was truly unlucky to have a child like you." Tukbao couldn't help but remember what her grandparents often said, calling her a comet, bringing bad luck to whoever she met. Tukbao seriously said, "People have bad luck because their shadows are crooked. It has nothing to do with Tukbao." Before, whenever grandpa, grandma, or dad had bad luck, their shadows were always crooked. Hearing this, Viuyen immediately got angry. "Is this how you talk to adults? I'm teaching you, so you should obediently listen." "I'm only teaching you now because I want what's best for you," Tukbao replied. Second aunt only wants what's best for herself, not for Tukbao. Viuyen was furious that this child dared to talk back to her. Suddenly remembering that today was the 10th and the grandparents were at the nursing home, wasn't this a good opportunity to teach her a lesson? So she strode towards Tukbao. "Tukbao, come here." Tukbao shook her head, looking terrified at Viuyen's face covered by a dark shadow, then pulled Tionggu and ran away. Viuyen was stunned. This child dared to run away. She angrily shouted, "Stop right there." Tukbao said while running, "Only idiots stop." On the other side, in the kitchen, Grandma Tu was carrying out a bowl of steamed eggs. The housekeeper, Aunt No, said, "Madam, let me do these things." Grandma Tu shook her head. "It's rare for Tukbao to be home. I want to make it for her myself." At this moment, a small figure ran in, with Grandma Tu following behind. Viuyen called out in a drawn-out voice, "Tukbao, you can't escape." Her voice had a somewhat scary undertone. Grandma Tu's face immediately turned cold when she saw Viuyen enter the kitchen and face her. Viuyen was a bit flustered. "Mother, why are you here? I didn't expect you to be here." "Grandma," Tu coldly said without any courtesy, taking advantage of my absence to bully Tukbao. Viuyen hurriedly explained. "Tukbao was throwing apple cores around, so I was just teaching her a lesson. Who knew she wouldn't listen and talk back, so I chased her here." Tukbao quickly defended herself. "I didn't talk back." Grandma Tu took off her heat-resistant glove and threw it straight at Viuyen's face. "Do you think I'll believe you? You've come all the way here to bully Tukbao. Get out of my sight. From today on, our bebrogling to family doesn't have a daughter-in-law like you." Viuyen's eyes turned red. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Go ahead and spoil her. You'll regret it one day." With that, she angrily left. She thought to herself, "That little brat, she knew Grandma was in the kitchen and deliberately provoked me to run in there. So young yet already so devious." Grandma Tu watched Viuyen's retreating back, still feeling angry. What kind of person is she? Can't even teach her own child but wants to discipline my Tukbao. Tukbao reached out to pat the back of the old lady's hand. "Don't be angry, Grandma." At this moment, Ham Ham's crying could be heard in the villa. Grandma Tu told Tukbao to eat first while she went to check on the situation. Meanwhile, Viuyen was comforting Ham Ham. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, fearing that her mother-in-law might really get angry and kick her out. So she said to Ham Ham, "Go and flatter Grandma a bit. Apologize to her. If Grandma really kicks Mommy out, no one will love you anymore." Just then, Aunt No pushed Grandma Tu to Ham Ham's room. Grandma Tu glanced at Ham Ham, perhaps still angry, or maybe because she was tired of Ham Ham always using crying to solve problems. She said to Aunt No, "Get her a basin, let her cry to her heart's content. She can't stop until the basin is full." Ham Ham trembled with fear. She had already started to feel scared and didn't dare to cry anymore, but then she heard her mother defending her. "Mother, what are you doing? You're scaring Ham Ham." So Ham Ham burst into tears again. The old lady coldly said, "Don't call me mother. Get out." Not giving Viuyen time to think, the old lady immediately ordered someone to throw all her belongings out. After Viuyen was kicked out, Ham Ham had already stopped crying out of fear. However, Grandma Tu's anger hadn't subsided. "Don't you like crying? Keep crying. Today you can't stop until this basin is full. If she's stubborn, I'm even more stubborn. I don't believe I can't cure her crying habit." Ham Ham was truly scared and burst into tears again. She cried while trying to squeeze out tears, which fell steadily into the basin. While crying, the child hiccuped. "Grandma, I really can't cry anymore. I'm thirsty. I want to drink water." Aunt Ngo, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. "Young miss, have a sip of water." Grandma Tu snorted coldly. "All right, Aunt Ngo, don't spoil her too much. Let her reflect on herself." Ham Ham whimpered. Before, whenever she cried, her mother would meet all her demands. Now that her mother was kicked out, and Grandma didn't care about her either, it turns out crying wasn't a good method after all. Just when she felt most helpless, a small figure approached. Tuk Bao offered her a lollipop. "Sister, this is for you." Ham Ham sniffled, turned her face away. "Don't try to bribe me." Tuk Bao immediately put the lollipop back in her pocket. "Okay, I won't give it to you then." This action stunned Ham Ham. Tuk Bao curiously asked, "Sister, your basin still needs a lot more tears. If it's not full, Grandma won't let you eat, right? Why don't you cry a bit more?" Ham Ham bit her lip, tears falling again. So Ham Ham cried while saying, "Then you hold the basin for me. Don't let my tears fall on the ground." The two children fumbled. Ham Ham said, "What do we do now? I think I can't cry anymore." Tuk Bao immediately grabbed the water glass on the table. "Drink some more water, sister. You need water in your eyes to make tears," Tuk Bao said. So Ham Ham gulped down a glass of water. After drinking, she even encouraged herself. "All right, let's try again." Tunatron brought his two sons home. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw Ham Ham crying and hiccuping, while Tuk Bao was holding the basin to catch Ham Ham's tears. Tuk Bao's mouth kept encouraging. "You can do it, sister." All three were bewildered. "What are you two doing?" Tuk Bao turned her head, quickly explaining to her uncle. "Grandma is making Sister Ham Ham cry until the basin is full. She can't stop until it's full. We're trying our best." Ham Ham looked pitifully at Tunatron. "Uncle, I really can't cry anymore. Can you ask Grandma to change it to a smaller basin? Or maybe ask Grandma to change it to a cup?" Tutu Titch, being better at math, thought while walking up to Ham. Normal people's tears from one big cry are only 5 milliliters. To fill this wash basin, you'd need at least 10 liters. Even if you cry once a day, it would take 2,000 days, not counting evaporation. You couldn't fill it even if you cried for 5 years. Ham Ham trembled and said, "What should we do now? I can't produce any more tears." Viuyen pulled her suitcase, looking haggard, to her mother's house. Her mother looked at her daughter in surprise. "What are you doing?" So Viuyen recounted how Grandma Tu had kicked her out of the house. After hearing this, her mother immediately flew into a rage. What kind of person is that? Suddenly interfering in other people's family matters, truly a troublemaker. A moment later, Viuyen calmed down. "But now Tulam is causing trouble, demanding a divorce. If I really get kicked out of the house, won't all my efforts over the years be wasted? Maybe tonight I should go and beg her. For my sake, I can endure a little." Her mother glared at her daughter. "Why beg her? It's because you've always been too easy to talk to that you're bullied like this. You should wait for them to come and beg you." Viuyen hesitated. "Beg me? How is that possible?" Her mother insisted. "Why not? Ham Ham will surely make a fuss when separated from her mother. When that happens, how will the best of family handle it? Just wait and see. In less than 2 days, they'll definitely beg you to come back. Wait until they realize they can't manage without you. See if they dare to make you divorce then," her mother said confidently. Viuyen was still undecided but felt her mother's words made sense, so she felt more at ease. In the evening, without her mother by her side, Ham Ham cried until her eyes were red. But thinking about how she couldn't fill the basin no matter how much she cried, she didn't dare to wail loudly anymore. Aunt Ngo saw the pitiful girl and comforted her. "Little miss, go to sleep early. When you wake up tomorrow, everything will be fine." Ham Ham suddenly turned around, grabbed a pillow, and threw it straight at Aunt Ngo's face. "You're not my mother. I don't need your care. Get out." Aunt Ngo had no choice but to leave the room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Grandma Smoy, standing outside, with Tuk Bao in pajamas beside her. Seeing Aunt Ngo come out, Grandma To asked, "Is Ham Ham still angry?" Aunt Ngo replied, "Madam, she's better now. Please don't be angry anymore. She's just a child. Grandma Tu snorted coldly. It's precisely because she's a child that we must teach her. If we don't teach them when they're young, what will become of them when they grow up? Suddenly, Tukbao went to the door, poked his head in, and seriously asked Ham Ham, "Sister, are you scared sleeping alone? There are ghosts at night. How about Tukbao sleeps with you?" Ham Ham's eyes widened in fear. "How can you scare me like that? You're so mean. Go away, go away." Boom. Ham Ham threw a stuffed bear at the door. Tukbao blinked innocently. "I'm telling the truth. There really are ghosts." Seeing this, Grandma Tu patted Tukbao's head. "Go back to your room and rest. Don't mind Sister Ham Ham anymore." So Tukbao returned to his room and lay on the bed. Li Tuong suddenly appeared in front of Tukbao. "Little school bag, can I teach you magic today? The kind where you can just whoosh and shoot a fireball?" Tukbao skeptically asked. "Master, Tukbao is not a 3-year-old anymore. I understand things better now. How can humans shoot fireballs?" Seeing Tukbao's disbelief, Li Tuong continued. "Opening the celestial eye is one thing. Some people are born with special talents. Their celestial eye is naturally open. But magic is different. This requires practice and theory. Some Taoist priests can't even produce a spark in their lifetime. They can only use talismans. It's normal that you don't believe. It seems little Tukbao probably won't be able to do it either." Tukbao knew the master was deliberately provoking her. She wasn't so easily fooled. Hearing this, her whole body showed disapproval. He thought to himself, clearly just a 4-year-old child. Why is she so hard to convince? Unexpectedly, Tukbao thought he was talking too much. It would be better to just directly create a fireball and be done with it. Once created, Tukbao would believe right away. Li Thuong's mouth twitched, appearing reluctant. "Although I'm very powerful, I'm still just a ghost." At this moment, Tukbao finally understood that the master couldn't do it either. Li Thuong, startled, quickly explained, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean the master can't do it? I'm afraid of scaring you. What if the power is too strong and burns off all your hair, turning you into a bald kid?" Seeing Tukbao about to ask more, Li Thuong hastily interrupted. "All right, children shouldn't ask so many questions. I'll recite it for you once. Learn if you want, or don't if you don't. Come on, repeat after me." Li Thuong made up a string of incantations, then asked Tukbao, "Have you learned it?" Tukbao respectfully bowed. "Master, could you recite it a bit slower?" The 3.5-year-old child, who became a disciple, not only opened her celestial eye, but also learned mystical arts. There's an old saying, "Teaching students to surpass the teacher is self-harm." Tukbao felt this saying was about the master in front of her, so the little girl said dissatisfied, "Master, could you recite it a bit slower?" Meanwhile, Ham Ham had never been away from her mother since she was little. This time, with her mother not by her side, the girl was hugging her blanket and sobbing. While crying and rubbing her eyes, she noticed tears and was about to get a cup to collect them. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed by. Ham Ham fearfully looked after it and thought, "What was that just now? Could there really be ghosts?" Suddenly, another white shadow appeared in front of her, raising its hands and lunging towards the girl. Ham Ham screamed in fear. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open and Tukbao's voice rang out. Ham Ham didn't understand what her little sister was saying, but she saw a fireball boom out from Tukbao's hand, hitting the white shadow. Then came a miserable cry, and the white shadow frantically flew out. At this point, Li Tuong said to Tukbao, "This is an evil ghost." It turns out, ghosts are also divided into many levels. The type that can only wander in the mortal world and can't do anything is called a wandering spirit. Those carrying resentment, who died unjustly or tragically, are called vengeful ghosts. Vengeful ghosts are very fierce, sometimes able to actively appear for people to see, and can even kill people. Above vengeful ghosts are evil ghosts. Evil ghosts are the most vicious among those who died unjustly, carrying strong obsessions. There are many types of evil ghosts, all formed by human love, hatred, greed, and anger. For example, there are crying ghosts, cowardly ghosts, miserly ghosts. Tukbao seemed to understand, thinking that her sister's tendency to cry attracted the crying ghost. Li Tuong looked at Tukbao and continued, "People who cry a lot easily attract crying ghosts." Ham Ham stood nearby, her mind buzzing, completely frightened, trembling as she approached Tukbao and threw herself into the little girl's arms, sobbing. Tukbao gently comforted her. There, Sister Ham Ham, don't be afraid. Tukbao has chased that ghost away." After saying this, the little girl seemed to remember something and quickly told her sister not to cry. "Wait a moment. Tukbao will get you a glass of water. With so many tears, we must collect them. We can't waste them. So Ham Ham tried to hold back her tears and hurriedly said, "Okay, get it quickly." Tukbao rushed to get a glass, but when she brought the water back, Ham Ham had already shed 2 more tears. The 2 little girls looked at each other. Tukbao hesitantly said, "How about you try to squeeze out some more?" Ham Ham pursed her lips, taking advantage of her emotional state to try and force out tears. Finally, Tukbao got too sleepy and climbed onto the bed. "Sister, why don't we lie down and cry? It'll be less tiring that way, and maybe we'll be able to cry more." Leong stood beside them, his mouth twitching, and let out a helpless sigh. The next morning, Grandma maneuvered her electric wheelchair to Tukbao's door and gently knocked. "Tukbao, are you up? Grandfather is waiting for you to paint." Grandma gently pushed the door open. Suddenly her expression changed. The room was empty, not a soul in sight. She cried out in panic, "Quick, Tukbao is missing." Tiong'u, who was dozing off, suddenly stretched out its neck and, not afraid of causing more chaos, shouted, "Kidnapping. Someone's kidnapping children." Hearing Grandma To's loud cry, Tonatran hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Grandma To tried to stay calm, her face full of worry. "Tukbao is nowhere to be found. The parrot says someone's kidnapping children." Tonatran immediately instructed the butler to check the security cameras and asked the housekeeper to inquire if anyone had heard anything unusual early this morning. After giving these instructions, he took out his phone to make a call. At that moment, a soft voice sounded from behind. "Uncle, what is everyone looking for?" Tukbao was standing there, holding a cloth doll in one arm, rubbing her eyes with the other hand and letting out a big yawn. Everyone was bewildered. Why had Tukbao gone to Ham Ham's room? Moreover, why was Ham Ham up so early and not whining as usual? After the 2 children finished breakfast, Tukbao handed some drawing paper to Ham Ham. "Sister, this is for you." Ham Ham turned her head and huffed, "You keep it. I don't need it." Though she said this, she still took it. Tukbao was surprised. "Didn't you say you didn't need it?" Ham Ham stubbornly replied, "My paper isn't white enough, so I'll just use yours for now." A moment later, Grandpa came over and asked, "What are you 2 drawing today?" As he spoke, he took out his phone to video call Academician Lao. Tukbao held up her drawing and her sister's. "Grandpa, can you see clearly? These are the drawings my sister and I made. They're both beautiful. Can I post them online?" Tukbao turned to look at Ham Ham, who nodded in agreement. "We don't mind." So Tukbao handed the drawings to Academician Lao to take a picture. Ham Ham stood nearby, her eyes shining brightly. Turns out being praised feels like this. Before, no one except her mother had ever praised her. Mother always said Tukbao was a bad child, but now she felt that her mother was wrong. Viuyen, because Tukbao wouldn't play with her, wanted to persuade Ham Ham to isolate Tukbao with her. Kicked out of the Ta family's house, Viuyen was unwilling to give up and kept lingering outside. Since hearing that Ham Ham wasn't going to school, she went to the kindergarten to look, then came to the Ta family's house. Suddenly, Viuyen saw Ham Ham playing with Tukbao, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Such a well-behaved child playing with Tukbao, wouldn't she be corrupted? Thinking this, she called out loudly, "Ham Ham, Mommy's here to pick you up." Ham Ham was playing a fish-catching game with Tukbao, and hearing her mother's voice, she turned her head. "I think I heard Mom calling." Tukbao immediately covered Ham Ham's ears. "No, you heard wrong." Tukbao glanced at Viuyen standing outside the gate, feeling that this person's death aura was getting heavier, so she couldn't let Ham Ham go over there. She pulled Ham Ham's hand. "Quick, there's a monster behind us." Hearing this, Ham Ham immediately remembered the ghost from last night, and without looking back, ran even faster than Tukbao, shouting as she ran, "I don't want to be caught by the monster." Hearing this, Viuyen was so angry she could barely breathe. It was indeed that shameless Tukbao who had corrupted Ham Ham. That evening, during dinner, Grandpa too, worried that Tukbao might get bored staying at home all day, suggested that the whole family go camping in the park tomorrow. Tukbao asked curiously, "What's camping?" Grandpa smiled and explained, "Camping is when we go to a wild place to sleep overnight." Tukbao was even more confused. "We clearly have a house. Why do we need to go outside to sleep?" Hearing this, Tututich laughed, looking at Tukbao with disdain. "Such a country bumpkin." Grandpa glared. "What did you say? Come here." Tututich stuck out his tongue. "The Supreme Emperor has given his orders. Run quickly." Grandpa shook his head helplessly. His second son's 2 grandchildren, neither of them was easy to handle. Tuyetni, who always followed Academician Lao's account, discovered he had posted a new Weibo. Not only did he post Tukbao's drawing, but also Ham Ham's. Tuyetni's mother angrily said, "What the hell is this? The Tu family is really unreasonable. Spending money to promote Tukbao wasn't enough. Now they're even roping in Ham Ham. If they want to support someone, just say it outright." Tuyet mother complained bitterly. This position should rightfully belong to our Tuyet Nhi. Tuyet sat silently on the side, softly asking her mother, "Is it because I spoke ill of Tuk Bao that day?" The little girl still felt guilty about the lie that was exposed in front of everyone that day. Tuyet mother comforted her daughter. "Don't think too much about it. It's not your fault." Seeing her daughter's dejected look, Tuyet mother said, "Tomorrow's the weekend. Skip your extra classes. Dad and Mom will take you camping to cheer you up. Don't think about it anymore." Hearing this, Tuyet face brightened up. The next day, Grandma Armp looked at the whole family gathered happily and couldn't help but sigh. If Tuk Bao hadn't come back, perhaps our Gummaras, two family would never have been able to reunite like this. Just then, Tuk Bao ran to her side, handing her a flower. "Grandma, this is a wishing flower that Tuk Bao just found for you." On the other side, Tuthangni and Totu Lam were setting up the tent, hammering stakes. The stake went into the ground a bit, but then wouldn't go any further. Tuthangni scratched his head. "Where's my hammer?" Just then, Tuk Bao came running with a toolbox. "Uncle Five, the hammer's here." Tutu Lam was silent. Bringing a whole box of hammers for camping, Tuk Bao was the first person he'd seen do that. Tuk Bao looked at the row of shiny hammers, her eyes sparkling. Tuthangni said, "What do you think? Aren't your uncle's hammers powerful?" Tuk Bao happily replied, "Extremely powerful." Tuthangni was even more pleased. "Do you like them, Tuk Bao?" Tuk Bao mimicked Tuthangni's tone. "I super like them." Tuitham, standing not far away, twitched his mouth. He felt his adorable little granddaughter had been corrupted, a little girl liking hammers. Tuk Bao asked, "Uncle Tu, where do you need to hammer the stakes? Let Tuk Bao help you." Tutulam absent-mindedly pointed somewhere. So, with the little girl's boom-boom shouts, all four corners of the tent were firmly staked. At this moment, a car stopped in front of the camping spot chosen by the Tu family. Tuyet Nhi had just gotten out of the car when she was surprised to see Tonyat Tran there too. She quickly extended her hand. "Uncle To, you're here too." Tuyet Nhi's mother thought this was a good opportunity to get closer to the To family, so she said to her daughter, "Shall we camp here too?" Tuyet Nhi happily said, "Yes, I want to play with Tuk Bao too." Unexpectedly, Tonyat Tran coldly said, "We have a lot of people. There's no more space." He meant to tell Tuyet Nhi's family not to come here. Tuyet Nhi's father was a bit embarrassed. He looked at the empty space not far away. "It's okay. We can go over there. We'll still be nearby. It'll be convenient to visit." Tuyet Nhi pretended not to notice the adult's awkwardness and went up to Tuk Bao. "What are you playing? Come on, let me take you to play with Havan." Tuk Bao felt Tuyet Nhi's fake smile was very similar to her stepmother's, so she said, "I don't want to play with you." After saying this, she hugged the toolbox and turned to leave. Tuyet Nhi was stunned. She hadn't even dwelled on losing the chance to attend the birthday party. How could Tuk Bao treat her like this? Tuyet Nhi thought, Ham Ham doesn't like Tuk Bao, so she pulled Ham Ham over to isolate Tuk Bao together, wondering what Tuk Bao could do about it. Unexpectedly, Ham Ham also snorted coldly. "Who wants to play with you? Who do you think you are?" After saying that, she ran towards Tuk Bao. Tuyet Nhi was completely ignored and could only go to the riverbank in frustration, rubbing her eyes, sniffling as she asked Havan, "Brother Havan, what did I do wrong? Why won't Tuk Bao and Ham Ham play with me?" To her surprise, Havan told her to go home and cry, not to bother him. After saying that, the boy stood up and left, heading towards Tuk Bao. Tuyet Nhi bit her lip, feeling even more hurt and unfair. Why did everyone go to play with Tuk Bao, and no one wanted to play with her? Just then, she heard someone calling her from behind. That woman, just because her husband's family didn't allow her to take her daughter, had cruelly enticed her daughter to do bad things, making her husband's family regret it. Vi Uyen lured Tuyet Nhi over, lying that she had argued with old Mrs. To, asking Tuyet Nhi to call Ham Ham over, while instructing the girl to keep it a secret. During Tuk Bao's birthday party, Tuyet Nhi's mother had told her daughter to win over Aunt Vi Uyen. Therefore, the girl quickly agreed, running up to Ham Ham and whispering a few words. Ham Ham suspiciously looked in the direction Tuyet Nhi pointed, indeed seeing her mother standing in the woods waving at her. After all, Ham Ham was Vi Uyen's daughter, having lived with her since childhood, and still had some feelings for her. The girl ran over, throwing herself into Vi Uyen's arms, calling out Mom. Vi Uyen, with tears in her eyes, said, "My poor daughter, not seeing Mom for 2 days. You must have missed me a lot, right? Have you been eating and sleeping well these past 2 days?" Vi Uyen asked. Ham Ham shook her head. "Grandpa and Grandma said I have to eat at mealtime, and if I miss it, I can't eat anymore." Hearing this, Vi Uyen complained, "Your grandparents are so heartless." Then she coaxed her daughter. Ham Ham, come on. Let Mom take you to your maternal grandparents' house." Ham Ham hesitated hesitated for a moment, turning her head to look at her mother. I don't want to go. I want to play here. Vyuin was surprised that Ham, who used to cling to her like a barnacle, now refused to go. Her face immediately turned sour. They treated Ham like that, and she still couldn't bear to leave. Thinking this, she pretended to be pitiful and said to Ham, "Don't you need mom anymore?" This question has a devastating effect on most children, but Ham removed Vyuin's hand, firmly saying, "I want to play here. Why don't you ever let Ham choose for herself?" Seeing her mother angry, Ham burst into tears. At this moment, everyone in the family heard the crying and came running. Lam coldly shouted at Vyuin, "Haven't you done enough?" Vyuin, realizing she had been discovered, didn't hide anymore and loudly argued back. "What have I done? I'm my daughter's mother. Am I not allowed to visit her?" Then she grabbed Ham's hand. "You want to play here, right? Then mom will stay and play with you." Ham tried to struggle, but couldn't escape her mother's grip. The girl cried, "I don't want to. I want to play with Tukbao." Hearing this, Vyuin felt even more hatred towards Tukbao. That cunning child had just returned and already ruined her marriage. Vyuin angrily said, "You still want to play with her. She'll only spoil you." Vyuin scolded. "Moreover, your grandparents not letting you eat is child abuse. When you grow up, never care about them again. You must remember, in this world, only mom loves you the most. Only mom treats you well. When you grow up, you're only allowed to treat mom well." Ham was so frightened by Vyuin's fierce tone that she cried out loudly. At this moment, another hand grabbed the girl's hand. Lam decided to take Ham back from Vyuin. Ham felt like she was about to be torn in half. Vyuin said, "Let go, you're hurting Ham," but her hand gripped her child even tighter. On the contrary, Lam let go. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the incoming number, he answered, "Is this Mr. Lam?" It's unclear what was said on the other end, but Vyuin suddenly had a bad feeling. Lam stared at Vyuin, coldly saying into the phone, "You can come here." Tukbao looked at Vyuin with cautious and puzzled eyes. Why were there so many black streaks appearing on Aunt Tu's body? Li Tuong explained beside her, "You can still see them. I didn't expect that today isn't their death day, yet they're self-punishing." Tukbao asked confusedly, "What's self-punishing?" Li Tuong said, "It means suicide." Guessing that Vyuin heard the police were coming, realized her crime was exposed, so she wanted to make the children regret this. Vyuin heard Lam say the police were coming. Realizing her crime was about to be exposed, she wanted to take Ham with her to threaten the Tu family. Tukbao immediately looked at Vyuin and shouted, "Aunt Tu wants to take sister Ham to commit suicide." Vyuin's face changed. She didn't expect Tukbao to expose her intention. Immediately, she hugged Ham and ran towards the lake. Old Mrs. Tu frantically shouted, "Hurry, stop her." However, the two brothers had already guessed Vyuin's intention and reacted quickly, blocking her. Vyuin grabbed Ham's neck, screaming, "Don't come closer. The incident from 6 years ago is over. Why do you keep holding on to it? I just wanted to be the second young mistress of the Tu family. What did I do wrong?" Just then, a car drove by. Vyuin desperately hugged Ham and rushed onto the road. Lam panicked. At that moment, Tukbao grabbed a toy shovel from nearby and threw it at Vyuin's head. The shovel hit its mark, causing Vyuin to become dizzy and fall to the ground. The little girl explained, "I only used a tiny bit of strength." Tukbao was afraid of being scolded because she had promised the eldest cousin not to use her strength in front of outsiders. But Tonat Tran just patted her head and said, "Vyuin deserved it." At this moment, police sirens could be heard from afar. Several police officers got out of the car and walked straight to Vyuin, sternly issuing an arrest warrant. "Vyuin, you are suspected of murder 6 years ago. We now have sufficient evidence and will arrest you according to the law." Vyuin was startled. The incident from 6 years ago had no evidence, so how could there be evidence now? The police officer presented a document. "We found your fingerprints on the paper bag in Miss Lai Mai's hand. Inside the bag was money. After investigating the serial numbers on the bills, we discovered this money was withdrawn by you at the Lam County Bank 6 years ago. First, you hired someone to drug Mr. Lam, then killed to silence them. The evidence is clear. Please come with us to the station." Vyuin was stunned. After so long, how could they still investigate this? Being put in the car, Vyuin still didn't give up hope, clinging to the car window begging, Lam, Ham is still young. She can't live without her mother." The police officer asked Vyuin about the wound on the back of her head. Tunatran pointed at Lam. "There was a dispute earlier. Vyuin wanted to hug the child and jump into the lake to commit suicide. My brother was too anxious and hit her." Hearing this, Lam was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I hit her." The police officer, while taking notes, asked, "What did you use to hit her?" Lam silently picked up the toy shovel from the ground. The police officer looked at the shovel, puzzled. "Are you sure this toy can cause such an injury? Lam firmly said, I'm sure. Finally, after finishing the notes, the police officer left with the toy shovel. Tuk Bao stared blankly as the police car disappeared. Her toy shovel was taken away. Sorry, little shovel. Tuk Bao didn't mean to abandon you. Li Tuangfu, standing nearby, glanced in the direction of Tuk Bao's gaze. It's just a toy shovel. Even if the police didn't take it, it would have been dirty anyway. Seeing Tuk Bao's regretful expression, everyone in the two family thought the little girl was sad because she witnessed an adult being arrested in front of her. Just now, Ham Ham had been taken elsewhere. Old Mrs. Tu asked Tuk Bao with a heavy heart. Tuk Bao, are you all right? Tuk Bao shook her head. I'm fine. The old doesn't leave, the new doesn't come. Hearing this, Lam silently vowed, there won't be a new one. He won't find a second person in this lifetime. The incident finally came to an end. Viet Phi gently patted Tuk Bao's head. Tuk Bao, don't think about it anymore. Let's go. Uncle Three will take you to eat something delicious. Tuk Bao raised her little face and asked, can I eat anything? Even barbecue? Old Mrs. Tu quickly instructed, Tuk Bao, just one skewer, okay. Grilled food is very hot. You can't eat too much. Lam pushed the wheelchair, bringing old Mrs. Tu over. Tuk Bao looked dejectedly at the grill, saying goodbye to each skewer of meat. Viet Phi came to his mother's side and said, Mom, let Tuk Bao eat whatever she wants for a bit. If she gets too hot, Old Eight will take care of it. As soon as Qingyu heard Old Eight, he shook his head vigorously, shouting, Old Eight, butt in bloom. Tom, who was walking towards the riverbank, almost fell face first upon hearing this. He helplessly glared at the parrot. At this moment, Tuyetni brought a strawberry cake and asked Tuk Bao, do you want to eat cake with me? It's delicious. In this world, no child can resist the allure of strawberry cake, nor can anyone refuse Tuyetni. Yet Tuk Bao turned her head and said, no need. Tuk Bao doesn't want to eat. I want to save room for Uncle Three's barbecue. Tuyetni felt embarrassed and asked sadly, don't you like me? Tuk Bao looked at Tuyetni seriously, nodding vigorously. That's right. I told you last time. Why don't you remember? Tuyetni had never been rejected so bluntly, so she ran away, shouting, Tuk Bao is evil. You're bullying me. No one noticed the small bush not far away where the shadows slightly moved. A dark figure was crawling on the grass, raising its head, its face covered in watermelon juice. The boy reached out his hand, grabbing towards the Tu family. The back of the boy's hand was covered in crisscrossing wounds, looking like a demon child. Li Thuong finally found an opportunity, hovering beside Tuk Bao, who was eagerly eating a skewer. Tuk Bao, it's time for your lesson. As soon as Tuk Bao heard this, she exclaimed, Master is so talkative. Whenever you're free, you make me study, always teaching things I don't understand at all. However, Li Thuong continued to chatter in her ear. It's okay if you don't understand now. You'll naturally understand when you need to use it later. Today, Master will teach you about Huyenmon martial arts, also known as Sonyi Men Tuong Bok. San refers to mountain retreats, including alchemy, charms, secret techniques, military strategies. Y is easier to understand. Traditional medicine, astrology, witchcraft all fall under the category of Y. Tuk Bao's little ears suddenly perked up. Witchcraft. Does that mean Tuk Bao has to learn to jump on altars? Tuk Bao doesn't want to learn that. The police will arrest me. Li Tuong looked at the child in front of him, speechless. Where did you learn about that? You even know about jumping on altars. Tuk Bao said seriously, before, when Dad Lam Fong took me out, we met a mentally ill person. He claimed to be a god and jumped on an altar, then was arrested by the police. Li Tuong thought to himself, it's right for such people to be arrested, but skilled witch doctors usually only need to move a few fingers. He continued patiently lecturing. In short, you just need to know that after learning this, you can cure grandmother's illness. Tuk Bao immediately sat up straight, obedient like a model student. Tuk Bao wants to learn. Tuk Bao wants to save grandmother. Seeing the child listening attentively, a smug smile appeared on Li Tuong's face. It's time to teach Tuk Bao. When it came to the dream interpretation part, Tuk Bao raised her hand. I know about fortune-telling and dream interpretation. Almost got arrested by the police too. That time when I went out with Dad, a blind uncle said he wanted to tell my fortune, but then a policeman came, and he ran away without his sandals. The little girl's face was full of confusion. Master, can you teach me something that won't get me arrested by the police? Hearing this, Li Tuong couldn't help but laugh and cry. Where on earth did you go with your stepfather? All these random things. Tuk Bao also recalled past events. I don't know either. Dad just said he was going to buy cigarettes, told me to wait in place. I waited for a long time, but Dad never came back. In the end, a policeman took me home. Could it be that Lam Fong wasn't taking the girl out, but trying to abandon her? Li Thuong's indifferent expression suddenly became serious. Did you really stand there waiting? Tuk Bao nodded. I stood on some bricks, piled on 4 sides, very well behaved, didn't run around. But in the end, Dad still forgot about me. At this point, the smile on Tukbao's little face gradually disappeared, and she said softly, Master, actually, Dad wanted to abandon me, right? Actually, I knew. When Dad turned his back and left, I already knew I was abandoned. Li Thuong was momentarily speechless. What a foolish child. He patted Tukbao's head with a heavy heart. In the future, if anyone doesn't want you, you shouldn't want them either, understand? Those who abandon you never deserve forgiveness, nor are they worthy of your love. Tukbao nodded, seemingly understanding. Very soon after, a smile reappeared on her little face. Children really do change as unpredictably as the weather. Then Master, teach me traditional medicine. I know traditional medicine doesn't get you arrested by the police, and it's even on TV. Li Thuong couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. How is it possible to say 3 sentences without mentioning getting arrested by the police? What TV appearance? He casually asked, what TV show? Tukbao excitedly said, it's those programs selling miracle medicines. I learned about traditional medicine from watching those shows. Tukbao immediately imitated the dialogue from the advertisement, reciting it for Li Thuong. After finishing, she asked, Master, what does impotent mean? Li Thuong's mouth twitched, and he made up an answer. It's when you need to do something, but can't raise your head. Tukbao immediately understood, her face full of admiration. Then it seems like all the athletes on TV are impotent. Li Thuong said, very good. Do you know that afterwards all those people were arrested by the police? Tukbao was stunned. Indeed, the things Master taught made no sense. Learning anything would get you arrested by the police. But for grandmother's sake, Tukbao had to take the risk. Looking at the innocent expression on Tukbao's little face, Li Thuong knew without thinking what she was thinking. It seems you have some misunderstandings about traditional medicine. It looks like Master needs to teach you from the beginning. Traditional medicine is. Just then, Ham Ham interrupted Li Thuong, snatching away his rare teaching opportunity. Ham Ham immediately handed a cooked meat skewer to Tukbao. Tukbao happily accepted it, saying thank you. Ham Ham frowned. No need to thank me. I didn't get it for you on purpose. I just couldn't finish it, so I gave it to you. Got it, Tukbao mumbled in response. Ham Ham immediately ran off. If observed carefully, one would see that her mood was quite good now, no longer wearing the unpleasant expression from before. At this moment, grandmother decided to take Tukbao to pick blackberries. Tukbao curiously asked, Grandmother, what are blackberries? The old lady patiently explained, they're a type of wild fruit that grows in the forest. When I was young and lived in the countryside, I often went to pick and eat them. They're very sweet. As soon as she heard the word sweet, Tukbao's eyes lit up. Grandmother, wait for me. I'll finish my meat skewer and come right away. Saying that, she quickly stuffed the grilled meat skewer into her mouth. Arriving at the nearby forest, Tukbao looked around and asked, Grandmother, where are the blackberries? The old lady pointed ahead. Blackberries usually grow in bushes. Let's go there and look. Suddenly, Yu, who was flying in front, suddenly rushed out, flapping its wings wildly, shouting, Ghost, ghost. For some reason, a sense of unease rose in Grandmother Tu's heart. She hurriedly said to Tukbao, if you're scared, we can go back. Upon hearing about ghosts, Tukbao wasn't scared at all, but instead became very excited. Master loves ghosts the most. Let's go, Grandmother. Saying that, the little girl ran towards the direction of the moving air ahead. Grandmother, I'll go take a look and come right back. Seeing this, Grandmother frantically chased after her. Just a moment ago, she could see Tukbao in front, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Only the old lady was left alone. The quiet forest scenery scared her to tears. She called out, Tukbao, it's dangerous. Come back here quickly. Suddenly, the bushes in front rustled. The old lady anxiously looked in that direction, only to see Tukbao struggling to carry a ghost out. Tukbao looked up and noticed the old lady had also come in. Seeing her scared, the little girl quickly threw the ghost to the ground. The ghost fell to the ground, letting out a groan. Tukbao didn't care. She ran to hug the old lady tightly. The old lady thought the little girl was scared and was about to comfort her, but then heard the child's young voice saying, Be good, Grandmother. Don't be afraid. Tukbao is here. At first, Grandmother wasn't too scared, but being moved by Tukbao, tears suddenly welled up. She choked up and said, Tukbao, don't leave Grandmother behind. What if something happened to you? Hearing this, Tukbao felt even more guilty for scaring the old lady. Grandmother, I'm sorry. Tukbao was bad. The little girl remembered her promise to her mother to take good care of Grandmother, yet she left Grandmother alone. She really was terrible. At this moment, the two brothers hurriedly ran over, seeing the grandmother and granddaughter hugging each other. Tuwai Tham asked loudly, Mother, what happened? We just heard you calling for Tukbao. The parrot stood on the ground, flapping its wings and shouting, "Ghost! Ghost! Cheap, cheap!" Tuwaitham stepped forward, using his hand to check the ghost lying on the ground, comforting the old lady. "This is a boy," the old lady sighed in relief, asking, "Is he dead?" Tukbao shook her head. "Not dead yet. Earlier I thought it was really a ghost, but when I ran to look, I saw it was a young boy." Tuwaitham checked the boy's breathing and pulse. "He can still be saved." Tuvan Triu told Tukanmak to contact the hospital. They would take the boy back to the tent first. He was still alive, so they had to try to save him. Then he instructed Tukbao to take good care of her grandmother. At this moment, Li Tuong was floating in midair, feeling extremely happy. He joyfully said, "Just earlier we were talking about teaching you medicine. Now we have a practical case. Losing one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. This is a very typical symptom. Later, Master will teach you how to treat it. Do you want to learn?" Tukbao mumbled in response. "Saving 1 life is better than building 7. Li Thuong asked, "7 what?" Tukbao blankly said, "Pago pago." Li Thuong nearly bit his tongue, helplessly saying, 7 pagodas. From afar, Tuyetni's father saw the 2 family group carrying something and couldn't help but feel strange, so he approached to ask if they needed help, as their camp had medicine. Mr. To firmly declined. Tuyetni's father's eyes swept around, noticing a string of English letters on the boy's clothes. The man suddenly froze. This string of letters in the country only served the To, Tu, and Mook families, and the Muk family didn't have any sons. That means this child must be young Master Tu, the person who had been missing for many days from one of the 3 largest clans in the capital, the Tu family. Tuyetni's mother saw the Tu family carrying a child, so she asked her husband who the child they were carrying was. Tuyetni's father said it was the Tu family's child. The English letters on the boy's body were from the Tu family. It's just that the 2 family members didn't seem to recognize the boy yet. Hearing this, a gleam of excitement flashed in Tuyetni's mother's eyes. This is the young Master Tu who was kidnapped and has been missing all this time. Madame Tu is frantically searching. If we contact Madame Tu now, saying we found her precious grandson. Tuyetni's father immediately interrupted. "Are you stupid? Going to steal credit from the Tu family. They found him, and we claim it. Wouldn't that be treating both the To family and the Tu family as fools?" Hearing this, Tuyetni's mother became anxious. The opportunity to win the Tu family's favor was slipping away. So what should we do now? Tuyetni's father secretly went elsewhere to make a phone call. At this time, the Tu family was searching everywhere for young Master Tu, and a phone number had been widely publicized. Tuyetni's father called that number, pretending to be eager. "May I speak to Mr. Tu? This is Lam Kim Vu. The situation is this. The young lady of the To family has found young Master Tu. Mr. To asked me to call and inform you." Hearing her husband's words, Tuyetni's mother couldn't help but admire him. Her husband was so clever, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, winning favor with both families. In the Tu family's tent, Li Thuong was now teaching Tukbao about soul summoning. Souls are divided into Yang souls and Yin souls. The 3 souls of a person are the Master Soul, the Conscious Soul, and the Life Soul. The Master Soul and Life Soul always stay in the body. The other 2 souls frequently stay outside, so they're easily lost. Currently, that boy has lost 1 soul. Tukbao scratched her head, her attention focusing on another issue. "Master, if souls are so easily lost like that, why don't we just tie the other 2 souls to the body permanently?" Li Thuong waved his hand. "Children shouldn't ask so many questions. You'll understand later." He feared Tukbao would ask 100,000 more why questions, so he quickly continued. "Before summoning the soul, you need to light an incense stick, light a fire basin, then throw the clothes of the person who lost their soul into the fire basin, and recite the soul summoning incantation. Now, Master will recite it once for you to hear. Hu bien liet kash hiokwi, hu nai hom dat kaiwi, sat bingung sat vutap ziedelai telai su, sat bingung sat vutap." Li Thuong recited in 1 long breath, then asked, "Tukbao, do you remember?" Tukbao nodded firmly. "I remember, Master." Li Thuong praised. "Indeed, a child with extraordinary talent. Now recite it back to me." Tukbao immediately recited, "Small black turtle on the left has a big stomach. Sat boy nin kills black chicken, little brother poops and smears poop. Sat boy nin kills black chicken." Li Thuong was stunned. What the hell is this? Although the pronunciation was similar, how did it turn out like this? Just as he thought this, Li Thuong suddenly noticed the air around them starting to move. Tukbao's incantation actually worked. Tukbao frowned, asking, "Who is Sat Boy Nin? Why is he killing chickens? Why does the baby poop twice?" Li Thuong's mouth twisted, not knowing how to answer. Beside them, grandmother Tram. To only heard Tukbao mumbling, her face slightly changing, worriedly asking, Tukbao, can you tell grandma who you're talking to? Tukbao was heard saying, I'm talking to my master. The old lady was stunned, growing more worried. She feared that Tukbao, due to mistreatment when young, had developed a split personality, seeing another little friend. But this was a mental illness. At this moment, Li Thuong beside her picked Tukbao up. Master has already told you. Don't mention master to others. Have you forgotten? Tukbao looked troubled. But grandma isn't others. Seeing Tukbao talking to herself again, the old lady's heart sank. My poor little Tukbao, could she really be mentally ill? The old lady to heartbrokenly hugged Tukbao tightly, crying and saying, My little Tukbao, why is your fate so cruel? Don't be afraid, Tukbao. Now you have your grandparents, and so many uncles. Everything will be all right. Tukbao was confused. Why was grandma suddenly crying like this? The head of the two family came to pick up Tu Diek Nien. Little did they know, the boy's life had nearly been lost. Tu Yet Nie's parents hurriedly went out to welcome the two family head, pretending to be part of the group. But the two family members didn't even glance at them, heading straight for the Tu family's tent. Tu Yet Nie's parents felt embarrassed and humiliated. Why didn't the Tu family pay any attention to us? A cold, stern man stepped in front of the Tu family's tent. Tukbao grabbed Li Thuong, curiously asking, Master, why is there a golden light around that man? It's so bright, it hurts my eyes. Li Thuong explained, That's a person with great merit. Some talented and virtuous people who have made great contributions to the country will be surrounded by golden light when they pass away. That's perfect merit. Tukbao understood, then asked, Then why is there death energy within the golden light? After some time studying, Tukbao could now recognize death energy. Li Thuong continued explaining, Because he has also killed people, but only bad people, so the death energy he's contaminated with can't get close. It's blocked outside by the golden light. At this moment, the middle-aged man had arrived. Tukbao suddenly understood. So this uncle is a good person who specializes in beating up bad people. So she said to the man, Hello, uncle. Nice to meet you. Tuda was slightly startled. This little girl wasn't afraid of him and even smiled at him. The man's face was cold. Usually many children would cry in fear seeing his fierce expression, but this little girl in front of him not only didn't cry but was grinning at him. Tuda collected himself. Hello, child. You're Tukbao, right? You're the one who brought Diek Nien back, aren't you? Tukbao nodded. Yes, sir. The little girl before him was truly adorable. Tuda couldn't help but look at her again. Thank you, child. When Diek Nien recovers, I'll personally bring him to thank you. The men in black behind him quickly carried the unconscious boy out. Tuda nodded at Tonat Tran, about to leave when Tukbao suddenly became anxious. Wait, uncle. Big brother's illness isn't normal. If he doesn't wake up, please remember to come find Tukbao. Tuda nodded perfunctorily, clearly not paying attention to these words. Initially planning to stay overnight at the wetland park to let Tukbao experience camping, but now with this incident, grandmother too felt uneasy. Thinking about how Diek Nien was also kidnapped, she decided to return early. The next day, at a certain private hospital, 5th floor. Tuda stood straight in front of the emergency room door, the woman beside him pacing back and forth in front of the emergency room. She was Diek Nien's mother, Anu Van. Tuda gently comforted. Don't worry, it will be fine. Anu Van, despite her gentle name, had a fiery temper. My son is being treated inside. How can I not worry? At this moment, the operating room door opened. The doctor came out, his eyes very heavy. Mr. Tu, Mrs. Tu, we've done our best. Please prepare yourselves. Anu Van's legs went weak. Tuda quickly supported her, holding her in his arms. The doctor said, when he was first brought in, we did a full examination but couldn't find the cause, and young Master Tu's breathing is getting weaker. He's also losing weight for unknown reasons. Since last night, he's lost 5 kilos already. It's truly unprecedented. Forgive me for being blunt. Continuing treatment like this would just be futile. It's better to take him home and prepare for the funeral. Anu Van's tears fell. She choked out. Doctor, is there really no other way? The doctor didn't want to say these words either. We're truly at a loss. Please try to contain your grief. At this moment, the angry voice of the Tu family's grandmother rang out. No way, huh? Humph. Indeed, we shouldn't have trusted you quacks from the start. The Tu family's grandmother was quite superstitious, saying she had just invited a great master who could definitely save Diek Nien with celestial methods. Grandmother Tu had sought many experts before, but in the end, they all turned out to be frauds. Seeing her son's disbelief, she raised her voice. This time is different. This time I've found Master Van. Do you know who Master Van is? Others can't even get to meet him. Master Van has already attained immortality. Do you understand? Tuda firmly refused. No need. Suddenly, Tuda remembered little Tukbao's words. Big brother's illness isn't normal. If he doesn't wake up, please remember to come find Tuk Bao. Tuda seemed to make up his mind, and said to his wife, let's take Diek Nien Tu to the Tu family. Hearing Tuda say this, she became even angrier. What good will finding a child do? What does she know? Believe it or not, if anything happens to Diek Nien, I won't live either. But Tuda still said firmly, Mother, Diek Nien was saved by Tuk Bao. I trust her. After saying this, Tuda turned and left. Watching her son's back as he left, she angrily shouted, Master Van, you don't believe him, but you believe that little girl? Are you trying to kill Diek Nien? Grandmother, too, wanting to save her grandson, had somehow invited an old Taoist priest wearing a yellow robe. Master Lam, can you please come with me to the family's house? Master Lam said haughtily, this old Taoist normally doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. Agreeing to come here with you is already breaking the rules. Grandmother, too, respectfully nodded. It's all because of my unfilial son, yet he chooses to believe a child. She anxiously and helplessly recounted Tuda's words, while also mentioning the renovation of Master Van's temple. After hearing this, Master Lam agreed. I also have a connection to this matter. I'll go with you then. Let's see which milk-breathed child dares to speak nonsense. Grandmother, too, was extremely grateful and hurriedly led Master Lam to the two families' house. Meanwhile, Tuk Bao anxiously asked her grandmother, has the big brother from yesterday woken up yet? Grandmother, too, said she didn't know either. There had been no news since they left yesterday. Talak pushed up his golden glasses, smiling slightly. This little one, caring so much about others, he thought to himself, the two families' treasure had only been found recently, yet she was about to be stolen away by that stinky boy. But Tuk Bao seriously said, saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas, you know? Tuk Bao looked at her fourth uncle in front of her. He was indeed handsome, just that his smile looked a bit mischievous. Talak laughed. Little one, you're so young yet you understand this. At this moment, Li Tuong beside them asked Tuk Bao, if you want to know about that boy's condition so much, do you want to learn from your master? Once you've learned, you can calculate it yourself to know how the boy is doing. Tuk Bao looked at Li Tuong puzzled. Li Tuong sat cross-legged and asked, do you remember the mystical martial arts I taught you yesterday? Tuk Bao raised her hand saying she remembered. Li Tuong glanced at the little girl, doubting in his heart. With that look, what could she possibly remember? Then, he slowly explained the basic knowledge to Tuk Bao. Divination belongs to mystical martial arts. Simply put, it's using the 6-line hexagram to predict future fortune or misfortune. Today, Master will teach you to divine using a turtle shell. Of course, if you can't find a turtle shell, you can use something similar as a substitute. Tuk Bao's eyes suddenly lit up. Tuk Bao has a turtle shell. After saying this, she pulled Li Tuong towards the nearby artificial flower garden. Master, look, there's a turtle here. At this moment, Li Tuong was stunned. What are you doing? Even if divination requires a turtle shell, it's not supposed to be from a live turtle. Little Tuk Bao had already grabbed the old turtle and tossed it onto the grass. The old turtle rolled a few times on the grass before stopping. Mr. Turtle, please tell Tuk Bao about that big brother's condition. Li Tuong thought to himself, here we go. Tuk Bao squatted in front of the old turtle, hands hugging her knees, chin resting on the back of her hands, intently watching the old turtle. Li Tuong stood beside her, his mouth twitching. What's this? Tuk Bao said, that big brother isn't dead yet. He's on his way here, and there's also a fraudulent old man. Poor big brother, he might not survive. Tuk Bao said, her eyes reddening. Could it be the turtle? Li Tuong mumbled, suddenly widening his eyes at Tuk Bao. Impossible. At this moment, the sound of a car engine was heard outside the villa to family's estate. Tuk Bao stood up, patting her bottom. Big brother is here. Li Tuong irritatedly counted on his fingers, suddenly letting out an ah, looking at Tuk Bao in astonishment. I can't believe the little girl was right. Just then, Grandmother To's voice faintly came through. Aunt Ngo, quickly go call Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao ran as fast as she could, calling out, I'm coming, Grandmother. Tuk Bao looked up at Tuda. Uncle Tu, how's big brother? As soon as Aunt Nuvan saw Tuk Bao, she grabbed onto her like a lifeline. Diek Nien is almost gone. Tuk Bao, please save Diek Nien. Diek Nien lay motionless in Tuda's arms. Tuk Bao led everyone into the house. That's right, Aunt. Did you bring any of Big Brother's clothes? Aunt Nuvan suddenly remembered there was one of Diek Nien's shirts in the car and hurriedly went to get it. Tuk Bao then asked her grandmother to find an iron basin and some paper money. Grandmother thought to herself, does Tuk Bao want to save the big brother? Aunt Ngo said, those things are all in the storage room. Let me go get them for you. Just now, when the boy's parents brought him before Tuk Bao, she noticed a candle burning above the boy's head. She asked her master beside her, why is there a candle above Big Brother's head? Li Tuong explained, that's called a head candle. All people near death have one. When this candle burns out, the person dies. After saying this, Li Thuong's brows furrowed tightly. People about to die, even with one foot in the grave, don't have a head candle. Could it be the boy really won't survive? Hearing this, Tuk Bao, not knowing that the appearance of a head candle meant certain death, only heard Li Thuong say that when the candle burns out, the person dies. The girl anxiously was about to act when suddenly a panting voice came from the door. "Stop." Grandmother Tu scolded. "You fraud. How dare you play with my grandson's life? I'll beat you to death." She raised the cane in her hand to strike Tuk Bao. Everything happened so quickly, no one had time to react, let alone expect her to strike someone. The back of Tuk Bao's hand was hit. Seeing this, Tanat Tran's face immediately darkened. "I let you in here because your grandson is here, not for you to come in and hit people." Grandmother Tu, who greatly valued seniority, felt very uncomfortable being scolded like this by Tanat Tran, as if anyone really wanted to come to your To family's house. She then turned to her son. "Ada, take Diek Nien and let's go." Unexpectedly, Tuda coldly replied, "If you want to go by yourself." Just then, Master Van entered with an inscrutable expression, saying, "It's too late now." Tuk Bao, also anxiously looking at Tu Diek Nien lying on the ground, said, "Uncle Tu, if we don't save him, Big Brother won't make it." Master Van frowned at Tuk Bao. "This little girl dares to imitate me. I say it's too late, and she also says it's too late. So young and already shameless." As soon as Grandmother Tu heard too late, she hurriedly begged Master Van, "Please save my grandson." Compared to her earlier arrogant attitude, at this moment she was extremely sincere. Master Van sighed. "Seeing you so pitiful, this old Taoist will help once." He then called to his disciple behind him, Truong Fong. Yes, the disciple immediately set up an altar. Grandmother Tu shed grateful tears, feeling that her grandson finally had hope. Master Van moved very quickly, holding a peachwood sword in his hand, mumbling, "Summon divine soldiers, subdue evil spirits, open the underworld, 5 thunder generals, fire chariot general, turn heaven and earth upside down, urgent as the law commands." Suddenly, the bronze bell in the disciple's hand rang loudly. After a commotion, Tuk Bao looked at Tu Diek Nien. The candle above the boy's head was only 1/3 left. Tuk Bao loudly exposed, "He's a fraud. He didn't perform any magic at all. So this is the calamity the turtle mentioned." Master Van retorted, "Such disrespectful words should be spoken less. I just performed the ritual. In no more than 5 minutes, young Master Tu will wake up." After saying this, he hugged the peachwood sword to his chest, putting on airs of an enlightened master. Tuk Bao was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Big Brother won't wake up. What he did was completely useless. At this moment, Grandmother Tu blocked Tuk Bao. "You're just a child. What do you know? Don't disturb Master Van, or else." Nuvan frantically rushed over and pushed her away. "My son, I can take care of him." Grandmother Tu angrily said, "How insolent. Is this how a daughter-in-law treats her mother-in-law?" Just then, Tanat Tran looked at his watch and asked Master Van, "Didn't you say he would wake up in 5 minutes?" Tuda also coldly looked at Master Van. "Will you leave on your own, or should I help you?" Master Van's face immediately turned sour. He snorted, "Since I achieved enlightenment, no one has dared to treat me like this. You people actually believe a child. I think you've all gone mad." Grandmother Tu beside them desperately cried and said, "How can you treat a divine immortal like this? Do you want to kill Diek Nien? Do you want to kill my grandson?" Tuda ignored his mother's loud crying, turned to Tuk Bao and asked, "Tuk Bao, is there still time for Diek Nien? Uncle trusts you." Finally, everything was prepared. Tuk Bao threw Tu Diek Nien's clothes into the charcoal basin, sat cross-legged, her small face serious, and began to mumble. "Small black turtle on the left has a big stomach. Kill a black chicken. Tat Boy Ning kills a black chicken." Upon hearing this, Li Thuong frowned. "What's this about killing a black chicken? Is this girl just playing house?" Master Van beside him darkened his face and shouted, "So young and already pretending, deceiving people. How foolish." Truong Fong, the disciple standing behind Master Van, also angrily said, "That's right. If this girl can save Tu Diek Nien, I'll plant a banana tree and eat 5 kilos of manure." Before he could finish, suddenly the clothes in the charcoal basin whoosh stood upright. This scene was too bizarre. Everyone's faces froze, and Truong Fong's words abruptly stopped. A green flame erupted in the charcoal basin. Tu Diek Nien's clothes slowly stood up, the sleeves slowly raised. Tuk Bao smiled, reached out towards the shirt, and said in a childish voice, "Big Brother, come back quickly." The shirt suddenly fell down. Tu Diek Nien, lying on the ground, slightly moved his fingers. Everyone held their breath, staring at Tu Diek Nien. Nuvan was already stunned, her whole body trembling, eyes wide open, afraid that this was just her imagination. The arrogant expression on Master Van's face instantly froze, looking to the side in disbelief. Young Master Tu just moved. How is this possible? Truong Fong was so embarrassed he wanted to sink into the ground, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. No way. Did that girl really save Tu Diek Nien? With the influence of the Tu and Tu families, if they pursue this, do I really have to eat 5 kilos of manure? Not long ago, Tuk Bao had used the soul summoning technique taught by her master to save the boy in front of her, but he still hadn't woken up after waiting for so long. Truong Fong, Master Van's disciple, sighed in relief. See, I told you, you believed a child, what a waste of time. If you had let my master continue the ritual earlier, he might have woken up already. Master Van's face darkened, putting on airs of a wise man lecturing Truong Fong. Death is the most serious matter. You mustn't speak nonsense. Hearing Truong Fong's words, Grandmother Tu finally couldn't hold back and wailed. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed my grandson. I want you to pay with your life for my grandson. At this moment, Tu Da loudly scolded his mother, telling her to shut up. Grandmother Tu was stunned. You dare to be fierce with me. You. My life is so miserable. My grandson is gone, and now my son doesn't want me either. Master Van stood to the side, hearing all this commotion, feeling quite pleased, thinking this was how it should be. Who told them to be so unlucky? Even he couldn't save the boy, yet a child managed to bring him back to life. If this got out, how could he save face? Just then, a weak voice rang out. It's so noisy I could die. The arrogant expression on Master Van's face instantly froze. He looked to the side in disbelief. He saw Tu Diek Nien propping himself up, speaking weakly. Tuk Bao joyfully called out, Big brother, you're alive. Tuk Bao suddenly felt that her master was truly amazing. It turned out that not everything her master taught was useless. Tu Diek Nien looked at Tuk Bao and asked, Who are you? Tuk Bao sweetly replied, My name is Tuk Bao. Tu Diek Nien silently memorized this name. Seeing this, Onyuvan tremblingly touched Tu Diek Nien's face, afraid it was just her imagination, calling Diek Nien while repeatedly thanking Tuk Bao. Grandmother Tu also came to her senses after the shock, saying repeatedly, It really is my grandson. What great fortune and blessing. The two family members nearby laughed coldly. Weren't you just saying Tuk Bao was responsible for harming him? Now he's your grandson again, with great fortune and blessing. Tu Da, noticing Tonat Tran's gloomy expression beside him, said, I'm sorry. We've caused everyone more trouble today. I'll handle the family matters properly when we get home. He had been on the battlefield year-round for work, not realizing his mother could be so foolish. After speaking, he went to Tuk Bao's side and patted her head. Thank you, Tuk Bao. If you ever need help in the future, just come to me, no matter what. The little girl didn't really understand what a big thing she had done, nor did she know what a favor she had given the Tu family. She just felt happy. Uncle, no need to be so formal. Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas. Tuda led his whole family, young and old, away. Master Van, having been slapped in the face, felt extremely humiliated and didn't dare to utter a word from beginning to end. Seeing the Tu family had left, he naturally followed suit. Suddenly, Tuk Bao spoke up. I think I heard someone say they wanted to eat 5 kilos of manure. Hearing this, Master Van stared at Tuk Bao with a lecturing expression. You're so young and already learning to be greedy. Do you really think you saved young Master Tu? This old Taoist advises you to accumulate more virtue. Truong Fong chimed in. I'm a cultivator. If I really did save Tu Diek Nien, naturally there will be karmic retribution, making me eat manure. This is not for you to worry about. After speaking, he left in annoyance. Tuk Bao had a doubtful look in her eyes. I clearly saved him. Could it be that they saved him? No wonder the kind police officer wanted to arrest them. Li Tuong patted Tuk Bao's head. Darling, don't be angry. Your master has already calculated for you. He won't escape this calamity today. Tuk Bao raised her little face. I'm not angry. I want to calculate when the kind police officer will come to arrest them. The Tu family matriarch and Tulak now had complex emotions. They both discovered that Tuk Bao seemed somewhat unusual. At this moment, the matriarch spoke up, saying that she had previously asked Tuk Bao, and the girl said she had a master beside her. Tunat Tran added that it wasn't just this. Has everyone noticed? Tuk Bao always talks to herself like this. They saw Tuk Bao happily mumbling, uterus point, jade hall point. I remember now. The three of them quickly looked at the air beside Tuk Bao, somehow feeling their scalps tingle. Could it be that Tuk Bao was mistreated at the neighbor's house when she was young, causing a split personality? Do you think we should invite a psychologist to examine her? Tunat Tran stared at his niece and said, It's too early to conclude now. For this period, let Tuk Bao follow me. I'll observe her more. Tomorrow is the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Duong Min Thing, the entertainment company invested by the T2 Group. It's a good chance for me to take her out for a tour. This matter was thus decided. It turned out that Tukbao was talking to herself earlier while learning massage techniques from her master, wanting to help her grandmother stand up. She planned to use this opportunity to buy an acupuncture set, and once she mastered the massage techniques, she would start acupuncture. By then, her grandmother would even be able to dance if she wanted to. Hearing this, Tukbao's eyes immediately lit up. That's great. I must try my best, so grandmother can dance in the square soon. Outside the two families' gate, grandmother too, feeling guilty, wanted to see off the master and disciple, but was refused by Master Van. At this time, Truong Fong coldly snorted beside them. Madam, the two family is truly unreasonable. My master performed the ritual, worked hard to summon the soul for young master too, but just because his soul wandered for too long, exceeding my master's estimated time, you attribute it to that little girl's efforts. Master Van shamelessly added, I myself don't even bother to compete for credit with a child. Let the two family handle it themselves. Grandmother too finally understood that Tu Diek Nyen was actually saved by Master Van, just a bit late, allowing Tukbao to take advantage. I told you, she's just a 4-year-old child. What does she know? She hurriedly apologized and thanked Master Van, then took out a solid card and stuffed it into Truong Fong's hand. Master Van's expression finally softened, and he turned to leave with a satisfied look. Truong Fong flattered him as they walked. Master is truly capable, able to profit from anything. Then, he asked about their next destination. Master Van told him to prepare a bit, as tomorrow was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Duongmin Thing Thay. They were invited to perform a blessing. Truong Fong nodded happily, but unexpectedly, the next moment he tripped over a small stone, stumbled, and fell into a manure pit. The disciple below kept calling for help. Master, save me, while vomiting profusely and saying it was all manure down there. Master Van, seeing the black card he had just received about to sink, anxiously urged his disciple to dive down and retrieve it. Hearing the order, the disciple had to endure the strong stench and dive under. In the evening, the Lam family arrived at the two families' gate. The servant approached the matriarch and reported, The Lam family is here to visit, asking if they can meet. Grandmother too frowned because yesterday when the Lam family called, she wasn't home. So the servant explained, it's the people who called the young master yesterday. They said they discovered the young master while camping. Grandmother too quickly said, so it wasn't Tup Bao who found Diek Nyen. Then hurry and invite them in. A family of 3 entered carrying gifts. Tuyetni's father hastily said, are you the matriarch of the two family? I, Lam Kiem Vu, greet you. Grandmother too was very pleased with Tuyetni's father's attitude. Don't be so formal. Please sit down. Was it you who found our grandson Diek Nyen yesterday? Tuyetni's mother smiled. No, you misunderstood. We were just there at the time, so we participated in the rescue. She immediately showed approval in her eyes. Not claiming credit, the Lam family's character is not bad. Tuyetni, sitting on the sofa, immediately asked politely, hello, grandmother. Is brother Diek Nyen feeling better? When Tuyetni suggested visiting Tu Diek Nyen, she refused. In fact, even she couldn't enter Tu Diek Nyen's room, so she had to say, Diek Nyen is fine now. Thankfully, Master Van saved him. Tuyetni's mother was surprised. Is it Master Van from Mount Than Nong? She immediately felt she and Tuyetni's mother had a common topic, nodding in approval. That's right. Master Van is indeed a great master. Diek Nyen had stopped breathing, but he pulled him back from the gates of death. Tuyetni's mother showed a look of disbelief. We're relieved that young Master Tu is safe and sound. Just then, 2 servants brought packed luggage to Grandmother Tu. She asked what they were doing. The servant said the young master told them to take her back to her hometown. Grandmother Tu was stunned. Is this new Van's idea? Oh my goodness, does she still consider me her mother? Unexpectedly, a cold voice rang out. It's my idea. Tu Da was seen glaring at his mother. You're only causing more trouble for the Tu family here. Going back to your hometown for retirement is best. She immediately became flustered. Ada, I'm your birth mother. At this moment, Tuyetni's father became even more anxious, thinking to himself that he had worked hard to win over Grandmother Tu, and if she was sent away like this, wouldn't today's efforts be in vain? Therefore, he stood up and advised, Mr. Tu, the matriarch is still your mother after all. Can't the family calmly discuss this? Tuda's face darkened. Is it your place to interfere in 2 family matters? Someone, show them out. Hearing this, Tuyetni's father immediately became flustered, begging Tuda to discuss things reasonably, but they were still expelled from the Tu house. Tuyetni's father couldn't help but feel regretful. These 2 days have been wasted. Tuyetni's mother said it wasn't necessarily so, because she had stolen an invitation to the ribbon-cutting ceremony of Duong Min Ting from the Tu house. Just now, when Tuda was arguing with his mother, she had taken the opportunity to steal the invitation from the tea table. Tuyetni's mother said, anyway, Grandmother Tu has been sent away. Mr. Tu has never participated in this kind of activity, so why don't we take this invitation tomorrow and say we're representing the Tu family? What do you think? Tuyet Nyi's father was both excited and scared. You're still the smart one. This ribbon-cutting ceremony will have many important figures. If we can win over a few people, our family's future path will be wide open. Tiongyu was singing casually while raising his wings. Left hand points to the moon, right hand reaches for the red thread. Hoo hoo hoo, me and you. The high-pitched voice couldn't go any higher, the bird song sounding like it was split in two. Tukbao drowsily opened her eyes, with an innocent expression. Who's pooping? As a result, when she turned her head, she saw Tiongyu in front of her going wah wah wah. Tukbao exclaimed, "Oh, it's Tiongyu. Are you constipated? Why are you crying so miserably?" Tiongyu immediately replied, "I'm not pooping." The corner of Li Tuong's mouth twitched. It was completely like a chicken talking to a duck, making no sense at all. Tiongyu smartly asked, "Tukbao, hurry up and get dressed. Aren't you supposed to go with your older cousin to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony of something called Duongmin Thin, the today?" Not long after, Tukbao finished changing and ran downstairs. Tunat Tran was on the first floor with a serious expression, conducting a video conference. Seeing Tukbao running down, he instinctively waved at her. "Slow down, come here and have breakfast." He looked at his watch, somewhat surprised that it was only 8 o'clock and the little girl was already up, quite early. Tunat Tran peeled a boiled egg and handed it to Tukbao, gently saying, "You should eat eggs in the morning." The high-level executives of the Tu group had never seen such a scene. The second quarter plan or whatever was already thrown to the back of their minds due to shock. Ahem. Tran looked coldly at the computer and said, "Have you all gone mute? Where's the second quarter plan?" Only then did the executives frantically begin to report the plan. A moment later, Tuk Bao finished eating, and Tonyat Tran also ended the meeting very efficiently. Men, when taking their daughters out, often don't check anything, so Tuk Bao just walked out the door with her bird's nest hairstyle at the venue for Duongmin Thindi's ribbon-cutting ceremony. Tonyat Tran's car slowly stopped at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, Tuk Bao realized a serious problem, touching her head. "Cousin, Tuk Bao doesn't want to get out," the CEO to only then reacted, realizing the little girl still had her messy, uncombed hair. He reached out to stroke her hair, wanting to smooth out the tangled mess on her head, but unfortunately, it couldn't be flattened. Tuk Bao worried, "Is it really okay? Tuk Bao's hair looks like a bird's nest. Tuk Bao doesn't want to go out like this." The little girl's face scrunched up into a ball. Tunat Tran indulgently said, "Then how about I tie your hair for you?" Tuk Bao nodded repeatedly, rummaging in her small bag to take out 2 hair ties. "Cousin, please tie 2 small braids for me." Tunat Tran thought to himself, "It's just 2 braids, piece of cake." So 5 minutes later, Nat Tran's shirt had a button undone, his suit jacket was off, sleeves rolled up, sweating profusely as he wrestled with Tuk Bao's hair. At this point, Tuk Bao urged, "Cousin, are you done yet?" The man gave up struggling and silently looked at Tuk Bao's 2 braids. "Almost done." Tuk Bao smiled happily. "Cousin took so long, it must be very, very beautiful." Just as Tuk Bao was about to reach up and touch it, Tunat Tran stopped her hand. "It's very pretty, but don't touch it, it'll get messy again." Tuk Bao obediently nodded, completely unaware that she had been tricked by her cousin. The driver in the front couldn't help but glance at Tunat Tran, coughed slightly, and put on his own suit jacket. At the same time, Tuyet Nyi's father also recognized the car in front as Tonyat Tran's. However, why had this car been stopped at the entrance for 5 minutes without moving? Having stolen the invitation from the To family, Tuyet Nyi's mother was a bit scared of facing CEO To. Tuyet Nyi's father comforted her. "Don't be afraid. With so many important figures here today, this is a great opportunity for our family. We can't miss it no matter what." After saying this, he unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Let's get out and greet CEO To first. Everyone likes to be flattered. I don't believe he won't like it." So Tuyet Nyi's family got out of the car first. Tuyet Nyi was wearing a long princess dress, her hair neatly done, looking as noble as a little princess. Seeing such a beautiful girl getting out of the car, the present reporters couldn't help but brighten their eyes and continuously snap photos. Tuyet Nyi slightly pursed her lips and smiled, feeling extremely proud inside. "It seems the dress I chose today is very beautiful. I must be the prettiest girl here." Just as she thought this, Tunat Tran stepped out of the car. Immediately, all cameras turned towards him. Tuyet Nyi obediently called out, "Hello, Uncle To." Tunat Tran frowned, glanced at Tuyet Nyi once, and didn't respond. Then he bent down and reached into the car. Tuyet Nyi's mother felt very embarrassed. Tuyet Nyi's father quietly comforted, "It's okay, maybe CEO to didn't hear. At this moment, everyone saw Tonatran reach into the car, seemingly helping someone out. Everyone was extremely excited, thinking they were about to see the legendary Mrs. Tu. The reporters anxiously raised their cameras. Suddenly, a little girl jumped out of the car. Tonatran hugged her tightly, then carried her with one arm and strode into the hall. Everyone was stunned. The cold CEO Tu, who could usually flay his subordinates alive during meetings, was now gently carrying an adorable little girl. Although it didn't fit the current scene, it was undeniably cute. People exclaimed, "The little princess is so cute. Look over here." The reporters' cameras all followed Tonatran and Tuk Bao. Tuyet Nhi was initially happy to be left behind, but when she saw Tuk Bao being carried by Tonatran and getting all the attention, she felt unhappy. Tuyet Nhi jealously looked at Tuk Bao surrounded by everyone, feeling envious. Such messy hair, wearing such an ordinary dress, what's so cute about her? She can't compare to me. Thinking this, Tuyet Nhi approached Tuk Bao, pretending to be surprised. "Little sister Tuk Bao, why is your hair so ugly? Did you tie it yourself, or should I tie it for you?" She then covered her mouth and giggled. "I've known how to tie my own hair since I was 3. Look, isn't my hair pretty? I tied it myself." Hearing this, Tuk Bao immediately became unhappy. "Your hair is the ugly one." She grabbed her small braids with both hands, thinking to herself, "This is what cousin worked hard to tie for Tuk Bao." Tuk Bao believes cousin wouldn't tie it ugly. At this moment, Tuyet Nhi's mother flatteringly said, "Tuk Bao, your hair is indeed a bit messy. Tuyet Nhi, why don't you tie a pretty hairstyle for her?" Tuyet Nhi's father laughed and said, "That's right. Who tied your hair like that? It looks like a bird's nest." Tonatran coldly turned his head and said, "I tied Tuk Bao's hair. Do you have any comments?" Tuyet Nhi's parents' faces immediately froze. Impossible. Who would dare criticize CEO Ness? 2. How could he be tying hair for a child? Tonatran ignored the Lam family, directly carried Tuk Bao to the staff member and asked, "Who invited the Lam family? If I remember correctly, they weren't on the guest list." The staff member replied, "Everyone who can enter here has an invitation. I'll check right away." Tonatran ordered, "Ask them to leave." Unexpectedly, after inquiring, the staff member learned that the Lam family was representing the Tu family, so they were allowed in. They were also asked to explain the situation to CEO Tu. The staff member carefully examined the invitation, confirmed it was from the Tu family, and let them in. Backstage of the hall, a staff member respectfully led a Taoist priest and his disciple inside. As soon as he entered, Master Van began observing the surroundings with the demeanor of a sage. Not bad. The hall is arranged magnificently, with an imposing atmosphere, and the location is very good. Just the ribbon-cutting ball in the middle should be moved 1 inch to the east. This way, it will align with today's auspicious hour. The staff member smiled in agreement. Then Master Van said, "I've brought new scissors for the ribbon cutting. Everyone, go get the red rope, yellow paper, and incense candles." Hearing this, the staff member hurriedly said he would do it right away, then invited Master Van to rest. Master Van was very pleased with his attitude. Today's ribbon-cutting ceremony would be simple. Tonatran could also relax a bit. He thought with him here, surely nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, Tuk Bao was led into the hall by Tonatran, just in time to see 2 people carrying the giant ceremonial ball, shifting it slightly to the east. Tuk Bao asked, "Uncle, why are they moving the ball? Such a big ball looks uncomfortable when it's off to one side." Tonatran glanced over. Indeed, after the ball was moved, the 2 sides of the stage became asymmetrical. So he immediately instructed his assistant to have someone reposition the ball properly. Kuk Huang went right away. Li Thuong stood beside him, stroking his chin. Tuk Bao's intuition is truly extraordinary. She doesn't understand anything, yet can sense the imbalance. He was thinking this was a typical example he could teach Tuk Bao. But Tuk Bao was already completely distracted by the pastries in front of her. Tonatran gently asked, "What do you want to eat?" Tuk Bao was about to speak when she suddenly stared at the backstage area and asked, "Master, Master, look over there. What's that? Is it an evil spirit?" Li Thuong thought to himself, "I didn't expect that the crybaby ghost from before hasn't been caught yet, and now another fierce ghost has appeared so quickly." He hurriedly said, "Let's go, little backpack. Let's go see together." Those 2 fraudulent master and disciple were dissatisfied with the treatment from the organizers. They were invited to perform exorcism, yet weren't provided with a decent resting room. Truong Fong complained angrily. "These people are they didn't even prepare a proper VIP room for Master. It's outrageous." Master Van sat down, with a profound expression, calmly said, "It's all right. Coming here is just a matter of fate. We don't pursue worldly fame and fortune. Even in this bustling city, we should maintain a pure heart, at peace with oneself." Lam Fong said, "Master's teachings are right," but in his heart, he silently complained. "Such fine words. I wonder who it was last night insisting I go withdraw money from that bank card." At this moment, a middle-aged man joyfully ran over from afar. "Is it really Master Van? Do you remember me, Huang Duck Fat? I heard Duong Min Thing. They invited you for feng shui consultation. I can't believe it's true. Meeting you again, I'm truly so lucky." Now, about the Lam family, they arrived at the venue quite early and were now wandering around outside, wanting to network with famous figures in high society to exchange business cards. As a result, they saw Huang Duc Fat excitedly asking a Taoist priest if he was Master Van or not. Tuyetni's mother was delighted and quickly pulled Tuyetni's father towards them. "Is it Master Van?" Tuyetni's father asked. "Is this the Master Van that old lady Tu said saved young Master Tu from the gates of death? I heard that whatever you ask Master Van for will be granted. It's just that ordinary people can't find him. I can't believe we have the chance to meet him here today. This is our family's opportunity." The two suppressed their excitement and also moved forward. Indeed, the richer you are, the luckier you get. They all greatly respected Master Van and expressed their admiration. Tuyetni's father hurriedly squeezed in, warmly and enthusiastically saying, "Master Van, hello. I've long admired your great name." He handed his business card to Master Van while telling Tuyetni's mother to pour tea for Master Van. Tuyetni obediently brought up the teacup. "Master Van, please have some tea. Yesterday I spoke with old lady Tu. She mentioned you, saying it was thanks to you that young Master Tu was saved and returned. We came here today on behalf of the Tu family. Old lady Tu instructed us that when we meet you, we must apologize to you on her behalf." Hearing about old lady Tu, Master Van glanced at Tuyetni, feigning surprise and praising, "This child is truly blessed. Yesterday I read young Master Tu's fortune and saw that his fate was turbulent, unlikely to live past 20. I didn't expect to see a second person with a similar fate today. This child and young Master Tu are indeed a match made in heaven. If they can be together, both will surely soar high, soar far." Tuyetni's parents were overjoyed upon hearing this, because if they could become in-laws with the Tu family, what would they have to worry about in the future? At the same time, when others heard that this child would be with young Master Tu in the future, they felt this was the easiest time to establish connections. Therefore, Huang Duc Fat quickly took out his business card and flatteringly handed it to Tuyetni's father. Just then, the staff had prepared the items Master Van requested and brought them over. Tuyetni pretended to ask innocently, "Master Van, what are these things for?" Master Van patiently replied, "They're all for the opening ceremony." As soon as Master Van finished speaking, he suddenly saw that the ceremonial ball outside had been moved back to its original position. He frowned. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to move the ceremonial ball 1 meter to the east?" The staff member in charge of the site arrangement hurriedly explained, "It was requested by the higher-ups, sir." Hearing this, Truong Fong immediately showed displeasure. "I don't care which leader it is. If you invited my master here, you should follow his arrangements. It's all for your own good. He told you to move the ceremonial ball. What does he know about feng shui?" Before he could finish, Tunat Tran's cold voice rang out. "I ordered it to be moved. Do you have any objections?" Seeing Tunat Tran, Truong Fong immediately fell silent. At this moment, Tuk Bao saw the fierce ghost from earlier floating above Tuyetni and Master Van's heads. She pointed her little hand at them and said, "Master, Master, look, that fierce ghost over there." Li Thuong looked and said, "It's a deceitful ghost. So it was hiding here. That's why we couldn't find it outside. There are too many people now. It's not convenient to act. Anyway, it hasn't done anything to Tuyetni yet. Let's ignore it for now." Tuk Bao nodded, suddenly puzzled. She made an "oh" sound. "Isn't this the brother who said he wanted to eat 5 kilograms of poop? Did you go home after that? Did you get any on your face while eating poop in the banana tree position? Did you swallow it all? Is your stomach bloated?" Tuk Bao gestured with her hand. "Yesterday I asked Brother Havan. He said 5 kilograms of poop is about the size of this bucket. If this brother can eat that much poop, that's really impressive." Truong Fong immediately raised his voice. "Nonsense. How could anyone eat that much poop?" Tuk Bao looked at Truong Fong with admiring eyes. "So that means he really ate it, right? You're really amazing." Truong Fong was momentarily speechless. Master Van's face beside him also turned unpleasant. It's this child again. Wherever he goes, she follows, like a shadow. Master Van irritably said, so young yet speaking nonsense. How disrespectful, truly outrageous. Tuk Bao nodded. That's right, it's truly outrageous. You fraud, have you eaten poop yet? Lai Thuong couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself, how adorable is my disciple. Sometimes I even suspect she's doing it on purpose. Master Van angrily retorted, you're so disrespectful. This old Taoist sees from your appearance. You're truly a comet, a bane to others. This Tuk Bao understood. Back at the Lam family, her stepmother often said Tuk Bao's mother died because of her, and her stepfather said she caused his company to go bankrupt. Tuk Bao angrily said, Tuk Bao is not a comet. Tuk Bao is a child who brings luck. At this moment, Nat Tran coldly said, that's right, our Tuk Bao is a little lucky star who invited these two frauds. Then he signaled the staff to call the police to arrest those two. At this time, Master Van still maintained a tough expression, telling Truong Fong to pack up their things, and said, conscience bitten by dogs. Truong Fong, pack up. Such ungrateful people don't need saving anyway. He said this to imply that the two family didn't know good from bad. Truong Fong coldly snorted. We didn't dwell on past matters. Came here to help you with exorcism. Yet this is how you treat my master. If anything happens in the future, don't come begging my master. People hurriedly tried to mediate. Mr. To, don't be angry. Master Van's disciple may be a bit straightforward, but he means no harm. Another person said, that's right. Master Van is a good person. Calling the police is too much. Under everyone's persuasion, Master Van still insisted on leaving. This poor Taoist doesn't want to argue with you all. That's it for today. Seeing Master Van determined to leave, Tuyetni suddenly pretended to be anxious and said, Master, please don't go. Little Tuk Bao is still young and doesn't understand. She didn't mean to offend you. As she spoke, she took the opportunity to grab the hem of Master Van's robe, then looked towards Tuk Bao. Little Tuk Bao, Master Van is very powerful. Little Tuk Bao quickly apologized to the master. Tuyetni appeared worried but was secretly pleased. With Tuk Bao as a foil, she would be seen as the best person. At this moment, the evil ghost floating above Tuyetni's head felt that this child was quite something, going to such lengths to act just to satisfy a bit of vanity. However, Tonatran spoke up. Who do you think you are? On what grounds do you have the right to ask our Tuk Bao to apologize? Tuyetni was stunned and apologized resentfully. I'm sorry, Uncle To. Tuyetni just didn't want everyone to argue. It was foolish Tuyetni who made you angry. Tuyetni's mother, seeing this, also hurriedly apologized. After all, both Master Van and the Tam Tu family were people they couldn't afford to offend. Li Tuong sighed in exasperation. Such a young child and already so fake. He shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning to Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao, let Master teach you this. So Tuk Bao repeated what her master had just said, asking Master Van, you're so powerful. Can you calculate your own fate? Master Van coldly looked at Tuk Bao. A doctor can't treat himself. A fortune teller can't see his own fate. Don't you understand even this? Tuk Bao shook her head. Tuk Bao doesn't understand. Tuk Bao is just a child. If you can't calculate it, doesn't that mean you're not powerful? Master Van was provoked and blurted out, well, you're so knowledgeable. If you're so good, you calculate it. After saying this, he intended to take the opportunity to escape, but unexpectedly, everyone gathered to persuade him. Master, don't be petty with children. There are people who don't know how powerful you are. Why don't you calculate for them to open their eyes? Master Van looked at everyone's eyes and had to grit his teeth to calculate. This Taoist is about to encounter a small trouble, but with a clear conscience, there's nothing to fear. Unexpectedly, Tuk Bao said, you calculated wrong. Let Tuk Bao calculate for you. After saying this, she rummaged in her small bag and took out an old turtle. The old turtle was bewildered as soon as it was pulled out. Tuk Bao threw the turtle on the ground. Watch carefully. Then she squatted down, watching the old turtle roll around, hit the corner of the wall and bounce back, finally stopping in front of Tuk Bao's feet. Tuk Bao stared intently at the old turtle, her expression serious. Then she said, so that's it. The master has scammed a lot of money. Soon he'll be arrested by the police, and for the rest of his life, he won't have to worry about food and clothing. But the brother who eats poop won't be as lucky. He'll only get to eat for 10 years. Li Thuong helplessly thought, just throwing a turtle, and she understood all that. But Truong Fong angrily said, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? My master is not a fraud. Even leaders in the bureau have invited my master. How could he be arrested? If this is called fortune-telling, wouldn't everyone be a master then? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 uniformed men came through the side door, walking straight up to them. Are you Master Van? Come with us. Truong Fong was stunned. What are you doing? Why are you arresting my master? "Do you know who my master is?" The police officer laughed coldly. "How could we not know? Your master, Van Dung Khan, graduated from some elementary school, worked as a factory worker for 5 years in an electronics factory, was sentenced to 2 years in prison for theft. After release, he practiced fraudulent fortune-telling under a bridge, scamming 30,000 yuan in medical fees from an elderly woman." As he spoke, the officer presented a document as proof. "Now you dare to continue your scams here. Come with us." Everyone was shocked. What was happening? If what they said was true, wasn't Master Van just a fraud? Master Van was arrested, both angry and frustrated. "Those were all my past deeds. I've since reformed and become righteous. I'm not like that anymore." Everything he had worked hard to build up was ruined by Tuk Bao. "Just yesterday, I saved the eldest son of the Tu family. If the Tu family learns about this, how you're treating me, they won't let you off." Master Van had hoped to rely on the Tu family to escape this predicament, but unexpectedly, a cold voice rang out. "You never saved Diek Nien." At this moment, a man with an imposing aura entered, accompanied by a young boy. The man coldly continued, "On the contrary, I want to ask Master Van, did you scam my mother's bank card yesterday?" Master Van never expected to be exposed so quickly. Tuda personally stood up to expose him. How could he deny it now? Tuyetni's parents hurriedly approached Tuda with fawning expressions to greet him. Tuda coldly glanced at them, then turned to apologize to Tonat Tran. "My mother is elderly. Her mind isn't as sharp anymore. Anyone who flatters her a bit, she happily gives out invitation cards to unrelated people." Tonat Tran coldly said, "It's fine. I had already told someone to throw them out. I don't know why they're still here." After saying this, he slapped Tuyetni's family across the face. The people around hearing this let out a meaningful laugh. "Oh, so it was a fraudulent invitation. No wonder they were praising each other like that earlier. Turns out they're also scammers. How outrageous. Daring to deceive an elderly person to get an invitation. Claiming to be sent by Mr. Tu to attend. How thick-skinned. If everyone knew this invitation was stolen by them, who knows what they'd think." Tuyetni's parents turned red with embarrassment. Originally wanting to come here to expand their connections and gain some reputation, unexpectedly exposed by Tuda on the spot. Tunat Tran didn't even bother talking to them, coldly questioning the staff. Who received them earlier? Why is the Lam family still here? His aura was terrifying. The receptionist trembled and said, "They barged in on their own, saying they were sent by the Tu family. Please don't be angry. I'll throw them out right away." At this moment, Tuyetni's family looked extremely disheveled. Tuyetni couldn't accept it. "Just now, Master Van said my future was very special, even that I'd be a match for the eldest son of the Tu family. Why are we being thrown out like this? How embarrassing." Tuyetni looked tearfully towards Tu Diek Nien, who had been silent all this time, but Tu Diek Nien only looked at Tuk Bao without even glancing at her. Tuk Bao stared at the ghost above Tuyetni's head. The ghost followed Tuyetni as she left. After this incident, everyone felt that the company's ribbon-cutting ceremony was very inauspicious. Not only did two fraudsters appear, but they also missed the auspicious time. Even if the company goes public smoothly in the future, there would still be some unease in their hearts. A staff member nearby stammered, "CEO, after all that commotion, the auspicious time has passed. What should we do about the ribbon-cutting ceremony?" Before Tunat Tran could think of a solution, Tuk Bao picked up the old turtle and put it in her pocket. "Don't worry, let Tuk Bao figure it out for you." After saying that, Tuk Bao counted on her fingers, making gestures as if she was divining, looking very serious. "At 10:18, there will be a lucky light shining down from the sky. That's the auspicious time." Everyone fell silent. Isn't this a joke? What would a child know? Tunat Tran didn't hesitate and immediately instructed the staff. "Then at 10:18, whether there's a lucky light shining down from the sky or not, we'll follow our Tuk Bao's words." Everyone was momentarily unsure how to react. They all said the To family. To family really doted on Tuk Bao. It seems it's true. Even for such an important matter, they let the little girl have her way. Clearly, no one believed what Tuk Bao said. The ceremony was about to begin. Everyone took their seats under the MC's guidance. Tuk Bao hugged her water bottle, inserting a straw to drink. At this moment, Tuda led Tudiek Nien towards Tuk Bao. As they got closer, Tudiek Nien's face grew darker. Tuk Bao looked up and saw, "Tudiek Nien, you sit here." She patted the seat next to her. Tudiek Nien coldly grunted, but still walked to Tuk Bao's side. Suddenly, Tuda noticed his son walking a bit stiffly, but he hadn't noticed any problem this morning. Could it be some after effect? Tuk Bao curiously looked at Tudiek Nien. Why was Big Brother walking so strangely and sitting so straight? She sighed. Big brother is so young, but already old. As soon as Tudiek sat down, he suddenly reached out his hand. Tukbao looked down and was surprised to find a fruit candy in his palm. She innocently asked, "Is this for Tukbao?" Tudiek nodded. Tukbao thought for a moment. Both she and Big Brother were children, but there was only one candy. What if Tukbao ate it and Big Brother cried? She felt it was better to ask clearly. "Big Brother, is this candy specially brought for Tukbao?" Tudiek turned his head. Pretending to be cold, he said, "Of course not. I just happened to grab it at the door." Tukbao let out an "oh." After confirming that Tudiek wouldn't eat it, she reached out to take the candy. She unwrapped it quickly, sneakily glancing towards the front. Seeing the eldest brother and Mr. Tu talking, while they weren't paying attention, Tukbao hurriedly unwrapped the candy, quickly put it in her mouth, then sat up straight, hands on her knees, looking straight ahead. Tudiek looked down at his palm. "Is it good?" Tukbao put her index finger to her lips, signaling silence. If the eldest brother found out, he wouldn't let her eat anymore. Tudiek was quiet for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid of your eldest brother?" Tukbao sucked on the candy, the sweetness spreading in her mouth. "I'm not afraid. It's just that Tukbao has a cavity. Eldest brother and grandmother don't let Tukbao eat candy anymore." Tudiek thought to himself, if he had known, he wouldn't have brought candy for her. Then don't eat it anymore. Tukbao immediately covered her mouth. Once it's in Tukbao's mouth, there's no spitting it out. The corner of Tudiek mouth twitched. Indeed, there's no spitting it out. Tukbao hummed twice. Once it's in Tukbao's mouth, there's no spitting it out. The candy is very sweet. Tukbao loves candy the most. If discovered, I'll have to swallow it anyway. Tudiek couldn't help but glance at her again. "Why do you like eating candy so much?" Tukbao hugged her water cup, drinking while speaking. "Because candy is sweet. Life has both sweetness and bitterness." Tudiek was stunned, finding it hard to believe these words could come from Tukbao's mouth. Her small face looked very innocent. Before, when Tukbao was beaten by her stepmother, her father didn't listen to her explanation. Tukbao felt very wronged. That was the bitterness. Later, Tukbao found a piece of candy under the sofa. She was very hungry then, but the sweetness of that candy, Tukbao never forgot. Because of a small drama, they missed the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Tukbao had helped calculate that today there would be a lucky light, but people showed disbelief, saying, "I want to see what lucky light there is at this hour." Someone even said, "I'll say it here. If there really is a lucky light later, I'll shave my head bald." Everyone whispered and couldn't help but laugh. Who knows what TV show this little girl watched to learn such mystical tricks? Before going on stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Tanyat Tran patted Tukbao's head. "Be good and stay here with Uncle Kukwang. Don't run around." As if to prove she definitely wouldn't run around, Tukbao turned and grabbed assistant Kukwang's arm. Kukwang was stunned, looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, his heart melting. He quickly said, "Mr. To, don't worry. I'll take good care of Tukbao." Tanyat Tran nodded, then stepped onto the stage. After saying a few simple words, he picked up the scissors. With the sound of festive fireworks, everyone below applauded enthusiastically. The scissors cut through the red ribbon. At that moment, the sun had just risen high, shining directly onto the stage. In that instant, with the ceremonial orb as the center, the entire stage was bathed in a rainbow of light. The people below gasped in amazement, looking at the beam of light on the stage with disbelief. Is this real? Where did this light come from? They looked up in the direction of the light source, realizing it was sunlight shining through the rainbow-colored glass on the hall's ceiling, projecting straight onto the stage. The man who had sworn to shave his head bald muttered, "Impossible. This must have been arranged beforehand." The person next to him also said, "This is just a coincidence of sunlight shining down. There's no sign of any setup." The man looked at his watch, exactly 10:18, then looked at Tukbao, finding it hard to believe. If we say it's a coincidence, how can it be this precise, exactly at 10:18? If it was really calculated by the little girl, then the police. Two Family's daughter is truly a lucky child. During the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Tonat Tran was surrounded by reporters, so he couldn't leave yet. Tuda, being such an important figure, was naturally also surrounded. Tuda instructed Tudiek to watch over Tukbao. Tudiek showed no expression on his small face, only calmly replied, "I know." Tuda was truly at a loss for words. Just now, he was so focused talking to Tukbao, but when it came to his father, he was perfunctory. On this side, Tukbao pulled Uncle Kukwang's hand. "Hurry up, Uncle. Tukbao wants to eat cake." Tudiek crossed his arms with a cold face, silently following behind Tukbao. Tukbao stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to grab a sweet cake from the buffet table, but wasn't tall enough. As Kukwang was about to help her, another small hand reached out. Tudiek took the cake and gave it to Tukbao. "Thank you, brother," Tukbao said happily, then carefully held the small cake and sat down on the nearby sofa. "Ah, She took a bite. It's so delicious. Even better than first love. Kukwang laughed. Do you know what first love is, little one? Tukbao spoke with her mouth full. Of course I do. Tukbao heard the watermelon seller say so. Then she imitated the old man's gesture, waving her hand. Come here, fresh watermelons, sweeter than first love. Eat my watermelon and forget about that person. Kukwang was stunned, unable to hold back his laughter. Tukbao, you're really adorable. Tu Dieknyen turned his face away. Indeed adorable, but Tukbao was eating happily, tilting her head to look at Kukwang while eating, suddenly asked, Uncle, why is your name That Huang? Is it because you made 7 sounds when you were born, so you're named That Huang? Kukwang laughed so hard his eyes disappeared, taking a wet tissue to wipe the cream off Tukbao's mouth. While wiping, he said, It's Kukwang, not That Huang, dear. K-H-U-C. Kuk, that's it. Tukbao asked, Then what does K-H-U-C mean? Tu Dieknyen interjected, It's the phonetic transcription of Chinese characters. The little girl exclaimed, Oh, phonetic transcription. Tu Dieknyen thought she understood, but Tukbao asked again, What's phonetic transcription? Indeed, a child who hasn't been to kindergarten wouldn't know any elementary school knowledge. Kukwang couldn't help but laugh, explaining, You'll know when you go to school. Tukbao nodded, thinking, I see. The little brother is so smart because he goes to school. And there's also brother Havan. He knows how to calculate. He must have gone to school too. Going to school is great. Tukbao clenched her fists and said, Then Tukbao wants to go to school too. Kukwang smiled and replied, Sure, let's talk to your brother about it later. Okay, Kukwang said gently. The little girl silently remembered the words go to school. Tu Dieknyen remained silent as before. Seeing Tukbao finish the cake in her hand, he took another one for her. After finishing eating, Tukbao, still not satisfied, said, The cake is so delicious. In the future, Tukbao will go to work with Uncle every day. That way I'll have cake to eat every day. Kukwang teased. Didn't Tukbao just say she wanted to go to school? Tukbao was stunned, her little face showing a dilemma. That's right. I have to go to school. What should I do now? How about going to school from Monday to Friday and working on Saturday and Sunday? She seriously pondered. Kukwang couldn't help but laugh. Little Tukbao really loved to work because this boy really liked his 4-year-old niece. Tunat Tran was guarding against the female celebrities attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony as if they were love rivals. Seeing Tukbao, a female celebrity approached, she asked in a coquettish voice, Hello, little one. What's your name? Tukbao politely replied, My name is Tututo. The celebrity was confused. Why would someone be named Tuto? Unexpectedly, Tukbao looked at her suspiciously. It's Totutuk. Then, the little girl turned to Tu Dieknyen and asked, Brother, how do you pronounce the character tuk in phonetic transcription? Tu Dieknyen taught her once. Tukbao immediately turned back to the celebrity and said, Tuk, do you understand now? Miss, is it because you haven't gone to school that you don't know phonetic transcription? The little girl looked at the celebrity with pity. You're so big, but haven't been to school. How sad. The celebrity was stunned, covering her mouth to laugh. Tukbao, you're so adorable. Unexpectedly, Tukbao asked, Miss, is there something stuck in your throat? Did you eat something you haven't swallowed? Your voice sounds so strange, it's very uncomfortable. Miss, are you sick, so you can't speak normally? The little girl asked seriously, genuinely wanting to know, not trying to insult anyone. The celebrity immediately felt embarrassed. People around whispered with satisfaction, feeling that Tukbao was absolutely right. This celebrity named Chao Vu always spoke in a coquettish, fake manner. At this moment, Tulak approached. He brushed his hair back, still wearing his familiar sunglasses. Thin, gold-rimmed glasses, shirt collar casually unbuttoned at the top, wearing a shimmering silver-gray jacket over it. Tulak looked just like a rich playboy, Uncle Tu. As soon as she saw Tulak, Tukbao quickly stuffed the remaining piece of cake into her mouth. Tulak smiled gently. What is our Tukbao secretly eating? Tukbao quickly shook her head. I'm not eating secretly. Tulak pointed to her face, the cream smeared on the corner of her mouth, betraying her actions. You've been caught. Next time you eat secretly, remember to wipe your mouth. Chauvu, standing nearby, quietly moved closer to Tulak. The personality of the great movie star, too, was indeed like his appearance, both sickly and depraved, truly hard to resist. Moreover, he was one of the 8 young masters of the Tu family, with such a prestigious background, if one could marry into the Tu family. Thinking of this, Chauvu's eyes lit up and she spoke in a coquettish tone. Mr. To, Tukbao seems to really like sweets. How about I go get 2 more for her? Tulak raised an eyebrow, picked up Tukbao, took a wet wipe from Kukwang's hand, and casually wiped Tukbao's mouth. No need. Eating more will make her stomach burst. Little kitten, when you eat secretly, you must know how to clean up properly. Understand? A sweet voice replied, Yes, I understand. Tukbao obediently answered. Seeing Tulak dote on Tukbao like this, Chauvu immediately pretended to like children and said coquettishly, Tukbao is so cute. Come here and let sister hug you. As she spoke, she reached out her hands. Auntie, is there phlegm stuck in your throat? Tukbao innocently asked. Everyone around was stunned, looking at Tukbao's innocent face, and very quickly burst into laughter. Chao Vu's face stiffened. Tukbao, you really know how to joke. Tukbao frowned, seeming to understand something else, then said, so there's a slipper stuck in there. Tu Dieng standing nearby coldly corrected. That's called putting on airs, understand? Tukbao nodded repeatedly. Chao Vu was upset and wanted to explain, but Talak didn't even look at her, hugging Tukbao and leaving. People around laughed secretly. Sigh. Children really do speak the truth. I always felt she was very disgusting. Chao Vu shook her head. I'm really not like that. My voice is naturally like this. Talak basically didn't want to pay attention to her, directly taking Tukbao towards the garden behind the hall. After walking for a while, he discovered something unusual, turned his head to see Tu Dieng silently following behind. He asked, why are you still following us? Talak frowned. Tu Dieng replied, my father told me to keep an eye on her. Talak turned his head and continued walking forward, thinking to himself that the young master of the two family had an even colder personality than his father. Usually no one could force him to do something he didn't want to. Yet now he was so obedient. It seems he needs to be wary of this kid from an early age. The three of them sat on a swing. The great movie star, childishly sat between the two kids. Tukbao, how did you know there would be a lucky light at 10:18? Talak asked. Earlier, when he saw that lucky ray of light, he was very surprised. Tukbao was fumbling with her bag, pulling out a turtle while saying, Tukbao divined it. Talak asked with interest, how did you divine it? Tukbao held up the turtle, seriously saying, it's like this, Uncle Tu, watch carefully. Tukbao will demonstrate for you. Talak gaped in astonishment. This little girl actually brought the old turtle from home here, stuffed in her bag without worrying about it suffocating. The poor turtle was spun until dizzy. What did you divine? Talak asked. Tukbao held up one finger, seriously saying, Uncle Tu will have romantic luck soon. Be careful when going out. Uncle Tu might be captured by a demon. Talak was stunned. What kind of demon? Tukbao replied, the kind that bewitches people. Talak laughed to himself thinking, romantic luck and being captured. Unless a bird drops poop on my head, maybe. Any other kind of luck maybe, but romantic luck, no way. He calmly said, that would be troublesome then. Tukbao agreed. Very troublesome indeed. Uncle Tu will be in a terrible situation. Talak thought to himself that the little girl was getting more and more absurd. Talak gently said, come here, Tukbao. Let Uncle Tu braid your hair. Talak carefully lifted Tukbao's messy hair. After all, being a movie star, he often had to take care of himself, so braiding two small plaits for Tukbao was as easy as turning his hand. Before long, Tukbao's messy hair had been braided into two cute fishtail braids. Although not combed, so it was a bit uneven, it looked more natural. Thank you, Uncle Tu, Tukbao said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her grinning mouth looking extremely adorable. Tu Dieng glanced absent-mindedly at Tukbao, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Suddenly Talak coldly shouted, hey, you there, who gave you permission to take sneaky photos? What's going on? Don't you know I hate being photographed secretly the most? The man hurriedly apologized. Mr. To, I'm a reporter. I couldn't resist wanting to take some exclusive photos for my material. Don't worry, I'll definitely delete all the photos I just took. I'm leaving now. After saying this, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, as he turned, the great movie star Taverstru called him back. Who said you could leave? If you want to take photos, come here and do it properly. Take some nice photos of our Tukbao. The reporter's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. He quickly said, Mr. To, is this your niece? She's so adorable. Miss Tukbao, look over here. Talak sat down casually, thinking to himself, originally I hated being photographed the most, but if it's with this little dumpling, I'll reluctantly accept it. Moreover, this little princess is the most beloved in our To family, so we should let the whole world know about her. Let everyone see how cherished she is. While thinking, Talak suddenly saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance of the garden. He suddenly remembered what Tukbao had just said, and his heart sank. If the romantic luck Tukbao mentioned was her, he would immediately drive her away. Chao Vu approached Talak, her face sincere as she said, Mr. To, did everyone say something inappropriate earlier? If so, let me apologize on their behalf. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Talak's eyes. Didn't anyone say you were annoying? Chao Vu's face stiffened. Is it because of my voice? Mr. To, this is really my natural voice. If you don't like it, I'll start training to change it from today. Talak gave a cold, meaningful laugh. The reporter immediately seized the opportunity, clicking his camera rapidly. What situation is this? If this photo is published, there will be a week's worth of gossip. Tukbao pondered for a moment, then quietly asked Tudiek beside her, "Brother, is this what they call a lingering spirit?" Tudiek softly grunted in agreement. Tukbao nodded. I've learned something new. Auntie, you really are a lingering spirit. Chaovu forced a smile. Tukbao, you shouldn't talk about sister like that. In fact, Chaovu just wanted to create a scandal. The reporter was still here taking photos. If she persisted a little longer, it would work. Just having a scandal with Tolak, plus clinging to the little princess of the To family, she would surely become famous quickly. However, right after that, she heard Tolak coldly say, "If any of the photos you took today are leaked." At this point, he gave a cold laugh, raising his hand to push up his gold-rimmed glasses. The reporter immediately felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly said, "Yes, Mr. To. So can I publish the photos of you and Miss Tukbao?" Tolak softened his voice and said, "Those are fine." The reporter looked at Chaovu in confusion. In the past, when walking the red carpet, the movie star To had never refused even when female celebrities actively wanted to take photos with him. Just how much did he dislike Chaovu? Tolak, not understanding what Chaovu was saying, directly turned and left. He had initially just wanted to get some fresh air, but she had ruined the mood with all the commotion. He reached out to pat Tudiek head and said, "Let's go." Tudiek neatly combed hair was immediately messed up. The boy pouted and followed behind. Tukbao sprawled on Tolak's shoulder, giggling. "Brother, your hair looks like a bird's nest." Seeing this, the reporter quickly seized the opportunity to take photos. There might not be a scandal about the movie star too, but the brotherly love between the To and Tu families could be dug up. If these two families really cooperated, the business world in the capital would be shaken. Tolak and Tukbao returned to the hall. Tukbao was truly exhausted. She rubbed her little tummy, telling herself, "Be good now. Mr. Tu won't let me eat sweets. What can we do? No candy either. Not even a sip of soda. How pitiful." Tolak thought to himself, "This kid really has many tricks." The three of them hadn't been quiet for long when suddenly someone came to chat. "Miss Tukbao, I heard you're very good at fortune-telling. Can you help me see when my wife will give birth?" Another person asked, "Tukbao, can you help me see when I'll become rich?" Tukbao put on an adult-like air, saying, "Grandmother, your grandson will be born in 3 days." The old lady was stunned, instinctively blurting out, "But my daughter-in-law is only 8 months pregnant. It's still far from the due date." The old lady was a bit disappointed. It was too far off. She had really believed Tukbao had some skill. Even if the girl had guessed half a month off, she would have believed it. She muttered complaints. "My daughter-in-law won't give birth for at least another month. This is not accurate at all." After saying this, she turned and left. Tukbao then asked a young woman, "Sister, you want to be very rich, right?" "What does being very rich mean?" the woman asked. "It means waking up one day suddenly having lots and lots of money, even more money than Boss 2. She looked admiringly towards Todatron standing not far away. Then she heard Tukbao's childish but serious voice. "Then you can only dream about it. You can't possibly have more money than First Brother. First Brother is very good at making money." Hearing this, the woman quickly turned and left, still muttering, "Not accurate at all. Surely it's just an exaggeration." Tolak crossed his arms, laughing. Modern superstition. Tukbao looked up, curiously asking, "What's modern superstition?" Tudiek pressed his lips together, hands placed neatly on his knees, then said, "For example, when people have nightmares, they wake up and comfort themselves by saying dreams are the opposite of reality. But if they have a good dream, they think they're about to have good luck. When their left eye twitches, people think something good is about to happen. When their right eye twitches, they comfort themselves by saying it's just because they're too tired lately." Things like that are called modern superstition. Suddenly, the boy saw Tukbao looking at him with sparkling eyes. Tudiek turned away in embarrassment. He had thought Tukbao would praise him for knowing so much. Tolak rested his chin on his hand, looking at the two children, thinking to himself, "Kids will be kids, so innocent. Their points of interest are so strange." The opening ceremony of the Duong Corporation ended. Tukbao fell asleep in Tolak's arms. Tudatran took off his vest to cover the little girl, said goodbye to Tuda, and drove away. Tudiek silently watched the two families' car disappear, thinking to himself that next time he would bring 2 candies for Tukbao. 2 because she likes to eat them, but shouldn't eat too many. Not giving her one more was because he was afraid she might get cavities. Next to the 2 families' car, a short, chubby man was standing. After seeing off the 2 families, he finally relaxed. The little ancestor of the To family, truly a little ancestor indeed. He thought to himself, it's said that Tukbao could save young Master Tu of the Tu family who was on the brink of death, so could she possibly cure his mother's strange illness? Duong Dien Dien walked in while instructing his assistant. Remember, from now on, whenever Miss To comes, no need to report. Directly invite the best pastry chef in the city to make cakes on the spot. Also, the young miss can't eat overly sweet things, doesn't like chocolate flavor, prefers fruit-flavored cream cakes, likes fruit candies. Write these down in the employee handbook. After hearing this, the assistant looked bewildered. Why should such things be written in the employee handbook? Tuck Bao was sleeping soundly, vaguely feeling someone watching her. She turned her head and saw an old woman staring at her. Tuck Bao woke up with a start. Li Tuong quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Tuck Bao's eyes still showed traces of fear. "Master, I dreamed of an old woman. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks were hollow. It was so scary." Li Tuong was startled. Hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, that's the appearance of a dead person. "Have you ever met her before?" Tuck Bao shook her head. "Never." Li Tuong thought to herself, could it be that a dead person has already come to find Tuck Bao? Li Tuong's expression became more serious. "Tuck Bao, from now on, you must tell your master about any dreams you have, okay?" Tuck Bao asked in confusion. "Master, why?" "Auntie, why do you look so serious?" Li Tuong looked at Tuck Bao with a complex expression. "Do you know why your master came to you?" Tuck Bao, still drowsy from just waking up, rubbed her eyes and said, "I know. Is Master testing Tuck Bao? Mother told Master to come." Tuck Bao remembers clearly. Li Tuong remained silent, only thinking to herself. "Before, I always thought meeting To Kam Ngok was just a coincidence, just accidentally agreeing with her to protect Tuck Bao for a while. But now, it seems the child's fate is not so easy to protect. It might even require merit to extend her lifespan." Li Tuong seriously asked, "Tuck Bao, do you remember the gourd that Master gave you?" Tuck Bao raised her hand. "I remember. It's here." Li Tuong reached out, her fingertip lightly touching the gourd, then said, "Master hasn't told you before, but this gourd needs to be filled. If it's not filled, I might have to leave you, go to a place very far away, and never come back." Tuck Bao's sleepiness instantly vanished. Her eyes widened as she said, "But Tuck Bao has just gotten to know Dad, Grandma. Tuck Bao doesn't want to be away from Master. Master, can Tuck Bao pour water in? Use water to fill it." Li Tuong sighed. "My silly Tuck Bao, this gourd is called a soul gourd because it only contains souls." Tuck Bao let out an, "Then what should we do?" Li Tuong patiently explained. "Containing ghosts will do. Containing wandering souls requires 100 souls. Containing vengeful spirits needs 49 souls. Containing evil spirits is more powerful. Only 18 souls are enough." Tuck Bao leaned in to look at the gourd. "Master, has the ugly ghost in the gourd filled it yet?" Li Tuong said helplessly, "It's far from full." Tuck Bao showed a heartbroken expression. "The ugly auntie is so useless. Can't even fill such a small gourd." The ugly auntie in the gourd said discontentedly, "Hey, little girl, aren't your expectations of me too high?" Tuck Bao suddenly said, "That's right, Master. The ghost on Sister Tuyetni's head is also an evil spirit, right?" Li Tuong said, "That's right." Tuck Bao immediately became excited. "Then Tuck Bao will go find it." She then jumped off the bed. Li Tuong asked, "Find it for what?" Tuck Bao quickly glanced at Li Tuong. "Master is so silly. To find Sister Tuyetni, of course we need to go where she is. Sister Tuyetni and Brother Havan study at the same school, so I want to go find Brother Havan." After saying this, Tuck Bao looked at Li Tuong with pitying eyes, thinking to herself, "Master must have been dead for too long, so her mind isn't normal." The corner of Li Tuong's mouth twitched. Did she just get looked down upon by a 4-year-old? Tuck Bao is getting stranger by the day, having both heaven-defying qualities and needing merit to extend her lifespan. Before, was it really just a coincidence that I met the newly deceased To Kam Ngok and then naturally came to Tuck Bao's side? She waved her hand, and a notebook appeared in front of her. Below Tuck Bao's name, 2 lines of bright red text appeared. "If I want someone to die at the 3rd watch, they certainly won't live until the 5th watch." Li Tuong thought to herself, what on earth is this? It seems only the king of hell would have such ability. Tuck Bao ran to Tohavan's room door and asked, "Brother, are you in there?" "What is it?" Tohavan's voice came from inside, indicating for her to come in. Tohavan frowned. "What do you want to ask this time? If it's another math-insulting question like, how many ml are in 5 kilograms of feces, I won't answer anymore." He thought to himself, last time I calculated a whole page for her, and she only remembered 1 bucket, not even specifying how many ml. Tuck Bao hugged her stuffed rabbit, her eyes full of expectation, as she looked at Tohavan. "It's not that. Tuck Bao wants to ask you, can you take Tuck Bao with you to school tomorrow?" Tohavan coldly said, "No way. I hate being followed the most, and I have to study too. Who has time to take you along?" Tuk Bao said pitifully, but before she could finish, Tohavan impatiently pushed her out. Go play, don't bother me. Then, with a bang, he closed the door. Tuk Bao stood outside looking at the closed door, feeling that she must not be cute enough. Maybe she should change into a different dress and try again. Tuk Bao pitter-pattered back to her room, changed into another fluffy dress, then ran back to Tohavan's room. Brother. This time, before Tuk Bao could say anything, Tohavan had already closed the door. Seeing Tuk Bao being turned away twice, Li Tuong couldn't stay calm anymore. This boy, how dare he treat my precious like this? Tuk Bao, go find Grandma. Let Grandma talk to him. He will surely agree to take you. Unexpectedly, Tuk Bao refused on the spot. No, children's matters should be solved by children. Always running to adults is so childish. Li Tuong was torn between laughter and tears. Then what do you want to do? Tohavan isn't someone you can easily persuade. Tuk Bao pursed her lips and smiled. Kids have their own ways. Master, don't worry anymore. Not long after, Tuk Bao brought a glass of fruit juice and knock on Tohavan's door again. This time, after a while, Tohavan suddenly opened the door. What do you want? I was about to solve that linear function problem, and you interrupted me again. It's so annoying. Tuk Bao was stunned, only now realizing she might have disturbed her brother. She held out the glass of fruit juice. Brother, have some fruit juice. Unexpectedly, Tohavan impatiently pushed the glass away. I don't want it. Can you stop bothering me? The full glass of juice was immediately knocked over, spilling all over Tuk Bao. The smile on Tuk Bao's face gradually disappeared. I'm sorry, brother. It's Tuk Bao's fault. Tuk Bao shouldn't have disturbed you while you were studying. Seeing Tuk Bao's disappointed face, Tohavan thought to himself, she's not going to cry, is she? That would be troublesome. Then he said coldly, give me the fruit juice. Tohavan thought she would cry, but instead saw a bright smile. He thought to himself, why orange juice? I hate orange juice the most. While seeing her expectant look, and I am thirsty, not that I'm softening up, Tohavan mumbled a thank you. After drinking this juice, I won't owe you anything anymore. No matter what, I won't take you to school. Also, I still have homework to do. Go play by yourself. He then went back into his room. Watching Tohavan drink the entire glass of juice in one go, Tuk Bao was overjoyed. Goodbye, brother, Tuk Bao mumbled as her brother closed the door again. Tuk Bao couldn't bother her brother anymore. Maybe she should wait until he's free and ask again. Suddenly, Tuk Bao's little face showed concern. But how will Tuk Bao know when brother is free? Li Tuong said from beside her, you can ask that ugly ghost to go in and keep an eye on him. Tuk Bao's eyes lit up. That's right, the ugly auntie is a ghost. She can pass through walls, and normal people can't see her. Tuk Bao immediately reached out and grabbed, pulling the female ghost out of the soul gourd. Ugly auntie, can you help Tuk Bao secretly see what brother is doing? The female ghost showed a reluctant expression. I can, but before you order me around, can you drop the ugly auntie part? The female ghost grumbled, and then passed through the wall. In the room, Tohavan was nowhere to be seen. She followed the trail towards the bathroom. Passing through the bathroom door, she saw Tohavan sitting on the toilet, holding a math book. Even while using the bathroom, he was so serious. The female ghost made a huh sound. How can my reflection appear in the mirror? Just then, Tohavan looked up. The female ghost also instinctively turned her head. Their eyes met. They both froze for 5 seconds when their eyes met. Tohavan was so scared that without even wiping or pulling up his pants, he opened the door and ran out. She chased after him, while Tohavan ran for his life. Tohavan shouted, Dad, save me. Tuk Bao was patiently waiting outside the door when suddenly it opened with a click, and a figure whooshed out, half of his bottom exposed. Seeing Tohavan's terrified face, Tuk Bao also panicked and chased after him. The more she chased, the more Tohavan, not daring to look back, became more frightened. He ran towards the study while shouting loudly, Dad, Dad, save me! Tunat Tran had just stepped out of the study when he saw Tohavan running like the wind while pulling up his pants, with Tuk Bao chasing behind. He caught Tohavan as he fell into his arms, immediately smelling a peculiar scent. He thought to himself, did he not wipe after using the bathroom? Tohavan was still in shock. There's a ghost. Tuk Bao, panting, caught up. Brother, there's no ghost. Tuk Bao is human, not a ghost. Tuk Bao thought confusedly. The ugly auntie is the ghost, but normal people can't see her. The female ghost floating behind also looked puzzled. What's going on? Can the kid see me? Can he still see me now? The female ghost moved closer to Tohavan, only to find that the boy's eyes were still looking behind. Li Tuong felt the situation was getting stranger. Tohavan stiffly turned his head, indeed seeing Tuk Bao standing behind him, but nothing else. Tuk Bao quickly covered her eyes. Brother, why did you run out without clothes? The boy hurriedly pulled up his pants but felt completely uncomfortable uncomfortable. Never in his life had he felt so embarrassed. He stammered, "Just now, I really saw a very ugly female ghost." The female ghost was about to speak when she felt her heart pierced by countless arrows. "Am I really that ugly?" Tinatran told Havan to take a bath first. He would go into the room with him to check. To Havan, with a stiff back, thought to himself, "Damn it, I've never been so embarrassed in my life." At this moment, Tukbao asked, "Brother, are you scared?" "If you're scared then." Before she could finish, Tohavan coldly snorted, "Who's scared? Who's scared?" After saying this, the stubborn boy walked towards his room. Tinatran tilted his head. "Tukbao, you should go to your room and rest early too." After saying this, he followed Tohavan to his room. Leong raised an eyebrow with a puzzled look. "Strange, how could Tohavan see ghosts?" "Limai, why don't you go in and take a look?" Tukbao glared at Leong. "Master, no mischief allowed." In Tohavan's room, after the boy finished bathing and came out, he didn't see anything anymore. Tinatran asked, "Did you really see something earlier?" Tohavan stammered, Maybe I saw wrong." Tinatran was about to say something, but seemed to think of something else and only said, "Remember, no matter what, you must protect your sister well." Tohavan honestly said, "But Tukbao said she wants to go to school with me tomorrow." Tinatran said almost without hesitation, "Then take her with you. Tukbao isn't an unreasonable child. She must have her reasons for wanting to go with you." Tohavan asked discontentedly, "Dad, aren't you afraid of spoiling Tukbao into becoming a second ham? Tinatran stood up and said, "That won't happen. I'll arrange things for tomorrow. You take good care of Tukbao." Tohavan pouted and coughed a few times. Sisters really are the most troublesome. Tinatran returned to his study and immediately made a phone call, notifying Vohuang International School to send a set of school uniforms and a school bag, while also increasing security for the school. The next morning, Tinatran instructed, "Make sure to pay attention to safety when you get to school." Grandmother, too worriedly advised, "Why don't I go with her? She's still so young. How can she manage without an adult around?" Tutu Teach, standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, waiting for Tutu Lam to take him to kindergarten, heard his grandmother's words and couldn't help but sneer. "We can all go by ourselves. Why can't little sister? Is she the only precious one?" The boy remembered when he was Tukbao's age, his mother only doted on his sister. He was never cared for or asked about. The boy coldly turned to get in the car, saying something about how a real man shouldn't whine to his mother. Even when he woke up scared in the middle of the night, his mother coldly told him to toughen up a bit. In the end, he thought, the one who's always cared for and loved is only his sister. Tututich looked out the car window, watching Tukbao surrounded by everyone, like stars around the moon. The boy let out a cold snort. There was genuine annoyance in his eyes, but also no less envy. Suddenly, Tukbao outside turned her head. Tututich immediately withdrew his gaze and took out his phone to play games. Tinatran helped Tukbao onto the school bus and asked, "Do you need your eldest brother to go with you?" Tukbao waved her hand. "No need. Tukbao can go by herself, but eldest brother, remember to take Tukbao shopping today, okay?" She remembered that yesterday, after eating and sleeping well, she forgot about going shopping. Tukbao still needed to buy silver needles to treat her grandmother's illness. Tinatran said, "All right, your eldest brother will pick you up at noon. Get on the bus now." Tuhavan turned to look at Tukbao and coldly said, "Hey, I'm telling you in advance, don't cry at school. If you do, I'll ignore you." Tukbao obediently nodded. "Yes, brother." Tuhavan put on a serious face and led Tukbao towards the back. Tukbao followed her brother obediently. Many children poked their heads out, curiously looking at the tiny Tukbao, asking in amazement, "She's so small, can she already go to school?" Another student said, "Tuhavan, why are you bringing along this little tail?" Tukbao looked up and saw Tudiek Nyan sitting in the last row, immediately smiling. "Hello, little brother." Tudiek Nyan pursed his lips, his small face cold, and grunted Tukbao curiously asked, "Little brother, are you not happy?" Tudiek Nyan turned his head away, thinking frustratedly, "I didn't bring candy today, so how can I interact with Tukbao?" Tukbao looked at Tudiek Nyan a bit strangely. What's wrong with little brother today? Every time this little girl was driven to school in a private car, yet she pretended to tell her two classmates that she took the school bus. It was because the school bus used all special armored materials. The accompanying teachers were also retired special forces, mainly costing 100,000 a month, and only a few people in the school could afford it. So she was afraid of being seen by others and being laughed at for being a child who couldn't ride the school bus. Each time, she would calculate the time the bus arrived at school, then enter from the side road, so everyone would think she also came by bus. Friends who didn't know the truth would look at her with admiring eyes, satisfying Tuyet Ni's vanity. Now friends were asking Tuyet Ni about her attendance at Thin Thay's ribbon-cutting ceremony. They were all envious. also wanting to take photos with many celebrities. Tuyet Nhi pretended that she attended on behalf of the Tu family. This made Tuyet Nhi's friend excitedly ask, "So what's your relationship with Tu Diek Nien? Your parents seemed very close to them. Are you two engaged since childhood?" But Tuyet Nhi mysteriously told them not to ask anymore. At this moment, no one saw a ghost floating above Tuyet Nhi's head. It chuckled, so young yet with such great vanity, truly the best food source for me. It opened its mouth wide, sucking a stream of black energy from Tuyet Nhi. Meanwhile, Tuk Bao obediently followed To Havan. "Brother, will you be in the same class as me later? Can you sit with me? Also, do you know which class Tuyet Nhi is in?" To Havan finally couldn't hold back and said, "Shut up." The boy felt so embarrassed. Other kids all came to school by themselves, only he had to bring along a little tail. It was mortifying. Tuk Bao immediately covered her mouth and said softly, "Okay, sorry, Brother Havan." Tuk Bao blinked at To Havan, her small hands tightly covering her mouth. Seeing To Havan look over, she quickly dropped her hands and said, "Don't worry. Tuk Bao won't bother you anymore. Tuk Bao will find the fat goat herself." Fat sheep, fat goat. Where's Tuk Bao's fat goat? Tuk Bao looked around. To Havan was immediately exasperated. He had clearly told his sister not to come here. At school, where could he find a fat goat for her? To Havan walked up the stairs, saying goodbye to his brother and sister. To Havan, we're going up. Take good care of her. To Havan replied indifferently, "I know." Watching his brother leave casually, To Havan was endlessly jealous, thinking to himself, what a nuisance. Who wants to look after her anyway? Seeing the silly little dumpling still standing there blankly, To Havan reluctantly took her hand and led her upstairs. As soon as they entered the classroom, other students looked over, teasing To Havan. To Havan, is this your little sister? Why did you bring your sister to school? People are diaper dads. You're a diaper big brother. As soon as the words were said, the students burst into laughter. To Havan felt utterly embarrassed. He thought to himself, if he ever brings his sister to school again, he'd be a pig. Going to the bathroom and forgetting toilet paper, or finding a worm in his vegetables halfway through a meal. As soon as Tuk Bao entered the classroom, she saw Tuyet Nhi. Master, look at Tuyet Nhi. There's a fat goat sitting on her neck. Oh no, it's not. It's a demon, a huge demon. Li Thuong lowered his voice. Indeed, it's here. Little backpack, I'll be watching you today to see if you've made any progress. At this moment, a teacher walked in, saw To Havan and Tuk Bao, and asked with a smile, "Are you Tuk Bao? I heard Tuk Bao is coming with her brother today to experience elementary school life, right?" Tuk Bao nodded vigorously. Yes, Tuk Bao is here to study. She couldn't say she was here to catch ghosts. Otherwise, the teacher might be so scared she'd run out of the bathroom without clothes on, which wouldn't be good, just like her brother did before. The female teacher was amused by Tuk Bao's innocence. Then Tuk Bao, why don't you sit with your brother? Tuk Bao suddenly pointed to the seat next to Tuyet Nhi and said, "Teacher, I want to sit with Tuyet Nhi." The teacher was surprised. Oh, right, Tuyet Nhi's desk mate is absent today. Li Thuong raised an eyebrow. What kind of dog's luck is this? At this moment, Tuyet Nhi's expression wasn't very good. Every time Tuk Bao was around, nothing good happened, and she didn't want to sit with Tuk Bao. Just then, the girl sitting in front of Tuyet Nhi suddenly turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Tuyet Nhi, you're not only close to the Tu family, but this close." The reluctance in Tuyet Nhi's heart immediately vanished, and the satisfaction of vanity made her smile instantly, no longer having any objections. "It's nothing. We just happened to go camping together before. Tuk Bao, come here." Tuyet Nhi patted the small chair beside her. Tuk Bao, carrying her small backpack, scurried over to sit next to Tuyet Nhi. Tuyet Nhi was about to be friendly with Tuk Bao when she saw the little girl take out a black turtle from her backpack. Tuyet Nhi was stunned. The female teacher was also stunned. "Teacher, don't worry, Mr. Turtle can't talk. Tiangu won't make noise either," Tuk Bao said. After a pause, she added, "Tuk Bao has come to school. They'll be very lonely at home, so they insisted on coming with Tuk Bao." Hearing this, the teacher's mouth twitched. Turtles and birds, what do they know about loneliness? No, this child probably doesn't know either. The teacher softened her voice and said, "Tuk Bao, this is a classroom. If they disrupt the lesson, I'll have to take them away." Okay. Tuk Bao blinked her sparkling eyes at the teacher and obediently nodded. "Yes, teacher." Tuk Bao saw a ghost floating above Tuyet Nhi's head, which was clinging to her due to her excessive vanity. The ghost cautiously looked at Li Thuong, but with a puzzled expression. It couldn't sense any yin energy from Li Thuong and couldn't figure out what kind of ghost he was. Li Thuong was educating Tuk Bao. "This is a vanity ghost. Little backpack. Later invite Tuyet Nhi to the small forest. We'll subdue it." Tuk Bao nodded silently. "Okay, I'll listen to you, master." Tuk Bao leaned in close, her expression mimicking Li Thuong's slight arrogance. Don't leave after class. Meet at the small forest. Tuyet Nhi, who was listening attentively to the lesson, was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. The first lesson quickly ended. The female teacher smiled as she approached Tukbao. Tukbao, did you understand the lesson just now? She didn't expect Tukbao to say she understood, but surprisingly the little girl nodded. Yes, I did, the teacher asked in surprise. Really? Then let me test you. The workers want to repair a 100-meter long road. On the first day, they repaired 64 meters. The rest needs to be repaired in 6 days. How many meters on average do they repair each day? Tukbao answered, 6 meters, teacher. The female teacher was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, Tukbao, you're so smart. Tukbao then looked confused. But teacher, the workers already repaired 64 meters on the first day. Why do they only repair 6 meters each day after that? Why don't they just finish it all at once? Indeed, after being a teacher for so many years, she couldn't answer a 4-year-old child's question. How embarrassing. While the teacher was at a loss for words, the math teacher from the same office came over. Did our little student Tukbao understand the lesson I taught today? Tukbao nodded again. Yes, I did. The female teacher introduced Tukbao to the math teacher. Tukbao is very smart. She remembered everything I just taught her. Hearing this, the math teacher became excited and said in amazement, Is Tukbao that good? Then let me test you. A little friend has 50 lollipops, 70 cotton candies, and 100 fruit candies in their bag. The little friend has eaten all 50 lollipops, 60 cotton candies, and 100 fruit candies. What candy does the little friend have left? Tukbao shook her head. The little friend has diabetes now. In her mind, she thought, just like Grandma. Grandpa said Grandma got diabetes because she ate too much candy. Both teachers were stunned, then burst into laughter. This answer didn't seem wrong either. Tuyet Nhi saw both teachers surrounding Tukbao, smiling from ear to ear, and felt a bit unhappy. She tried to attract attention by saying, Tukbao, that's wrong. The lollipops and fruit candies are all gone. There are 10 cotton candies left, not diabetes left. Tuyet Nhi tried to show off her math skills, then deliberately looked at the teachers, silently hoping for praise. But the teachers only paid attention to Tukbao, completely ignoring her. Tuyet Nhi thought resentfully, I clearly answered correctly. Why is no one paying attention to me? Tuyet Nhi immediately felt both embarrassed and humiliated. The teachers patted Tukbao's head, telling her to come to them if she needed anything, then left. The classmates immediately gathered around, looking at the turtle on Tukbao's desk. Tukbao, why did you bring a turtle to class? Why is it lying like that? Tukbao explained. Because if I flip it over, Mr. Turtle will whoosh and run away. Someone else asked, Where's your little parrot from earlier? Tukbao squatted in front of the desk, pressed her cheek against the drawer, and looked inside. Tionggu is in here. It's afraid of strangers. Another classmate asked, So how do we make it not afraid anymore? Does it eat bread? Green parrots, I heard they're very smart. Tukbao suddenly became the center of attention. Tuyet Nhi was extremely angry. Before, whenever school ended, everyone liked to gather around and chat with her, but now they all ran after Tukbao. Besides Tuyet Nhi, there was another person who wasn't happy, and that was Tohavan. She's clearly just the sister of an ordinary person. Class is over, but she doesn't even bother to come find me. What the hell is she doing? The boy slammed his book on the desk. Tuyet Nhi heard the noise and looked over, seeing that Tohavan also didn't like Tukbao. She rolled her eyes and walked towards Tohavan. Brother Havan, everyone likes Tukbao. Tukbao talks so well, unlike Tuyet Nhi, who is clumsy with words. Tuyet Nhi thought to herself, Brother Havan will surely criticize Tukbao, saying what's so great about that kid to like, he prefers people like her. Unexpectedly, the rational boy Tohavan had an iron will, directly exposing Tuyet Nhi's pretense. What are you doing? You're just a few years old and already learned the essence of White Lotus. Coming to me and pretending like this. Tuyet Nhi's eyes turned red. Brother Havan, why are you talking to me like that? Tohavan said irritably, Get lost. The boy coldly looked at Tuyet Nhi, who still wouldn't leave, impatiently said, White Lotus, are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll use force. The bell for class rang just in time, and the students hurried back to their seats. Just after the 10-minute break, Tukbao had already made many new friends. She was very happy. Suddenly, a small piece of paper flew from behind to her desk. Tukbao curiously opened the paper, reading seriously. Tukbao, have you eaten yet? I haven't eaten. Can you go eat chicken legs with me later? Leong beside her heard this and twitched his mouth. First-grade students haven't even learned all the letters yet. Some words still need to be written in phonetic transcription. Tukbao rummaged through her school bag, took out a pencil, sprawled on the desk, and seriously replied, Okay, I like eating chicken legs too. Let's go eat chicken legs later. Leong saw the little girl mumbling, but on the paper were just scribbles. He watched Tukbao finish drawing, fold the paper, and pass it to the student behind. Tuyet Nhi beside her suddenly raised her hand and said, Teacher, Duong Tu Hang and Tuk Bao are passing notes during class. She knew well that Teacher Vuong hated students talking and passing notes during class the most. Therefore, Tuk Bao would surely be scolded. The English teacher on the podium was interrupted, looking towards Tuk Bao and the boy sitting behind. The teacher was a very strict, middle-aged woman. She held out her hand. "Give it here." Duong Tu Hang turned pale, quickly handing the small piece of paper to Teacher Vuong. She glanced at the content on the paper, then looked at Tuk Bao, thinking to herself, "The board of directors spends all day flattering the major shareholder of the Tao family and wants me to give special treatment to Tuk Bao. Dream on. Today I'll show them what discipline means." Teacher Vuong looked down at Tuk Bao. "Both of you, take your things and stand outside." Tuk Bao had never been to school before, but vaguely sensed that she might have done something wrong. Before she could explain, the teacher slammed her ruler on the desk with a thwack. "Silence. I don't care whose child you are, how rich your family is. In my classroom, you must follow my rules." Tuk Bao wanted to say that it wasn't like that. She just didn't know passing notes during class wasn't allowed, and she wanted to apologize. But looking at that teacher, with her furrowed brows, high cheekbones, and thin, pale lips, such features were called a harsh countenance. Tuk Bao didn't explain further. She put on her backpack and went outside. Tuyet Nhi was so happy, she almost laughed out loud. But she didn't know the vainglorious demon above her head was taking a deep breath, chuckling. "What a surprise, so quickly accumulating this much resentment. It won't be long before this body is mine." At this moment, Tuyet Nhi was still thinking that Tuk Bao leaving the Tu family was nothing. Ashen dark circles gradually appeared under the little girl's eyes. The teacher said from the podium, "Listen carefully, all of you. I don't care if your parents are high-ranking officials or wealthy tycoons. Here, my rules are the rules." At this point, she suddenly looked at Tohavan, smiling coldly. "Tohavan, Tuk Bao is your sister, right? I heard she just arrived at your house and caused your second uncle and aunt to divorce. A rebellious, stubborn child like her needs someone to teach her a lesson. Don't you dare follow your sister's example." Hearing this, Tohavan immediately stood up, slamming his hand on the desk, coldly saying, "My sister is none of your business. You're a teacher. Instead of teaching properly, you're bad-mouthing others in class. You're truly the scum of teachers. The 51st element in the periodic table of chemistry, that's exactly referring to people like you." The boy put on his backpack, walking out while adding, "Furthermore, my uncle and aunt's divorce was due to my aunt's own actions. It has nothing to do with my sister. My aunt is still in prison now, or perhaps you'd like to try it out yourself." The teacher was stunned, not expecting Tohavan, usually quiet and reserved, to dare talk back to her. She was so angry she trembled. Tohavan walked past the podium, suddenly stopped, and coldly said, "Do you know what the 51st chemical element is? It's antimony, symbol SB, stupid, you know." After saying this, the boy put his backpack on his shoulder and walked out expressionlessly. Watching Tohavan leave without looking back, the teacher angrily shouted, "From now on, don't even think about setting foot in my classroom again. I don't need students like you who don't respect teachers." In the hallway, Tuk Bao stood facing the wall, with the turtle on her head and Tionggu on the turtle's back. Tuk Bao sighed, and Tionggu sighed along with her. Tohavan had also come out by now. Seeing Tuk Bao obediently standing still for punishment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. "Let's go. Didn't you want to eat goat meat? I'll take you." Tuk Bao was surprised. "Is there really goat meat at school?" Tohavan said, "Although it's a bit troublesome, but with superpowers, not just goat meat, I could even make you a Manhwa Quan Shi feast." Tuk Bao peeked into the classroom through the window and said, "But, never mind. Anyway, Tuyet Nhi isn't Tuk Bao's good friend. Eating goat meat is more important." Tohavan was confused. "But what?" Tuk Bao smiled. "Nothing." Then she quickly grabbed her school bag, stuffed Mr. Turtle and Tionggu inside. "Let's go." Duong Tu Hang looked at Tuk Bao with admiration, but he didn't dare to follow. The cafeteria of Ngu Tuong International School had small supermarkets and food streets on both sides. Being a high-end private school, the food naturally had to be the best, though the prices were also very expensive. Tohavan sat down at a table and ordered, "Boss, 1 portion of grilled goat meat, plus 2 grilled goat legs." Tuk Bao quickly added, "And 1 shrimp and 1 apple, please. Mr. Turtle and Tionggu need to eat too." Tohavan grimly added, "Add a plate of raw shrimp and a portion of sliced apples." The owner was surprised. "It's too early now. We don't have the ingredients yet." Before he could finish, Tohavan had already taken out his meal card. "I'll pay double." The owner immediately said cheerfully, "All right, give me 15 minutes." Tuk Bao's eyes widened, her face full of amazement and praise. "You're so good." For some reason, Tohavan felt a bit proud, then snorted. "Piece of cake." His face was extremely arrogant. The food was quickly served. Tuk Bao took Tionggu out of her bag, brought a piece of apple to its mouth, then extended her small hand. It was Tukbao's turn to eat. Tohavan suddenly told the little girl to wait. Tukbao looked up confused, only to see Tohavan take a disposable glove from the side and come close to put it on her hand. "Thank you, brother," Tukbao said with a smile, while her saliva started to flow from the aroma of the grilled goat leg. Tohavan said with disgust, "No need to thank me. Your saliva is dripping." The boy took a tissue and wiped Tukbao's mouth, looking extremely annoyed. But he said, "It's not that I'm pampering you. It's just that if others see my sister this big still drooling, where would I hide my face?" Tukbao mumbled while eating. "You should eat too." Somehow, Tohavan had turned into a waiter. The boy, though looking irritated, said, "Eat yours. Don't worry about me. If I don't peel it for you, when will you finish eating? Hurry up and eat. The fourth period is literature class." Tukbao found it a bit strange. "But Brother Havan, you don't like studying literature, do you?" Tukbao remembered her brother Havan liked reading books and studying literature, while Brother Havan only liked those weird numbers. While Tukbao was happily eating on this side, on the other side, without Tukbao and hunger controlling her, the vainglorious demon became increasingly unruly. Tuyetni, who was originally sitting up straight, suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, making her extremely tired. At this moment, she felt her chair being kicked. Turning around, she saw the classmate behind her ask with a start, "Tuyetni, are you okay? Didn't you sleep last night?" Tuyetni shook her head, then a small piece of paper was passed to her. She opened it to look, only to see a scribbled message written on it. Suddenly, the vainglorious demon behind her sneered, "Hey, being liked by others is something to be proud of. Quickly hold up the paper. Tell everyone loudly that Lu Tutan is confessing to you." A spark of excitement flashed in Tuyetni's eyes. "That's right. I'm loved by so many people, so I should let everyone know. I want everyone to understand that the most beloved child isn't Tukbao, it's me." So she raised her hand and said loudly, "Teacher Vuong, Lu Tutan passed me a note." Lu Tutan, sitting at the back desk, was startled. The teacher angrily asked, "Who wrote it?" Tuyetni read Lu Tutan's name aloud, then opened the paper and read loudly, "Tuyetni, I want to tell you something. Although I'm not handsome, my heart is very good. You should know that you're the only one in my heart. I won't like anyone else, because I love you. To clarify, it's love, not like." She read every word on the paper, then raised her head high like a proud peacock. The English teacher coldly said, "Lu Tutan, go stand in the hallway. I'll call your parents to meet me tomorrow. You're still young, but already learning about love. I've seen many students like you. You'll have no future when you grow up. You can only be scum or a failure." Lu Tutan turned pale, glaring resentfully at Tuyetni before silently walking out. Tuyetni didn't feel any remorse. The vainglorious demon could only affect her vanity, but not her conscience. The surrounding classmates immediately gathered around. "Wow, Tuyetni, since when has Lu Tutan liked you? He's really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But then again, I heard many people like Tuyetni. Your desk drawer is full of love letters, right?" Tuyetni modestly said, "No way," while allowing a female classmate to take out all the love letters from her drawer. Tuyetni's two close friends read them aloud, laughing. Tuyetni pretended to say, "Come on, aren't you bored? I could never have anything with them." Tuyetni's close friend said, "That's right. Our Tuyetni is already betrothed to the Tu family. She'll be the only madam of the Tu family in the future." Hearing this, Tuyetni didn't deny it. Amidst the amazed exclamations of everyone, she tacitly acknowledged it. The feeling of vanity in her heart made her feel as if she was floating on cloud nine. But she didn't know that the vainglorious demon behind her had also swollen to its extreme. Li Tuang returned from his walk and happened to see this scene. How much vain energy has it absorbed already? At this rate, in no more than 2 days, Tuyetni will die. I must subdue it before it replaces the host. But where's the little school bag? In the office, the homeroom teacher casually asked Miss Vuong, "How was your class earlier? Was Tukbao well behaved?" Miss Vuong smirked. What discipline can a 4-year-old have? At this moment, another teacher turned and asked Miss Vuong, "I went to the class earlier. Why didn't I see Tukbao anywhere?" Miss Vuong frowned. "How would I know? School's over. Who knows where she went to play? Such a tiny child and already fond of playing. School is a place for studying, not a nursery. Am I supposed to follow her around to supervise her?" The homeroom teacher next to her spoke up in warning. "You should change that attitude. This child is different." The bell for class rang. Miss Set. Vuong picked up her lesson plan and said, "In my eyes, all students are equal. There's no distinction between rich and poor. Everything is based on academic performance." After saying this, she turned and left. The homeroom teacher could only remain silent. What nonsense about all students being equal. It's clearly discrimination based on performance. She doesn't even look at children with English scores below 90. On this side, Tukbao ate her fill, rubbed her round belly, and let out a satisfied burp. To Havan sitting beside her frowned. Have you eaten enough? Don't follow me tomorrow. Tukbao seriously replied, I don't come to school with you just to eat. To Havan sneered, if not to eat, then what for? To study. How old are you? Who would believe that lie? Unexpectedly, Tukbao shook her head. No, it's to catch ghosts. The boy asked, what ghosts? Havan suddenly remembered the ugly female ghost he saw in the bathroom yesterday. Tukbao turned her head and asked her brother, are you scared? Havan's face stiffened. He tried to say, who's scared? I'm just asking what ghosts you're catching. Tukbao leaned close to Havan's ear and whispered, catching evil spirits. That evil spirit is lying on Tuyetni's head, sucking evil energy from Tuyetni's neck, like drinking bubble tea. As Havan thought about the scene of someone drinking bubble tea, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow across his neck, chilling. The boy instinctively covered his nape, not realizing his expression had become a bit tense. He asked Tukbao, can that ghost come out during the day? Tukbao counted on her fingers. There are 3 types of ghosts in the world, but not all types can come out during the day. Like that ugly aunt, called a wandering soul or wild ghost, who died unnaturally, unable to reincarnate, just wandering in the human world. Havan immediately thought of the female ghost that scared him so badly he got constipated, his face turning pale. Tukbao carelessly continued explaining, there are also vengeful ghosts, people who died unjustly, who suddenly appear to scare people to death. Havan's face paled again, but Tukbao kept talking. Finally, there are evil spirits, very fierce. They eat people. Wandering ghosts and vengeful spirits can't appear during the day, but it can. It's very strong. Havan suddenly covered Tukbao's mouth. Stop talking. The boy looked around, thinking to himself that in such bright sunlight, how could there be ghosts? Then released the little old lady Tukbao. Tukbao quickly said, Big brother, you're scared, right? It's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of being scared. Havan still stubbornly said, who's scared? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Tukbao said, but you're so capable. Why are you afraid of ghosts? You shouldn't be. Actually, ghosts aren't scary. They're like people, just with protruding eyeballs and severed hands. Havan immediately produced a candy from somewhere and stuffed it into Tukbao's mouth. Only then did Tukbao fall silent. The boy didn't want to go to class just because his little sister told him there was a ghost on the head of a female classmate. But just thinking about being mocked by his sister for being afraid of ghosts, he gritted his teeth and went to class. At this moment, the homeroom teacher finally found the two. Havan, Tukbao, where have you two been? The bell for class has already rung. Tukbao, with candy in her mouth, mumbled unclearly. Tukbao was hungry. Big brother took Tukbao to eat. Havan coldly snorted. Miss Vuong chased us out. This matter, of course, couldn't be ignored. Havan just wanted to call his father, asking him to come pick them up. Just thinking about Tukbao saying there was a ghost on Tuyetni's head, the boy didn't want to go to class anymore. Hearing Havan say he wanted to call to Nat Tran, the homeroom teacher quickly persuaded. Havan, I still have to teach class. Can you take your little sister back to class first? Before Havan could speak, Tukbao obediently raised her hand. Yes, teacher. Tukbao and Big Brother will go to class now. After saying this, she held her brother's hand and walked towards the classroom. Havan reluctantly followed behind. He had no other choice. If he didn't go to class, wouldn't he be mocked by his little sister for being afraid of ghosts? If you're gonna brag, you have to be brave. Entering the classroom, Havan instinctively looked towards Tuyetni, who happened to look up at him, grinning widely. Havan immediately felt his hair stand on end. The Tuyetni before him, her eyes were sunken, her face gloomy, her eyes staring intently at Havan. That smile looked so strange. Earlier, when Tuyetni came up to him acting coy, she wasn't like this. Could Tukbao be right that there was an evil spirit on Tuyetni? Thinking of this, Havan quickly averted his gaze, his back stiffening, involuntarily walking stiffly to his seat. At this moment, the deceitful ghost curled up on Tuyetni's head, whispering, Look, look, Havan is looking at you. As soon as he came to class, you're the first one he looked at. He must like you too. Everyone likes Tuyetni. Tuyetni stared at Havan, her heart full of pride. Being such an excellent girl, of course all the boys liked her. At this time, Tukbao turned to Tuyetni's side, tilting her head to look at the deceitful ghost, mumbling, Are you full too, Auntie? She thought to herself that such a big ghost must be able to fill up the soul jar a bit. Tuyetni tiredly turned her head, thinking, full of what? I'm different from Tukbao. I'm here to study properly, not like Tukbao who only thinks about eating all day. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered. All right, children, let's start the lesson. Today we're studying Village Life. This poem is a bit longer than the ones we've studied before. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuyetni immediately raised her hand. Teacher, I've already memorized this poem. The homeroom teacher paused, looking at Tuyet Ni. Well then, Tuyet Ni, let's hear you recite it. Tuyet Ni put her hands behind her back, reciting the entire poem fluently, with clear pronunciation and emotion, as if performing on stage. The classmates gasped, praising her endlessly. The homeroom teacher also smiled and praised. Very good. Tuyet Ni sat down, feeling a bit confused. Why did the teacher only praise her with 3 words? She had recited so well. Why didn't the teacher ask if she had studied at home? She wanted to take this opportunity to say that she usually studies very diligently. Tuyet Ni was a bit dissatisfied. The vain ghost behind her also looked displeased. Tukbao's eyes widened, seeing many straws between Tuyet Ni and the ghost. Li Thuong happened to turn around. Seeing the dissatisfaction of Tuyet Ni and the vain ghost, he said, Tukbao, tell the teacher that you also know the poem. Tukbao raised her hand high. Teacher, Tukbao knows it too. The homeroom teacher was surprised. Well then, Tukbao, recite it. Tukbao stood up, lifted her little head, and recited. Grass fields where oriles fly in the 2nd month of spring, willow trees drunk with spring mist. Children finish school and return home early, flying kites in the east wind. The 2 small pigtails tied with ribbons on her head swayed with the rhythm of her recitation. Some words weren't pronounced perfectly. Her voice was a bit lisping, not as clear as Tuyet Ni's, but it exuded cuteness. The class gasped again, somehow feeling that Tukbao was better. The homeroom teacher looked at Tukbao, feeling touched. Tukbao, you're so good. You can recite the whole poem. Do you usually study at home? Tukbao innocently said, No, sir. Tukbao just learned it. She thought to herself, it was master who just taught me. Tukbao only repeated it, but once I've read it, I remember it. At this moment, Tuyet Ni's eyes were full of disbelief and discontent. Clearly, Tukbao didn't recite as well as her. Why did the teacher praise her so much? She had spent the whole evening memorizing this poem. Tukbao said she just learned it. She must be lying. Tuyet Ni felt very resentful, thinking the teacher praised Tukbao because she was the young lady of the 2 family. If she were the young lady of the 2 family, she would surely be better than Tukbao. A glint of jealousy flashed in Tuyet Ni's eyes. She couldn't stop thinking. If Tukbao died, then she would be the young lady of the To family. She couldn't control herself and pushed hard, pushed into empty air. With a thud, she fell onto the back of Tukbao's chair. The homeroom teacher asked, Tuyet Ni, are you all right? Tuyet Ni quickly explained, but her movements were slow, looking very tired, saying she was fine. The ghost thought to itself, in this world there's actually such a small child with such vanity and pretense. Vanity and pretense. Coincidentally matching with me. Give me 2 more days. I'll definitely be able to replace Tuyet Ni and live again. It cautiously looked at Li Thuong, explaining, Just now, Tuyet Ni moved on her own, not me. Tukbao lowered her voice and asked, Master, it's so fat. Can it fill up the soul jar? Li Thuong looked at the ghost with a puzzled expression. No, it can't. Tukbao sighed. Isn't it a waste to get so fat then? Totally useless. Li Thuong took out a notebook, flipping through it while asking the ghost casually, You were a teacher at this school, weren't you? The conditions for becoming an evil spirit are quite strict. Tukbao listened attentively. Li Thuong explained, First, an evil spirit must die a terrible death. This terrible death isn't just an ordinary terrible death. Jumping from a building and breaking arms and legs, or being hit by a car, those don't count as terrible deaths. The death of an evil spirit must be more horrific than that. Second, after dying unjustly, it can't leave the place of death, can only stay there repeating the process of its death, day after day, accumulating resentment. Only then can it become an evil spirit. Li Thuong looked at the ghost. I'm very curious. How exactly did you die? The ghost's expression was extremely unpleasant. Although it couldn't tell what kind of spirit Li Thuong was, the other party gave it a frightening feeling. Tukbao tilted her head to look at the ghost. That's right. How did you die? How did you die to become so bloated? Like a balloon. The ghost completely ignored Tukbao, only wary of Li Thuong. But thinking that it was already the most vicious ghost among ghosts, what did it have to fear from him? Finally, it was time for school to end. Suddenly, Tuyet Ni gritted her teeth and asked Tukbao, You did it on purpose just now, didn't you? Deliberately dodged when I pushed you, making me lose face like that, and intentionally competing with me to recite the poem. Tukbao asked bewilderedly, What did I do on purpose? Tuyet Ni angrily shouted, Intentionally competing with me to recite the poem. The surrounding classmates turned their heads in surprise to look at Tuyet Ni. Tuyet Ni was startled, only now realizing she had accidentally spoken her inner thoughts aloud. She hurriedly packed her school bag. Didn't you say to go to the small forest? Whoever doesn't come is a dog. After saying this, she put on her school bag and left. Tukbao immediately stuffed Grandpa Turtle and Xiao Wu into her school bag, then pulled Tohavan. Brother, let's go quickly too. Tohavan suddenly had a bad feeling. Where are we going? Tukbao said decisively, to catch ghosts. Tu Havan asked again, what ghosts? Tukbao, without another word, pulled Tu Havan and started running. Tu Havan thought to himself, I'm not going anywhere, catching ghosts. No way, not in this lifetime. The boy called out while walking, wait a minute, but Tukbao didn't listen at all, instead pulling the boy to run faster. As soon as they entered the small forest, Tu Havan saw Tuyet Nhi standing in the distance, with her head down, hunched over, arms hanging limp. Seeing the boy arrive, she slowly raised her head, staring at him. Tu Havan felt his hair stand on end, goosebumps all over his body. Tukbao asked, brother, are you scared? Do you want to go home first? Just as he was about to run away, Tu Havan stopped, stubbornly saying, what am I afraid of? I must stay calm. Nothing in this world can scare me. Just as he thought that, suddenly a piercing scream came from somewhere. Tu Havan jumped in fear. Tukbao quickly pulled Tu Havan, who was running like the wind. Brother, it's Xiao Wu. They heard Xiao Wu singing in the school bag. Left hand points at the moon. Right hand takes the red thread, you and me. Because it couldn't reach the high note, the me in the next line turned into a scream. At this moment, Tuyet Nhi glided over, her steps floating as if on tiptoe. Havan, you came too. Tu Havan's tears, which were about to fall, suddenly swallowed back, turning into hair-raising fear. Tukbao stood in front of Tu Havan with a serious expression. If there's any trouble, aim it at me. Don't scare my brother. Master, master, come here quickly. Master. Tukbao looked around. Where's master? Tu Havan then saw the little ghost. The master suddenly appeared, reaching out to pat Tukbao's head. What are you calling for? Tukbao looked at Li Thuong in confusion. Master, what's wrong with you today? Why can't I see you anywhere? No, it's not seeing the ghost. But now wasn't the time to worry about this. She asked in confusion. Master, what's wrong with Tuyet Nhi? That evil spirit hasn't taken over Tuyet Nhi's body yet, has it? Why do I feel like Tuyet Nhi is already gone? Li Thuong explained. This is called ghost substitution. Although ghost possession and ghost substitution only differ by one word, they are completely different. Ghost possession is when a ghost enters the host's body, influencing the host. Ghost substitution is when a ghost is trying to manipulate the host, but hasn't completely taken over the host's body yet. Tukbao nodded vigorously. So this is ghost substitution. Tu Havan, with a pale face, asked, then, what should we do now? What is ghost substitution? Tukbao repeated Li Thuong's explanation. Look, she pointed at Tuyet Nhi's tiptoes. Ghost substitution is when a ghost is controlling the host. Now there's a ghost attached to Tuyet Nhi, its feet stepping on Tuyet Nhi's soles, walking for her. Tu Havan, both scared and unable to look away, indeed saw Tuyet Nhi on tiptoes, her instep forming a straight line, standing in a position that normal people couldn't maintain. Tu Havan wanted to run away again. Tukbao said, so when there are ghosts around us, never run. Humans can't outrun ghosts, and when running, the soles of our feet face upwards, making it easy for ghosts to invade. Tu Havan asked, then, how should we walk? Tukbao seriously continued to share knowledge. In this case, we try not to let our soles leave the ground, for example, by shuffling, or hopping one step at a time, or walking backwards. Of course, the best way is to kill that ghost. Tu Havan said, kill, kill. Tukbao seriously patted her small chest. Don't be afraid, brother. Tukbao is very powerful. This kind of ghost isn't even enough to fill the gaps in Tukbao's teeth. The evil spirit nearby heard Tukbao's words and couldn't help but mock. Just you alone. It controlled Tuyet Nhi's body and asked, I'm only wary of your master. What does he want to do? Li Thuong said, taking my disciple for some practice, and by the way, resolving the matter of 18 lives buried under the sports field. The evil spirit's expression changed, baring its fangs and claws. My business, don't interfere. Rivers don't intrude on wells. We're all ghosts. As it spoke, it fiercely lunged towards Li Thuong. Tukbao suddenly grabbed the evil spirit's ankle. With a swoosh, threw it backwards. We're all ghosts, but Master isn't an evil spirit. The evil spirit screamed. Ah! So this is how it feels to be protected by a disciple. A glint of mischief appeared in Li Thuong's eyes. He said, Tukbao, throw it to me. Beside them, Tu Havan was already stunned. Following Tukbao's motion of throwing the evil spirit, there was a loud boom, and a female ghost as large as a sumo wrestler appeared before the boy. The boy saw a ghost again. Tu Havan's legs trembled, about to lean on a nearby tree to faint, but looking up he saw, why is it here too? Can you see me? Li Thuong glanced and asked. The boy was about to cry, but Li Thuong used an invisible yellow talisman to cover his mouth, telling him to watch quietly. The evil spirit, thrown hard by Tukbao, was completely dazed. It was actually thrown by a 4-year-old child. It stared at Tukbao and asked, you, what exactly are you? Tukbao seriously corrected, I'm a person, not a thing. Not right. I'm a person, saying what is also not right. The little girl realized that no matter how she said it, it wasn't correct. She angrily glared at the evil spirit, her cheeks puffed up. You're the thing. Your whole family are things. The evil spirit angrily snorted. This little girl. Are you angry? As soon as it finished speaking, Tuk Bao grabbed and threw it around mercilessly. The ghost thought to itself, angry about what? I was just speaking casually. Is it worth all this? Why is this annoying kid so powerful? The evil spirit suddenly cried out, wait, have you forgotten that I'm currently possessing Tuyet Ni? If you keep hitting like this, aren't you afraid your friend will be seriously injured? It was scared, wanting to use Tuyet Ni as a shield. After 2 seconds of silence, Tuk Bao suddenly shook her head. She's not Tuk Bao's friend. If she gets hurt, so be it. The little girl thought it was still better than Tuyet Ni being killed by the ghost. All right, the 4-year-old girl grabbed Tuyet Ni's ankle with one hand, treating her like a toy and throwing her back and forth. If the evil spirit wasn't removed in time, the girl would be in life-threatening danger. Therefore, seeing this scene, Tuk Bao punched the vain ghost again. Realizing it couldn't win, the ghost gritted its teeth and looked at Li Tuong, then at Tuk Bao, deciding to run away. The red string on Tuk Bao's wrist emitted a faint red light, supporting her, and pulling the vain ghost back. The little girl used all her strength, throwing it back and forth. As the host of the vain ghost, Tuyet Ni was also thrown around. If it weren't for Tuk Bao grabbing the ghost's legs, if she hadn't been holding back with her great strength, the ghost would have been thrown into minced meat long ago. However, that ghost wasn't faring much better. Finally, there was a loud boom. Tuk Bao had finally thrown the vain evil spirit out of Tuyet Ni's body. At this moment, Tuyet Ni's eyes rolled back, and she lay unconscious on the ground. Tuk Bao sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Catching ghosts was so tiring. Master was really unreliable, teaching only this one move, and it was so energy-consuming. Fortunately, it could be considered successful. Tuk Bao then asked, "What's next, Master?" Li Tuong and To Havan standing beside were already dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. To Havan's face showed bewilderment and fear. So powerful. It turned out his little sister wasn't just an ordinary crybaby, but a disguised violent little loli. Li Thuong was also surprised. He didn't expect Tuk Bao to have such divine power talent, especially power against ghosts, throwing the evil spirit straight out. Even he would need some effort to separate the evil spirit from its host, yet Tuk Bao could do it just by throwing. This strength of hers wasn't apparent on normal people, but it was clearly demonstrated on ghosts, truly born for this purpose. Li Thuong suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Tuk Bao, "Master has taught you the ghost-capturing talisman before. Do you remember?" Tuk Bao nodded. "Yes. Although Master's drawing was as ugly as a dog's chewing, Tuk Bao remembers." Li Thuong's mouth twitched. "You saying you remember is enough." The latter part didn't need to be said. He told Tuk Bao to try using the ghost-capturing talisman to capture that ghost into the soul jar. Tuk Bao was seen waving her small hand, clumsily drawing the pattern of the ghost-capturing talisman. A yellow talisman appeared in midair, enveloping the vain evil spirit, then forcefully pulling it into the air. The vain ghost struggled. "I don't want to go in. I won't go in. Why do I still end up like this after trying so hard?" Tuk Bao ignored its reasons. "You go in first." The vain ghost continued to struggle. Tuk Bao reluctantly stepped on the ghost with one foot, then used force to pull backward. Li Thuong helplessly said, "This silly disciple, stepping on the ghost's body, competing with yourself." Tuk Bao, "Next, you should ask how she died." Capturing ghosts wasn't just about capturing. It was also necessary to clearly ask how the evil spirit died, which would be beneficial for the little girl's future understanding and experience. Tuk Bao obediently followed. "Fat Auntie, how did you die?" The vain ghost glared at Tuk Bao, its eyes bloodshot. "You're the fat one. Your whole family is fat." Tuk Bao immediately said, "That's wrong." Li Tuong said, "It seems that in the short term, this ghost won't tell you how she died. Just capture her into the gourd first. We'll ask again later." The little girl snapped her fingers, capturing the vain, evil spirit into the soul gourd. The gourd shook, and one could faintly hear the angry roars of the vain evil spirit. "Let me out." Tuk Bao patted the soul gourd. "Fat Auntie, be quiet for a bit. Stay in there with the ugly auntie." The little girl happily shook the soul gourd. Master, this ghost is so big. Is Tuk Bao's gourd almost full?" Li Tuong said cheerfully. "Let Master see." Li Tuong took one of Tuk Bao's fingers, pressed it on the gourd, and told the little girl to concentrate. Tuk Bao focused her mind, and suddenly, she seemed to see that the space inside the gourd was very large, like a big room. The ugly auntie lay inside bored, while the fat auntie stomped her feet and cursed. The ghost that looked so big earlier barely filled a corner of the gourd. The little girl drooped. "So when will it be full?" Li Thuong smirked, teasing. "Master doesn't know either. How about letting your brother calculate it for you?" The master and disciple turned to look at To Havan. The boy shuddered and said, "Don't ask me." Rather than calculate ghosts, the boy would rather give up his favorite subjects of math, physics, and chemistry and gnaw on the dry, hard subject of literature. Tuk Bao asked in confusion, Why, brother? Aren't you very good at calculations? Tuavan hurriedly denied. No, I'm not good. Tukbao squatted on the ground, scribbling. Look, brother, this is the gourd room. Inside are the ugly auntie and the fat auntie. The room is this big. The fat auntie is this big. The ugly auntie is this big. How many fat aunties and ugly aunties are needed to fill the gourd room? Tuavan thought to himself, isn't this simple? Let's say the fat auntie is X, the ugly auntie is Y. It wasn't that the boy didn't want to calculate, but his hands seemed to have a mind of their own, wanting to solve any problem related to calculations. The boy picked up a twig and started writing and drawing on the ground. Quickly, the boy came up with an answer. So we need about 19 fat aunties and about 100 ugly aunties. As soon as Tohavan finished calculating, he silently threw away the twig, pretending he hadn't calculated anything. Tukbao, with a serious face, nodded repeatedly. I understand. Li Thuong, standing beside, thought to himself, didn't I already tell Tukbao? Tohavan glanced over, asking the little girl, why does the gourd need to be filled? Tukbao's smile gradually faded. If the gourd isn't filled, Tukbao will be taken away. Tohavan was stunned. Taken away? Where to? Tukbao lowered her head, using the twig to scribble on the ground, to a place very far away, never to return again. In other words, if the gourd isn't filled, Tukbao might die. The boy was silent for a while, then asked, that fat auntie just now, are there more ghosts like that? If so, catch them quickly. Tukbao sweetly asked, are you worried about Tukbao? The boy immediately denied, no way. It was hard to calculate X and Y. At least we should check if the result is correct, right? If not, Li Tuong approached, chiming in, that's right, how can you see me? Tu Havan was startled. He was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the man in white robes in front of him gradually fading, then quickly disappearing. Tu Havan was dumbfounded, looking left and right, asking Tukbao, didn't your master want to ask me something? Why did he suddenly leave? Tukbao looked beside the boy. No, master is right next to you. Tu Havan immediately felt a chill on his neck, as if a hand was placed on his shoulder. The hair that had just settled down stood up again. The boy didn't dare to turn his head, basically didn't dare to look, which was even scarier than seeing. Li Tuong found it strange. Why could he suddenly be seen, then suddenly not be seen? He had been a ghost for hundreds of years and had never encountered such a case. At this moment, noises came from outside the small forest. Soon after, Tonatran and several teachers appeared before them. Tonatran strode up to Tukbao, his eyes scanning her, and asked, are you all right? Tukbao shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Teacher Vuong, walking behind, kept muttering, I already said I didn't know. It has nothing to do with me. They ran here to hide on their own. How can you blame me? They insist on dragging me along to search. Tuetni's mother immediately spotted Tuetni lying unconscious on the ground and rushed to embrace her daughter. Tuetni was covered in mud, her hair disheveled. She almost didn't recognize her. Tuetni hazily woke up and burst into tears. Mom, it hurts so much. At this moment, Tuetni's mother noticed that Tuetni's face was covered in wounds, her arms and legs were scratched, her face was bruised. She had lost a front tooth, and her eye sockets were black and blue, looking even worse than Jubaji. She asked heartbrokenly, what happened? Who hit you? Did my little Tuetni do something wrong? As Tuetni's mother spoke, she stared at Tukbao. The next second, Tu Havan had already stood in front of Tukbao. I hit her. Tuetni's mother was stunned and asked again, why? Tu Havan crossed his arms and snorted coldly. She angered my little sister. She reported my sister for passing notes in class, and after school she dragged me into the small forest to confess her feelings. So young, yet acting like a 1,000-year-old demon, daring to like me, I had to hit her. Tu Havan deliberately mentioned a well-known incident to cover up some traces and avoid suspicion from others. Moreover, the boy took all the blame upon himself. Tuetni's mother anxiously said, even so, you shouldn't hit my daughter like that. Being liked by someone is a good thing. Why hit them? Teacher Vuong, standing nearby, also said, was Tuetni wrong to report Tukbao for passing notes in class? Do you have some kind of psychological problem? You did something wrong and then hit the person who reported it. Tu Havan laughed coldly. That's right, reporting isn't wrong, but I wanted to hit her. So what? Teacher Vuong was left speechless by the boy's question. Duong Tu Hang looked admiringly. Cool, cool. From now on, To Havan is my big brother. Originally, the boy had only passed a note to Tukbao, but Tuetni loudly reported it, resulting in him being punished to stand for 45 minutes. Duong Tu Hang, being petty, was obviously not happy about it. Tu Not Tran calmly said to his assistant, hitting someone is indeed wrong. We will take responsibility for this matter. Make a public apology. Say that Miss Lam dragged our young master Forel into the small forest to confess her feelings, and our young master too, being hot-tempered, hit the girl. Our two family apologizes and will compensate for medical expenses and emotional distress with 10 million yuan. For the two family, this amount of money was just a drop in the ocean, considered as buying some amusement. Tuyetni's mother hurriedly said, "No need, no need. They're just children. Fighting is normal. It's fine." She thought to herself, saying it like that, wouldn't it make our Tuyetni lose face? But they're making a public apology and offering compensation. She really couldn't find fault with anything. Natran calmly said, "Very well, if Mrs. Lam regrets it later, feel free to contact my assistant." Tuyetni cried, "Mom, I didn't." Tuyetni's mother lowered her voice, telling the girl to keep quiet. "Don't say anything more." Teacher Vuong scolded. "What a spoiled rich kid." At this moment, Tran glanced at Teacher Vuong, then stared at Principal Lee, asking how he intended to handle this. Teacher Vuong's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, "Am I mistaken? I just didn't flatter them, and now the come-forward family is taking their anger out on me. But it doesn't matter. I'm the English teacher with the best performance in the school. Yet, the principal may look tough on the outside, but he'll surely cover for me." Principal Lee couldn't play dead anymore and had to speak up. This time, Teacher Vuong is indeed at fault for punishing students without authorization. According to regulations, she must be disciplined. At this point, Teacher Vuong looked at Principal Lee in disbelief. She was just fulfilling her responsibilities as a teacher, punishing students for their own good. But Tonat Tran said, "You punish students without distinguishing right from wrong, discriminate against students based on their performance, post students' names and scores on the blackboard, publicly humiliate and beat students. How can you call this responsible?" Teacher Vuong thought that since ancient times, students needed to be disciplined to become excellent, and she was doing it for the students' own good. To put it bluntly, weren't they punishing her because of Tuk Bao? Tanyat Tran smiled again, signaling Cook Wong to read the information just investigated about Teacher Vuong. Cook Wong immediately read. 2 years ago, Teacher Vuong offered a bribe to the department head, which was rejected, and she was disciplined once. Since September last year, Teacher Vuong has been abusing her position to recommend students to external tutoring classes for personal gain. Tanyat Tran coldly looked at Principal Lai. If Principal Lai finds it inconvenient to deal with a teacher of such quality, that's fine. We will file a complaint to higher authorities. As for the school construction investment this time, I will reconsider. Teacher Vuong was not only accused of unauthorized punishment of students, but also of discriminating against students based on their performance, posting students' names and scores on the blackboard, publicly humiliating and beating students. In the end, she was disgracefully expelled from the school. Around her, parents were looking and gossiping. Teacher Vuong could only run away in shame. This time, she was not only fired, but also had her teaching license revoked according to legal regulations. Meanwhile, Tuk Bao was about to tell her eldest cousin that she wasn't punished to stand for long, but instead got to eat out with her brother. However, Tanyat Tran had already softened his voice to comfort her. This has nothing to do with Tuk Bao. He thought to himself. His attitude had been made clear. Whoever dares to bully the two families' precious one, the To family, will surely make them pay. Tanyat Tran said gently, "Let's go. I'll take you shopping. Didn't Tuk Bao want to buy something?" Tuk Bao immediately forgot about what just happened and excitedly said, "That's right. Tuk Bao wants to buy acupuncture needles to treat grandma so she can stand up and dance." Suddenly, she remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Cousin, aren't we taking the bus back? The cute lemon-yellow bus is about to leave." Tanyat Tran looked towards Tudiek Nien, who was queuing for the bus, and said, "No, we'll go shopping now." Tudiek Nien, carrying his school bag, looked at Tuk Bao from afar. The little girl smiled, her eyes curving. While in a daze, the boy suddenly saw Tuk Bao looking over and waving at him. Tudiek Nien was stunned, instinctively waved back, then stumbled as he boarded the bus. Duong Dien Dien, standing nearby, finally seized the opportunity and stepped forward. "Mr. To, please wait a moment." Tanyat Tran coldly turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Duong Dien Dien said seriously, "I heard that Miss Tuk Bao had revived young Master Tu, so I wanted to ask Miss Tuk Bao for a favor." Tanyat Tran frowned. Tuk Bao curiously asked, "What is it?" Duong Dien Dien explained, "It's like this. My elderly mother has been in a coma for a long time and hasn't woken up. I want to ask Miss Tuk Bao to take a look." Beside them, Li Tuong suddenly spoke up. "Could it be the old lady I saw in my dream?" Looking at Duong Dien's face, for some reason, Tu Bao remembered the old lady wearing green clothes in her dream. She said, "Master, I feel that his face and the old lady's face look very similar. They look very sharp and cunning. Li Tuong almost laughed, looked at Duong Dian and said, indeed very sharp and cunning. So you should agree to his request. So Tukbao nodded and agreed to meet Duong Dian tomorrow. He was delighted, not expecting Tukbao to actually agree. Meanwhile, Tuyet Nhi left, burying her face in her mother's lap and sobbing. Mom, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Is it because Tukbao doesn't like me and said bad things about me to Havan, so he hit me? Tuyet Nhi's mother sighed, only able to tell her daughter to endure. We can't mess with the Tu family. Now it seems the Tu family is the best choice for us. If people know that Tuyet Nhi was hit after confessing to To Havan, how can she get close to Tu Diek Nien in the future? Tuyet Nhi said she understood, but inside she thought, clearly this time she was the one being bullied. But Tukbao has someone to dote on her, while she has to endure. Why? At this moment, Tuyet Nhi deeply hated Tukbao. On the other side, Tukbao was taken for a walk around the street by her cousin, finally buying a new set of acupuncture needles before going home. Seeing Tukbao return, Grandma Tu told her to go eat. Tukbao rubbed her round belly and said, Grandma, Tukbao has already eaten 10 bowls of rice. Grandma Tu was both amused and helpless. Tukbao, don't lie. Grandma won't scold you. Hearing this, Tukbao obediently said, actually, I ate 1 ice cream, 2 mousse cakes, and 2 boxes of strawberries. Tukbao counted on her fingers the foods she had eaten. Seeing Grandma Tu about to get angry, Tukbao quickly looked at her grandmother. Grandma said she wouldn't be angry at me. Grandma Tu gently said, Grandma is not angry, but next time don't eat like that. Children need to eat proper meals to grow. Tukbao happily kissed Grandma. Grandma is so good. I must learn medicine quickly to cure your legs. After saying this, she happily ran upstairs. Grandma Tu looked at Tukbao with affectionate eyes. Turning her head, she scolded to Nat Tran. You really are. How could you let a child eat so much junk food? If children don't know better, shouldn't adults know better? Nat Tran remained silent. Tukbao was the one who ate, but he was the one being scolded. Tukbao asked for it herself, and she looked at him with those puppy eyes. Who could resist? Grandma, Tu continued to criticize. You need to learn to say no. You have no principles at all. Nat Tran coughed lightly. Mom, I have a meeting. Without waiting for Grandma Tu to respond, he immediately turned and left. What did Tukbao say that made her brother so scared? Not long after, Tu Havan calmly walked out of the room, went downstairs to drink a glass of water, then calmly went back upstairs. Shortly after, the boy came down again to get a bottle of milk. Tu Havan, sitting on the sofa in the living room, looked at the boy with furrowed brows and said, Do you want to go find Tukbao? If you want to go, then go. Tu Havan snorted coldly. Who wants to go find her? I'm just thirsty, so I'm looking for something to drink. I don't want to go find her. Tu Havan silently watched his brother pretend and said, Suit yourself. I'm going back to my room. Going back and forth like that, I'm getting dizzy just watching you. Finally, when it was dark, Tu Havan went back and forth, knocking on Tukbao's door. Tukbao said in a coy voice, Come in. Tu Havan, as if on a secret mission, looked left and right anxiously, then quickly pushed the door open and entered. In the hallway, Tu Havan, with an expressionless face, raised his phone to take a picture for his brother to see if he would still deny it. Tu Havan didn't understand. Tu Havan had only been with Tukbao for half a day and he had already changed. Such a troublesome little sister, yet the boy kept going back and forth. If it were him, he would absolutely not do such a foolish thing. When Tu Havan entered the room, he saw Tukbao lying on the bed, her tiny feet raised high, watching her toes dance. The boy asked her what she was doing. Tukbao, while shaking her short legs, said, I'm losing weight. Tu Havan asked in surprise, How old are you to be losing weight? Children don't need to lose weight. If your cute chubby face disappears, you won't be cute anymore. You're beautiful as you are now, like a tomato. Tukbao put her feet down. All right then, if I'm not losing weight anymore, I'll only eat 1 more bowl of rice later. If I don't eat anything at all, Grandma will worry. Tu Havan was amazed. You still want to eat another bowl of rice? Goodness. People lose weight to get slim, but you lose weight to eat more. Tukbao lay on her back on the bed, poking her round belly with a slightly sad expression. Why is my stomach so small? Why can't everything below my neck be stomach? Suddenly, Tukbao looked up. That's right, fat aunt. How did you die? Being so bloated. You didn't die from overeating, did you? Tukbao looked behind Tu Havan. Tu Havan froze and asked, Which fat aunt? Tukbao pointed at the boy. Behind you, right above your head. With the most innocent expression, she said the most terrifying words. Tu Havan almost immediately jumped onto the sofa, sitting upright. Tukbao was startled. Are you scared? Tu Havan pressed his lips. No, I just got tired of standing and wanted to sit for a bit. Tukbao pretended to see through everything. Next time you're tired, just say it directly. To hide his embarrassment, Tu Havan Tohavan quietly asked Tukbao, "Did you ask how the fat ant died?" After all, Tohavan couldn't suppress his curiosity. Since that night when he saw the ugly ghost, he felt his worldview had been turned upside down, both scared and unable to resist wanting to know more. At this moment, the vain demon was being suppressed by Li Tuong, mouth agape with a fierce expression. Li Tuong raised his hand and pulled, immediately extracting the ghost of Li Mai from its mouth. Tukbao gaped. Wow, it really can be pulled out. Tohavan was confused. Pull what out? Tukbao said, "The fat ant ate the ugly aunt. Master just rescued the ugly aunt." But Tohavan misunderstood. At this moment, he couldn't see ghosts anymore, so he automatically associated it with the scene of the ugly ghost being pulled out by the vain demon, somehow thinking of the poop he got stuck with in the bathroom that day. Li Mai, just extracted, burst into tears, indignantly accusing, "She ate me. She dared to eat me. We're all captured ghosts. She's bullying me." The vain demon, under invisible suppression, unable to move, laughed coldly and said, "If you want to kill or chop, just do it. Don't drag it out. Otherwise, next time it won't be just eating one ghost." Her eyes were bloodshot, staring at Tukbao maliciously. "As long as I'm alive, I'll make you wish you were dead." Suddenly, Li Tuong raised his hand and struck her head hard. "You dare threaten my disciple." The vain demon's head, hit like that, immediately flew off, rolling to Tohavan's feet. Tukbao watched the fat ant's head roll, finally stopping in front of Tohavan. Tohavan swallowed. "What are you looking at?" Tukbao said, "The fat ant's head fell off. It rolled to your feet." Tohavan immediately jumped up. "This chair is a bit uncomfortable. Maybe I should sit somewhere else." So Tukbao and her cowardly yet curious brother listened to the bedtime story. Just as the vain demon refused to say how she died, Li Tuong turned to Tukbao and said, "Tukbao, hit her until she's willing to talk." The vain demon immediately remembered being thrown around like a sandbag by Tukbao and hurriedly said, "We can talk. Why resort to violence? I'll talk. All right." Thinking about falling into this little girl's hands with no strength to resist, the vain demon felt extremely frustrated. She reluctantly said her name was Li Nuok Bin, formerly a very wealthy second-generation rich person. Tukbao looked at her skeptically. The vain demon continued, saying she had worked hard to become wealthy. Tukbao and Li Tuong looked at her with disbelief. Tukbao realized the vain demon was lying, while Li Tuong remained silent. Indeed, even in this situation, the vain demon still liked to save face. Under pressure from both of them, the vain demon had to tell the truth. In life, she was actually just a female worker in a printing factory, spending her days in the workshop. One day, she finished work late and happened to get a ride from the kind-hearted director's daughter. From then on, they became friends. Their relationship grew closer, and they became best friends. She often got invited to her friend's house for meals. That's when she learned that beef could taste like that, and shrimp was so plump. Before, she always thought shrimp was long and hollow, perhaps only dead shrimp that weren't fresh anymore. Tukbao asked what happened next. Li Nuok Bin said, "My best friend would give me clothes she no longer wore, and even handbags and jewelry. I was really happy then. Even though they were things she no longer wanted, for me, they were things I could never afford in my lifetime." Actually, my best friend's father wasn't just the printing factory director, but also the chairman of a large corporation. Thanks to this best friend, I got to enjoy a life I had never dared to dream of before. During the day, I worked at the printing factory, and after work, I would go shopping with my best friend, eating and drinking well with her, and enjoying the admiring glances of others, as if I were also a rich and beautiful girl. Once, when I visited my best friend's house, the manager of a famous brand personally brought all the latest models for the upcoming season for her to choose from. She chose 2 million yuan worth of clothes in one go. The remaining sets she didn't like, the manager smiled and bowed as he took them away. That's when I realized how the rich shop. The luxury items displayed in stores are the models that wealthy people have already selected and left behind. However, because of that clothing batch, I received several more designer dresses that my best friend had just bought recently. I wore designer clothes, carried limited edition handbags, and held an expensive phone in my hand. Although these things cost me a day's wage, it was worth it because life like that. She began to feel that the cramped, damp room in the factory dormitory was truly unworthy of her status. Li Tuong listened with exasperation. Indeed, wear clothes long enough and you forget what kind of creature you really are. Tukbao, listening as if to a story, asked, "Then what happened?" Li Nuok Bin continued, "When I went to rent a house, seeing me in all designer clothes, the broker was very enthusiastic about recommending a luxury apartment. Hearing the broker's flattery, I really saw myself as a rich and beautiful girl. So I spent 5,000 yuan a month to rent a small apartment. But when it came time to sign the contract, I regretted it, but there was no other way. The broker kept looking at me so earnestly. You should know that over 10 years ago, even with overtime, the factory salary was just over 3,000 yuan a month. Tuk Bao, sitting nearby, counted on her fingers. 3,000. Rent 5,000. Still short. Tu Havan said beside her. Still short 2,000. Tuk Bao heard this and looked amazed. Short that much money. Fat aunt, where did you get the money? Lin Yuok Bin let out a bitter laugh. That's right. That apartment required a 1-month deposit, 3 months rent in advance, 20,000 yuan all at once. Where could I get that now? Finally, when the broker finished explaining the contract, she had no more reasons to delay, so she pretended to take a phone call and reluctantly borrowed 20,000 yuan at high interest. She knew that if she couldn't repay later, the loan sharks would really dare to kill her, but she couldn't care about that anymore. After signing the contract, the broker bowed to her, just like the store manager's attitude towards her best friend. The anxiety and fear of borrowing at high interest were immediately replaced by a feeling of respect. At that time, people who could live in a 5,000 yuan per month apartment were all admirable, even though that night she had to secretly eat instant noodles in the luxury apartment. Hearing this, Tuk Bao curiously asked, if your best friend was so rich, why didn't you borrow from her? Leong Yuok Bin replied, I felt the reason my best friend played with me was because I was simple and honest. Moreover, I had lied to my best friend that my parents were seriously ill and said that as long as my parents were healthy, I didn't mind how much I suffered. If she said that, once her best friend found out she borrowed money to rent a 5,000 yuan apartment, she would surely be very disappointed and stop being friends with her. Then, where would she get designer clothes and handbags from? Hearing this, Li Tuong suddenly thought of Tuyet Nhi, finally understanding why the vain demon clung to Tuyet Nhi so tightly. Not only extremely vain, but also extremely fake. Having rented a luxury apartment, she obviously couldn't go back to work at the printing factory. It no longer suited her current status. But without qualifications or experience, she basically couldn't get a decent office job. Fortunately, at this time, she saw a public institution recruiting temporary workers. They saw her as gentle, pitiful, and honest, so they hired her. Li Tuong sneered inwardly. Gentle, pitiful, and honest. Acting, huh? Li Nyok Bing continued. This institution was good in every way. Anyone would be envious, with only one flaw. The monthly salary was only 1,000 yuan. But what did it matter? I had a stable job, a luxurious place to live, wore designer clothes, and carried designer bags every day. Even though the high-interest debt kept piling up, even though I had to split one pack of instant noodles into 2 meals, I was living the life that everyone admired. However, very soon after, this no longer satisfied my vanity. So I deliberately leaked information that I was the daughter of that corporation's chairman, coming here to work just for life experience. I even intentionally let people discover a photo of me with my best friend's father. In this way, I had impersonated my best friend. After replacing my best friend's identity, I realized how wonderful it was. Money really makes a difference. Even though they clearly knew that my identity as the corporation chairman's daughter was fake, no one came to investigate me. After that, everyone came to flatter and cling to me. So I convinced myself that I had finally truly become a rich and beautiful girl. Tuk Bao listened even more attentively, then asked, so you died because you bragged too much. Li Nyok Bin calmly said, how could that be? At that time, I always thought my best friend gave me clothes because she was kind to me. But when I followed her example and gave clothes to others, I realized how much sense of superiority was hidden in it. So, her treating me so well must have had a different purpose. She just wanted to use me to highlight her own nobility. Tuk Bao asked back, how do you know that? Li Nyok Bin laughed coldly and said, because when I gave designer clothes, I no longer wanted to others. Seeing their joyful, grateful faces, I despised those country bumpkins in my heart, thinking they only deserved to pick up my leftovers. Therefore, when my best friend gave me her old clothes, she must have thought the same. If not, being so rich, why didn't she just buy new clothes for me? After hearing these words, both master and disciple fell silent. Li Tuong coldly asked, so you killed your best friend. Among the 18 white skeletons buried under the gymnasium, one had a different time frame from the others. It must have been her. Hearing this, Li Nyok Bin's eyes became frantic. The loan sharks had already put a knife to my throat. What could I do? I was forced. Only by killing her, then taking the opportunity to win over her parents, completely replacing her, could I pay off the million-yuan debt. Could I live a carefree life? Hearing this, Tuk Bao shook her head. This person is beyond saving. Li Nyok Bin looked at Li Tuong with a dazed expression, mumbling, after killing my best friend, I treated her parents as my own, trying to win them over every day, wanting to help them overcome the pain of losing their child. However, they weren't grateful at all. I tried so hard to please them, but they never saw me as their daughter. Even worse, when they discovered that I was the one who killed their daughter, they handed me over to the loan sharks themselves. How could they be so cruel? They could have reported me to the police. They clearly knew the loan sharks would kill without hesitation. Why did they treat me like that? At this moment, Tukbao suddenly froze. So that's how you died. But why are you so swollen? The little girl looked at the fat, bloated ghost, its skin inflated like a balloon, with a puzzled expression. Lee Nok-bin suddenly covered her face, roaring angrily. They dragged me to the printing factory, stuffed me into the machine, torturing me over and over, shoving the machine into my mouth. They laughed loudly, saying, wasn't she fond of bragging? So they turned her into a balloon and inflated her. Ignoring her pleas and disregarding her desperation, they finally inflated her until all her blood vessels burst. The blood splattered everywhere, turning into red ink for printing books. Even after death, she remained swollen like a balloon, inflated to 10 times her original size. Finally, with a boom, she exploded like a balloon. Lee Nok-bin, both frantic and crying incessantly. How could they treat me like that? Even if I did wrong, it was because that best friend used old clothes and old bags to humiliate me first. I also deeply regret killing her. Anyway, she's already dead. She can't come back. Why couldn't they treat me like her? Do they know how I've lived for the past 10 years? She kept repeating her death process, screaming day and night, blood splattering everywhere, but no one could hear. To become an evil spirit, one must be trapped at the place of accidental death for at least 10 years, constantly reliving the death process. The female ghost kept exploding over and over, her resentment accumulating. Along with the fury of the vain evil spirit, the murderous aura on her body also erupted like a storm. The entire room was enveloped in this murderous aura. Suddenly, she stared at Tukbao. It's all your fault, you meddler. Why did you interfere in my business? The vain evil spirit screamed shrilly, rushing towards Tukbao. Rich kids like you are no better. You rich people are the most fake of all. As she spoke, the vain evil spirit revealed a hateful expression, charging towards Tukbao with a surge of murderous aura. Leong beside was about to intervene when he suddenly saw a faint green light flash. Something seemed to be blocking the murderous aura next to Tukbao. At the same time, Tohavan let out a strange cry, continuously backing away. The poor boy thought he'd be safe sitting next to Tukbao, but as soon as he looked up, he saw the fierce female ghost charging towards them. He was so scared he almost flew up. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. Tukbao had stepped in front of him, throwing a small punch. Don't scare my brother. This fat aunt is so mean. My good friend treated you well, but you blamed her and even chased her away. Then, Tohavan saw his adorable little sister riding on that fat aunt and beating her up. At this moment, in Tohavan's eyes, Tukbao was no longer an ordinary little sister, but Ultraman. The boy thought to himself, oh no, my sister is a girl, so she must be Mother of Ultra. The boy couldn't help but cheer. Go, Tukbao. However, the vain evil spirit fiercely cursed Tukbao and her whole family. Tukbao replied, reverse. The vain evil spirit, angered, blurted out, reverse ineffective. Tukbao said again, reverse. Double reverse. Super ultimate mega reverse. The next second, countless murderous auras poured into the soul furnace. The vain evil spirit, weakened by the beating, gradually returned to her normal human form. She appeared skinny to the bone, her face showing clear disappointment. It's not fair. What did I do wrong? It's clearly their fault. It's the fault of this society. Initially, when I came to the provincial city to work, I was very sincere, full of hope. If the people around hadn't looked down on me for being a country bumpkin, I wouldn't have become like this. So you can't blame me. Blame this unfair world. Blame this world for having too many rich people while I'm poor and lowly. Blame that best friend for showing me the world of the rich. But I could never live such a life. It's all their fault. Finally, with a crack sound, the vain evil spirit completely turned into a stream of murderous aura, absorbed by the soul furnace. Leong shook his head. It's dizzying. Truly hard to distinguish right from wrong. Distorted vanity is a reflection of an extremely insecure heart. Tukbao shook the soul furnace. Master, I feel like there's water in the furnace. Previously, the little girl felt the furnace was empty, but now there was a strange, indescribable feeling. Leong said to her, that's how the soul furnace is. Fullness means completeness. He then asked, little schoolbag, where's your noisy parrot? During the day it was chirping in the small forest. Why is it so unusually quiet now? Tukbao turned to look around, discovering the parrot sleeping under a tree. Why are you sleeping so early today? Not singing anymore. Tionggu seemed to be awakened, tilting its head. Tiungu suddenly flapped its wings, squawking loudly, its small head shaking back and forth as if doing hip-hop, singing and shaking, looking exactly like an Amazon parrot. At this moment, the parrot unexpectedly flapped its wings, screaming, biting, biting. It turned out the old turtle was clamping down on its feathers and wouldn't let go. Tuk Bao quickly ran over, telling the old turtle to release Tiungu. Tu Havan sitting nearby sneered, "It would be strange if it understood what you said." In fact, turtles have a characteristic that once they've clamped onto something, they absolutely won't easily let go. However, something unexpected happened. The turtle released Tiungu's feathers. It opened its mouth, shaking its head a few times, as if you could hear a phew sound. Tu Havan stared in amazement. That's miraculous. Just then, Grandma knocked on the door outside, calling Tuk Bao down for a late-night snack. Tuk Bao responded, happily running out. Having just fought with a ghost, the little girl was indeed a bit hungry. This made her feel that this was even more effective than exercise for weight loss. Tu Havan trailed along, sitting at the dining table, drinking water while watching Tuk Bao eat, thinking to himself, how can she eat everything with such gusto? Finally, after finishing the last bite of rice, Tuk Bao let out a loud burp. Grandma, too, seeing Tuk Bao stop eating, was about to encourage her to eat a bit more. Look at yourself. You've only eaten a tiny bit. What if you get hungry in the middle of the night? This is truly a case of the type of hunger called grandmother sees granddaughter hungry. Tuk Bao touched her neck. Grandma, Tuk Bao is really full. Look, the food is piled up to here already. Seeing Grandma, about to say something else, Tuk Bao glanced at the dish of stewed cabbage soup, immediately stood up and ran away like the wind. Grandma, I'm not eating anymore. The little girl was now a bit mischievous, running while turning her head back to make a funny face. At this moment, Leong told Tuk Bao to find some excuse tomorrow to tell the international primary school to level the soccer field. Tuk Bao nodded. Yes, master, I remember. After giving instructions, he pushed open the room door. Leong suddenly told Tuk Bao to wait. There was a new ghost in the room. Looking at the scene before her, Tuk Bao felt like her scalp was about to explode, almost scared out of her wits. In the room was a female ghost, with her hair in a high bun, a few strands falling on her forehead. At her feet were 5 fetus ghosts. Seeing Tuk Bao looking at her, the female ghost made a ho-ho-ho sound from her throat, calling Tuk Bao in a hoarse voice. You're back. Do you still recognize who I am? She laughed maliciously, her teeth making a creak, creak, creak sound. You little brat, living well, aren't you? Becoming the darling of the two family, living like a princess, while she was kicked to death by Lam Fong, dying so unjustly. Even after scaring Lam Fong to death, the second person she wanted to drag to hell was Tuk Bao. If she couldn't live in peace, then no one else should. Tuk Bao couldn't help but take a step back, but quickly regained her composure. Don't be afraid. She's not afraid. She has a powerful master and a rope that can turn into a strong man's arm. Moreover, she had already beaten up the fat aunt. She also has 8 uncles, grandfather, grandmother, brother, sister. No need to fear the stepmother anymore. As Tuk Bao thought this way, she gradually felt her body filled with strength. She stared at Muk Tam Tam, her stepmother, clenching her small fists. Leong saw Tuk Bao clenching her fists, motionless, and put his hand on her shoulder, silently transferring his strength to her, while gently saying, Good girl, Tuk Bao, don't be afraid. Poor little girl, scared stiff. After all, Muk Tam Tam was a deep-rooted memory in the girl's mind. This kind of shadow wasn't easy to overcome. Just then, Muk Tam Tam let out a scream, charging towards Tuk Bao. I'll make you come down here with me. The little girl suddenly humphed. Tuk Bao is not afraid. Tuk Bao wants to crush her. After saying this, Tuk Bao suddenly grabbed Muk Tam Tam's red-painted nails. With a boom, she threw her flying, leaving her dazed. Tuk Bao took the initiative to attack, bravely stepping forward, grabbing one of Muk Tam Tam's ankles, pulling her out of the swirling negative energy. Muk Tam Tam's already pale face now looked even more miserable. Then, like a punching bag, she was thrown back and forth countless times, small fists raining down on her face like heaven's wrath, causing her to scream in agony. Leong stood beside with a slight smirk. Leong then realized he had been overly sentimental. This little girl showed no signs of fear, clearly very brave. This beating caused Muk Tam Tam's negative energy to escape, completely absorbed by the soul furnace. How is this possible? She's a vengeful ghost, able to take others' lives. Why isn't Tuk Bao afraid of her and can even beat her? Muk Tam Tam now looked like a torn sack with all its contents removed, clearly without any strength left. Only then did Tuk Bao release her, stepping back twice, picking up her little rabbit and hugging it tightly. At this moment, the 5 little ghosts made ung-yu-yu sounds, all crawling towards Muk Tam Tam. Muk Tam Tam violently pushed away the little ghost on her chest, using all her strength to scream. "Don't touch me." Tuk Bao suddenly understood. This little ghost was the younger brother who died unjustly after being framed by the stepmother to fall down the stairs, leading to a miscarriage. But what about the other 4? Tuk Bao suspiciously asked her master. "Why does Auntie have so many brothers and sisters? Can her belly hold that many? Such a big belly just to hold babies seems wasteful. It could hold chicken thighs, pork knuckles, lots and lots of delicious food." Thinking of this, Tuk Bao suddenly shook her head vigorously. No, it should still hold babies. It's just that after holding the baby, it can still hold food, Lai Tuong explained. She only had one in her belly. The others were probably miscarried very early. Those children, full of hope to be born, were cruelly taken away, so their unjust souls still linger in the human world. They usually don't wander around but stay on their mother until the mother dies or they dissipate on their own. He then turned to ask Muktam Tam, "You're already dead. Why didn't you reincarnate but instead became a vengeful ghost? You must have a great grudge." Muktam Tam said hatefully, "I won't reincarnate. Why should I let Lam Fong go?" After speaking to Tuk Bao, she sneered. "Tuk Bao, do you still remember your father?" "Oh no, he's not your father. Your father and mother weren't legally married, nor did they have a wedding ceremony. The only thing they had was a marriage ritual. It was that one thing. On that wedding night, I replaced your mother. I won, your mother lost, and I even threw her to 7 or 8 men. Unfortunately, she wasn't tortured to death. But everything To Kam Ngok couldn't have, I got it all. I won, the mistress became the legal wife, and even got legally married. But why was the man I worked so hard to steal such a piece of trash? But so what? Tuk Bao, you're just a bastard child born from some ugly man. Even if you're a young lady of the Tu family, so what? The blood flowing in your veins is still dirty." These words made Tuk Bao unconsciously squeeze the little rabbit in her arms. The little girl was a bit confused, but it didn't affect her understanding of the important information. Her father wasn't the one she knew before. Her father was an ugly old man, and there were 7 or 8 more. So who was Tuk Bao's real father? Muktam Tam, already full of resentment, spoke even more viciously, blatantly, without any restraint. Li Tuong snapped his fingers. A talisman flew out, sealing Muktam Tam's mouth. Then he told Tuk Bao to go take a bath and sleep first. He would handle things here. Just now, the negative energy of the vengeful ghost Muktam Tam had been absorbed by the soul furnace. The remaining soul should best be completely destroyed to avoid future troubles. Tuk Bao wanted to ask something, but finally didn't, obediently nodding. Li Tuong looked at Muktam Tam with interest. He was very curious about how Muktam Tam died, and also about what she just said about killing Lam Fong. How did Lam Fong die? Muktam Tam turned her head to one side. Li Tuong laughed coldly. Still stubborn. "I'm just curious. It's not like I absolutely have to hear it. If you don't want to talk, then I'll send you on your way." Muktam Tam originally wanted to speak, but the prerequisite was to remove the talisman from her mouth. Li Tuong suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh, I forgot your mouth is still sealed." The talisman on her mouth was removed. Muktam Tam had no strength left, lying motionless like a dead fish on the ground. Recalling darkly, she was actually kicked to death by Lam Fong. Lam Fong blamed all the wrongdoings on her, and in anger, he kicked her. Her head accidentally hit something sharp, coincidentally rupturing an intracranial artery, and just like that, she was kicked to death. If she hadn't died, at most she would have been jailed for a few days for spreading false rumors. After release, she could have had cosmetic surgery, changed her identity, then applied to be a nanny for the Tu family, getting close to Tuk Bao. With her understanding of Tuk Bao, wouldn't winning the girl's heart be as easy as turning her hand? Then find a way to control Tolak, thus becoming the 4th madam of the To family. Yet she died such an unjust death. Hearing this, Li Tuong sneered and continued to ask how Lam Fong died. Lam Fong's life in there was already worse than death. The Tu family paid people to take care of him. He was bullied miserably. He could only drink water from the toilet bowl, eat only others' leftovers. While Lam Fong was mentally unstable, several near-death experiences scared him to the point of losing bladder control, and he finally took a brick and beat himself to death. Li Tuong saw that Tuk Bao was about to come out, and the story was almost finished, so there was no need to keep her anymore. Muktam Tam was unwilling. Why had she told everything, but Li Tuong still wouldn't let her go? Li Tuong raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with mischief. "Did I say I would let you go?" Without waiting for Muktam Tam to speak, Li Tuong snapped his fingers, and she immediately dissipated. From now on, there would be no one named Muktam Tam in the 3 realms. The little ghost on the ground was still crawling around, bewildered. Tuk Bao finished bathing, put on her pajamas, then blurted out, "Oh, where's the stepmother?" Li Tuong calmly said, "She can't harm anyone anymore. Even if we we didn't catch her, she would have dissipated in a few days. Don't worry about her anymore. As for these little ghosts, gather them up first. Temporarily confine them in the soul furnace. Wait for an opportunity for reincarnation, and then let them go. Tukbao nodded. Yes, sir. Li Tuang calmly thought, this little girl, just now she wanted to ask who her father was, right? Being maliciously called a bastard, even a child who doesn't understand the world would be hurt inside. Therefore, Li Tuang took out his notebook to find the father of Tukbao. This was simple. Just by checking the records, he could find it for the little girl within 10 seconds. He concentrated. The notebook that usually could only be opened halfway, today opened automatically. The other half of the notebook gradually appeared, finally turning to Tukbao's page. Unless this notebook willingly opened itself, every time he forcibly opened it, it would consume a lot of his energy. After much effort to open the notebook, he saw that Tukbao's information section stated, Mother, to Kamgok, father, unknown. He closed the notebook. Well, no need to look for a father anymore. We don't need to. Tukbao asked suspiciously. Master, what's wrong? Li Tuang replied, nothing. Go to sleep. That night, Tukbao slept soundly. In her dream, she was in a forest. A deep voice called out her name and told her to come. Dad, Tukbao unconsciously exclaimed, lifting her short legs to run continuously towards that forest. At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly rang in her ear. She woke up startled, turned her head to see an old woman in a green ao dye standing in front of her, staring at her, sneering, looking for Dad. I know, let me tell you. The next second, for some reason, Tukbao suddenly woke up in fear, eyes wide open, still calling out Dad. It was the happiest weekend again. Tohavan stood straight on the first floor with a serious expression. Suppose the ability to see ghosts reaches a certain value. Opposite him, Tohavan was engrossed in reading Shakespeare, looked up. What on earth are you calculating? Don't you usually do your calculations in your room? Why are you here today? Are you waiting for Tukbao? Tohavan didn't even look up, blurted out that his brother was talking nonsense. But Tohavan said smugly, nonsense. Yesterday you were pacing back and forth there, saying you weren't looking for Tukbao. I saw you go to Tukbao's room. Tohavan blushed, but calmly said, which eye of yours saw that? I wasn't looking for Tukbao. I just passed by her room. Is that not allowed? Tohavan showed no mercy to his brother, opened a video on his phone. He held up a notebook in front of Tohavan. Tohavan asked, how do you explain this then? Tohavan touched his face, feeling a bit of pain. But soon after, the boy let out a cold snort. Yes, I did go look for her. So what? Tukbao is so impressive. What's shameful about looking for her? What's wrong with being exposed? The boy was willing. On the contrary, it was his older brother who, if he later discovered how amazing Tukbao was, wouldn't he compete with him? No way. The little sister was his. Tohavan looked warily at Tohavan, which left Tohavan speechless. Wait, what's with that guarded look on your face? It's as if you think I want to compete with you for Tukbao. Is that even possible? Just then, Tukbao, hugging a small rabbit, rubbed her eyes and came downstairs. Tohavan froze, immediately putting down the math book in his hand. Little sister, why are you up so early? Tohavan, sitting nearby reading, secretly scoffed, already calling her little sister. Tukbao looked at Tohavan pitifully, whimpering. Brother, I dreamed of a ghost. I woke up because I was scared. Tohavan unconsciously recalled Tukbao's imposing appearance when catching ghosts last night. How could she be scared awake by ghosts? Tohavan was about to comfort her with a few words, but glanced and saw. Tohavan seemed to be looking at him, so he had to hold back, not saying, don't be afraid of ghosts, there's nothing to fear. He had originally intended to say there are no ghosts in this world. Fortunately, he reacted in time. At this moment, Grandma, who came out of the kitchen carrying food, saw Tukbao and asked, why is Tukbao up so early? Tukbao rubbed her small belly. Grandma, Tukbao is hungry, Grandma kindly said. Oh, Tukbao is hungry, so she woke up early. Come, Grandma just made some vegetarian steamed buns. Tukbao immediately ran upstairs. I'm going to brush my teeth. Tohavan put away his math book and went to the dining table to help Grandma, to set out bowls and chopsticks. Tohavan just felt puzzled. Previously, Tohavan was so absorbed in calculations that even if thunder struck right in front of him, he wouldn't move. Yet now he was helping Grandma set the breakfast table just because of Tukbao. Tohavan also stepped forward to help, watching Tukbao trotting down the stairs. Tohavan realized that ever since this little sister arrived, the house had quietly changed a lot. It seemed the little sister wasn't so hateful after all. While thinking, Tukbao suddenly missed a step and fell to the ground. The parrot couldn't break in time and stepped on Tukbao's head. Tohavan sneered. Stupid. Tukbao held her head, crying out, Tiong'u, you stepped on my head. The parrot spread its wings, spinning in circles in front of Tukbao, squawking while spinning. Sorry. I'm sorry. sorry, Tohavan quickly stepped forward to help Tukbao up, asking, are you hurt? Tukbao shook her head. It doesn't hurt. My qinggong is very good. Tohavan couldn't help but laugh. That's kung fu? The boy thought to himself, I guess doing the splits is also kung fu, right? Not long after, the housekeeper had brought up all the breakfast. Tukbao wasn't picky, eating whatever was given, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed noisily. Tohavan glanced over, thinking to himself, does it look that delicious? He very politely picked up a small bowl, and when the food entered his mouth, for some reason he found it very tasty, as if the flavor was completely different from anything he had eaten before. After eating, Tukbao changed into her panda backpack, putting it on with the turtle still inside. Grandma Tu asked, Tukbao, where are you planning to go? Tadatron said, to the Duong family's house for a bit. Seeing her grandmother's confused look, Tukbao explained, it's the Duong family of the Duong Min Thin, the group, where I went to the ribbon-cutting ceremony with eldest uncle last time. Grandmata glanced at Tadatran. It's fine if you work enthusiastically, but why bring Tukbao along? She's still young and doesn't understand things. If she wants to go play, do you just indulge her? What if she gets bored while you're discussing business? Tadatron remained silent, thinking to himself, being scolded again. Today, Tohavan didn't go to extra classes, but instead followed Tukbao here like a little tail. Duong Dien Dien had been waiting at the door since early, finally waiting for Tukbao to arrive. He smiled brightly. Miss Tukbao, please come in. As Tukbao was about to step inside, she suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up. She happened to see an old woman in a green ao dai floating on the second-floor balcony of the opposite villa. This was the same old woman Tukbao had seen in her dream. Seeing Tukbao looking at her, the old woman grinned widely. This child. Tukbao suddenly pointed at the old woman upstairs, fiercely saying, I've been patient with you for a long time. Here's what happened. The night before, the little girl was not only scared awake by this old woman, but also cried out loud. Today, when visiting Duong Dien Dien's mother, she saw this old woman here again. So Tukbao strode angrily towards the opposite villa. Seeing this, Duong Dien Dien's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, oh no, what's made the little ancestor unhappy? Tukbao stood in front of the opposite villa, crossing her arms and calling up to the second floor. Grandma upstairs, hello. No, Grandma upstairs, listen to me. I've been patient with you for a long time. The old lady from the Quan family stared at Tukbao, a strange smile spreading across her face. Duong Dien Dien felt strange, his scalp tingling, thinking to himself, could it be that the little girl can see the old lady from the house opposite? He said shakily, Miss Tukbao, the old lady of this house passed away last year. Tukbao suddenly turned her head and asked, Duong Dien Dien, is this house yours too? She looked at Duong Dien Dien, then back at the old lady staring at her on the second floor. The two faces were indeed very similar. Duong Dien Dien was stunned. No, the house next door belongs to the Quan family. Speaking of which, this family is quite pitiful. He paused at this point. Tadatron asked, what happened to this family? Duong Dien Dien sighed. More than 10 years ago, the daughter of this family was betrayed by her best friend. It said the method was very cruel. In the end, only flesh was found, no bones. The Quan family only had one daughter. The old lady couldn't bear the shock and went mad on the spot. Before the culprit was caught, she was found dead in a printing factory, reportedly killed by someone sent by the old man of the Quan family. However, in the end, due to lack of evidence, the old man of the Quan family was not charged. The poor old couple clung to this villa, where their daughter once lived, searching for her remains, but never found them. Then, a year ago, the old lady couldn't bear it anymore and passed away. Now, only the old man of the Quan family is left in this villa. Tudatron asked again, so she didn't reveal where the remains were buried. Duong Dien Dien shook his head. They must have asked, but for some reason, couldn't get an answer. Li Tuong stood beside, looking up and observing, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this must be the house of that boastful best friend. What a coincidence. I've always felt something was fishy about this story. Tukbao worriedly said to Tudatran, eldest uncle, I want to go inside. Can we knock on the door? Duong Dien Dien's mother is up there. What? Duong Dien Dien was stunned. Tukbao gestured, describing the old lady's face. She looks a lot like you, both very, very refined and sharp. Hearing Tukbao's description, Duong Dien Dien almost immediately confirmed that this little girl could really see his mother and promptly suggested they leave. Mother. He rang the doorbell for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Duong Dien Dien had to call out himself. Uncle Quan, it's me. Little Duong, please open the door. After calling for a long time, a weak voice finally came through the intercom. What's the matter? Duong Dien Dien suddenly realized he didn't know what reason to give. After all, he couldn't say his mother was in the house. Tuk Bao called into the intercom. "Grandpa, I know where your daughter's bones are." Immediately after, the door clicked open automatically. The group entered the villa's courtyard. Tohavan quietly swallowed, finally reaching out to grab a piece of tune. Todatran's trousers. This was his last bit of stubbornness. Feeling the trouser leg being gripped, Todatran looked down at Tohavan. "What are you afraid of?" Tohavan insisted. "Who's afraid?" Despite saying this, his hand gripped Todatran's trouser leg even tighter. Tukbao pushed the door open and entered, then cautiously asked, "Can we open the window a bit?" The person on the bed weakly said, "Go ahead." Tukbao quickly ran to pull back the curtains. They saw the person on the bed was gaunt, skin and bones, with drooping eyelids that couldn't open. Uncle Quan supported his body, trembling as he sat up. Duong Dien Dien was quick-eyed, and before anyone could react, he hurriedly ran to help him up. "Uncle Quan, why are you alone at home? In your current condition, I'm afraid you can't take care of yourself." He was a bit flustered. Though alive, how could he be so frightening? Uncle Quan coughed dryly. "No need for care. I'm about to die." His cloudy eyes swept over everyone, finally stopping on Tuk Bao. "You said you found my daughter's bones." Tuk Bao looked at the old man before her, compassion showing in her eyes. As soon as she entered, she had seen the yin-yang incense above the old man's head was only a short stub. Her master had once said that when the yin-yang incense burns out, it's time for that person to pass away. She had to find a way to help the old man regain his spirit. Thinking this, Tuk Bao stepped forward, taking hold of the old man's wrist, which was as dry as a twig. The red string on her wrist emitted a faint light, then imperceptibly transferred to his body. The old man's eyes opened slightly, his gloomy breath somewhat dispersed. The little girl slowly said, "Grandpa, your daughter's bones are under the school's playground. Your daughter's name was Quan Di Nam, and her best friend was named Li Nyuok Bin, right? I know she was a good person. She gave her friend many beautiful clothes that she no longer wore, but that friend betrayed her." Old Mr. Quan was stunned, tears streaming down his face, trembling as he spoke. "Help me up. I want to go get Nam Nam. For over a decade, I've been waiting, hoping to see my daughter again. I thought I'd never find her in this lifetime. I didn't expect to receive this news before closing my eyes." Tadat Tran looked at Kuk Huang with a puzzled expression. Kuk Huang snapped to attention, quickly calling Wanhan. Lai Thuong, standing nearby, noticed the yin-yang incense above Mr. Kwan's head burning slower and immediately understood everything. Seeing this, Duong Dien Dien hurriedly told Mr. Kwan not to rush. It would be useless for him to go there. The police wouldn't let anyone near the scene. Tuk Bao also reassured the old man, saying she was here now. Mr. Kwan looked down at the little girl, then suddenly withdrew his gaze, leaning back against the headboard, and began to recount his life. "In my entire life, no matter what I did, what business I ran, I never did anything against my conscience. Even when parents fell ill, I not only provided financial support, but also covered hospital fees, even inviting foreign experts. My whole life, I've done good deeds. The only bad thing I've ever done was killing that girl." Duong Dien Dien was secretly shocked. Could it be that the girl was really killed by Uncle Quan? Li Tuong, standing nearby, said something, and Tuk Bao nodded. "Then why didn't you ask that girl where she buried your daughter's bones, and how your daughter died?" Mr. Quan sighed deeply. His face, which had just improved slightly, became withered again. "Since Nam Nam was little, we wholeheartedly loved and doted on her, teaching her to be kind. She always gave the things she liked most to Li Nyuok Bin, and fearing to hurt Li Nyuok Bin's self-esteem, she deliberately removed tags from newly bought items, saying they were things she no longer wanted. We always supported her kindness, even allowing Li Nyuok Bin to freely come and go in our home. Who would have thought that the girl with such a kind and pure appearance was actually a devil in disguise?" Li Tuong crossed his arms, silently listening. Mr. Kwan continued, "Drink 6 parts to get drunk, eat 7 parts to be full, never treat anyone too well, don't use kindness to deal with people's hearts." Sadly, I understood this too late. Under Mr. Kwan's narration, the tragic event that occurred over a decade ago gradually unfolded. It turned out that after working together at the printing factory, Lin Tuok Bin became increasingly immersed in a false life, even developing the intention to replace Quan Di Nam. One day, she called saying that while buying medicine for her parents at the Land City Hospital, she was deceived and detained. They demanded 10 million yuan, requiring family members to bring the money themselves for ransom. Quan Di Nam, being kind-hearted, rushed there upon hearing this. Mr. Quan deeply regretted raising Quan Di Nam to be too kind and naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her life because of this. In fact, Li Nyuok Bin wasn't kidnapped at all. At that time, she was in a cosmetic surgery hospital run run by a criminal gang. She had given that hospital 10 million yuan, demanding them to perform plastic surgery to turn her into someone else. They actually dared to use real human skin for the surgery. Can you imagine, in broad daylight, such a cruel transaction could exist? Not just facial skin, but even internal organs were ordered. By the time Mr. Kwan received the news and rushed there, Kwan Dinam was already gone. Only Lee Nuok Bin remained, crying miserably, saying that Kwan Dinam had been taken by bad people while trying to save her. They frantically searched everywhere for her. During this time, Lee Nuok Bin moved into their house. She also wailed pitifully in front of them, which made them realize her true face. When they found Kwan Dinam, only scraps of flesh remained, and the difficult-to-dispose-of bones had been discarded somewhere unknown. This wasn't directly done by Lee Nuok Bin. At most, she was the one who lured Nam Nam there. If she had shown remorse at that time, she might not have been sentenced to so many years, but they were determined to eliminate her. Mr. Kwan clenched his fist tightly. Covering his face with his hand, he said, "No matter what methods we used, Lee Nuok Bin couldn't say anything. After all, she wasn't the one who ultimately disposed of Nam Nam's body. How could she know where her bones were?" He regretted it his whole life, not for eliminating Lee Nuok Bin, but for raising Nam Nam to be too kind. At this point, Mr. Kwan couldn't hold back anymore and burst into sobs. Li Tuong thought to himself, so Lee Nuok Bin only knew where Kwan Dinam's bones were buried after she became an evil spirit. Then, why are there 17 other sets of bones under the school playground? Tuk Bao heard the old Mrs. Duong say that her father's surname was Mok. The little girl mumbled something unclear, but Mr. Kwan's expression changed from surprise to joy, then gradually returned to calm. Tuk Bao looked at the yin-yang incense above his head, seeing it couldn't be extended any further, and asked, "Grandpa, is there anything else you need me to help with?" Mr. Kwan felt very tired and shook his head. "Now I can go meet my wife." Before she passed, his wife had always reminded him to find their daughter. His eyelids were very heavy, slowly closing, then trying to open a little. "Tuk Bao, can you help me find someone?" Tuk Bao nodded. "I can try. Who do you want to find?" But Mr. Kwan said nothing more, having fallen into eternal sleep. His face was peaceful, with a smile lingering on his lips. Duong Din Din looked at him with complex eyes. The Kwan family had no one left. When Mrs. Kwan passed, Mr. Kwan had taken care of the funeral arrangements alone. Duong Jin Din softened and said, "Well, I'll see Mr. Kwan off on his final journey." To Nat Tran held Tuk Bao's hand. "Let's go." But Tuk Bao told him to wait a moment, because she saw a soul escaping from Mr. Kwan's body, slowly floating up, looking around dreamily. So Tuk Bao said, "Grandpa, please continue what you were saying earlier." Mr. Kwan quickly reacted, and after adjusting, he felt his whole body was light, an unprecedented feeling of comfort. "Over a decade ago, when I was searching for Nam Nam, I went to many places and met a man. He had been framed, losing his parents, son, and daughter-in-law, with only a grandson left. Before he died, he asked me to take care of that child, but I couldn't find him. Over a decade ago, his grandson was 7 years old. Now he should be around 25, 26 years old. Surname Mok, from Namthan. Oh yes, his name was Mok Min Vien, but he didn't have time to tell me his grandson's name." As he spoke, Mr. Kwan looked at Tuk Bao, feeling this girl was somehow familiar, as if they had met before. Tuk Bao silently memorized. 25, 26 years old, surname Mok from Namthen, named Mok Min. Tuk Bao thought to herself, Namthen, isn't that my hometown too? Finally, Mr. Kwan said, "While I still have time, I must go meet Nam Nam." As if pulled by some force, he easily stepped outside. At this moment, Kuk Wang reported to Tonyat Tran that the police had started excavating the school playground. Mr. Kwan passed by the door, surprisingly saying to the old lady in Tang Dynasty clothes, "Why are you dressed so creepily? Don't scare the children." The old lady in Tang Dynasty clothes was speechless. Tuk Bao held Tonat Tran's hand. "Grandpa has left. Let's go too." At this moment, the old lady in Tang Dynasty clothes suddenly chuckled behind them. Tuk Bao, I know who your father is." Tuk Bao stopped. "Who is my father?" The old lady in Tang clothes said, Surname Mok, surname Mok." Tuk Bao asked again, "What's his name?" The old lady in Tang clothes shook her head, only repeating surname Mok. Tuk Bao seemed lost in thought, and after a while asked Li Thuong, "Master, why do they all repeat things twice when they speak?" That vengeful spirit also cried out, I'm not willing," when angry, And now this old lady is repeating her words too. Li Tuong was looking at his notebook without raising his head, explained to her. When the brain isn't functioning fully, they repeat a sentence. The dead can't take their brains with them, so their eyes are dull or they drool, and they repeat things mechanically. Tuk Bao, who was present at the scene, suddenly understood. Li Tuong frowned at his notebook, thinking, the kid's father has the surname Mok, but there's no one with the surname Mok in Nam Tan related to Tuk Bao. Li Tuong flipped through the notebook, found Mok Min Vien. Information about him and his son was complete, but for the grandson, it was marked unknown. Li Tuong said puzzledly, unknown again. He glanced at the old Duong lady strangely. The vain ghost led to the old lady of the Duong family, then to Mr. Quan wanting to find someone with the surname Mok. The old lady also said Tuk Bao's father had the surname Mok. Did she really know, or was she just mechanically repeating what Mr. Quan had said? Tu Havan, walking beside them, softly asked Tuk Bao, have they all left? The boy meant the old lady Tuk Bao had seen at the door, and Mr. Quan. Tuk Bao looked up. Not yet, there's still one person next to you. Tu Havan almost screamed in terror, rushing into Duong Dien Dien's arms. Duong Dien Dien looked at Tuk Bao standing not far away, secretly terrified. Who is this little troublemaker talking to? While pondering, Tuk Bao suddenly turned her head, with a mischievous look on her face. Uncle Duong, remember to use an umbrella later. Duong Dien Dien was puzzled. Use an umbrella. Why do I need to use an umbrella? But he thought to himself, all right, if she says to use an umbrella, then I'll use one. This little troublemaker has great powers. Better to believe than not. It's just using an umbrella. It's not like it'll summon ghosts or anything, right? On the way back, he couldn't see at all that under the umbrella, a ghost was silently standing, feet not touching the ground, floating along with him. It was his mother. Duong Dien Dien walked and said, Miss Tuk Bao, it's really troublesome. I don't know why my mother fell into a coma after her fall. She was taken to the ICU for emergency care before. I've had all the necessary surgeries done. My mother is still breathing, but for some reason, she won't wake up. Li Tuong floated beside them. Looking at the contents of his notebook, added, Mrs. Duong has been dead for a long time. How could she still be breathing? Not waking up is normal. Waking up would be called a zombie rising. The two talked as they walked. Duong Dien Dien had brought Tuk Bao to the entrance of the Duong family house. Pushing the door open, Li Tuong and Tuk Bao were both stunned. They saw the old lady's room covered in yellow talismans, with a large bed in the center. On the bed lay an old lady wearing a green ao dai, her hair neatly combed, a yellow jade piece in her mouth. On her bedside table stood a Quan Am statue, with an incense burner in front of it, and joss paper in front of the burner. Even a soul-summoning flag was erected at the head of the bed. The curtains were half drawn, keeping the room from being too dark, but when the wind blew, the soul-summoning flag fluttered, adding to the eerie atmosphere in the dim light. The gloomy ambiance felt like the underworld. Li Tuong and Tuk Bao were both shocked, mouths agape. Finally, he understood why Mrs. Duong, who had been dead for a long time, was still breathing. Duong Dien Dien laughed awkwardly, but quickly became helpless, explaining, I've found many people to examine my mother. They all said her soul is lost and needs to be summoned back. Li Tuong frowned, signaling Tuk Bao to ask if Duong Dien Dien knew his mother had died. So Tuk Bao looked up and asked, Uncle Duong, do you know your mother has passed away? Hearing this, Duong Dien Dien immediately panicked. How is that possible? My mother is still breathing. Miss Tuk Bao, you were able to summon Uncle Tu's soul before, allowing him to return. Surely you can summon my mother's soul back, right? He paused, then added, I'm sure my mother just got confused and lost her way. She'll definitely come back. Li Tuong said nothing, looking around the room with an indescribable expression. Whether the old lady would return or not was uncertain, but he had definitely been scammed. Tuk Bao nodded, asking seriously, You've spent a lot of money, haven't you? Duong Dien Dien answered honestly, These talismans cost 10 million. The Quan Am statue was bought for 50 million. The soul-summoning flag was given by a master, priced at 60 million. And the jade piece in my mother's mouth can help her prolong her breath. No matter how long her soul wanders, her body remains immortal. 100 million. Everyone was silent, amazed that he could believe such things. But Duong Dien Dien continued, It's just a few 100 million. Even if it costs 1 billion to save my mother, it's worth it. Everyone fell silent again. Tahavan sat beside, counting on his fingers. Total is 220 million. Uncle Duong Dien Dien looks cunning on the outside, but I didn't expect him to be so filial. Li Tuong pointed at the room's arrangement, helplessly saying, First, Quan Am Bodhisattva belongs to Buddhism. Taoist talismans belong to Taoism. There's a saying, worship Tao, not Buddha. Yet now Taoism and Buddhism are in the same house, which is taboo. Buddhists worship Buddha and Quan Am, seeking a pure mind and clear spirit. If you don't follow Buddhism or believe in Taoism, then don't. But if you do worship, you can't mix them up. Li Tuang glanced at Mrs. Duong beside him and continued, "Of all the things in this room, only the jade piece has some effect, but it's used to trap the soul. In other words, Mrs. Duong has been dead for a long time, just trapped here, unable to reincarnate. I wonder how he found Tukbao." Seeing Tukbao frown, Duong Dian Dian asked, "Miss Tukbao, is something wrong?" Tukbao, following her master's instructions, said to Duong Dian Dian, "It's very wrong, very wrong." The little girl pointed at the Kwanam statue. "Worship Buddha, not Tao. Having Buddha and Tao in the same house is taboo. It's like someone who worships Kwan Am and encounters bad luck. That's because they're not compatible with Buddha, so they shouldn't casually worship Kwan Am." Duong Dian Dian was stunned. The girl then pointed at the soul-summoning flag. "This soul-summoning flag is also drawn incorrectly. It can't summon souls, not even a single ghost. And these talismans are also drawn randomly." Duong Dian Dian completely collapsed. So aren't all these things useless? He wasn't angry or regretful about being scammed, but worried whether his mother could return or not. The old lady in the green ao dai in the room stared at her own body, her eyes full of resentment. "I want to go. I want to go." Tukbao continued, "It's not that they're completely useless. This jade piece has some effect. It can trap the soul." Duong Dian Dian rejoiced. "That's great. It seems this money wasn't completely wasted. As long as it can save my mother, it's worth it." Little did he know, Tukbao's trap the soul meant suppressing and destroying the soul, which terrified him. Duong Dian Dian immediately cried out, "Mother," and rushed to remove the jade piece from the old lady's mouth. The old lady, who had been looking dazed, almost saying "Abba, Abba," suddenly cried out, "Oh my goodness," and scolded. "This unfilial child nearly killed his mother. Oh heavens!" Duong Dian Dian frantically turned to ask Tukbao, "Can my mother still come back?" The old lady standing nearby put her hands on her hips and scolded, "Come back your head." Tukbao repeated the old lady's words verbatim. Grandmother said, "Come back your head." Duong Dian Dian was stunned. Tukbao pointed at Tuhavan. "Grandmother is right next to him." Tuhavan jumped in fear. "Why is she next to me again?" The old lady said heartbrokenly, "This fool got scammed out of 200 million again. Is your money blown in by the wind?" The little girl stared and imitated exactly. Grandmother said, "This fool got scammed out of 200 million again. Is your money blown in by the wind?" Duong Dian Dian initially wanted to laugh, but soon after his eyes turned red. He helplessly sat on the edge of the bed, holding the old lady's hand, choking up. "So mother can't come back anymore. I want mother to come back." Duong Dian Dian cried like a child. "When I was little, mother always carried me on her back to work. I grew up on mother's back. Mother has worked hard all her life. It's only been a few years since I've had some luck, made some money, and brought mother here to enjoy life, yet so soon." Everyone looked at the crying Duong Dian Dian, momentarily at a loss for words. When someone wants to die, no one can stop them. It's better to let her go peacefully than to linger on a sickbed, suffering until the very end. Tukbao stepped forward to comfort Duong Dian Dian. "Come on, Uncle Duong, don't cry anymore. Crying now is useless." Duong Dian Dian looked up, his face covered in tears and snot. Tukbao quickly stepped back 2 paces, momentarily unsure how to comfort him. The floating Mrs. Duong spoke with disgust. "Crying so messily, you're this old and still letting snot run into your mouth." Then she looked at Tukbao with a resigned expression, thanking the little girl. If not for Tukbao, she didn't know how long she would have had to be a vegetative person, only to be eventually destroyed by her own son. It was truly a tragedy. Tukbao shook her head, saying to the old lady, "Grandmother, don't be so formal." Then, the little girl glared at the old lady, saying forcefully, "Tukbao still remembers when you scared her." The old lady chuckled, quickly apologizing and promising not to scare the little girl again. "Who told you to be a little King Yama? I could only come to you for help." After saying this, she sighed, asking Tukbao if she could talk to her son. Tukbao looked a bit uncomfortable. Li Thuong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the little girl. "Master is about to teach you another powerful technique. Human words, ghost speech. This kind of spell allows a ghost spirit to speak through another person. That's human words, ghost speech." Tukbao was stunned. "Isn't that just speaking lies?" Li Thuong pondered and said, "That's not wrong either." Tukbao nodded, signaling she understood. Ko Kwang stood nearby, bewildered, watching Tukbao mumbling to herself, and worriedly asked Tonat Tran, "Does Miss Tu always talk to herself like this?" Tonat Tran coldly replied, "She's on the phone." Tohavan nodded. "My sister is wearing a special agent earpiece." The father and sons kept straight faces, lying without blinking. Li Tuong told Tukbao to repeat after him. "Dan su long tan fi tuong tai." Tukbao repeated, "Dan su long tan fi tuong tai." The master then teasingly said, "Come on, baby, don't be shy." Tukbao carefully learned each phrase. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Li Tuong couldn't help but laugh out loud. This child was truly amusing. Tukbao glared at Li Tuong. Master is tricking people again. Li Tuong coughed lightly. No trick, no trick. It's just that this human words, ghost speech skill needs to be performed by someone related to the deceased. No one here is suitable, so Master will teach you another technique called fake corpse. Tukbao said uneasily. Master, if you trick people again, then you're a rotten egg. Tunyat Tran couldn't help but curl his lips. Although he didn't know what Tukbao was saying to her master, the little girl's fierce yet adorable expression was truly endearing. Even Tohavan felt more relaxed, feeling that the room no longer seemed as scary. Just as he thought this, the old Mrs. Duong lying on the bed suddenly sat up, startling everyone. Tukbao pushed the eldest son and everyone else out, leaving old Mrs. Duong and Duong Dien Dien in the room to talk. The soul-summoning flag in the room fluttered in the wind. The yellow talismans pasted all over the walls rustled. Old Mrs. Duong was in a fake corpse state, head bowed, hands hanging limp and powerless. Nyat is a way of calling the youngest child in some regions, some places still keeping this ancient custom. This scene, combined with the surroundings, looked extremely eerie. Duong Dien Dien nervously called out, "Mother." Old Mrs. Duong still didn't raise her head, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't, so her voice was a bit low. "Mother is gone. Don't hold on to me anymore. Life and death are predestined. I'm content now." Duong Dien Dien's eyes turned red. Old Mrs. Duong continued, "Remember this. In the future, there's one thing you must investigate clearly. When you were little, there was a boy surnamed Mok who once lived in our house. Although old Mrs. Duong had died, her memories from when she was alive were now very clear. In her memory, the boy who had once been helped by her family and lived in their house for a while bore some resemblance to the current Tukbao. It's very likely that he was Tukbao's father." Old Mrs. Duong instructed, more than 10 years ago, a 7-year-old boy, now he must be 25 or 26 years old, matching what old Mr. Kwan said. "You must do your best to help to family search, understand. Also, find an opportunity to tell the two family." Duong Dien Dien nodded solemnly, "I understand." Meanwhile, Tukbao stood outside the door, looking at the villa across the street, thinking to herself, Grandfather Kwan must have seen his granddaughter's remains, right? Unfortunately, too much time has passed. She's no longer in this world. Tukbao pressed her lips together, her big bright eyes somewhat empty. When quiet, no one knew what the little girl was thinking. Li Tuong, wearing a white robe, lazily leaned to one side, but his eyes were always on Tukbao. Compared to finding Tukbao's biological father, he was more concerned about whether the little girl could overcome her training. In the notebook in his hand, under Tukbao's name, there was another line, "Life's 100 changes." He thought to himself, looks like the little King Yama is training. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Tukbao mumbling to the parrot, "Is 256 years old, very, very old." The little girl didn't seem very good at math, only 4 years old, not yet in kindergarten. Tiong'u cried out, "Hakson Lao Yo! Hakson Lao Yo!" Tukbao pouted, "What to do? Tukbao doesn't need a monster dad." This trip didn't catch any ghosts, didn't get to eat sweet gourd candy, but instead learned that her father was a monster. Tukbao frowned. A fierce battle seemed to rage in her heart. Finally she said, "Well, children shouldn't criticize their fathers. Even if dad is Jubaji, he's still Tukbao's dad." After saying this, she added, "Tionu, you can't criticize either, okay?" Duong Dien Dien whispered something to Tonyat Tran. After a while, Tonyat Tran said to Tukbao, "Let's go." Tukbao said goodbye to Uncle Duong, then sat in the car, watching the Duong family's house grow distant, whispering by the window, "Uncle Duong will become rich. That's good land." Tonyat Tran grunted in agreement. He didn't understand anything about feng shui, only believing that he himself was his own greatest feng shui. Duong Dien Dien was such a good person, he was sure to encounter much luck. At night, the white cloth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window fluttered. A red silhouette appeared. He wore black clothes, about 1.9 meters tall. The person said, "After so much effort, we finally learned that before his sacrifice, Grandfather had met Uncle Kwan. Unfortunately, we're still a step behind. Uncle Kwan has gone, so that matter seems to be forever unknown." In the unlit room, thanks to the moonlight, one could see the man in black's eyes were as deep as water, with a sharp gaze. The man pulled up a chair to sit down, crossing his legs. At that moment, the phone rang. He said in a low voice, Have you investigated clearly what happened? In the empty room, a faint voice could be heard from the other end of the line. Old Mr. Kwan passed away at 3:50 this afternoon, discovered by the neighbor Duong Dien Dien. Also visiting the old man's house were To Nyat Tran, To Havan from the To family, and To Nyat Tran's niece, To Tutuk. The assistant continued. Regarding the skeleton under the playground of Ngu Tuong International Elementary School, according to the police report, it was due to old Mr. Kwan's deathbed vision, confirming that human bones were buried under the International Elementary School playground. The man in black laughed coldly. Why did the Tu family come here? They've already brought their son, and deliberately brought their niece too. Uncle Kwan had a deathbed vision to solve the case. I, Mok Kui Pham, don't believe this. Investigate everyone who visited the Kwan family today. Send me all their information and photos, especially To Nat Tran's niece, To Tutuk. Tuk Bao slept straight through until 9 o'clock. Old Mrs. Jep tiptoed in, seemingly wanting to check if her little granddaughter was still there, and saw that Tuk Bao had already brushed her teeth, washed her face, and changed her clothes. Grandma, good morning, Tuk Bao grinned. Old Mrs. Tu's mood brightened like sunshine. Why did my darling wake up so early today? Tuk Bao said happily. Tiungu woke me up. They saw Tiungu bobbing its head, singing, "Oh la la," under the big bridge in front. There's a flock of ducks, a flock of geese passing by. Come quickly and count, 1, 2, 3. Boogeyman, boogeyman, no, it should be frog. I can't count clearly how many ducks, how many geese. Can't count how many ducks there are. Oh, oh, oh. Old Mrs. Tu's mouth twitched. This parrot was so noisy. Tuk Bao was at a growing age. She needed good sleep. She asked worriedly, what if it startles you awake in the middle of the night? Tuk Bao couldn't help but laugh, holding her grandmother's hand, following her wheelchair outside. Grandma, Tiungyu isn't noisy at night. Parrots are like people. They can't see anything without light at night. Tiungyu goes to sleep when it gets dark, very quiet all night, unless someone teases it or there's danger, then it will cry out. Downstairs, old Mr. To asked Tanat Tran, you're saying Tuk Bao's father might be from the Mok family. Tanat Tran replied, yes, he had investigated. The Mok family had someone who was indeed around 25, 26 years old, a grandson from a minor branch of the Mok family, matching Uncle Kwan's information. Previously, Uncle Kwan was so focused on finding his daughter's remains that he might not have paid timely attention to the Mok family's rise in the capital. In fact, 5 years ago, after the world-shaking criminal syndicate was dismantled, among those who sacrificed their lives was Mok Min Vien. At that time, Mok Min Vien was posthumously awarded a first-class medal, but since he had no direct relatives, the medal was given to his cousin, Mok Chi Vien. Initially, the Mok family was just a coastal business, but thanks to this medal, they skyrocketed, becoming one of the most powerful families in the capital. Hearing this, old Mr. Parr said, I've heard about this too. It's precisely for this reason that the Mok family looks down on others. The only people they would bow and flatter are those in political circles. If Tuk Bao's father is really from the Mok family, I'm afraid that with their family ethos. But Tu Nat Tran expressed his opinion. Supposing Tuk Bao really carries the Mok family's bloodline, we have no reason to hide her existence or make decisions on her behalf. Therefore, I plan to visit the Mok family, then let Tuk Bao decide for herself. Old Mr. Sat thought this was good. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard on the stairs. Tuhavan thought it was Tuk Bao and immediately turned around, but saw Ham Ham running down in her slippers. The girl looked around and asked, Where's Tuk Bao? Why isn't she here? Ham Ham was secretly angry, missing her again. Not seeing her all day yesterday was one thing, but why did she go out so early today too? Tahavan teased. Oh, the princess is up early today. Ham Ham grunted irritably, her face sullen, turning to go back to her room, no longer wanting breakfast. Old Mister, to frowned. You're not going to greet anyone. Eat your meal and then go back to sleep. To Not Tron intervened. Father, don't be so strict with her. Old Mister, to laughed coldly. I'm this strict with everyone. At this moment, the elevator door opened. Tuk Bao and old Mrs. To stepped out. Ham Ham's eyes lit up. Tuk Bao, sister. Tuk Bao smiled sweetly. Sister Ham Ham, good morning. Brother, good morning. Uncle, good morning. Grandfather, good morning. Old Mister, to coughed lightly, glanced at his watch and said, Tuk Bao, it's 9 o'clock now. In the future, you should wake up a bit earlier, understand? Old Mister glared at old Mr. Tu. Who are you putting on that face for so early in the morning? Do you think you're still the company chairman? Old Mr. Tu was momentarily flustered. Tuk Bao giggled. I understand, grandfather. From now on, Tuk Bao will wake up early, earlier than the rooster's crow. Old Mister, to softened his tone. You don't need to wake up that early. Tavan immediately looked at old Mister. Didn't you say you were strict with everyone? Tunyat Tran urged Tukbao to eat quickly. After you finish, I'll take you for a walk. Tukbao obediently nodded. The car drove slowly on the street. Tukbao was leaning her face against the car window. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Master, look!" On the road, a woman in a red shirt was waiting for the red light. The reason Tukbao noticed the woman in red was because there was a ghost clinging to her back. Li Tuong saw the woman in the red shirt, grunted, and said, "Another weak ghost. Are ghosts so easy to find now?" Li Tuong glanced at Tukbao, thinking to himself that this luck was truly extraordinary. It's as if wherever Conan goes, there's a dead body, and wherever this little schoolbag girl goes, there's a ghost. Others have to struggle to find ghosts everywhere to overcome their tribulations, but for this girl, NPCs automatically come to her door. Lai Thuong explained, "That ghost is called a weak ghost. Master will teach you how to mark it. Once marked, we won't have a situation like that crybaby ghost running away." Tukbao said nothing. She was looking at a man standing not far from the woman in red. The man was very tall, wearing all black. Tukbao felt very strange looking at him, and couldn't help but stick her head out of the car window. Tunyat Tran quickly spoke up. Tunyat Tran warned Tukbao not to stick her head out, as it was very dangerous, then closed the car window. At this moment, Mok Kui Pham on the roadside suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Inside the house, old Mrs. Mok was leisurely having her meal, with the second daughter-in-law standing beside her, serving her food, wiping her hands and mouth with a wet towel. Others acted as if they didn't see, perhaps used to this scene. At this moment, the butler entered and reported, "The Tu family has come to visit, and they've brought a little girl." Old Mr. Mok slowly swallowed his food before asking, "What do they want?" The butler replied, "They say young Master 4 might be the girl's father, so they want to ask young Master 4 for a DNA test." The butler deliberately used the terms "to family" and "little girl," making the "to family" seem inferior. Hearing this, old Mrs. Mok widened her eyes. Another one coming to claim kinship. "Tell them to leave. The Mok family won't see them. I've heard that child is to Kamgok's daughter, a sick person. Even if she is truly a descendant of the Mok family, I won't allow such a child to step foot in this house." At the dining table, a young man hesitantly spoke up. "Maybe we should meet them briefly. After all, they are from the Tu family." Old Mr. Mok scornfully said, "So what if they're from the Tu family? They just have some money, that's all. What if they're the richest? In this country, no matter how powerful capitalists are, they must still submit to the government. Dragons must coil, tigers must lie down. Go tell them the Mok family is not free to meet, and we certainly don't agree to any tests." The butler nodded and went outside. He tilted his chin up and said to Tunyat Tran, "Our master and mistress are not free. Please leave and don't come again." After saying this, he slammed the door shut, not giving Tunyat Tran a chance to speak. The Mok family's attitude made Tunyat Tran frown. If the Mok family didn't want to accept Tukbao, that was fine. The To family didn't want to share Tukbao with anyone else either. Tukbao, standing beside him, noticed Tunyat Tran was a bit upset and asked, "Uncle, why did we have to come here?" Tunyat Tran softened his voice. "Tukbao wanted to find her father, so I brought you here to see. According to Uncle Duong and Mr. Kwan, there's a possibility your father is from the Mok family. He had thought that even if the Mok family looked down on them, for Tukbao's sake, he had to try once." Unexpectedly, Tukbao shook her head. "Uncle, let's go home. If my father is like that, I'd rather not have a father. I only need you grandfather, grandmother, big brother, and big sister. That's enough." Tunyat Tran was surprised. Tukbao doesn't want to find her father anymore. Tukbao turned around, firmly said, "I don't need a father like that." Tunyat Tran thought to himself, Tukbao is indeed a descendant of the Tu family, and he felt happy inside. He picked up the little girl. "Then shall I take Tukbao to the amusement park?" Tukbao's eyes lit up, cheering. "Yes." Then she added, "We must invite big brother, big sister, and also Tiong'u and the turtle." Inside the Mok family house, old Mrs. Mok asked the butler, "Is the Tu family still outside? If they're still waiting, considering their sincerity, the Mok family wouldn't mind meeting them once." Unexpectedly, the butler said they had already left. Old Mrs. Mok coldly snorted, wanting to claim kinship, but having no patience at all. "It's good we didn't meet. It's best they take that comet as far away as possible and never come to bother the Mok family again." Old Mr. Mok spoke up to stop the discussion about the Tu family, then asked his eldest son, "How's the contact with that person going? I heard that person is also surnamed Mok, a war hero who just returned from the border. We must quickly find a way to establish a relationship." The eldest son awkwardly said, "That person is not easy to meet, and for some reason seems to have prejudice against our Mok family." Old Mr. Mok frowned. "Without ever meeting, how can there be prejudice? It must be some misunderstanding. We're all Mok family, flesh and blood. Find an opportunity to meet for a meal, and resolve the misunderstanding. Every time I ask you to do something, you're always unwilling, finding all sorts of excuses. I think you haven't even asked. The eldest son broke out in a cold sweat. Father, this person is really not easy to find, he said awkwardly. Father, you don't know. This person is not just a border war hero, but also the head of a hidden clan. Hearing this, old Mr. Mock widened his eyes in shock, silently pondering the words hidden clan. On the other side, the Mongao amusement park is the largest in the city, a paradise for children. As soon as they got out of the car, Li Tuong yawned loudly. I'm going to find a place to take a nap. This place is crowded, full of yang energy, especially where there are many children. It's very uncomfortable for ghosts to gather. Before Tukbao could reply, Ham Ham had already grabbed her hand and ran off like the wind. The cold exterior, pretending nothing happened this morning, was thrown out the window when faced with the amusement park. Ham Ham excitedly said, Tukbao, let's go over there to play on the slide. We'll slide down together from the top. Tu Havan was running behind them, calling out. Tu Havan, who usually prefers quietness, watched the other three running and jumping and could only shake his head in exasperation. Kids, what's so fun about it? Nat Tran wore a suit, his tall and straight figure standing out among the crowd of parents in the park. Unfortunately, his cold demeanor deterred anyone from approaching him to start a conversation. Seeing him leading 4 children, a girl sighed regretfully. Such a handsome man already has 4 children. More importantly, he has 4 children and is still so handsome. Why can't I be the mother of those kids? Her friend glanced at her, daydreaming. Cold, handsome guys can only be admired from afar. Don't fantasize. Suddenly, Tonat Tran's phone rang. He glanced at the number and instructed Tohavan, take good care of your sister. They arrived at the giant slide area. Because there were so many people, they had to queue up. Ham Ham stood first, Tuk Bao in the middle, and Tohavan at the back. Looking at the towering slide, Tuk Bao couldn't help but feel wistful. I wish Tiongnu and the turtle could come here too. It would be so much fun. The park prohibited pets, otherwise Tiongnu and the turtle would surely have enjoyed it too. Just as it was about to be Tuk Bao's turn, suddenly a little girl ran and cut in front of her. Tohavan frowned. What are you doing, kid? No cutting in line. The girl raised her chin. I like it here. I want to stand here. Beside her, a woman spoke up. Come on, it's no big deal. They're all just kids playing together. Tukbao seriously said, but cutting in line is wrong. The other girl paid no attention, and the woman pretended to be on her phone, acting as if she heard nothing. She even said, the park is so crowded, if we just queue up slowly, when will we ever get to play? Besides, people cut in line every day. It's not just us. We've been doing this all day. Seeing her grandmother successfully cut in line, the girl raised her chin, making a face at Tukbao provocatively. Hit me if you dare. Tukbao got angry, imitating Lai Thuong's manner, narrowing her eyes. But before the little girl could assert her authority, she was blocked by Tohavan. Go back and queue up. Tohavan also stood in front of the other girl, his face ice cold. The woman was still pretending to be on her phone, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. The other girl became even more smug, wiggling her hips, and said arrogantly, I won't queue up. Ham Ham couldn't take it anymore. She immediately grabbed the girl's hair, pushing her hard. Get lost. The girl glared. If a tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm Hello Kitty. Ham Ham suddenly realized how annoying it was to defend spoiled, misbehaving children. The other girl fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Seeing her granddaughter being hit, the woman immediately jumped up, yelling, Whose parents are these? Don't you teach your children anything? Why are you hitting people? Ham Ham calmly replied, I should hit you too. How about that? Who told you not to queue properly? The woman was so angry her face turned red. You shouldn't hit people no matter what. If you're unhappy, you can say so. Why resort to violence? She started using the typical Auntie tactic, screaming loudly. At this moment, Tanat Tran heard the commotion and immediately came over to ask what was happening. He looked down at the woman with a cold expression, his imposing presence making her stutter. Your girl? Your girl hit someone. Tukbao immediately told her uncle. That girl cut in line first. Big brother told her to go back and queue, but she wouldn't listen. The woman retorted, I didn't hear anything. Tanat Tran coldly said, you didn't hear. That's why we had to give up our spot. Or do you want to get beaten up too? The woman fell silent. Even experienced high-level managers couldn't withstand this CEO's anger, let alone her. At this moment, a woman in a red shirt also ran over, repeatedly apologizing. Tukbao exclaimed, It's that lady. The ghost is lying on her back. Tanat Tran coldly asked, Is this your daughter? The woman in red looked a bit embarrassed. This is my niece. The other woman was irritated and said unpleasantly, Let's go. We're not playing anymore. What bad luck. How petty. She picked up the crying girl and turned to leave, still muttering, I thought the amusement park in the capital would be luxurious. Did you buy regular tickets or VIP tickets? The woman in red, after apologizing a few more times, hurriedly followed, her tone helpless. I told you there are no VIP tickets here. The annoyed voice of the other woman could still be heard from afar. You earn so much money. Why can't you take us somewhere a bit more upscale? We only get to go out once a year. The woman in red remained silent, just meekly following behind. Ham Ham led Tuk Bao around the amusement park. Watching the two girls climb up the slide, Tanatran turned to Tohavan. Before he could speak, Tohavan said first, I know, I need to take good care of my sister, right? Tohavan looked at Tuk Bao, his eyes showing tension, hands always positioned below, ready to catch Tuk Bao. Tohavan just wanted to roll his eyes. What had become of his well-behaved little brother? Ham Ham, who climbed up first, asked Tuk Bao, can you climb up? Looking at your skinny arms like bean sprouts, I doubt you can make it. Tuk Bao confidently said, watch carefully. I'm very capable. Ham Ham and Tohavan didn't believe her. If you can, before the sentence was finished, Tuk Bao had already swiftly climbed to the top of the slide. Ham Ham and Tohavan were shocked, mouths agape. Even Tohavan was secretly startled. How could this little sister, whom he always feared would be blown away by the wind, be so capable? Everyone gathered at the bottom of the slide. Tuk Bao excitedly urged, I'll go first. Okay. Ham Ham immediately said, I'm second. To Havan, I'm third. The four siblings lined up, sliding down from the top one by one. The feeling of sliding down was so enjoyable, even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Wow! Light waves. Tuk Bao shouted excitedly. The four siblings slid all the way down to the bottom. Tuk Bao's face was flushed with excitement. She asked Tohavan, Brother, was it fun? Tohavan turned his face away, saying stiffly, It was okay. After the slide, the siblings went on the children's version of the roller coaster. Tuk Bao and Ham Ham giggled, while Tohavan maintained his expressionless face, thinking to himself, Is that all? Tohavan's mind was full of mathematical functions. Suppose the speed of the roller coaster is half a circle. The eccentricity is. So what eccentricity would allow one to see ghosts? Wah! Tuk Bao exclaimed in amazement again. Tohavan remained indifferent. Actually, he had never played this game before. It looked childish, but it seemed quite interesting. In Tohavan's mind, mathematical functions appeared again. Suppose the freefall speed of the drop tower is, someone's heart rate is. So at what freefall speed can one see ghosts? The final calculations and results all exceeded the speed of light. If thrown to the ground at the speed of light, humans would vaporize into smoke. Wouldn't that mean seeing ghosts? After playing all the rides like the carousel, the siblings sat down on a bench to rest. Tohavan, after calculating the speed of all the rides, concluded that seeing ghosts through speed was not feasible. Magnetic fields were still more reliable. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Tohavan's eyes. Tuk Bao tilted her head and asked, Brother, was it fun? Tohavan proudly said, It was okay. Ham Ham said loudly, Havan, you're so stubborn. Your teeth are clenched tight. Pry open your mouth. Even an ugly duckling at 72 days still has a hard beak. Tuk Bao giggled. Even an ugly duckling at 72 days still has a hard beak. Tohavan frowned. Did this kid understand the meaning of that phrase? He was a top literature student, you know. Tohavan couldn't hold back anymore and corrected. The phrase is a duck dipped in boiling water 72 times still has a hard beak, not 72 days. Tuk Bao and Ham Ham looked a bit embarrassed. Tohavan was stunned, realizing he had just scolded himself. While the siblings were laughing and joking, a woman in a red shirt like a ghost, walking with uncertain steps, slowly approached. Tohavan was thinking about the relationship between magnetic fields and seeing ghosts. His eyes glanced at that woman, suddenly feeling that her way of walking was exactly like a ghost, and she was wearing red too. The woman came up to him, panting, with a tired expression. Tuk Bao exclaimed, It's her again. Ham Ham and Tohavan looked over. Ham Ham wondered, Who is it? I don't remember. Tohavan said, It's the parent of the child who cut in line earlier. The woman in red saw Tuk Bao and said in a daze, It's you kids. Tuk Bao stared at the ghost on her shoulder. Tohavan noticed something odd about Tuk Bao's gaze and asked, Tuk Bao, what are you looking at? Tuk Bao leaned close to Tohavan's ear, whispering, Brother, there's a ghost clinging to her shoulder. Why do ghosts always appear around him like this? Tohavan almost jumped up. The boy awkwardly pretended to say, The wind is too strong here. Tuk Bao, let's change seats. Tuk Bao looked confused as Tohavan changed seats, and she sat next to the woman in red. The woman took the opportunity to apologize to Tuk Bao for her niece cutting in line earlier. Tuk Bao said it was okay, then asked for her name. The woman in red hunched over, looking haggard, and said her name was Tan Tu Man. Ham Ham looked at her with a strange expression. Why did you bring that child to play? This woman seemed easy to talk to. How could she have raised such a child? Tuk Bao nodded. That's right. Why don't only good friends go out together? Tukbao felt that this woman didn't like that child, nor did she like that aunt. So why did she have to take them out? Tan Tuman said resentfully, I didn't want to bring them either, but they're my husband's relatives. They insisted on coming to the amusement park. My own daughter, I haven't even brought her here to play yet. Tukbao was confused. Then why didn't you refuse? Tan Tuman said reluctantly, we're all relatives. It's not convenient to refuse. Tukbao shook her head, thinking, the adult world is so strange. They don't like something but don't refuse. Why force themselves like that? Isn't happiness the most important thing? Tu Havan wondered, if they're your husband's relatives, why didn't your husband take them? Tan Tuman's tone was a bit angry. He said he wanted to go fishing. He's not free. The children were all stunned. Fishing doesn't seem like work. It can be done at other times. Why not go? Ham frowned. Then you shouldn't go either. You can't always give in to his wishes. It's like when I refuse to eat. My grandmother will say if I don't want to eat, then don't. And in the end, don't I eat properly on my own? Tan Tuman sighed. I don't want to argue with my husband. I still have to work. Arguing would affect my mood. I can't concentrate on work. The whole family depends on my salary. If I don't work, where would we get money for living expenses? So, I don't want to argue. Tukbao found this thinking strange. Shouldn't the person who works focus on their job, and the one who doesn't work should take on more household responsibilities? Tukbao asked, so you're not working today? Tan Tuman said she was a novelist with a flexible job she could write at home later. Tu Havan was speechless. At first, he thought this woman was a housewife. Whoever earns money has a say. So even if she was uncomfortable, she had to take her husband's relatives out. Unexpectedly, she was the breadwinner, yet she had to endure such frustration. At this moment, the aunt returned with the child. Seeing Tukbao and the others occupying all the seats in the rest area, she pointed at Tukbao, telling her to give up her seat for them. Tukbao immediately refused. Sorry, my brother and sister are sitting over there, so I can't give up my seat. The aunt glared. How much space do you kids need? Just squeeze together a bit. Tu Havan coldly looked at her. Are you the Empress Dowager? You tell us to give up our seats, and we have to. Ham said. We won't give them up. Tukbao repeated. That's right, we won't give them up. Even if Tukbao stood up, there wouldn't be enough space for them. This bench can only fit so many people. Even if Tukbao moved over, there still wouldn't be enough room. The aunt was annoyed, muttering, who are these kids? A bunch of uneducated children. I don't know how their parents raised them. Tanat Tran had just returned with popcorn and heard this comment. His face immediately darkened. I raised them. Do you have a problem with that? The aunt was the type to bully the weak. Seeing Tanat Tran in a suit, exuding wealth, with a sharp and scary gaze, she only dared to vent her anger on Tan Man. Look at where you brought us. Supposedly the best amusement park in the capital, and there's not even a place to sit. Tan Man hurriedly stood up, offering her seat to the aunt and child. Second aunt and Dong Dong, please sit. The aunt turned up her nose. Who wants to sit? This place is unlucky. Tanyatron calmly sat down, crossed his legs, put the popcorn on his lap, and coldly said, if you're not sitting, then get lost. If I see you again, you won't be allowed in this park anymore. How domineering and unreasonable. The aunt snorted, angrily leading the child away, still muttering, bad children are the mother's fault. The richer they are, the more ill-mannered. Our city people so great. Tan Man hurriedly told the aunt to stop talking. At this moment, the child started crying, demanding fruit juice. Tan Man told her to wait a moment, but the child insisted on having it immediately. Tukbao looked at Tan Man, who reluctantly took the child to buy juice. Tukbao sighed. How pitiful. The master said this ghost was a weak ghost. She wondered if after removing it from Tan's back, would she become as brave as a superhero, refusing outright anything she didn't like. Tunyat Tran looked at Tukbao, who was pondering like an adult, and couldn't help but laugh. He handed her the popcorn. Don't tell Grandma when we get home, okay? Tukbao took the popcorn, held it up in front of her siblings, nodding while eating. Tohavan glanced at the popcorn bucket and said, Dad, you're spoiling little sister. Tunat Tran told him to be quiet, otherwise he'd be the one getting scolded at home. Tukbao seriously assured her brother not to worry, she wouldn't be spoiled. After the children finished the popcorn and fruit juice, Tunat Tran checked his watch. It was time to go. Tukbao said she wanted to use the restroom first. Ham immediately said she needed to go too. Tuhavan also stood up. I'll go too. Tuhavan finally couldn't hold back, rolling his eyes. Do you have to go to the bathroom together? Tukbao and Ham ran ahead, the two girls holding hands. Tuhavan thought to himself, why can girls hold hands when going to the bathroom, but boys? Thinking about this, Tuhavan looked at his brother walking behind, quickly saying, don't think about that. Tuhavan nodded. Boys holding hands to go to the bathroom would be weird. In the restroom, Tukbao finished first and stood outside asking, are you done yet? Ham said she was having a bowel movement. Tukbao was suspicious. Didn't you say you only needed to pee? pee. Ham Ham said when she sat down she couldn't hold it in, so she went ahead. Tuk Bao was silent. Ham Ham thought Tuk Bao had left, so she hurriedly called out, "Don't run away, wait for me." Tuk Bao waited for a few seconds, but the smell wafting out made her realize her sister's poop really stank. What should she do? Tuk Bao rummaged through her small bag, took out a mask, and put it on. It still stank. She continued searching and found a scarf. When leaving home, her grandmother had given it to her, worried she might catch a cold on the bus. Tuk Bao took out the scarf and wrapped it around her head and nose, covering herself completely like a rice dumpling. A woman who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh. "Your sister told you to wait here, and you're really waiting here. If it stinks, why don't you wait outside?" Tuk Bao said, "I can't do that. Children must keep their word." The woman laughed loudly and shook her head as she left. Tuk Bao clasped her hands in front of her face, pinching her nose tightly. "Hurry up, sis. I can't take it anymore." The sound of flushing came from inside. Ham Ham finally came out. Even she thought it smelled terrible. Tuk Bao quickly ran outside, shouting that she wasn't saying anyone smelled bad in the public walkway. Nat Tran, with one hand in his pocket, was comforting the kids when he saw Tuk Bao running towards him, wrapped like a rice dumpling. "Just going to the bathroom. Why so dramatic? It seems the park's restrooms aren't up to par." Nat Tran calmly took out his phone and bought a piece of land in the suburbs. "Plan to build a playground. Send me the plan tonight, especially for the restroom area. Make it a good one." Kuk Wong received the message and was full of question marks. What's going on? He had heard that Mr. Per took Tuk Bao to the amusement park today. Could it be that little Tuk Bao fell into the toilet? As soon as Tuk Bao left the restroom, she ran towards Nat Tran. Nat Tran instinctively bent down to hug Tuk Bao. "Uncle, can you help me find where Aunt Tan Tuman is? I want to go to her to catch ghosts." Nat Tran agreed without asking any questions. Havan found it very confusing. His father agreed to such a strange request. Indeed, Tuk Bao gets whatever she wants. Elsewhere, Mok Kui Pham had obtained all the information about the Tu family, including photos of each member. He silently looked at the photos, his voice low. Cam Ngok is dead. He frowned, suddenly feeling an inexplicable irritation. Although he couldn't see her face clearly that night, those familiar eyes couldn't be mistaken. It was her. Thinking of this, he told the person behind him to investigate where Cam Ngok was 5 years ago. The subordinate beside him said, "No need to investigate. The second young miss of the Tu family just returned from Namthan." Previously, Cam Ngok had lost her memory and wandered to Namthang. He picked up Tuk Bao's photo again, placing it next to Tokam Ngok's, so he has a daughter. Mok Kui Pham's thoughts returned to 5 years ago. He had chosen the same path as his grandfather, continuing his unfinished business, changing his name, successfully infiltrating that dark organization. Everyone called him Third Master. At a crucial moment, he was betrayed, his identity exposed. The leader of the dark organization personally injected him with something unknown, locking him up with Tukam Ngok. Time passed, he completely lost control of himself. The last bit of reason only allowed him to remember Tukam Ngok. Those eyes, frightened and desperate. Thinking of this, Mok Kui Pham felt a sharp pain in his head, involuntarily raising his hand to massage his temples. He had once asked himself if he regretted it. During his years as an undercover agent, he worked ruthlessly, never thinking about regret, except for this. After being rescued, the dark organization was completely dismantled. He was sent to a secret training camp for rehabilitation. 2 years later, the organization didn't dare release him, so they sent him to the border battlefield, using the brutality of war to pull him out of the abyss. Now, the first thing he did after returning was to find the girl he had ruined 5 years ago, only to discover she had died. 18 years old, all relatives gone, no comrades left, the only woman he had a physical relationship with was also dead. Mok Kui Pham lowered his head to look at the little girl in the photo, her bright smile, looking very sweet. It seemed the little girl had nothing left, only a father she had never met. Black hair covered the man's deep eyes, making him appear even more lonely and cold. Unlike Mok Kui Pham's loneliness and coldness, the two families' house was now brightly lit. Tuk Bao washed her hands very quickly, just dipping them in water, rubbing a few times, and she was done. Tui Tam, rarely off work early, saw this and reminded Tuk Bao to wash her hands carefully. Tuk Bao smiled sheepishly. Tuai Tham stepped forward, pressed the foaming hand soap, bent down to Tuk Bao's level, and held her small hands. Tuk Bao happily sang the hand-washing song. Two little friends hold hands. You carry me, I carry you. to a little crab, raising its big claws. Tuoi Tham smiled and asked, "Who taught you the hand-washing song?" Tukbao said, "Ham Ham taught me. Going to kindergarten is great, isn't it?" She tilted her head, looking at Tuoi Tham through the mirror mischievously. Tuoi Tham said, "Great, very great." In his heart, he thought, now it's really good. He still remembered the first time he saw Tukbao. Her eyes were lifeless, dull like an emotionless robot. And now the little girl had become so lively and cheerful. After washing her hands, Tukbao grabbed Tuoi Tham's hand, urging him to hurry up because her saliva was about to disobey and drip down. Tuoi Tham let the little girl hold his hand as they walked into the dining room together. Grandma, to once again showed off her skills. Looking at the table full of food, Tukbao exclaimed in surprise, "Grandma, did you make all of this?" Grandma, to proudly said, "Of course, my cooking skills have been certified as a 5-star chef." Tukbao quickly gave a thumbs up. "Grandma is so awesome. I like you, Grandma." Grandma, to couldn't help but laugh. Since going to school with Tohavan, Tukbao has really enjoyed learning. Therefore, Tanyatran told Grandpa, that Tukbao has now adapted, and in a while, she could be sent to kindergarten. Grandpa To's face immediately darkened, saying Tukbao was still young. What's the rush? Tukbao suddenly raised her little hand. Grandpa, Tukbao is not little anymore. Not a 3-year-old child anymore. Tanyatran chimed in. How about letting Tukbao go? Ham Ham also just started school not long ago. It would be good to continue studying together. Ham Ham, who was burying her head in her food, looked up, her mouth still full of food, and said, "Go to school with me, Grandpa." To said nothing, how time flies. It's only been a short while since bringing her home, and now the little granddaughter is about to go to school. After the whole family discussed and agreed, Tukbao would start kindergarten after the Labor Day holiday. Tukbao was very happy to hear this result. After dinner, Tohavan returned to his room, opened his computer, and posted his theory about seeing ghosts online. By posting these papers and videos, people would understand the existence of ghosts and how to see them, perhaps receiving some different opinions about the theory of seeing ghosts through magnetic fields. After finishing, the boy satisfactorily admired his masterpiece, only turning off the lights to sleep after completing these tasks. At midnight, someone accidentally clicked on Tohavan's video, only to see a chubby boy seriously explaining and popularizing theories about the existence of ghosts and speculations about magnetic fields in front of the camera. The concluding sentence, "As long as we create the right magnetic field, theoretically, ordinary people like us can also see ghosts." This made people mock. What is this? Is this boy serious? The person who found it interesting casually shared it. While Grandpa too was still in the study handling work, he heard the butler report that someone was looking for him. When he asked who it was, the butler said he wasn't quite sure, only that the person claimed to be from the military and had something related to Miss Tukbao. Grandpa, to frowned, someone from the military. He immediately thought of Tukbao's special abilities, like breaking iron bars with bare hands, swinging sledgehammers. Could it be that Tukbao's abilities had been exposed, causing military personnel to come to their door? Grandpa Two's face darkened, and he told the butler to bring the person in. Shortly after, the butler led in a man wearing a black windbreaker. The man before them gave off an indescribable feeling, with a handsome yet devilish face, especially the black hair combined with inherently cold eyes, which were difficult to ignore even if intentionally concealed. The thick, murderous aura around him immediately made people think of the words crime boss. Ma Kui-fam spoke up. Grandpa, too. Hello. He slightly curled his lips and extended his hand. Grandpa To looked at his hand and asked, "If this old man shakes hands, will my granddaughter still be around?" Ma Kui-fam paused, then laughed out loud, withdrawing his hand. "You're quite humorous." Grandpa forced a laugh. "Not at all. Not at all. I heard from the butler that you came looking for my granddaughter, but unfortunately she just went out early this morning. May I ask what business you have with her?" Mo Kui-fam suddenly remembered the car that had just passed him, so Tukbao was in that car earlier. Seeing that Grandpa Tu was guarded and rejecting from the inside out, seemingly treating him like a human trafficker, he directly stated his identity. "I am Mok Kui-fam, the commander-in-chief of the border war zone." Grandpa Tu was shocked internally. Is this the war hero who recently caused a stir, shaking up the political situation in the capital? For such a figure to come personally, if not for Tukbao's special abilities, he truly couldn't think of any other reason. He calmly said, "So it's Commander Mok. My apologies. My apologies." Mo Kui-fam raised an eyebrow. This old man's mouth spoke politely, but his eyes became even more vigilant. He smirked and said, "You don't need to be tense. I came to find Tuk because..." Then he took out a report. "Your granddaughter is also my daughter." Grandpa Tu was so shocked he couldn't speak. What is this about? When did Ma Kui-fam, Grandpa Tu tremblingly took the report, examining it carefully for a long time before recovering from this double shock, and asked, "Hey, what exactly happened between you and Gok Nyi?" Mok Kui Pham lowered his eyes, saying very smoothly that he and Takam Ngok had an unexpected romantic relationship. Seeing Grandpa To's skeptical look, Mok Kui Pham calmly recounted a brief, embellished version of his past. He said he had accidentally met Tokam Ngok in Nam Than, and they fell deeply in love. Unfortunately, he later received an urgent mission from the organization and had to leave reluctantly, making it inconvenient to contact her anymore. Regarding specific details, he said it wasn't appropriate to tell Grandpa Tu. Half an hour later, Mok Kui Pham left the To family's house. His subordinate asked why he didn't explain the actual situation of To Kam Ngok to the To family. Mok Kui Pham replied that he wasn't rigid, and such matters would cause misunderstandings and rejection from the To family. It was better not to say anything to avoid complications for both sides. Moreover, what good would it do to reveal it? Could it change the past? Getting in the car, Mok Kui Pham asked. "I heard Tukbao visited the Mok family a few days ago." The subordinate replied, "Yes, the Mok family's attitude was not only arrogant, but they also blocked Miss Tukbao at the door." Mok Kui Pham coldly said, "No wonder the child said things like not needing a father." Mok Kui Pham sneered and continued, "They will regret it someday." Now, he paused for a moment. "Dig up Lam Fong's grave and burn him to ashes." The subordinate was shocked, stuttering, "This isn't right. Who are you to do such a thing?" Mok Kui Pham smirked. "In what capacity am I doing this? I'm doing it as the head of the Mok family. What does it have to do with the organization? Besides, if I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who will know I did it?" Mok Kui Pham closed his eyes to rest, then added, "It seems the Lam family still has 2 old folks." "Right," the subordinate advised. "Master, let it go, those 2 old folks." Mok Kui Pham laughed coldly. "So what if they're old? Isn't my daughter still young? From the moment they mistreated my daughter, their old age was destined to be unsettled." The subordinate felt his head was about to explode. Tunat Tran took Tuk Bao to find Tan Tu Man. At the apartment complex gate, he learned that her whole family had gone out. He thought about returning home with his niece, but Li Thuong told Tuk Bao to try calculating when they would return. Tuk Bao nodded, asking her eldest cousin to wait a moment while she calculated. Tunat Tran patted Tuk Bao's head, smiling. "Now Tuk Bao is really capable. No need to turn the turtle shell anymore." Tuk Bao regretfully said, "Oh no, I forgot to bring the turtle out today." Just as she finished speaking, she saw a familiar figure sluggishly entering the apartment complex. The dark circles under her eyes were even deeper, and her back was slightly hunched. Li Thuong spoke up. "Back so soon?" Tuk Bao waved. "Aunt Tantuman." Tantuman was stunned, looking closely. She recognized the adorable girl she had met at the amusement park yesterday. She asked, "Is it you? Why are you here?" Tuk Bao said, "I have something to ask you, Aunt." Tantuman thought to herself. She wasn't really acquainted with this child. What could the girl want from her? Seeing Tuk Bao and Li Thuong staring at her, the timid ghost trying to reduce its presence on Tantuman's shoulder became extremely cautious. Recently, it had heard other ghosts say that a very skilled ghost-catching Taoist had appeared in this area. Could it be that it had the misfortune of encountering one? Tunat Tran found a nearby cafe and booked a private room. As soon as he sat down, Tunat Tran suddenly felt his vision darken. He immediately took out a bottle of medicine, poured out a few pills, and swallowed them. Tuk Bao asked softly, "What's wrong with you, eldest cousin?" Li Tuong said, "Your eldest cousin's health isn't good. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. We'll talk about other things when we get home." Tuk Bao had to obediently greet Tantuman, then introduced herself as Tuk Bao. Tantuman found the situation strange, with adults taking medicine and children chatting with her. She asked Tuk Bao what she wanted. Tuk Bao immediately put on a serious face. "Aunt Tantuman, Tuk Bao is here to help you catch." Li Thuong quickly interrupted Tuk Bao, whispering, "Darling, you misspoke. It's not catching ghosts. It's removing bad luck." Tuk Bao took a deep breath, then said, "Tuk Bao is here to help Aunt Tantuman remove bad luck." Tantuman thought to herself, is the fortune-telling industry so competitive now, starting work at such a young age? But looking at how the two were dressed, it didn't seem quite right. She still spoke gently. That's not necessary. Everything's quite good." Tantuman refused Tuk Bao, saying she was fine. But Tuk Bao started counting on her fingers, then asked, "Aunt Tantuman, have you been feeling very tired lately? Feeling sluggish and weak in everything you do?" Tantuman found this a bit confusing, because who living in the city doesn't feel feel that way now. Tuk Bao continued asking, do you often wake up cold at night, have blurry vision, feel dizzy, have constipation, a dark complexion, increasingly heavy dark circles under your eyes, poor appetite, and feel like there's a heavy ghost on your back? Tantuman was startled after hearing this. Other things aside, but how did this little girl know about waking up cold at night and having constipation? Could this girl really not be a fraud? Yes, that's right, Tantuman hesitantly said. It's already April. Nighttime temperatures are in the teens or 20s. It should be easy to sleep, but I always wake up cold. I've turned on the air conditioner in the closet, changed bedding, but it's still the same. My husband even says I'm sick and makes me sleep in the study. Tuk Bao asked confusedly, why make you sleep in the study? Li Tuang thought to himself, baffled. Your husband tells you to sleep in the study and you actually do it. Tantuman helplessly said, I don't want to argue with him. Anyway, I have to be in the study writing at night. Besides, if we keep the air conditioner on in the room, the children will be hot. At this point, Tantuman seemed to open up and started complaining. It's because of this that I decided to buy a slightly larger house. But my mother-in-law doesn't allow it. She says changing houses like that is too showy, and relatives will come to borrow money in the future. She also said that I earn quite a bit of money from writing books, but that money isn't just mine. I have to save it for her grandson. After that, I made a fuss, and she reluctantly agreed. But what frustrates me the most is that every time we go to view a house, she has to bring along a group of relatives. A bunch of people just chattering away, with more opinions than me, the one actually paying for the house. I feel so redundant. My husband's second aunt even suggested I buy the resettlement house she had liked before. I said my work really needs a quiet environment, but the second aunt said I was just putting on airs. In the end, we couldn't agree on anything. I was so frustrated that I left early. Tuk Bao asked, so they didn't come back with you? Tantuman put her face down on the table, looking dejected. They went to view houses on their own. That's not all. Tantuman suddenly remembered something and continued. Before, my husband's cousin also came to give her opinion, even worse than the second aunt. This is not good. That is not right. Do you know what else she said? She said after I buy the house, I should save a bit. Don't buy any cosmetics. She said with my face as it is, how could I hope those things would make me any prettier? Li Tuang felt angry on her behalf. That's really inconsiderate. If you're not happy, you should just say it outright. Tuk Bao chimed in. That's right. If you don't like it, just say so. Tantuman replied, forget it. I don't want to talk about it. Lai Tuang said irritably, isn't this what you'd call asking for it? You're unhappy but don't want to speak up. So what do you want? Tuk Bao felt very strange, although she didn't understand adult matters. Hearing this made her feel very angry on Tantuman's behalf, and she couldn't understand why Aunt Tantuman would put up with it. Logically speaking, her husband doesn't work or earn money. She supports the children and the elderly. So why does she have to endure this? Tantuman sighed that her husband was patriarchal. Back in their hometown, everyone thought he had an annual income of millions of yuan, but she didn't bother to explain. Moreover, he wanted to decide everything himself, and if things weren't done his way, he would be unhappy. She continued, during the new year, we went back to our hometown together and had an argument over something small. I angrily said I wanted to go back to the city, but unexpectedly, he actually let me go. I walked alone from the village to the town for 2 hours and reached the city at midnight. Li Tuang suddenly understood. It's easy to encounter ghosts when traveling late at night, especially when Tantuman walked alone for 2 hours. It seems the weak ghost latched onto her at that time. Tuk Bao indignantly asked, so your husband didn't go look for you? Tantuman shook her head. He didn't even know I had left. At that time, I was walking and crying, feeling very desperate. Tuk Bao frowned, with a puzzled expression. Then why don't you tell him? Tantuman sighed. I don't want to say anything. It's useless to speak up. Nat Tran usually never gets involved in other people's trivial matters, but this time he really couldn't hold back anymore. He coldly said, what do you gain by being so stubborn? If you earn money but still have to endure, then what's the point of earning money? He thought to himself, working hard and earning money is so you don't have to suffer grievances, so you can live however you want. Li Thuong crossed his arms and shook his head. People like this who don't divorce are just torturing themselves. Hearing Li Tuang say this, Tuk Bao nodded vigorously. Although she didn't fully understand adult matters, she still felt that Aunt Tantuman was pitiful. That's right, Aunt Tantuman, you can get a divorce. Tantuman hesitated a bit. Divorce isn't necessary. Actually, my husband is good too. At least he doesn't fool around outside. This statement left everyone speechless. Li Tuang remained silent. Tuk Bao asked in confusion, isn't this supposed to be a given? When two adults get married, isn't keeping promises what they should do? Tuk Bao remembers in TV dramas dramas, when aunt and uncle get married, they solemnly vow to love and be faithful to each other, even if the other becomes poor, sick, or disabled, until death. These things are supposed to be what one should do. How did they become a virtue? Tukbao felt she was too young to understand adult logic. She decided, today Tukbao will help you drive away evil spirits. I hope in the future, Aunt Tantuman will be a bit braver and speak up boldly when you don't like something. Tantuman looked at the little girl in front of her, who was only a few years old, and suddenly felt that she wasn't even as good as a child. Actually, sometimes she wants to shout no loudly, wants to have a good argument to vent her anger. But in the adult world, how can one act freely like that? Tantuman continued to sigh, but her eyes gradually became lifeless, as dull as a senseless piece of wood. Leong suddenly gestured. All right, Tukbao, while the master is still performing the hypnosis, quickly catch it. Repeat after the master. Heaven spirit spirit, earth spirit spirit, evil creature quickly show yourself. Tukbao loudly recited, Heaven spirit spirit, earth spirit spirit, evil creature quickly show yourself. Tunatron suddenly saw a dark shadow appear on Tantuman's shoulder. He was startled, but looking closely, it seemed there was nothing there, as if it was just his imagination. Tukbao's gaze shifted from Tantuman to the dark shadow on her shoulder. Imitating Leong, she seriously asked, What's your name? When were you born? Where are you from? The shadow frowned, stammering that his name was Fan Chankao. This year he's. Tukbao suddenly raised the gourd. Fan Chankao, I'm calling you. Do you dare to answer? Leong covered his face. Tukbao, where did you learn this? Tukbao said, From the Journey to the West cartoon. That's how they do it in the show. Is there a problem? Leong sighed. There's no problem. It's just that what ghost would obediently go into that? Indeed, the shadow still clung to Tantuman's shoulder, looking at Tukbao with an awkward expression. Can you not treat me like a 3-year-old? Tukbao innocently lowered the gourd, then apologized to the shadow. Well then, brother, how did you die? The little girl asked very seriously, without any intention of looking down on him or treating him as a ghost. The shadow was silent for a long time before saying, I was beaten to death. At 14, I moved with my parents and transferred to a very chaotic middle school. I didn't like talking, nor did I like playing with others. Eventually, they thought I wasn't sociable and started to ostracize me. At first, when I walked down the hallway, they would whistle mockingly. Then it escalated to pushing, and beating became a daily occurrence. I told the teacher, but she said one hand can't clap. They don't bully others? Why do they bully me? The little girl shook her head. So not all teachers are good, just like that, Miss Fong. Tukbao asked again. Being bullied so many times, why didn't you tell your parents? Hearing this, the ghost boy said nothing, just shook his head. Leong flipped through his notebook asking, So how exactly did you die? The ghost boy finally spoke. That time, they were pushing me around in the school bathroom. At that moment, for some reason, I pushed a classmate to the ground. He seemed surprised that I fought back. Everyone around was shocked. He felt extremely humiliated. So after school, they ambushed and beat me up. After they were satisfied with the beating, they laughed loudly and left. When I dragged myself home, I saw my mother cooking. I didn't say anything and went straight to my room. In the evening, Mom called me down for dinner, noticed something was off, and asked about it. But I didn't want to tell her about being beaten. I just said it was nothing. By midnight, I couldn't bear it anymore. My consciousness started to blur. I felt death approaching very clearly. I panicked and called for Mom, but my parents were arguing. I stood behind the door, using all my strength to call out through the door crack, but no one heard me. So I just lay there and died. Died from liver hemorrhage, died from internal injuries. At this point, the ghost boy's eyes were filled with regret and pain. I really regret it. Regret why I didn't tell Mom then. Why didn't I say anything when she asked? I could have not died. I didn't want to die. At this, the ghost boy burst into tears. The next moment, his killing intent suddenly doubled, immersed in his own sorrow. The killing intent broke through the hypnosis spell that Leong had just cast. Tantuman suddenly came to her senses. Seeing a boy in school uniform with a fierce expression clinging to her shoulder, she fell back onto the chair in fear. The ghost boy clung tightly to Tantuman. Tukbao hurriedly asked her master, Master, what should we do now? Leong quickly picked up Tukbao and threw her towards the ghost boy. Go, Pikachu. Tukbao flew off, shouting as she flew. Wait, what should I do? Tukbao is not Pikachu. I can't use electricity. Indeed, Master is the most unreliable man. Hearing this, Tukbao rushed to grab the ghost boy's hair, pulling back with all her might, like pulling out a radish. Pop! A soft sound was heard. The ghost boy's head was pulled off by Tuk Bao. Tantuman was so scared she almost fainted. Tuk Bao quickly apologized to Aunt Tantuman, saying she didn't mean to, then felt that this probably wouldn't separate them. Tuk Bao suddenly remembered the ghost-catching technique Li Tuong had taught her. She quickly recited the spell, then grabbed the ghost boy's back, this time finally peeling him off Tantuman. A glimmer of approval flashed in Li Tuong's eyes as he quietly withdrew the soul-trapping talisman in his hand. The ghost boy was still crying hysterically. Tuk Bao raised her small hand to pat his back, while reattaching his head. "Brother, calm down. Take a deep breath. If you're good and stop crying, Tuk Bao will give you candy." Li Tuong watched Tuk Bao comforting the ghost like a child, his mouth twitching, clearly not believing Tuk Bao could console him. Moreover, how could a ghost take deep breaths and eat candy? He was about to intervene when he saw the ghost boy stop crying and actually calm down gradually, even eating candy. Li Tuong thought to himself, how did this work? Tuk Bao asked the ghost boy to continue his story. What happened next? The ghost boy said solemnly, "After I died, my parents moved. Those who beat me due to lack of evidence and because I never told anyone, after half a year of my parents' lawsuit, everything was swept under the rug. That room became abandoned. A fake exorcist came to perform an exorcism, not only failing to drive me away but trapping me in that room. I stayed there, day and night, reliving the despair before death, watching my parents struggle in pain without being able to do anything. I screamed for help, but forever no one heard my weak cries. Finally, I turned into an evil spirit." Tuk Bao looked at the ghost boy with sympathetic eyes, feeling he was pitiful. "Brother, why don't you go into the gourd yourself? Tuk Bao won't force you." The ghost boy said, "Okay." Tuk Bao raised the gourd again, calling out loudly, "Brother Fan Chan Kao, I'm calling you. Do you dare to answer?" Fan Chan Kao suddenly smiled, then gently said, He looked at Tuk Bao with deep eyes. In life and after death, this was the first time someone had given him candy. A white mist rose, silently entering the gourd. Tuk Bao shook the gourd. "Master, I feel like the gourd is full." Li Tuong's mouth twitched. "It's far from full." "Tab then, when will it be full?" Li Tuong reached out his hand. A pen suddenly appeared. He drew 10 lines on the gourd, which was only as small as a fingernail. "See?" Tuk Bao opened her eyes wide. "Yes, I see." Li Tuong patiently said, "Now it's only at the first line. Wait until all 10 lines are filled, then the gourd will be full." Tuk Bao nodded happily. It doesn't seem too difficult. The commotion here had attracted the attention of the service staff. Tuk Bao looked at the broken glasses and suddenly became tense. Although he didn't see Tuk Bao catching ghosts, for Tu Nhat Tran, witnessing this scene was enough to terrify him. He regained his composure after the shock. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything." The service staff finally knocked on the door. Seeing the messy scene in the room and Tantuman lying on the floor, the staff member asked in shock, "Sir, what's this?" Tu Nhat Tran calmly said, "Just kids playing around. I'm used to indulging them. Any problem?" The staff member stammered, "No, no problem." Tu Nhat Tran suddenly took out a card. "I'll compensate 100 times over. Any other issues?" The staff member hurriedly said, No, but what about this lady?" Tu Nhat Tran frowned and said, "You seem to have too much free time." The staff member quickly said, "Sorry for the disturbance." Then she hastily turned and left. Tuk Bao looked at Tu Nhat Tran with admiration, giving a thumbs up. "Thank you. You're really good." Li Tuong said to the little girl, "This is called check power." Tuk Bao showed an admiring expression. "Wow, check power is so cool. Tuk Bao wants to learn check power too." Tan Tu-man didn't know how she got home. She held her head, then opened her phone and searched for the name Fan Chan Kao. She read the following information. 10 years ago, died from internal bleeding due to bullying. She thought to herself, there really was such a person, just like what Tuk Bao said. Tuk Bao had simply told her that the reason for her symptoms was because there was a timid ghost named Fan Chan Kao on her back, a pitiful boy who was beaten to death on his way home from school. Tuk Bao had caught that ghost, and now Tuk Bao would infuse courage into her jade pendant. She hoped that Aunt Tan Tu-man would definitely shine brightly in the future, bravely moving forward. Tuk Bao's words echoed in her ears. She gripped the jade pendant tightly, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. Tan Tu-man gradually felt warmer. At that moment, the door opened, and her husband and mother-in-law returned, followed by her aunt-in-law and her mischievous niece. The man started questioning her as soon as he entered. "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly leave and come home, putting on an attitude for who to see. He felt that Tan Tuman's outburst in front of his relatives was disrespectful to him. His aunt added fuel to the fire. It was just a bit of advice, and you're already angry. If you don't want our input, just say so. Suggesting you buy a cheaper house was for your own good. The man was very displeased. He carelessly threw his phone on the table, then took off his shoes and kicked them aside, speaking like the man of the house. Aunt 2 is right. Also, did you receive your royalties today? Remember to transfer it to my card. Don't buy any more of those useless face masks. Tan Tuman sat silently on the sofa. She held the phone, pressing buttons repeatedly. Her husband frowned and said, "I'm talking to you. What are you doing with my phone?" Tan Tuman let out a cold laugh, throwing the phone at his face. "You eat my food, drink my drinks, spend my money, and you still want me to transfer my royalties to you. I'll transfer your head. Do you know what I was doing with your phone just now? I've transferred all my money back to my own account. I didn't want to be petty with you before, but now Tuck Bao is right. The money I earn, I'll spend how I want. You have no right to control me." After saying this, she kicked the coffee table. The aunt's niece was terrified. The aunt was stunned, the man was shocked, and even her mother-in-law was astonished. Tan Tuman continued, "As for buying a house, it's my house I want to buy. You all keep talking. One says this, another says that. Have you ever asked for my opinion? Your relatives are not my relatives. They're welcome to visit, but if they're so good at meddling, they can all get out." They all saw Tan Tuman like this for the first time. Her firmness made them angry. The man furiously said, "Tan Tuman, what's wrong with you? Speak properly to Aunt 2, and if you dare to act crazy again, get out of here." All the resentment Tan Tuman had endured over the years suddenly turned into a slap across her husband's face. "You're the one who needs to speak properly to me. Don't forget this house is mine too. If anyone's getting out, it's you." In the jade pendant, a red light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Tan Tuman had truly exploded now. The husband trembled with anger, aggressively raising his hand. Tan Tuman laughed coldly. "Go ahead, hit me, hit me." The husband's chest heaved, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to strike. He angrily grabbed his car keys, gritting his teeth. "Don't you dare regret this." Aunt 2 pulled her mischievous son along as she left. "I've never seen a woman like this before. We all just wanted the best for her, and yet she gets angry. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you." The mother-in-law angrily said, "Just let her go crazy. We'll see what she does tonight. When she comes begging us to return, she'll be the one losing face, not us." After they left, Tan Tuman immediately made a phone call. "Director Ku, that new Chinese-style villa you showed me yesterday, I want to buy it. I'll come sign the contract right now. Oh, and please help me sell this house too. Everything must be settled within a day." After taking care of everything, she changed into a new outfit, applied beautiful makeup, looking like a powerful female CEO. She wore a tight dress, high heels, and carried a new Chanel bag she bought as a treat for herself, then went to pick up her children. Both children were stunned when they saw her, exclaiming, "Mom, you look so cool today." The son asked, "Where are Dad and Grandma?" Tan Tuman smirked. "Your dad and grandma thought it was better in the countryside, so they went back there. Do you two want to live in the villa with me or go to the countryside with Dad and Grandma?" The two children immediately raised their hands excitedly. "We want to live in the villa." Tan Tuman smiled, realizing that everything wasn't as difficult as she thought, and it was actually quite exhilarating. Tuk Bao was right. Only when you're confident, strong, and hold your head high can you truly live a good life. On the way home, Tuk Bao suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you not feeling well?" Tunatron paused for a moment. "It's nothing." He lowered his head and patted the little girl's head. "I'm fine." In recent years, after his sister, Ngok, went missing, he had been exhausted both physically and mentally. On one hand, he had to gather all information to search for his sister, unable to focus on making decisions for work. On the other hand, Group was in a crucial development stage, requiring him to shoulder responsibilities. Therefore, only in the quiet of late night could he work peacefully, gradually forming a habit of staying up until dawn almost every day, continuing until now, leading to severe sleep disorders, frequent headaches, and dizziness. Tuk Bao seriously asked, "Uncle, Tuk Bao knows everything. You don't sleep well every night, do you?" Tanyatran was startled. "Who told you that?" Tuk Bao shook the red string on her wrist. "Ugly aunt said so. She often goes for walks at night. Sometimes she likes to peek through the window to look at you." Facing her most trusted uncle, Tuk Bao didn't hide anything. Tanyatran glanced at the red string on the little girl's wrist, imagining the scene of him concentrating on work while a female ghost stared at him through the window. Tanyatran suddenly coughed. "Tuk Bao, do you know how to draw talismans?" Tuk Bao nodded. "Yes, I do. What kind of talisman do you want?" Tunatran said, "An evil repelling talisman." Tukbao curiously looked at Tunatran. Uncle, are you afraid of ghosts? Tunatran calmly said, no such thing. Tukbao made a face that said, I've seen through everything, but I won't say it out loud. Then she patted Tunatran's arm. Uncle, it's okay. Tukbao understands. This made Tunatran feel that his niece was quite cunning and mischievous. Returning to the two-family home, Tukbao immediately shut herself in her room, lying on the desk and drawing. Tiongnu walked in figure-8 steps, dancing on the table while singing. Shattered, shattered, the scent of perfume, the bed is shaking, the world is upside down. Really want to flip over, you're right beside me. As the last high note ended, it kicked the turtle off the table, bullying the speechless turtle. Luckily, the table wasn't high, and the floor was carpeted thick, so the turtle didn't break. Li Thuong had black lines all over his head. This bird was really noisy. Tukbao looked up and asked her master, Master, is there a way to cure insomnia? Li Thuong slowly said, Is there anything your master doesn't know? A cure for insomnia? Of course there is. Remember this, you need these Chinese herbal medicines. Codonopsis, roasted atractylodes, astragalus, licorice, poria. He didn't expect Tukbao to remember everything, as she'd have to repeat it when buying the medicine anyway. Tukbao took out paper and pen to write it down, memorizing each word without error. Li Thuong was inwardly startled, wondering how this child had such a good memory and could even write. He hurriedly came closer to look, only to see scribbles on the paper. What's this? Tukbao pointed at the drawing. This small person is blocking splashing water, so it's block. You have to raise to block. Do you know how to combine sounds? Master is so silly. The person next to it is stretch. See, this little brother is stretching his leg. You have to raise to block. Stretch leg, block stretch. Homophone for codonopsis. Li Thuong was so amazed his scalp went numb. Then this one, atractylodes. Tukbao pointed to a large pan with someone frying a whole small pig, then nodded and explained. Frying white pig, homophone for roasted atractylodes. Tukbao finished drawing all 11 Chinese herbs before folding the paper, quickly running out. Tukbao is going to find Uncle. See how clever Tukbao is. As soon as she ran off, Tiongnu flapped its wings to the ground, following in figure-8 steps behind her. Tukbao ran to the study, just in time to hear them talking about her father inside. She paused. Were they trying to find her father? Did they want to send her to live with her father? The paper in Tukbao's hand tightened. The parrot at the study door cried out, Father. Tanyat Tran turned around, seeing Tukbao standing at the door, looking confused. In her hand, she clutched a crumpled paper. Tukbao bit her lip, tears welling up. She choked out, Uncle, do you want to send Tukbao away? Tanyat Tran immediately went over, hugging Tukbao, quickly denying, No, I was just chatting with grandfather. The stern face of old Mr. Tu also softened, comforting. Tukbao will always be the little princess of the family. No one can take you away. It's just that this morning someone came looking for Tukbao, claiming to be your father, named Mok Kui Pham. Tukbao was stunned. Did she really have a father with the surname Mok? Tanyat Tran continued, Tukbao, do you want to meet that person? If you agree, we'll meet here. Tanyat Tran and old Mr. Rhoda both anxiously looked at Tukbao. Hearing that they could meet at the Tu house, Tukbao finally nodded. In the military district's meeting room, Mok Kui Pham casually twirled a pen. The black signature pen moved deftly between his slender fingers. At this moment, the leader spoke. We'll need to trouble Xiao Mok for this trip. As he turned his head, he saw Mok Kui Pham still twirling the pen, and his face immediately darkened. Mok Kui Pham, upon noticing, responded, Yes, I'll have it resolved in 2 days. Everyone looked at him, worried if he had heard clearly. This mission was in Country M. Just flying there and back would take a day. The mission wasn't difficult, otherwise they wouldn't have called him back right after his leave. Mok Kui Pham asked, Any other issues? If not, I'll be going. As he spoke, he stood up, striding towards the door, disappearing from the meeting room in a few steps. A subordinate chased after Mok Kui Pham, saying, The Mok family matriarch is celebrating her 60th birthday. They've sent word, inviting the family head to attend. I wonder if you'll agree. Mok Kui Pham, walking towards the armory, laughed coldly. Tell them I'll be there. The honor board belonging to his grandfather, it was time to take it back. Mok Kui Pham added, Oh right, send a message to my dear child. Tell her to come too. Say her father is coming to help her vent her anger. The subordinate was stunned. He was calling himself a father so quickly, without even meeting yet. After receiving the news, the Mok family's old lady was so excited, she trembled. That war god was currently the most powerful figure, yet he was personally coming to wish her longevity. Old Mr. Mok immediately ordered that this birthday celebration must be grand, inviting everyone they could. The news that the war god was personally coming to the Mok family to wish the old lady longevity made countless people people envious. This was a great opportunity for them to network and expand relationships. The Mok family members were all extremely excited, except for a young man named Mok Tan Lam, who suspiciously said, "Second uncle, why did Commander Mok suddenly agree to attend the birthday party? Don't you find it strange? Is there something fishy going on?" Mok Lap Kwan, another grandson of the Mok family, chimed in. "That's right, grandfather. I also find it a bit odd. We should be more careful." Hearing this, old Mrs. Mok glared at the two. "You ungrateful brats, are you hoping the Mok family won't prosper? Why can't Commander Mok come to wish me longevity? We are the family of the most meritorious person. Isn't it right for him to come and wish me longevity? Whatever the reason, him coming is enough." Mok Tan Lam immediately fell silent, but couldn't hide his discontent. He felt his second uncle's family were all fools, just lucky to have stolen the eldest uncle's merits. If that honor had fallen to him, he would have been promoted long ago. Just then, second Mok brought good news. "I've just heard that Commander Mok's identity is actually Mok Minvian's grandson." The whole Mok family was stunned by this news. Old Mr. Mok was so excited he couldn't contain himself. "If he's the eldest brother's grandson, then he's my grandson too. Our Mok family finally has a talented person. 5 years in the capital, this year our Mok family will soar again. From now on, the Mok family will be the leading clan in the capital." Old Mrs. Mok believed Commander Mok was coming to wish her longevity. When old Mr. to receive the Mok family's invitation, he was reading in the garden. Tuk Bao was lying on a stone table nearby, drawing. Seeing a guest arrive, she instinctively politely asked, "Hello, sir." But upon seeing the Mok family's butler, who had been unpleasant to her a few days ago, she immediately turned away and left. The Mok family's butler looked at Tuk Bao, his eyes flashing with malice. How ill-mannered. He thought about how this child wanted to claim kinship 2 days ago. Thankfully, they didn't accept her, not even comparable to the illegitimate child he was raising. He coldly said, "Old Mr. To, our mistress is holding a grand birthday celebration this time. All the important figures in the capital have been invited. I've come to deliver an invitation to you as well." Old Mr. To glanced at him, coldly saying, "Leave it there. If there's nothing else, you may go." He deliberately showed disrespect. The Mok family butler's face immediately darkened. Although the Mok family was a newly risen clan in the capital, they were on par with other major families. What right did that Tu family have to be so arrogant? The Mok family butler, unwilling to back down, said, "Old Mr. To, do you know about the war god who recently returned to the capital, whom even high-ranking leaders respect? He's our mistress's grandson." Normally, others would immediately stand up upon hearing this reputation. "Old Mr. To snorted coldly. "How impressive. I almost thought he was your grandson." Mok Kui Pham was the country's respected guardian deity, someone everyone must respect. Saying so much was useless. Did the Mok family want to claim Tuk Bao as their daughter too? Whether they agreed or not, whether they accepted or not, Tuk Bao might not even agree. Old Mr. To didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore and directly asked the butler to see the guest out. The Mok family's butler was furious. Merchants will always be merchants. No matter how much money they have, they can't change their stingy nature without any cultivation or substance. After the Mok family's butler angrily left, old Mr. Gortu called Tuk Bao over. "That impolite butler just invited us to attend old Mrs. Mok's birthday celebration. If Tuk Bao doesn't want to go, we won't go." Tuk Bao counted on her fingers. "Grandfather, let me do a divination first." She picked up a nearby turtle and turned it around. "Turtle, oh turtle, turn around, turn around." Suddenly, the turtle moved its legs, flipped over, shook its head and tail, and crawled away. Tuk Bao exclaimed, "The situation has changed, grandfather. Is it that you don't want me to go?" To pressed his lips, such a good and understanding child, it really pained one's heart. "Grandfather can't bear to let you go." Bao asked again. Tuk Bao asked again, "Grandfather, what did that uncle mean by war god just now?" Old Mr. To kindly explained, "It refers to heroes who are very good at fighting battles. They are like guardian deities, protecting our country. The peace we live in now is all thanks to their sacrifices. Although the first impression of Mok Kui Pham might make one feel he's not a good person, it's undeniable that he is indeed respectable." Old Mr. Tu wouldn't hide this from Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao said, "So does that mean good people are very powerful?" Old Mr. To look down at her. "At least they're not too bad." Thinking about this morning, Mok Kui Pham had deliberately sent someone to say that he hoped Tuk Bao could also attend old Mrs. Mok's birthday celebration. He wanted to vent anger on her behalf. Now agreeing to go to the Mok family Wasn't it to see just how far Mok Kui Pham could go? Tukbao raised another doubt. But we don't have a war now, do we? Old Mister, too affectionately patted Tukbao's shoulder. Peacetime wars aren't visible to ordinary people. Both war and peace come from fighting. There's never truly a peaceful time. It's just that some people have stood up to shield us from the wind and rain. Tukbao listened, understanding yet not fully comprehending. But if that's the case, this war god father doesn't seem too bad. She wanted to meet this father who protects the people once. Surely he must be a good father, unlike her previous father. The Mok family's butler returned home. Old Mrs. Mok was in the first-floor living room. How was it? The two family must be very pleased, right? Besides those with close relationships, it's rare for you to personally deliver invitations. However, the Mok family's butler said, the invitation was delivered, but old Mr. Toe didn't seem very happy. He even directly sent me out. I think it might be because the Mok family couldn't meet that girl the other day, so they're jealous. The two family has always doted on that little granddaughter. Old Mrs. Mok snorted coldly. She'll be spoiled rotten soon. With such an arrogant personality, our Mok family will absolutely not accept her. Even if we wanted to, we'd have to wait until my grandson marries and has children, has his first son and first daughter. Only then would that girl be qualified to enter our Mok family. Go down and prepare, rearrange the courtyard a bit, divide it into several areas. When the time comes, lead the officials into the house. Those famous in the business world can stay in the courtyard. As for the two family, let them stay at the very outside. Because the Mok family had a grandson who was a war god, even the Toe family was looked down upon by old Mrs. Mok. Time passed quickly, and today was the day of old Mrs. Mok's birthday celebration. As soon as Tanat Tran helped Tukbao out of the car, they saw Onuvan and Tu Diek Nien waiting at the entrance. Tanat Tran asked, Mr. Tu isn't coming. Onuvan gently said, he has an urgent mission. He's not in the country. He might be a bit late. After speaking, Onuvan looked towards Tukbao. This Mok family has high status, so I waited for everyone. Tanat Tran politely declined. It's really not necessary. Onuvan waved her hand. It's all right, Mr. Toe, but Tukbao is different. She's a cute little girl, isn't she, Tukbao? Tukbao shook her head. No, Auntie. I'm not weak at all. She could break iron bars with her bare hands and even swing a big hammer. Onuvan looked at the girl's serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. We've waited anyway. Let's go in together. Tanat Tran nodded, leading Tukbao inside. Tu Diek Nien said nothing, suddenly extending his hand. For you. In his palm were 2 fruit candies. Tukbao's eyes lit up. She secretly glanced at Tanat Tran, then quietly reached out to take the candy. Thank you. Tanat Tran looked straight ahead, but all of Tukbao's small actions were caught in his eyes. He just pretended not to see. He saw the little girl secretly unwrap the candy, then put it in her mouth. A smile appeared in Tanat Tran's eyes. He suddenly turned his head and called Tukbao. Tukbao immediately pressed her lips together, mumbling a response. Yes, uncle. What is it? She pretended as if nothing had happened. Tanat Tran chuckled, coughing lightly. Nothing. Just call me if anything happens later. Tukbao. Her eyes involuntarily looked towards the cake in the room. Just then, the butler noticed. He sneered contemptuously. Indeed, a country bumpkin. Look at that greedy expression. Truly someone who hasn't seen the world. He blocked Tanat Tran's way. Your place is over there. He pointed to the outermost courtyard. That area isn't for just anyone to enter. If you want to give gifts to the mistress, you can line up there first. Also, please watch your daughter carefully. After all, children are easily tempted. Avoid doing anything embarrassing. The Mok family's butler always wore a polite smile, but every word dripped with contempt for others. Tanat Tran laughed coldly. The Mok family truly lives up to its reputation of looking down on others. Tukbao said unhappily, your family is strange. You invite guests to celebrate the old lady's birthday, yet you make them sit at the door. Tukbao has never seen anyone so impolite. Tanat Tran corrected her. It's lack of proper upbringing. The little girl immediately amended. Tukbao has never seen an uncle with such poor upbringing. You're the ones losing face. Tukbao retorted. People around whispered and discussed, all feeling that Tukbao was right. If it weren't for the Mok family's grandson being a war god, who would bother coming to endure this frustration? Therefore, when Tukbao spoke these words, they felt satisfied inside. The Mok family's butler frowned, about to speak when he saw Onuvan coming from behind. He immediately ignored everyone else and greeted her warmly. Mrs. Tu, please come in. Onuvan laughed coldly. The Mok family is truly formidable, not even considering the Tu family, the wealthiest clan in the capital. I dare not enter. Today, wherever Tukbao and Mr. To sit, we'll sit there. Tudek Nyan also had a cold expression, his voice icy. That's right. Apologize to my friend. The Mock family's butler froze. Clearly, they knew Onuvan was behind them, but deliberately didn't say anything, causing him to lose face. The Mock family's butler forced a smile and apologized to Onuvan. Mrs. Tu, I'm so sorry. It was my oversight. Please go in first. I'll arrange different seating for everyone. As he spoke, he intentionally moved to the side, accidentally bumping into Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao cried out and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tonyat Tran, without a word, immediately kicked the Mock family's butler. Caught off guard, the Mock family's butler staggered back several steps. With a crash, he hit an antique display stand. Clang, an ancient vase fell to the ground, shattering completely. The Mock family butler's face turned pale. This was the master's favorite antique, and he had broken it. No, it was Tonyat Tran's fault. He raised his voice. Mr. To, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason? Tunat Tran ignored him, quickly picking up Tuk Bao and asking, Tuk Bao, are you all right? Tuk Bao rubbed her bottom. Uncle, I'm fine. Hearing the commotion, old Mr. Mock hurried out. As soon as he saw the shattered antique vase on the ground, he was heartbroken to the point of bleeding. He tried to suppress his anger and asked, what happened? The butler quickly said, Master, I don't know what happened either. This has suddenly attacked me without provocation. Tunat Tran laughed coldly, without provocation. Tuk Bao angrily said, what are you saying? Clearly, he intentionally bumped into Tuk Bao. That's why Uncle taught him a lesson. The butler defended himself. How could I intentionally bump into a child? I'm an adult. Why would I pick on a child? Old Mrs. Mock, before understanding the situation, scolded. Whose ill-mannered child is this? Child who taught you to speak so rudely and falsely accuse others. She disliked Tuk Bao's disrespectful behavior and lack of manners, and she wanted to be called great-grandmother. Dream on. Old Mr. Mock also angrily scolded. A spoiled child is the mother's fault. Rich kids are often pampered and become ill-behaved. Mr. To, you should discipline your own children. Tunat Tran sneered, your family isn't so noble either, relying on the merits of martyrs and being so self-important. It's ridiculous. On Nuvan's face darkened. The Mock family, you're so great. When guests come, you should treat them well, yet you target a child. Is this your family's tradition? Hearing on Nuvan speak, old Mrs. Mock's expression softened slightly, but not by much. Mrs. Tu, Mr. Tu in the army is also considered my grandson's subordinate. You should think carefully before speaking. On Nuvan laughed angrily. You even want to lecture me. Let's go. People around whispered, how can the Mock family be like this? They don't respect the family at all, and even want to oppress the Tu family. I've never seen such arrogance. Are they out of their minds? But others hesitantly said, keep it down. Don't they have the right to be arrogant? Isn't it because of their grandson, the war god? Old Mrs. Mock didn't expect them to show such disrespect, making her not know where to hide her face. If they were to leave, it should be her sending them away. She decided to use Tuk Bao to assert her authority. You dare to speak nonsense, falsely accuse the butler, apologize to the butler now. On Nuvan stopped. This was truly beyond words. Apologize for what? She folded her arms and said, apologize my ass. Tuk Bao, like a small fierce animal, put her hands on her hips and imitated, apologize my ass. Tunat Tran held Tuk Bao's hand and left without another word. Old Mrs. Mock was so angry she almost fell backwards, her voice shrill. Stop. Do you think our Mock family is a place you can come and go as you please? Such lack of education and manners. Today I'll discipline it on behalf of its parents. The butler's eyes flashed with mockery. Know your place. You dare to challenge the Mock family. As the butler was about to grab Tuk Bao, at that moment, the large iron gate of the Mock family suddenly made a loud boom sound. An off-road vehicle boldly rushed in, crashing right in front of everyone. How lively. A tall, handsome man stepped out of the car. He said coldly, who just said they wanted to discipline my daughter Tuk Bao in my place? Finally meeting her heroic father, Mok Kui Pham had arrived at the scene. He hadn't even changed out of his black uniform, wearing a bulletproof vest, with a black mask still covering most of his face. He pulled down his mask, his eyes cold. Who just said they wanted to discipline my daughter in my place? Everyone was still stunned. Mok Kui Pham looked towards the small figure in the crowd. After missing so many chances, he finally met his daughter. At this moment, Tuk Bao was also assessing Mok Kui Pham. Is this her father? She looked up. He's so tall. Tuk Bao's thoughts suddenly went off track. She suddenly wanted to see if her father would hit his head on the doorframe. At this point, old Mrs. Mock finally reacted, excitedly rushing forward. My good grandson, you're finally home. Old Mr. Mock was also extremely excited, his face beaming with joy. It's good that you're back. The others who were dazed slowly came to their senses. Someone exclaimed, "So this is Commander Mock." Someone whispered, "Did you all hear just now? What did he say?" "Daughter," a girl said in disbelief. "Did we mishear? I heard from the higher-ups that Commander Mock isn't married yet and doesn't have children." On the other side, old Mr. Mock was still trying to mend relationships. "Your grandmother has been missing you terribly. Hearing that you were on a mission and hadn't returned, she couldn't sit still." Old Mrs. Mock tried to win his favor. "We've been apart for over 10 years. I still remember when you were little. I used to hold you, comfort you, and sing to you." The butler also had a joyful expression, overjoyed. "Young master, come inside quickly. Let me carry your things." Mokwifam glanced around. "What's the rush? Let's talk about what just happened." His voice was very pleasant, but inexplicably carried a cold, killing intent. The butler's hand, about to pick up the luggage, froze in mid-air, cold sweat breaking out. Why did he have the feeling that the young master wanted to kill him? The elderly couple was too excited to notice what Mokwifam said when he arrived. "What was that about my daughter?" Old Mr. Mock casually glanced at Tukbao, waving his hand. "It's just someone unrelated. Grandfather knows you want to defend your grandparents, right? Never mind, you've just returned. Don't pay attention to them anymore." Old Mrs. Mock added, "That's right, just an uneducated child." Mokwifam's eyes gradually changed. "No, anyone who dares to touch Mokwifam's people must be dealt with thoroughly." Old Mrs. Mock was inwardly delighted. So this is what it feels like to have support, so domineering, so safe. She pretended to say, "It's nothing. This child is from the Dapta family. A few days ago, they wanted to claim kinship with our family, saying the child's father is from our Mock family, but we refused. The two family must be resentful because of that. Just now, this child fell on their own, then falsely accused the butler of pushing them, and the adults in their family were unreasonable, hitting the butler." Old Mr. Mock nodded and added, "They even broke a vase that I cherish very much, truly lacking any manners or education. This vase was specially displayed to welcome you. It's worth hundreds of millions." He glanced around, then thought to himself, "Isn't the Furtu family wealthy? Might as well extort a few $100 million from them." Mokwifam looked towards the flower stands arranged alternately and harmoniously on both sides of the courtyard. "False accusation and broken antique vase. That is indeed regrettable." Old Mr. Mock thought with satisfaction. "See, their grandson wants to seek justice for them. So what if they're rich, the wealthiest? They're nothing in front of their grandson." Mokwifam suddenly grabbed the butler beside him. There was a loud crash. The butler was thrown out, hitting several flower stands before stopping. The antique vases on the flower stands all fell and shattered completely, beyond repair. Tukbao's eyes widened, unable to hold back her exclamation. "Wow, Dad is so cool." The Mock couple were heartbroken to the point of agony. Those were all their antiques. Mokwifam sneered, his smile carrying a hint of evil. "See, from now on, whoever dares to touch Mokwifam's people, this will be the consequence." Old Mrs. Mock hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Grandson, you've hit the wrong person. The butler is from our Mock family." Mokwifam exclaimed, "Oh my, look at me. I forgot. Sorry." The butler secretly sighed in relief. "It's all right, young master." At this point, Mokwifam took off his bulletproof vest and uniform, throwing them into the car. "How is it all right? When I hit you earlier, I forgot to take off my uniform, so it doesn't count." The butler and old Mr. Mock were bewildered. "What do you mean?" Mokwifam flashed behind the butler, then raised his foot and kicked, sending the butler flying, crashing into the remaining two antique flower stands, not a single one surviving. The butler lay unconscious in the flower garden, his fate unknown. Mokwifam calmly walked back, saying, "I didn't hear clearly earlier who wanted to discipline my daughter in my place." As soon as he finished speaking, Mokwifam stood in front of Tukbao, bent down and picked her up. Everyone was shocked. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Tukbao is Commander Mock's daughter. The little princess who the two family cherishes and spoils like a treasure is actually the daughter of the war god." Old Mr. and Mrs. Mock's heads were buzzing. A few days ago, when Tonyatran said he was bringing Tukbao to meet relatives, it turns out they weren't coming to claim kinship with their fourth son. The person they wanted to recognize was actually Mokwifam. The elderly couple were stunned. Mokwifam's actions were ruthless, not easy to provoke at all. Now they had offended him. Old Mr. Mock's voice trembled as he signaled to old Mrs. Mock to stay calm. "Don't panic. Not knowing isn't a crime. After all, we are his relatives. The two tried to maintain composure. They saw the tall Mokwi Pham holding the adorable, soft little girl with one arm. This combination made people's hearts race. It was incredibly sweet. Mokwi Pham reached out to pinch Tukbao's chin, suddenly smirking. Little daughter, call me Dad. Was Dad cool just now? Tunyat Tron, standing nearby, thought to himself, this person is quite natural, isn't he? The little girl looked up at the tall, handsome man in front of her, always feeling that this dad was a bit silly. But her mother had said before, when others want to be praised, definitely don't be stingy with compliments. A single word from you can change someone else's entire life. Tukbao had to listen to her mother. So, Tukbao gave a thumbs up. Cool, super cool, incredibly cool. Mokwi Pham was stunned, feeling that this little daughter really suited his taste. Tell Dad, how did they bully you just now? Mokwi Pham casually glanced at the Mok family members. Although he had just beaten the butler, but each matter should be dealt with separately. The butler's business was the butler's. The Mok family's business was the Mok family's. Anyway, he couldn't let Tukbao suffer any loss. The little girl thought to herself, how should I say this? Know the situation, go with the flow. When there's a leg to hug it tight. So she quickly raised her little hand to accuse. Great-grandmother Mok organized a birthday party, invited us, but didn't let us in. Then Tukbao said that butler had no manners at all. Then the butler got angry and secretly pushed me down. I fell so hard that my bottom split in two, and my hands are all scratched up. Mokwi Pham asked, what happened next? Tukbao continued, then great-grandmother Mok told me to apologize. If I didn't apologize, they wouldn't let us leave, and she said she wanted to discipline me in place of Mom and Dad. Mokwi Pham asked with a heavy heart, did you apologize? Tukbao said, I apologized my ass. The coldness in Mokwi Pham's eyes melted away, revealing a smile. Very good. He already knew what happened after that. Seeing the hidden killing intent in Mokwi Pham's eyes, old Mrs. Mok hurriedly said, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We didn't know either. It was all the butler acting on his own. Mokwi Pham let out an, oh, wasn't it you who said you wanted to discipline my daughter in my place? Old Mrs. Mok quickly explained, no, I didn't mean that. She felt very aggrieved, clearly being the elder, yet having to bow down to a grandson. Old Mr. Mok hastily said, your grandmother is just a senile old woman. Don't take it to heart. Mokwi Pham looked down, his eyes cold. Is saying she's senile enough to settle this. Old Mrs. Mok was choked with anger, but in front of so many people, she could only bow her head and apologize. I'm sorry, great-grandmother was wrong. Great-grandmother made a mistake. Mokwi Pham sneered, lowering his head to look at Tukbao. Well, are you satisfied? If not, I'll make them apologize again until you're satisfied. The Mok family members anxiously looked at Tukbao. Fortunately, Tukbao nodded, but the little girl sadly said, yes, but Tukbao doesn't want to say it's okay at all. Mokwi Pham immediately said, all right, then we won't say it anymore. Old Mrs. Mok sighed in relief, quickly changing the subject. Tukbao is indeed a good, kind child. Look, your father is Tio Pham. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, this great-grandmother wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Old Mr. Mok also tried to smile and say, oh, good child. Come here and let great-grandfather hold you. Old Mrs. Scott Mok thought everything was over. Unexpectedly, Tukbao didn't even glance at them, coldly snorting and turning her head away. Tukbao doesn't need people like you as great-grandparents. That day, great-grandfather already said, Tukbao's great-grandparents were named Mok Min Vien, who passed away long ago, and have nothing to do with you. Hearing this, old Mr. Mok's face stiffened. Your great-grandfather was my older brother, so I'm also your great-grandfather. Tukbao looked at Mokwi Pham questioningly. Is that true? Mokwi Pham coldly explained. Your great-grandfather was an only child. He had no siblings at all. Tukbao was stunned. So were they imposters. Mokwi Pham was very pleased with the word imposter, nodding in confirmation. That's right. The people around were shocked. It turned out the Mok family had no relation to this commander. The faces of old Mrs. Mok and old Mr. Mok became increasingly unpleasant. Now Mokwi Pham was different from before. Such a good grandson couldn't be missed. So old Mrs. Mok still tried to maintain the relationship. Look at how this little girl talks. How can you say there's no connection? Cousins are still family. Old Mr. Mok said, that's right. We all carry the Mok family blood. Young people like to joke around. Mokwi Pham coldly snorted, the Mok family blood. Too bad you're not worthy of it. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. That year, when my grandfather sacrificed himself, my parents were murdered. I returned to Namthan wanting to find you. You were great, fearing involvement, knowing I had arrived at the bus station, yet you sent people to drive me out of the city. The next day, I struggled to find the Mock family home, only to discover you had moved to the coastal area the night before. I was 7 years old then, surrounded by fear and confusion from losing my family. I wanted to seek protection from relatives, but unfortunately, I was left all alone. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, who would have thought that the 7-year-old child from back then would survive and return? Exposed by Mock Kui Pham, old Mr. Mock was momentarily speechless, only able to force an awkward smile. There must be some misunderstanding. Somehow, hearing the tall father, taller than the doorframe, calmly recount the past, Tukbao felt a deep sadness welling up inside. It turned out, this tall father was once like Tukbao, without relatives, without parents, treated like an outcast. Tukbao silently hugged Mock Kui Pham's neck tightly. Feeling his little daughter's dependence, Mock Kui Pham's voice softened. Tukbao's soft hair brushed against his neck, making his heart soften as well. Was this little daughter feeling heartbroken for him? A warm feeling arose in Mock Kui Pham's heart. Hearing this, everyone finally understood the whole story. It turned out the Mock family and the commander had such a relationship. No wonder when they posted online, they dared to boldly claim the war hero was the Mock family's grandson. Knowing their cousin was murdered, yet they moved and fled in the night. At first, they feared being implicated, but when they heard their cousin had achieved merits, they rushed to claim kinship faster than anyone. For over a decade, they didn't care, but as soon as they heard he became a war hero, they hurried to claim him. How shameless. This Mock family is truly despicable, tarnishing a hero's name, deceiving the public, insulting martyrs, and stealing glory. Hearing people's unrestrained comments, old Mrs. Mock felt choked up and extremely short of breath. Old Mr. Mock's face turned red and purple, as if they had always had a veil, and now this veil was torn away, exposing their true nature, causing them to lose all face. Mock Than Lam reacted quickly, hurriedly saying, "Uncle, elder brother has traveled far and must be tired. Let's discuss this inside." Old Mr. Mock thought to himself, Than Lam is still smart. Family matters shouldn't be discussed on the street. Once Tu Pham is inside and the door is closed, no matter how unpleasant it gets, at least outsiders won't be watching the show. Old Mr. Mock hastily said, "That's right, let's talk inside." Old Mrs. Mock quickly coaxed, "Tukbao, let's go inside first. Great-grandmother has prepared many interesting toys and even cake." Unexpectedly, Tukbao shook her head. "I don't want to eat your cake, and I don't need your toys." Although Tukbao really likes cake, she doesn't eat from just anyone. What kind of child do they think Tukbao is? Old Mrs. Mock was so angry she could spit blood. Earlier, she had wanted to drive Tukbao away, and now here she was, begging the little girl to come inside, but the girl refused. If only she had known, she wouldn't have treated the girl that way earlier. Seeing this, Mock Kui Pham signaled Van Dao to go inside and bring out his grandfather's honorary plaque. As this plaque truly didn't belong in the Mock family home, it was indeed tarnishing a hero's name. Van Dao responded and quickly went inside. Not to mention anything else, old Mr. Mock and old Mrs. Mock never expected Mock Kui Pham would want to take even the honorary plaque. They had relied on this plaque to get where they are today. If Mock Kui Pham took it away, how would they survive? Old Mr. Mock angrily said, "Tu Pham, you're going too far. So much time has passed. How can you hold a grudge over whether relatives helped or not? Helping is affection. Not helping is also duty." Hearing this, Tukbao felt this old man was strange. What affection? What duty? Now her father wants to take back what's his. Isn't that the right thing to do? However, Mock Kui Pham sneered. "I, Mock Kui Pham, have never been a magnanimous person. I've never accepted the saying helping is affection, not helping is duty, especially with this family. Moreover, what right do you have to keep my grandfather's honorary plaque? You dare to speak louder than his own flesh and blood. You're lucky I'm not beating you up." Mock Kui Pham coldly looked around. "Let me make this clear today. I, Mock Kui Pham, have no connection whatsoever with the Mock family. In the future, if the Mock family dares to use my grandfather's name to deceive others, don't blame me for being impolite." Tukbao pouted, revealing her small canine teeth, looking both cute and fierce. No more politeness. By now, Van Dao had carried the honorary plaque outside. Mock Kui Pham, holding Tukbao with one arm and the grandfather's honorary plaque with the other, threw the plaque into the car. He then gently placed Tukbao in the seat, his dark eyes gleaming with a smile. There, Dad's taking you home." Having been calmly observing from start to finish, Tonatran suddenly startled. This wasn't right, he said that, but did he really intend to take Tukbao away like this? Wait. Tonatran coldly chased after them immediately, but the reckless off-road vehicle had already disappeared from sight. Van Dao's lips moved slightly, thinking to himself, "Master, did you forget something?" Watching the off-road vehicle leave, the Mock family members' faces turned ashen, filled with deathly regret. Without Mock Kui Pham, the Mock family had nothing nothing left. After all, they were relatives. How could he be so heartless? Taking away the honorary plaque and leaving such bitter words, who would respect them now? This was like forcing them to their deaths. Indeed, seeing Mok Kui Pham leave, the people around also started to leave one by one. Not only did they leave, but they also took back the birthday gifts they had given earlier. After all the guests had left, the two families' car just arrived. The Mok family, as if grasping at straws, hurriedly ran over and said, "Mr. Tu, please wait. You and our Tio Pham are comrades in arms. Please help us explain to Tio Pham. This is all a misunderstanding." However, Tuda coldly replied, "Do you know the consequences of abusing military connections? If you're smart, you'll stop now." At this moment, Onuvan berated the Mok family to their faces. "Who are you calling shameless? Go home and look in the mirror to see how many scallions are on your head. If there aren't any, buy some and stick them on to complete the set." After saying this, Onuvan left satisfied. Before old Mr. Mok could speak, the two families' car had already left. "But I didn't say that shameless line." Old Mr. Mok looked at the mess on the ground. A birthday celebration that was supposed to be the start of their rise to prominence not only didn't earn them a penny, but cost them hundreds of millions. He sighed inwardly. Our Mok family is finished. Meanwhile, after being carried into the car, Tuk Bao suddenly forgot about her eldest cousin. Mok Kui Pham drove while pressing his Bluetooth earpiece. "Van Dao, take Tuk Bao's eldest cousin home, and by the way, tell him I'll definitely visit tomorrow." After hearing this on the phone, Van Dao glanced at Tonyatran beside him. Or should the master talk to him directly? On the other end, the Mok family head calmly said, "If reasoning worked, I wouldn't have done this. Anyway, don't worry, I'm just taking Tuk Bao home to acknowledge her roots. If we had to follow the To family's procedures, we'd have to go through several ordeals at least, so I can only apologize." Mok Kui Pham turned to look at Tuk Bao and instructed, "Tuk Bao, sit still." Hearing this, Van Dao was startled. "Master, you're not going to let Tuk Bao sit in the front seat, are you?" Mok Kui Pham replied, "If not the front seat, where else? I can't see her in the back seat, which makes me more uneasy. Besides, someone has died in the back seat of this car before." Van Dao's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "All right, I'll prepare myself to pay the fine." Hanging up the phone, Van Dao took a deep breath and smiled at Tonyatran. "Mr. To, I'm sorry. The master has said he will definitely bring Miss Tuk Bao home tomorrow. Please don't worry. Miss Tuk Bao will be absolutely safe with the master." Tonyatran let out a cold snort, his face grim as he got into the car. Kukwang asked confusedly, "Mr. To, are we going to the To family home? How can we go home now? We're going to the company to work overtime." Kukwang immediately understood, realizing that no one would be getting a good night's sleep tonight. The off-road vehicle drove through the urban area, entering an ancient Chinese-style residential complex. After getting out of the car, Tuk Bao stared at the blurry dark shadow following them. She held her head, her eyes suddenly moving, looking straight in this direction. Tuk Bao wasn't scared, it's just that her master wasn't here, so she couldn't recognize what kind of ghost this was. "Master." As soon as they entered, a man wearing an ash-gray robe bowed his head in greeting. Mok Kui Pham handed the honorary plaque to him. "Hang it in the center." The man replied, "Yes." The robed man took the honorary plaque and went inside. There were many people along the way. Tuk Bao opened her eyes wide. The scene before her was like a historical drama on TV. Her father's long legs were like those of a prince on TV, and the people in gray robes were like guards. If she remembered correctly, this was called time travel. Seeing Tuk Bao's expression, Mok Kui Pham patted his daughter's little head. "This is our home. We're home, Tuk Bao." Mok Kui Pham led Tuk Bao to the ancestral hall. "Inside are your great-grandparents and grandparents. Would Tuk Bao like to light an incense stick for each of them?" He felt a bit nervous, unsure if Tuk Bao would agree to light incense for the ancestors. Unexpectedly, he heard the little girl answer crisply, "Tuk Bao wants to light incense for great-grandparents and grandparents." Because youngest uncle said that dad and great-grandfather were very powerful protectors who deserve everyone's respect. So Tuk Bao must respect them too. Mok Kui Pham marveled inwardly, proud of his good daughter. He strode confidently towards the ancestral hall door, suddenly realizing that Tuk Bao still hadn't called him dad. So he reminded her, "You still haven't called me dad." This little girl, first calling great-grandparents, grandparents, and he was ranked 4th. Tuk Bao was still intently looking at the doorframe, only now reacting, sweetly calling out, "Dad." Mok Kui Pham was touched, feeling elated, but then there was a thud as his head hit the doorframe. Tuk Bao seemed to have prepared for this. In that split second, her little head was already tucked into Mok Kui Fam's shoulder, avoiding the impending accident. Tuk Bao thought to herself, how can Dad with his long legs hit the doorframe? Sigh. Mok Kui Fam exclaimed, damn, I actually hit the doorframe. He couldn't help but marvel at Tuk Bao's quick reaction. Even he hadn't reacted in time before she had already ducked her face. While he was inwardly praising her, he suddenly heard Tuk Bao whisper, once again. Mok Kui Fam asked suspiciously what she was saying. Tuk Bao quickly covered her mouth. Damn, why did she say her thoughts out loud? Tuk Bao hurriedly denied, saying she didn't say anything. It was Mr. Doorframe who spoke. Mok Kui Fam couldn't help but laugh, finding this clever little girl adorable. The father and daughter entered the ancestral hall. Mok Kui Fam said with mixed emotions, Grandfather, look who's here. Who would have thought your grandson could have such a beautiful daughter? She's really cute. Tuk Bao imitated Mok Kui Fam's posture, thump as she knelt on the cushion, calling out, great-grandparents, grandparents. After speaking, she followed Mok Kui Fam in bowing, but bowed too hard, unable to stop in time. With a thud, her forehead hit the ground. Ouch! Tuk Bao cried out. Mok Kui Fam quickly asked if Tuk Bao was okay, only to see her forehead had swollen. How could she bow so hard? Mok Kui Fam was momentarily speechless. After Tuk Bao finished lighting the incense, he ordered someone to get some medicine. Leaving the ancestral hall, Tuk Bao stared at the female ghost in the courtyard. Because this ancestral hall enshrined Mok Min Vien, who had boundless merits, ghosts and spirits couldn't enter. Having an ancestral hall was like being in someone else's territory. Ordinary ghosts wouldn't dare to trespass. Tuk Bao looked suspiciously at her father. Mok Kui Fam felt that this female ghost seemed to be following him. Tuk Bao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Dad, do you have any ants outside? Mok Kui Fam was stunned. What ants? Is he that kind of person? Surely the two family didn't teach her this. Mok Kui Fam said seriously, Dad has never had any ants before, doesn't have any now, and won't have any in the future. Tuk Bao, thinking askew, asked, Then how was Tuk Bao born? Mok Kui Fam coughed awkwardly, feeling this wasn't something to discuss with children. Your mother. That doesn't count. Tuk Bao's thoughts were completely pulled back. Why doesn't it count? Mok Kui Fam didn't know how to answer. He could only say it was an accident. Tuk Bao asked heartbrokenly, So is Tuk Bao an accident too? Do you not like Mom? Then why did you want to have an accident with Mom? Mok Kui Fam had no way to explain his relationship with Tokam Ngok to Tuk Bao, so he diverted Tuk Bao's attention, suggesting they go for ice cream. Tuk Bao's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly saying she wanted to eat. On the other side, Tunat Tran was busy until noon the next day before returning home, only to find that Mok Kui Fam still hadn't brought Tuk Bao back. As soon as he entered, old Mrs. Tu questioned him, Where's Tuk Bao? Then scolded him for being so grown up, yet still able to lose a child while taking her out. Tunat Tran explained that Tuk Bao was taken by her father, not lost. But old Mrs. To angrily said, If you can't bring her back, that means she's lost. Tunat Tran looked at old Mrs. To. Behind her were old Mr. Tu and his younger brothers, the whole family standing with arms crossed staring at him, as if saying, How dare you show your face here, making him feel extremely pressured. Tunat Tran could only assure everyone that Tuk Bao would be fine. Mok Kui Fam's people had guaranteed it to him. After saying this, under everyone's deadly glares, Tunat Tran strode upstairs. Old Mr. Tu's face grew even more displeased, angrily saying, We've raised Tuk Bao for so long, yet we couldn't keep her from them. Tu Thangyi sympathetically said, If it were me, that Mok guy wouldn't have had a chance to take Tuk Bao away. I could easily handle Mok Kui Fam. Talak, who always remained silent, didn't offer an opinion. On the other side, Mok Kui Fam introduced Tuk Bao to the hall masters and deputies, saying, This is my daughter, Tuk Bao, the young miss of the Mok family. From now on, her words are my words. At any time, protecting her is the top priority. Below, everyone responded in unison, coldly. Tuk Bao suddenly raised her hand to correct, saying, She's the little miss, not the eldest miss. Adults are called eldest miss. Tuk Bao is a child, so she should be called little miss. Everyone cheered for how clever she was. The serious look on her face made one hallmaster tease, Little miss, why don't you perform something for us? Tuk Bao thought for a moment. Anything goes. But Tuk Bao hasn't been to kindergarten yet. She doesn't know. Everyone encouraged her, while secretly thinking, It's fine. Such an adorable child, singing or dancing would all be very cute. Just as everyone thought Tuk Bao would perform something typical for little girls, Tuk Bao looked left and right, then went to some bricks under the eaves. All right then, watch this, uncles. She then raised her hand and chopped down. The brick immediately split in half. In an instant, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. What the hell? Chopping bricks with bare hands. Tuk Bao looked at the hallmasters. Was Tuk Bao's performance not good? Why are you all stunned? Aren't you going to applaud? That hallmaster hurriedly reminded everyone, and they quickly started clapping loudly. One hallmaster said, "Indeed, the master's daughter. Was she trained in the womb?" Another said, "What are you saying? With the master's genes, she was unbeatable from the womb." Yet another said, "We should say she was unbeatable from when she was a tadpole." Tuk Bao asked curiously, "What's a tadpole?" Mokwi Pham cleared his throat with an ahem and said, "Not bad. Keep practicing. Strive to chop off enemies' heads with bare hands." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Such an adorable little girl, yet wanting her to chop off enemies' heads. Don't scare our little girl. After this divine performance, Tuk Bao had successfully conquered the hearts of these rough men. Mokwi Pham picked Tuk Bao up. "Let's go. I'll take you home." Tuk Bao also said she wanted to eat her grandmother's cooking. Mokwi Pham habitually walked towards the off-road vehicle, suddenly remembered something, frowned and said, "We're not taking this car anymore. It's not clean." The car was clearly very clean. Tuk Bao looked ahead and saw a female ghost sitting in the back seat. Could it be that when Dad said it wasn't clean, he meant that ghost? But Dad shouldn't be able to see ghosts. Tuk Bao asked Mokwi Pham curiously, "Dad, can you see the headless ant too?" Mokwi Pham was confused. What was Tuk Bao talking about? He looked in the direction Tuk Bao was looking at the back seat. The ancients often said that young children can see some unclean things. Could Tuk Bao see them? Thinking of this, Mokwi Pham suddenly realized what he was thinking and couldn't help but fall silent. What on earth was he thinking? In this scientific age, with bright skies, where would such things come from? Mokwi Pham said to Tuk Bao, "It's nothing. Don't talk nonsense." After saying this, he picked up Tuk Bao, chose another off-road vehicle, and drove towards the family's house. Tuk Bao leaned her face against the car window and looked back. The headless female ghost quickly followed. Tuk Bao muttered, "It can even move around in broad daylight. Truly a ghost." Just as they arrived at the two families' estate, Tuk Bao had already run quickly into the house, calling out as she ran, "Grandma, Tuk Bao is back." To Nyatran and old Mrs. Tran. To heard Tuk Bao's voice and both sighed in relief. However, immediately after, old Mrs. Strang. To heard Tohavan cry out in shock. The boy fearfully discovered a bright red mark on Tuk Bao's forehead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Little sister, what happened to your forehead? Are you okay? Does it hurt?" Old Mr. Tu was so angry his face turned pale, glaring at Tonat Tran and scolding, "Is this what you call nothing happened?" Tonat Tran felt the eyes of the whole family on him and was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Tungu cried out in panic, "The old demon Haksan is here! The old demon Haksan is here!" Mokwi Pham calmly looked around, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me?" Old Mrs. Tu gritted her teeth and questioned him, "What happened to Tuk Bao's forehead? Tell me, you're this old now, and you let this happen to her." Mokwi Pham was momentarily speechless and could only silently listen to old Mrs. Tu's nagging. He never thought that after so many years he could still hear such stormy lectures from someone like his mother. Mokwi Pham hurriedly apologized. Seeing everyone's misunderstanding, Tuk Bao quickly explained, "Grandma, it's not Dad's fault." After hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with mixed emotions. In just one evening, Tuk Bao was already sweetly calling him Dad and even knew to defend Mokwi Pham. After Tuai Tham carefully examined Tuk Bao, he discovered that her forehead was only slightly swollen and there was no need to worry. Tuai Tham then asked Tuk Bao if she could tell him what happened to her forehead. Tuk Bao honestly recounted the whole story. Dad had taken her to pay respects to the ancestral tablets of her great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother. As a result, Tuk Bao bowed too hard and accidentally hit her head on the ground. Mokwi Pham said, "See, it really wasn't my fault." Old Mrs. Tu felt an indescribable emotion rising in her heart. This man had deceived her daughter before, and now he was deceiving her granddaughter. Indeed, as her husband said, he was truly a ringleader. Tuai Tham curiously asked Tuk Bao, "Why did you and Dad come back so late? Did Dad take you somewhere fun?" Tuk Bao seriously recalled and said, "I didn't go anywhere fun. Dad took me to pay respects to great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother." Tuai Tham didn't believe it. How could just paying respects take so much time? So he continued to ask, "Then what?" Tuk Bao said, "Then Dad taught Tuk Bao how to chop off people's heads with bare hands." The two family had just withdrawn their gaze, but immediately turned back like daggers towards Mokwi Pham. Mokwi Pham twitched the corner of his mouth and said to his little daughter, "You don't need to mention that." Seeing Mokwi Pham admit it, old Mrs. Tu was so angry she wanted to hit someone. What kind of game was this? She suspected that the wound on Tukbao's forehead wasn't from bowing at all, but from Mokquifam teaching her to use her head to break bricks. Old Mrs. To looked Mokquifam up and down. This ringleader was really too much. Old Mrs. To sighed helplessly in her heart. Since you're here, sit down. Tui Tham patted Tukbao's head. Good girl, we'll chat with your dad for a while. Can you go upstairs to play with your brother? Tu Havan held Tukbao's hand and said, I'll show you something really cool. Mokqui Pham watched his little daughter happily run upstairs. Was he being abandoned by his little daughter like this? He sat down on the sofa. Tukbao had been taken away. Was this preparation for interrogation about the past? No matter, they could ask whatever they wanted. He had been through countless interrogations already. He wasn't afraid of anything. Meanwhile, Tahavan excitedly took out a high-definition digital camera he had modified, introducing it to Tukbao. It has night vision infrared function. It can receive infrared radiation from the target through infrared lights to form an image. If there really are ghosts, we might be able to capture them. Tukbao looked at this strange object with a blank expression, clearly not understanding anything. At this moment, Tukbao curiously asked, Brother, what is this? Tu Havan held an iron basin in his hand and said, This, after countless efforts and non-stop calculations, I discovered that magnetic fields have the closest relationship with seeing ghosts. So I spent several days and finally calculated the most approximate formula and engraved this formula on this magnetic iron basin. Tu Havan continued to explain, This iron basin looks ordinary, but I placed 2 magnets underneath, assuming the magnetic core has uneven density. The boy mentioned the 2-dimensional thin equation, but Tukbao couldn't understand, only feeling dizzy. Tu Havan tried to explain in simpler terms. I think ghosts are a special kind of matter that can affect magnetic fields. The magnetic field of this iron basin follows a pattern, but when a ghost comes near, the magnetic field will change. My compass is set to detect very small magnetic field fluctuations, meaning it's very sensitive. As long as a ghost appears nearby, the compass needle will quickly rotate until it determines a certain direction. Tukbao silently pondered for a long time, then with great difficulty understood. Brother, isn't this just a compass? Hearing this, Tahavan immediately turned to stone. The boy felt very hurt because he had spent several days completing this experiment, not expecting that there was already a ready-made product in this world. Tukbao looked at Tohavan with a disappointed expression. Tukbao consoled, You've made a compass. That's amazing. Others couldn't do that. But Tohavan didn't want to hear it, his mood heavy. Tukbao said again, Moreover, brother, your iron basin is different from a compass. A compass is all words, but your iron basin is all formulas. Tohavan's eyes lit up. That's right. The calculation results of the formula are still the most accurate. Tukbao asked in confusion, But brother, why are you making these things? Tohavan sniffed. I created a website and posted 2 theoretical articles, but all the comments below were people mocking me. I was so angry, so I must prove to them that my theory about seeing ghosts is correct. Having said that, the boy carried the iron basin around the room. Now let's try it out. This technique of mine is powerful. If there are ghosts, it will definitely detect them. Tukbao, come and see if it's correct. There's nothing unusual detected here. Our house doesn't have ghosts. The boy then thought to himself, It seems my worries and calculations these past few days were correct. Tukbao looked out the window. At this moment, next to the window there was a headless female ghost floating there, holding her own head, staring at Tohavan. Just then, Tohavan suddenly discovered that the needle in the iron basin was spinning rapidly, making a beep sound. The boy exclaimed in panic, What's happening? Is my magnet reversed? He checked for a moment, found it wasn't, then said, Strange, why is this happening? Why does the iron basin react as soon as little sister comes back? Could it be that the magnetic field on little sister's body is different from normal people? Tohavan immediately carried the basin towards Tukbao, discovering that the needle stopped moving again. The boy suspected the basin might be broken. Tukbao's small face was full of confusion. Brother, maybe we should stop. Tohavan followed the direction of the needle, continuously adjusting the direction, finally step by step walking towards the window. The boy kept muttering, No, we can't stop. The final step of calculation is verification. Tukbao weakly said, But brother, Tohavan remained resolute. No buts. Finally, when he reached the window, the needle suddenly stopped. Tohavan looked up. The smile on his face instantly froze. Outside the window, a headless female ghost was holding her own head, her eyeballs rolling around, looking extremely eerie. The female ghost seemed to try to smile, but due to blood loss, her face became even paler. Seeing this scene, Tohavan jumped up directly, unable to hold back an exclamation. Ah! Oh my God! Before Tukbao could react, Tohavan had already whooshed behind her, tightly hugging her neck. Brother, let go. You're choking me. But Tohavan, having lost his reason due to fear, didn't loosen his grip at all. Instead, he tried harder to hide behind Tukbao's shoulders. Tukbao had no choice. She couldn't let her brother strangle her, so she used her strength to push him away. Tohavan was thrown backwards. With a loud thud, Tohavan flew directly towards the window. The boy felt the world spinning as he heavily fell to the ground. The carpet cushioned the impact, luckily preventing him from getting knocked out. But when he came to his senses, the boy discovered the headless female ghost holding her head was floating above him. He blamed Tukbao for not knocking him unconscious. Tohavan tremblingly reached out to Tukbao for help. Tukbao, help me up. His legs were so weak he could barely stand. Tukbao quickly ran over to help him up, apologizing and explaining that she didn't mean to do it earlier. Tuavan said it's okay. Now is not the time to discuss this. The boy stammered. When did it appear? Tukbao was truly puzzled. How could her brother see ghosts again? Tukbao obediently answered, when the needle in your iron basin started moving, the ant holding her head was already outside. Tukbao suspiciously asked Tohavan, why are you so afraid of ghosts, yet still try to calculate how to see them? Tuavan explained that this wasn't contradictory. At this moment, Tukbao thought of her brother, Tutich, who played games all day, and innocently asked, isn't this just being scared but still liking to play? Tuhavan tried to control his trembling legs and asked about the female ghost. What kind of ghost is it? Why is the female ghost right in front of us like this? Tuhavan really couldn't understand how his little sister could calmly discuss 10,000 questions with him like this. Wasn't she afraid? Tukbao replied that she didn't know either. The master said he went down for a meeting, and it's been 2 days without him returning. Tukbao looked at the female ghost and asked, Aunt holding head, what kind of ghost are you? The female ghost holding her head slightly rolled her eyes, revealing an eerie look, her throat making a ha-ha sound, then flew towards Tohavan. Tohavan screamed internally, don't come here. Tukbao instinctively sensed danger and cautiously shielded men. Tohavan, if you want to talk, then talk. Don't get physical. The female ghost suddenly roared and fiercely rushed towards Tukbao. Tukbao's combat experience wasn't extensive, and without her master's guidance nearby, she instinctively raised her hands to defend. The red string on her wrist suddenly emitted a red light, forcefully repelling the female ghost. The female ghost was caught off guard. The head she was holding fell with a thud to the ground, rolling to Tohavan's feet. The head turned click, click, click half a circle, revealing the female ghost's eyes, staring at the boy. Tohavan was so scared he jumped up. Tukbao quickly said, brother, don't be afraid. Then she ran over, using a childish voice to shout, life is impermanent. Choo-choo attack. She then raised her foot and kicked, like kicking a ball, sending the female ghost's head flying out the window. The female ghost immediately became like a headless fly, groping and stumbling as it flew away. Tukbao hurriedly chased after. Brother, wait here for me. I'll go down and check. Tohavan was still terrified. How could he dare to stay alone in the room? He quickly said, wait. The two siblings ran out together. As Tukbao ran downstairs, Grandmother To and Mok Kui Pham, who were talking, suddenly stopped and turned to look. Seeing Tukbao run outside, Grandmother To quickly maneuvered her wheelchair to follow. Mok Kui Pham casually grabbed the wheelchair's handle, pushing Grandmother To out together. His speed in pushing the wheelchair was naturally much faster than Grandmother To controlling it herself. Grandmother To hadn't moved this fast in a long time. They quickly caught up with Tukbao. Seeing Tukbao run to the back garden, looking around for a while, bending down as if searching for something, Mok Kui Pham asked, what is Tukbao looking for? Can Dad help you? Tukbao shook her head. Dad, you won't be able to find it. Mok Kui Pham confidently smiled, indicating that there was nothing he couldn't find. No matter what toy, no matter how small, finding things was as easy as turning his hand for him. Tohavan ran up behind, no longer seeing any trace of the female ghost, and finally calmed down. The boy instinctively calculated the parabolic trajectory based on the distance from the window to the garden. This object should be here. As long as it didn't change direction, the path of the parabola could be predicted. Although Tukbao didn't know what a parabola was, she had a strange feeling that the female ghost's head could be in this position. She searched around based on her intuition, but couldn't find it, which made Tukbao feel a bit odd. Grandmother, to ask Tukbao what she was looking for, offering to call someone to help search. Tukbao had to temporarily give up, shaking her head and saying it was nothing, just a dropped fart. Hearing this, Grandmother To looked questioningly at Tohavan. Tohavan quickly explained that he was teasing his sister, saying he had thrown her fart outside. Tuk Bao believed it was true. Grandmother Tu scolded Tohavan, "Don't always tease your sister. She's still young and believes everything." Tohavan hurriedly replied, "I understand." Mok Kui Pham, standing nearby, slightly squinted his eyes, looking at Tuk Bao once, then at Tohavan meaningfully. "This kid is good, knows how to cover up," he thought to himself admiringly. However, the boy still revealed a slight trace of lying. The family prepared to return to the living room. At this moment, in the flower garden, a maid stiffly turned her neck, seeming a bit uncomfortable. Mok Kui Pham, walking behind, sensed something and turned to look back. He saw a maid holding a flower basket in the garden and felt suspicious, sensing something wasn't right but couldn't pinpoint what. It turned out that Tuk Bao's kick had accidentally sent the female ghost into the maid's body. Everyone returned to the living room, resuming the interrupted conversation. "Grandmother, to ask Tuk Bao if she was hungry. I was thinking." She was about to say she'd make something delicious for her granddaughter, but changed her tone. "I'll ask your father to cook for you, okay?" Mo Kui Pham raised his eyebrows, asking doubtfully, "Are you sure, Aunt?" He thought to himself that his hands were only good for wielding weapons. Grandmother, to continued, "A qualified father must have cooking skills. Otherwise, how can he raise a chubby child?" Grandfather, to agreed, "That's right. We can't always eat out. It's not good for health, and we can't always ask the maid to cook either." Hearing this, Tuk Bao raised both hands in a cheering gesture. "Dad, you can do it. Ollie give." So Mo Kui Pham agreed. His precious daughter had said so, he must be able to do it. Next came the dinner preparation time in the kitchen. Grandmother said she wanted a varied menu. "This is the free-range chicken I asked someone to buy from the countryside. Cook one for soup for Tuk Bao. She likes soup. Make another one with sweet and sour sauce. And boil the third one. You know how to boil chicken, right?" Mok Kui Pham rolled up his sleeves and nodded. "Of course, it's simple. I can do it. Killing chickens is no problem." At this moment, Tunyat Tran noticed that Mok Kui Pham was wearing a neat shirt and trousers today, very different from his usual casual style. It was clear he took this meeting seriously, so he gave Mok Kui Pham an extra point. Grandfather to only now notice this detail and reluctantly added another point. Grandmother to continued with the menu. Also make braised eggplant with pork hock. Tuk Bao likes eggplant. It's difficult to cook. If you don't know how, ask the maid. Then add steamed eggs with meat. Tuk Bao is growing. She needs a nutritious diet. Make a bit more. There are 5 children in the house. For other dishes, just ask the kitchen staff to prepare. Cook according to the number of people in the house. About 18 dishes should be enough. Mok Kui Pham was a bit confused. Do we need so many dishes for one meal? He thought about the Mok family home, where the subordinates cooked, each dish in one pot, 4 meat dishes and 1 soup, and that was it. The maid told Mok Kui Pham to start with the chicken first, asking if he needed help because free-range chickens are strong. But Mok Kui Pham insisted on doing it himself, not wanting to appear clumsy in front of his daughter. After that, Mok Kui Pham confidently took out the chicken, thinking to himself that even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. Mok Kui Pham skillfully twirled the knife. This scene made the maid standing nearby hurriedly remind him to be careful, while also telling him to pluck the feathers first. Mok Kui Pham asked in confusion, "Can't we kill it first and then pluck the feathers?" The maid quickly explained, "I mean the feathers on the chicken's neck. You need to pluck them before cutting the throat." Mok Kui Pham followed the maid's instructions. He plucked the chicken's feathers. It seemed simple, just a slight twist of the wrist, pressing the chicken's head and wings together, one hand holding the chicken, the other holding the knife. However, he didn't realize he had twisted the chicken into a spiral shape. Seeing this, Tuk Bao couldn't help but admire. "Dad, you're amazing." But she couldn't bear to watch the chicken being killed, so she covered her eyes. "Dad, can we eat pre-prepared chicken meat from now on? Please don't kill chickens anymore. The chickens are so pitiful." The innocent girl thought that chickens could automatically turn into meat, and those that hadn't yet become meat were the ones that didn't want to die. Mok Kui Pham chuckled and nodded in agreement. He quickly cut the chicken's throat, letting the blood drain into a bowl. Grandmother, to watched from afar, thinking he didn't know how to do it, but was surprised by his skill. The whole Tu family gave him high marks. However, Tu Thang Yi thought Mok Kui Pham was showing off even while killing a chicken, giving him only 0.5 points. When the chicken stopped bleeding, Mok Kui Pham threw the chicken in his hand away, but a dramatic scene unfolded. The thrown chicken twitched twice, then suddenly got up and ran away. With panicked cluck-cluck sounds, it fled. The scene before them left everyone stunned. Mok Kui Pham felt the chicken was disrespecting him. His eyes flashed with a cold light, deciding to teach it a lesson. The blade spun precisely and embedded itself in the chicken's neck, cutting off its head. The knife stuck straight into the trunk of an old tree in the yard. The headless chicken clucked once more before falling to the ground. The maid hiding behind the tree seemed frightened, dropping her flower basket. Tuk Bao stared wide-eyed, stammering in amazement, unsure whether to say the chicken was pitiful or her dad was awesome. In her mind, she unconsciously recalled the soul-summoning chant her master taught her. Kill, kill, chicken. The maid's mouth gaped in an O shape, big enough to fit a chicken egg. Is this really how you kill a chicken? To Ha Van, recovering from the shock, said, Tuk Bao, let's go upstairs first. The boy was very scared, thinking this uncle killed chickens so fiercely, he would surely chop off the heads of the other two. How could his small, fragile little sister watch such a bloody, violent scene? At this moment, Tuk Bao looked towards the tree where a pale-faced maid was standing. The flower basket in her hand had fallen to the ground, flowers scattered everywhere. The little girl said, Brother, wait a moment. She ran to the tree, easily pulled out the knife, then looked up at the maid, asking her kindly. The maid thought Tuk Bao wanted to see her head, fearfully backing away, repeatedly crying, Don't cut off my head. Tuk Bao thought to herself that she had no such intention. The maid must have been frightened. The little girl looked closely, feeling something was off. She asked again, Auntie, is your neck all right? It turned out that when the maid backed away, she had tried to turn her face away, as if wanting to run, but her limbs weren't quite coordinating. Mak Kui Pham carefully took the knife from Tuk Bao's hand, then turned around, gripping the knife firmly, and stared at the maid, asking for her name. Mak Kui Pham exuded an intimidating aura. When he stared at others, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with the knife in hand, he unconsciously emitted a killing intent. The maid was so frightened by Mak Kui Pham's presence that she stammered, unable to answer. Mak Pham frowned. This maid indeed seemed suspicious. At this moment, grandmother sat straight, who had also arrived at the scene, asking the maid why she was there. It turned out the maid's name was Tufan, the florist responsible for tending to the flower garden in the two-family estate. Tufan took a while to calm down, saying she was trimming flowers. Grandmother didn't think much of it. After all, being scared by a flying knife was understandable. She told Tufan to go about her business. Tufan nodded, hurriedly picked up the flower basket from the ground, then rushed away with hasty steps. Grandmother looked at Tufan with a strange gaze, feeling she was a bit unusual today. Mak Kui Pham stood beside her, his eyes flashing with a deep look, casually saying, Perhaps she was just frightened. Hearing this, grandmother glared at him. How can you say that? The knife has no eyes. What if Tuk Bao had been hurt? Mak Kui Pham didn't expect to be scolded now, but the knives in his hands always had eyes. Grandmother pulled Tuk Bao closer, saying, Tuk Bao, be good. Go upstairs and play with your brother. Tuk Bao nodded, looked at Mak Kui Pham, and advised, Dad, do your best. Be gentle when killing the chickens. Mak Kui Pham raised his hand to pat his daughter's head, but remembered his hand was covered in chicken blood and holding a knife, so he stopped. He comforted her. Don't worry, Dad will cook delicious food. Tuk Bao nodded trustingly and followed To Ha Van upstairs. Watching the children's backs as they left, grandmother reluctantly instructed the maid to prepare other dishes, fearing that everyone would have nothing to eat later. Next came the eggplant dish, considered the most difficult to make. Mak Kui Pham picked up an eggplant and looked at it, not seeing what was so difficult about it, thinking he just needed to cut it in half. Upstairs to Havan, Tuk Bao rested her chin on her hand, leaning by the window, seemingly unconcerned about where the female ghost had gone. She said, Brother, if we can't find it, let it be. Maybe it has flown away. Tahavan anxiously asked, Why aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid it might run away? Tuk Bao shook her head. I'm not afraid. There are many ghosts in this world. The ghost we need to find will appear eventually. Tahavan couldn't help but doubt, really. What if it runs away? The boy still remembered what Tuk Bao had said, that they needed to fill the soul furnace. Otherwise she would be forced to leave. So, no matter how scared he was, he couldn't let that female ghost escape. Tuk Bao nodded firmly. It will. Maybe tonight when we sleep, it will come out on its own. Tu Havan thought to himself, please stop talking. I'm already terrified. However, the more he couldn't find it, the more worried Tu Havan became, to the point where he couldn't sleep peacefully. Therefore, the boy hurriedly started writing notes on paper, and accidentally discovered that the camera was still recording. Tu Havan casually opened the recorded video and immediately saw a headless female ghost appear on the screen. Tu Havan was overjoyed and decided to post this video online for those who didn't believe him to see, scaring them to death. No sooner said than done. Tu Havan copied the video, uploaded it online, along with an arrogant status. Stupid humans, you know nothing about this world. Tuk Bao asked in confusion, Brother, what are you doing? Tu Havan replied, Nothing, just watch. The video was posted, and very quickly, several people viewed it. They mocked. This is just a cheap effect. Some doubted the existence of ghosts. Kids, shouldn't you believe in science? Instead of studying, you're wasting time on this nonsense. I bet when you graduate, you won't even be able to collect trash properly. Others sneered. Another cheap ghost prank. Can't your family afford an HD camera? Whenever it comes to ghost stories, the image always becomes blurry and black and white. These tricks are old. The mockery made Tu Havan extremely discouraged. Seeing her brother upset, Tuk Bao reached out her small hand to pat his head, acting like an adult comforting him. Young man, don't be discouraged. Tu Havan said sadly, I'm not a young man. Tuk Bao paused, then said, well then, little friend, don't be discouraged. About an hour later, at this moment, Ham Ham was sitting and doing her homework. She begged her father to let her go eat dinner first. But Tu Lam firmly insisted that his daughter must finish her homework first. You're starting first grade next year. If you can't do such simple homework, how will you manage? Ham Ham felt upset because she was only in senior kindergarten and her friends didn't have to do homework. But Tu Lam told his daughter, everyone must be responsible for their own life. Don't compare yourself to others. Ham Ham couldn't help but cry. She wanted to go downstairs and eat with Tuk Bao, but was bound by her homework. Just then, Tafan passed by Ham Ham's room and looked inside. She felt even more resentful. Why could they live so well? This was clearly China, far inferior to beautiful foreign countries, so why could they still live so happily? Looking at the dishes Mokwi Pham served, the family was speechless. Grandmother, Tu scooped up a spoonful and asked, what's this? Mokwi Pham explained it was hibiscus egg, saying he had tasted it, and although it didn't look appealing, it tasted very good. Grandmother Tu's mouth twitched as she picked up a pitch-black piece. Then what's this? Mokwi Pham said it was eggplant. No matter what, he didn't question why it turned out this way, but Grandmother To couldn't help asking why it wasn't cut into smaller pieces. Mokwi Pham was a bit surprised. Wasn't the eggplant already cut in half, very evenly? Sitting beside him, Tonyat Tran quietly picked up a piece of eggplant, found the taste acceptable, and spoke up. One piece for each person. We'll eat together. It's very fair, but I hope next time you'll make it taste a bit better. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear it. Thang Yi couldn't help muttering, the eggplant is so good. We must save a piece for second brother. Hearing this, Toitam laughed and said, what a pity. You've all missed out on this delicious eggplant. Next time, I must make a separate plate for everyone. Hearing this, Mokwi Pham nodded seriously. Tuk Bao finished her bowl of hibiscus egg and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Mokwi Pham smiled. They say a daughter is her father's little cotton jacket. Indeed, the old saying is never wrong. But right after that, Tuk Bao picked up a piece of eggplant and put it in her mouth, then immediately spat it out. She was confused. Why is there something so unpalatable? How did you and the uncles eat it so well? The poor girl looked up apologetically. Dad, this dish is too hard to eat. I can't praise it. Mokwi Pham silently lamented. This little cotton jacket, warm a moment ago, how did it get a hole so quickly? Is it really that bad? Didn't they all eat it happily? Mokwi Pham tried a bite. As a result, he couldn't help but cough violently. He said helplessly, what on earth is this? It's okay, I can't praise it either. Everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, Tafan quietly peeked into the dining room, her eyes involuntarily revealing resentment. Living in this country, what's there to be happy about? So what if they have money? They still can't breathe the air of beautiful foreign countries. Just then, Mokwi Pham noticed Tafan's unusual behavior and reminded everyone, that gardener seems to have some issues. We should be a bit more careful. Grandmother. Tu also felt Tafan's words and actions today were very strange, but the gardener was hired by her personally, and her character was trustworthy. Maybe she was uncomfortable or had some family issues. She decided to talk to Tufan later. In the blink of an eye, evening came. Mokwi Pham was staying temporarily in the living room. He looked around. The room didn't have much furniture, but it suited his personality well. It was evident that it had been carefully cleaned. Mokwi Pham sat alone on the sofa, looking at Tokamlok's photo, his heart full of regret. I'm very sorry. I didn't have the chance to get to know you. But rest assured, for whatever reason, I will take good care of Tuk Bao. He knew that what Tokamlok worried about most before dying was Tuk Bao. He hoped she could rest in peace in the afterlife. Finally freed by Totulam, Ham Ham, after finishing dinner, ran upstairs to invite Tuk Bao to play. Tuk Bao poked her head out of the room, inviting Ham Ham in. However, as soon as Ham Ham ran over and saw the book in Tuk Bao's hand, she immediately changed her attitude, saying she wanted to go take a bath and sleep. Tukbao grabbed Hamham's shirt, saying, "You can't. Second uncle told my brother and me to supervise you studying. Big brother is still waiting in there." So, the sound of reading books echoed in Tukbao's room. Hamham stared at the textbook and read, "Bright moon shines at the bedside, mistaken for frost covering all." Tahavan coldly glanced over. The book clearly stated, "The moon and stars are drowning in pale mist, as if welcoming a distant thought of time." Even the imagery was wrong. She couldn't even read it correctly. Tahavan coldly said, "Did you remember what I just taught you?" Hamham looked at her brother's cold, stern face, even scarier than her father's. She burst into tears and said, "Yes, I remember." Tahavan said, "Good, I'll test you. The previous line is, learning sea boundless, use hardship as a boat. Complete the next 2 lines, read them out. I'm not asking you to read it all, just 2 lines will do." Tukbao looked at Hamham, then at Tahavan, and sighed. Big brother is really scary. Hamham's mind went blank. What was the previous line again? She looked at Tukbao for help. Tukbao looked away and whispered, "Thu son." Tuhavan glared at Tukbao. Tukbao quickly fell silent. Hamham frowned. What did you say?" Tukbao blinked. "Think for yourself." Tuhavan glared as if to say, "Think quickly." Hamham racked her brain and cautiously said, "Heaven has a path, but you don't take it. Learning sea boundless, use hardship as a boat." Tukbao innocently asked, "Oh, is that it?" Hamham had successfully misled Tukbao, making her forget the original verse. Tahavan coldly read again, "Vien thuong han son takinta, bakvan sing suhu nyanza." What's next? Hamham suddenly seemed enlightened and confidently read, "The car stops, extinguish the fire, pull the handbrake, red leaves on the hill, flowers of the second month." Tukbao doubted, "Is that the line, or did I remember wrong?" Tahavan thought to himself, even a literature-hating boy like him could recite it. Hamham was truly hopeless at studying. Hamham, the problem student, after successfully misleading Tukbao, also made Tohavan so angry that he gave up and didn't want to teach anymore. Tohavan said to Hamham, "Go find second uncle to teach you." Hamham pitifully sobbed, "Please don't, brother. Dad already had a heart attack because of me. If he teaches me again, he might die of anger." Tuhavan laughed coldly. "So you know you're good at angering people." Hearing this, Hamham panicked inside and looked to Tukbao for help. Seeing this, Tukbao quickly helped Hamham plead. "Big brother, Hamham knows her mistake. Please teach her a bit more. She'll definitely memorize it." She looked at Tuhavan with big, sparkling eyes, blinking. Tuhavan reluctantly agreed to teach for 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later, Tuhavan began testing Hamham. "A friend comes from afar." Hamham uncertainly said, although far, must kill." At this moment, Tukbao just wanted to cover her face with her hands. Sure enough, Tuhavan got angry, his face cold as ice. He threw down the book and said, "This time, no matter what anyone says, I won't teach you anymore. Study on your own." After saying this, he angrily slammed the door and left. Tukbao couldn't help but remind Hamham, "Sister, just now brother said, the meaning of although far, must kill is that no matter how far the enemy is, we must kill them. How can you kill friends who come to visit?" Hamham suddenly realized, that's right, friends coming to visit. We can't, although far, must kill them. But just now, Big Brother was staring so intensely, it made my head buzz, and I couldn't remember anything. Tukbao looked at Hamham with sympathetic eyes. "You really are the legendary problem student." Hamham felt dejected, feeling that studying was truly difficult. She didn't understand why there was such a thing as studying, so she flopped down on Tukbao's bed, deciding to give up on studying, planning to sleep in Tukbao's room. While enjoying the comfortable bed, she called Tohavan, curiously asking why he hadn't gone back to his bedroom yet. Tohavan said he wanted to stay a bit longer because he was afraid the ghost woman might come at midnight, so he didn't want to go back to his room. Tukbao suddenly handed Tohavan a charm folded into a triangle shape with a knowing look, telling him not to be afraid. Hearing this, Hamham laughed loudly. "So Havan is afraid of ghosts." Tohavan quickly defended himself. "Who said I'm afraid? He said he was inventing a ghost-catching device and wasn't afraid of any ghosts or spirits." After saying this, Tohavan also angrily left. He thought to himself, with this charm, and later adding a peach wood sword under his pillow, tonight he would surely be safe and sound. At midnight, Tohavan was in his room, wearing the charm Tukbao gave him around his neck, peacefully falling into sleep. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and someone tiptoed in, silently approaching Tohavan's bedside. In his sleep, Tohavan felt uneasy, his eyelids twitching. At this moment, a figure raised both hands, moving closer to Tohavan. Just then, Tohavan suddenly woke up, startled from a nightmare, seeing pitch blackness before his eyes. After a while, when his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, the boy realized he had just had a nightmare. He was about to sigh in relief when he suddenly noticed that the door to his room was wide open. Tahavan's pupils contracted, and he tensely looked towards the doorway. He told himself it was just a dream, but he still couldn't control his fear. The boy summoned all his courage to get out of bed and turn on the light. The room lit up. Tahavan looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. The light gave him confidence and courage. He immediately ran out of the room, looking left and right. The dim hallway light was just enough to see the surroundings clearly, but in a dark corner, there seemed to be a black shadow that looked like a human figure. Tahavan suddenly tensed up, immediately slammed the door shut and locked it. This made the boy feel a little more at ease. He tried to calm himself down, reasoning that if that person was really in the hallway, at least it proved that the room was safe. The boy tried to convince himself that perhaps he had initially forgotten to close the door. Tahavan hesitated, unsure whether to go sleep with his older brother or not. Sharing a bed with his brother wouldn't be that embarrassing, right? But to get there, he'd have to pass that corner of the hallway. Wouldn't he be directly facing that person? Tahavan couldn't help but shudder, quickly thinking of another way. It would be better to take another route to find his father. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the wardrobe, and the wardrobe door opened slightly. Tahavan's back stiffened as he turned his head with difficulty. The wardrobe door opened about 5 centimeters and then stopped. Tahavan looked at that gap, somehow feeling that something was hiding inside, his whole body covered in goosebumps. If the nightmare was real, could it be that the person hadn't left at all, but was hiding in the wardrobe? The atmosphere in the room became strangely quiet. Tahavan could even hear weird breathing sounds. The boy screamed in fear, ran out of the room, calling for help as he ran. "Dad, save me." When you're scared, have you ever felt like there's someone under the bed, someone in the bathroom, someone behind the door, someone everywhere? That's exactly how Tahavan felt right now. He didn't dare to look back at all, crying loudly as he ran out. "Dad, save me." At this moment, before Tonatran could clearly see what was happening, a small figure rushed into his arms. Looking down, it turned out to be Tohavan crying uncontrollably. He was filled with confusion. Tohavan had started sleeping alone since he was 4 years old, and now he suddenly threw himself into his arms, which surprised Tonatran immensely. Tonatran hugged Tohavan, gently patting the boy's back. Tohavan realized it had been a long time since his father had hugged him like this, only remembering that after his aunt went missing, the atmosphere in the house became very heavy. Thinking back, sometimes the boy was also very jealous of Ham. At least, she always had her mother by her side. Tohavan buried his head in Tonatran's shoulder, but soon after, he felt embarrassed for crying like that and tried to hold back to calm down. Tonatran carried Tohavan to sit on the sofa, gave the boy a clean towel, then sat opposite him, patiently asking, "Have you calmed down now? Tell Dad what happened." Tohavan found it difficult to speak at first. "Dad, I think there's a ghost in my room." Just as Tohavan was hanging his head dejectedly, thinking his father would laugh at him, he saw his father stand up and say, "Come on, let's go to your room and see." Tohavan quickly stood up to follow. Tonatran said he would check his son's room. A moment later, father and son returned to Tohavan's room. Tonatran turned on all the lights in the room, looked around, and his eyes stopped on the wardrobe door that Tohavan had mentioned. The wardrobe door was wide open, with clothes neatly hung inside. Tohavan immediately widened his eyes, stammering, "When I left, the wardrobe door was only slightly ajar. Why is it wide open now?" This time, the boy was sure he wasn't misremembering. At this moment, there was a sound outside the door, seemingly footsteps. Tonatran quickly went to open the door. The person standing outside was a woman. It was Tofan. Makwifam stood beside her, holding a sharp knife to her neck. Makwifam warned Tofan not to make any sudden moves, his voice carrying an invisible, cold, murderous intent. Tofan, terrified, kept repeating, "Don't cut off my head. Don't cut off my head." Makwifam noticed that in the afternoon when the knife flew, the maid had the same reaction. This woman was indeed not normal. Makwifam questioned Tofan about who she really was. Tofan tremblingly replied that she was Tofan. Makwifam and Tonatran exchanged glances. Then Tonatran asked Tofan why she was here so late at night. Tofan anxiously replied that she had insomnia, then heard a noise that seemed to be from young Havan, so she came to check. A cold glint flashed in Tonatran's eyes, but he calmly said, "Havan is fine. You can go back." After Tofan left, Tohavan suspiciously asked Tonatran, "Dad, what's really going on?" Tonatran explained in a low voice, "The maid's room is at the other end of the villa. Even if you were screaming loudly, she wouldn't be able to hear you, let alone rush here so quickly. Moreover, there are so many children in the estate, it's hard to distinguish whose voice it is when someone shouts. How could she recognize your cry for help? The fact that Tofan claimed it was Tohavan's voice was very suspicious. These 2 points made Tonat Tran believe that Tofan was lying. After processing this, Tohavan anxiously asked his father, "Do you mean the person who was in my room earlier was her?" Tonat Tran nodded. Tohavan asked what they should do now. Tonat Tran and Mokwi Pham exchanged looks, seemingly reaching some kind of agreement. Mokwi Pham spoke up. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Tonat Tran responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Tohavan felt that people with strange behavior were even scarier than ghosts, so he wanted to sleep in his father's room. Tonat Tran agreed and led Tohavan to his room. The main villa of the estate quickly fell into silence. Not long after, a figure appeared under the deserted villa, quietly sneaking into the first floor. At this moment, Mokwi Pham was crouching on the balcony, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A normal person, once caught, would certainly not dare to recklessly return immediately. This maid either had unfathomable motives or wasn't in her right mind. Especially the way she looked at him earlier, he felt like he had seen that look somewhere before. Going back to the earlier conversation, after being frightened by Tofan, Tohavan had requested to sleep with Tonat Tran. The boy couldn't help but probe Tonat Tran, asking if he and his older brother were test tube babies, and if their main purpose for existing was to provide bone marrow for their youngest aunt. Tonat Tran asked the boy, who told him that. Tohavan was a bit suspicious because from a young age, he had never seen any photos or information about his mother. Everyone said that he and his older brother were born from test tubes after careful selection, just because their youngest aunt couldn't find suitable bone marrow that year. Tonat Tran laughed and refuted. "If so, why didn't they do it once for both of you, instead of splitting it into 2 times? Don't forget you and your brother are more than a year apart." Hearing this, Tohavan thought it made sense. As Tonat Tran was about to speak, he seemed to sense a figure at the door. He put his index finger to his lips, signaling Tohavan to be quiet. Tohavan watched the shadow gradually disappear, scared to the point of almost wetting himself. Tonat Tran silently prayed for Mokwi Pham's success. In Tukbao's room, Tofan tiptoed to the girl's bedside. Tukbao suddenly felt a breeze across her face, opened her eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Aunt Tofan, what are you doing?" In the quiet of the night, the child's innocent voice suddenly rang out, startling Tofan, who instinctively let out a cry. She hastily backed away. The headless ghost, out of fear, temporarily separated from Tofan, but that was enough for Tukbao to see it. The girl exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you're holding the head here, so this is where you've been hiding. I've been looking everywhere for you." Tofan quickly feigned ignorance. "Miss Tukbao, what are you talking about?" Tukbao immediately climbed down from the bed, reaching out to grab the headless ghost's head. "Stop pretending. Come out now." Tukbao stood on the bed, pulling hard as if uprooting a radish. Tofan hurriedly clutched her head, her face showing pain. Her mouth made a hum sound, saying, "Miss Tukbao, please let go." Right after, her expression became dull and rigid. "Damn it, you think a mere child like you can catch me? Loved by thousands, with such a wealthy background, this identity should be mine." Tofan reached out, intending to strangle Tukbao. Suddenly, a black flash appeared accompanied by a shout. "Tukbao, don't move. Dad's coming to save you." Mokwi Pham was about to raise his hand to strike Tofan when he saw Tukbao suddenly grab her hand, a fierce expression on her small face. Tukbao shouted loudly, flinging Tofan away, then yelled, "Go away, Aunt Paka." Tofan crashed into a toy shelf not far away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Mokwi Pham was stunned, unable to believe this was his own gentle daughter. The noise didn't affect Hamham's sleep at all. Tukbao ran barefoot down from the bed, approaching Tofan. Seeing that she still wanted to resist, the girl raised her foot and stepped on Tofan's chest. Tufan tried to push the girl away but couldn't. Tukbao questioned what she was doing here and why she sneaked into her room. Tufan said she didn't know why she was here and explained that she might have been sleepwalking. Mokwi Pham quickly drew a dagger, saying to Tukbao, "Tukbao, go rest aside. Let Dad handle the interrogation." Tukbao trustingly withdrew her foot. Tufan hurriedly tried to get up, but Mokwi Pham had already stepped on her. "I don't have much patience. If you don't confess honestly." Mokwi Pham pressed the knife to Tufan's neck, lowering his voice. "Do you want to try?" Tufan's eyes showed terror, her mouth constantly mumbling, "Don't cut off my head. Don't cut off my head." Finally, Tufan fainted. The soul of the headless ghost escaped, screaming that it didn't want to be beheaded again. Tukbao's eyes widened, realizing it was really a disembodied spirit, learning many interesting things. After escaping from Tofan, the headless ghost quickly hugged its head and flew away. Tukbao immediately gave chase. At the same time, after hearing the strange noise, Tunyatran immediately led Tohavan quietly out of the room. Tohavan held his breath, clutching the charm Tukbao gave him, and asked his father, "What was that sound just now?" Tunyatran said the noise came from Tukbao's room. Only then did Tohavan see clearly that the shadow from earlier wasn't anything at all, just a bouquet of flowers in the hallway. Tohavan sighed in relief, following Tunyatran to Tukbao's room. Just as they reached the door, the boy heard Tukbao's childish voice shouting, "Don't run." Before the boy could react, the headless ghost rushed straight towards him, causing him to scream, "Mom." Tunyatran asked, "What's wrong, son?" Tohavan cried, "A headless ghost is rushing this way." The headless ghost saw Tohavan and immediately pounced. Unexpectedly encountering Tohavan at this moment, without that little girl, having this smart boy wasn't bad either. Da. Just before it could get close to Tohavan, a golden light beam knocked it back. The headless ghost cried out miserably, its body flying straight towards the villa. Tukbao realized this was a good opportunity to capture it in the bottle, quickly raising the bottle high to suck the ghost in. However, ghosts are not so easily subdued. Previously, every time Tukbao captured ghosts, her master was with her. This was the first time she did it alone. As soon as it was sucked into the bottle, the headless ghost struggled violently, causing the bottle to shake continuously. Tukbao couldn't control it. Her chest ached, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She collapsed to the ground. The headless ghost seized this opportunity to escape from the bottle, its resentful energy exploding, causing the timid ghost and the ugly ghost to appear simultaneously. When they saw Tukbao injured, her face pale with blood at the corner of her mouth, they became angry. Tukbao was still mumbling, "Don't run." The timid ghost Fan Chan Kao was very angry. Whether alive or dead, only Tukbao had ever given him a candy. Seeing Tukbao injured, Fan Chan Kao charged forward without hesitation. But he was no match for the headless ghost and was knocked away with one punch. The ugly ghost was about to advance, but the head of the headless ghost suddenly spun around, frightening her back to her original spot. The ugly ghost helplessly cried out, "Darling, don't blame Auntie. Auntie can't beat it." Mok Kui Pham hugged Tukbao, saying worriedly, "We need to take Tukbao to the hospital immediately." His heart was filled with nameless fear, a feeling of helplessness beyond his control. At this moment, he began to realize that this little girl was truly different from other children. Tunyatran quickly took out his phone, calling Towaitham to wake up. Seeing Tukbao injured, a gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of the headless ghost. It rushed towards Tukbao, thinking that if it could become Tukbao, it would easily get everything it wanted, including the green card of Phio Luang country, becoming a noble Phio Luang citizen above everyone else. Tohavan had no other choice but to stand in front of Tukbao, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't come here." The boy grabbed the charm Tukbao had given him, holding it up as a shield. Unfortunately, the charm only worked once and lost its effect after being damaged. At the critical moment, a red lightning bolt flashed by. With a boom, it knocked away the headless ghost with its vicious eyes. A man wearing a white robe appeared before everyone. He had a cold expression, a pale face, and blood-red lips. It was Li Thuong. Havan was so excited, he almost cried, shouting, "Master, you finally returned." The boy had never been so excited to see a ghost before. The headless ghost sensed something was wrong and immediately took the opportunity to flee. But Lai Thuong only needed to raise his hand, and a red net of heaven and earth descended, tightly binding the ghost. He coldly said, "You've hurt my little book bag, and you still want to run." The headless ghost struggled frantically, but in vain. At this moment, Lai Thuong's expression was extremely displeased. He had only left home for a few days, yet another fierce ghost had appeared. After subduing the headless ghost, Lai Thuong quickly went to Tukbao's side, took her hand and asked, "Tukbao, are you all right?" Tukbao weakly replied, "I'm fine." Li Tuong transmitted a warm energy to Tukbao, making her feel as if she was soaking in a hot spring, her whole body extremely comfortable. Tukbao curiously asked, "Master, what kind of ghost is that headless ghost? It's so strange, likes to sneak into others' rooms at night, and even likes to possess people." Li Tuong calmly replied, "It's a ghost pretending to be Western." Tukbao was surprised. "There's such a type of ghost," Li Thuong explained. "This type of ghost worships foreign cultures but doesn't want to make efforts themselves. To put it bluntly, they just want to steal others' lives, using despicable means like bullying the weak to achieve their goals. This kind of person is very detestable, sucking the blood of their compatriots while shedding tears in front of foreigners, wishing they could rip out their hearts and lungs to offer to them. Other things might be related to its weird hobbies, like peeping into others' lives." At this point, Li Thuong returned to the main topic. topic. He no longer cared about that ghost pretending to be Western, only frowning and lifting Tukbao's hand to ask, "You tried to trap it in the bottle just now, didn't you?" Tukbao obediently nodded. Yes. Leong raised one finger, lightly tapping her head. You're still saying yes. Remember, before you're skilled enough, never try to capture ghosts. For example, just now, if you hadn't touched the bottle, it couldn't have done anything to you. As long as it dared to attack you, it would have been immediately stopped by this red string. Tukbao looked at the red string on her wrist doubtfully, asking, "Is the red string that powerful?" Leong nodded. Very powerful, extremely powerful. It's just that you can't use it to actively attack right now. It can only passively protect you. Tukbao understood and said, I see. So, Master, can we capture it now? By this time, she had regained her strength and wanted to try again. Leong looked at her with helpless indulgence. After saying so much, he wondered if she had heard anything at all. But what could he do? He could only go along with her wishes. Tukbao remembered Hamham's joke and smiled mischievously. Ha ha ha! Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your throat hoarse, no one will save you. Leong looked puzzled and slightly amused. Where did she learn that line from? The master and disciple approached, and the headless ghost immediately became frightened. Don't come near me. Mokwi Pham couldn't help but ask Tohavan in a low voice. Who has Tukbao been talking to all this time? Tohavan suddenly remembered. Tukbao and her master are talking. The master said Tukbao can't force ghosts. Ghosts can't harm her because the red string is very powerful. At this point, Tohavan suddenly remembered his camera. Wait for me a moment. I'll go back to my room to get something. Tohavan ran back with his camera. Tunatran frowned. What are you doing? Tohavan explained that this was a camera he invented that could film ghosts. Mokwi Pham looked doubtfully at the camera in the boy's hand. It looked like a regular camera, just slightly modified. He asked skeptically, this can film ghosts. Are you kidding? Mokwi Pham's eyes were fixed on his little daughter, casually glancing at the camera. Suddenly, he saw 4 more people appear in it. Next to Tukbao was a man in a white robe, a boy who looked like a middle school student, and an ugly ghost turning its head to look, smiling coyly and saying, Mr. To, can you see me? Mokwi Pham and Tonyatran both felt their hearts sink. Everything before their eyes had exceeded their understanding, overturning their worldview. If this world was beyond their control, who would protect Tukbao in the future? Just as Mokwi Pham was feeling discouraged, the headless ghost made a chainsaw sound. I am Jastremski. Tukbao innocently asked, what's a fake wheel driver? Looking at Tukbao's innocent smile, Mokwi Pham's heart gradually warmed. He decided that no matter how strange this world became, he must protect Tukbao well. At worst, he would change his career to become a Taoist priest. The ghost tried to say, Jastremski, such a cool name, so trendy. Tukbao heard it as fake wheel driver, which made the headless ghost very angry. It glared at Tukbao, loudly correcting, it's Jastremski. Jastremski. Mokwi Pham looked at the ghost on the screen, feeling somewhat familiar. Tohavan muttered disdainfully, Jastremski. This name represents unyielding spirit and indomitable strength. It's ironic on her. Hearing Tohavan say this, Mokwi Pham suddenly remembered 10 years ago when he first joined the dark group. He participated in a big operation. At that time, the group had somehow kidnapped a group of women and sent them abroad for labor. Among them was a woman named Jastremski. The kidnapped woman at that time still didn't understand what was happening, but kept saying, I'm not Chinese. The beautiful country of Luong will punish you. After hearing the ghost speak, Tukbao took out her small notebook and curiously asked, Aunt Jastremski, how did you die? The girl asked seriously, making the ghost furious. Shut up. My name is Jess Johnsky. Leong raised his hand and chopped down. Whack! One arm of the headless ghost was chopped off. Who gave you permission to speak to my disciple like that? Jastremski let out a miserable cry, and the arm turned into black smoke and disappeared. The headless ghost immediately became obedient, hugging its head tightly. Leong said to Tukbao, Good girl, Tukbao. Keep asking. Tukbao obediently nodded and asked the headless ghost, Aunt Jastremski, where are you from? What's your date of birth? How did you die? Tukbao really couldn't remember this name, just feeling it was very strange, as if she said it wrong every time. The headless ghost was exhausted. She tried to suppress her resentment and indignation, emphasizing once again, My name is Jastremski. Then she continued, I'm from the country of Luong, Fei City. Leong held a pen, signaling her to clarify her birthplace. Jastremski seemed embarrassed when mentioning her birthplace, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz, speaking very quickly. Tukbao perked up her ears. What? Can you speak louder? Jastremski roared. Linboy Village, Nenggu County. My real name is Vuong Dai Ni. Jastremski hesitated for a long time, Her original name was really rustic. She didn't want to mention it much. But seeing Lai Tuang's sharp gaze, Jastrzemski became frightened and hurriedly explained everything. Her family background was particularly difficult, but living in Phio Luang had always been her dream. From a young age, she felt different from others, born with noble blood, only unfortunate to be born in the wrong place. Tuk Bao curiously asked, "So have you been to Phio Luang to fulfill your dream?" The headless ghost resentfully replied, "No." She was originally a country girl. Her family had no money, no influence, and her academic performance from childhood to adulthood was not good. She didn't pass the university entrance exam, so she only had two choices: either go back to the countryside to get married and have children, or work in a factory. And after working in a factory, her future life would still be getting married and having children, but neither option was what she wanted. The headless ghost was so agitated that her throat made a wheezing sound. She said, "Is this how my whole life will be?" She really couldn't accept it. Li Thuong coldly said, "Then who can you blame? You couldn't even pass the university entrance exam. That's your own problem." Tuk Bao chimed in, "That's right." Jastrzemski indignantly said that her failure to pass the university entrance exam was entirely due to China's rigid education system that had restricted her talent and freedom. Tuk Bao suddenly interjected, "Aunt Dai Ni, so how many points did you score?" Jastrzemski said she scored 260 points, which made Tuk Bao exclaim in admiration that the headless aunt was really talented. However, when Tohavan informed the little girl that the total score was 760, she realized that this young person was a poor student, just like Sister Ham Ham. At this moment, Ham Ham had somehow fallen asleep, snoring loudly and even blowing a nose bubble. Jastrzemski still believed that it was due to the system and education problems that she couldn't fully develop her talents. She even resented her parents for not having money to send her to extra classes when she was young. However, when Tuk Bao asked about her strengths, for example, if she was very good at speaking foreign languages, she couldn't say anything. Her appearance was average, her English wasn't good, and she didn't have any particular strengths, so she couldn't go to Phio Luang, only able to work as a cashier in a small supermarket. Although she felt she was a cut above others, she had to reluctantly blend in with them, which filled her inner self with suffering. Finally, one day, she got her chance. A foreigner appeared in the supermarket. At that moment, Jastrzemski saw hope. She felt that after persevering for so long, she had finally received God's approval. She kowtowed before the foreigner, wishing she could offer everything she had to him. So every day she followed that foreign man to ask questions, acted as a tour guide for him, went with him to the hotel, because she heard that just by being with a foreigner and having a child with them, one could get a free Phio Luang green card. To communicate with him fluently, she even stayed up late and woke up early to study English. Finally, she succeeded. That foreign man not only helped her with her visa, but also agreed to take her to Phio Luang. Tuk Bao doubtfully asked, "Going to such a far place must require a lot of money. Where did you get the money from?" Jastrzemski calmly said, "My father's money, of course. When I said I needed money to go abroad, he wouldn't give it to me. But when he himself got sick, he had money to go to the hospital for surgery. How could that be?" So she made a scene at the hospital, and her father indeed gave her the money. She had her wish fulfilled and set foot on the land of Phio Luang. The moment she stepped off the plane, she felt everything was so wonderful. Phio Luang truly lived up to its reputation as paradise. Even the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Unlike her place only had car exhaust and the stench of environmental pollution. Tuk Bao felt a bit angry after hearing this. As a child, she didn't understand grand principles. She just felt that Aunt Jastrzemski's actions were wrong. "You took your father's medical treatment money. What will he do now?" Jastrzemski angrily said, "My father's money is my money. Why did he spend my money without my permission? Besides, do you think that's all the money he has? He surely has other money. He just doesn't want to give it to me." Everyone fell silent. She kowtowed before the foreigner, wishing she could offer everything she had to him, but was extremely cold towards her own family, complaining about the unfairness of heaven and earth. She even took her father's life-saving money. She couldn't even pass the exam, yet wanted to conquer the world. It's truly a case of a good-for-nothing blaming the road for not being smooth. Tuk Bao angrily questioned, "Then what? Didn't you reach paradise? Why did you come back?" Jastrzemski was silent, and after a long while said, At first, it was indeed very happy. Foreign men are much better than domestic men. They are faithful, romantic, considerate, polite, and gentle. But the joy didn't last long. She discovered her visa had expired. It turned out that foreign man only got her a tourist visa, not a green card. When it expired, the FBI came to deport her. But she had spent all her money on that man, who had already left. She was penniless, without relatives, and couldn't speak the language. How could she return? Moreover, she didn't want to leave Luong. Li Tuong laughed coldly. Indeed, so faithful and romantic, truly considerate. The headless ghost couldn't help but defend that man. Men in Luong all receive advanced, high-class education. They absolutely wouldn't do such irresponsible things. He must have had his own difficulties. Li Tuong remained silent. There are scumbags everywhere. How do you know they're all good? The headless ghost immediately retorted. They are all highly civilized people. For example, they use toilet bowls, which is noble and elegant. Unlike in our country where people squat, which is both ugly and smelly, like monkeys. From these small details, you can see they are definitely superior to us. How can such superior people have scumbags among them? Moreover, I often secretly observe how they live. I have more right to speak than anyone else. Li Tuong couldn't help but doubt this truly bizarre logic. This made the headless ghost's eyes show admiration. I also once dreamed of living such a life, so even if I had to sleep on the streets, wash dishes, or pick up trash, I didn't want to return. Going back to my country would make me feel like I'm better off dead. Tuk Bao nodded. I see. So you went to sleep on the streets, wash dishes, and pick up trash. Jastrzemski defended. That was me striving for my dream. Tahavan rolled her eyes. So anything done in Luong is good, right? After that, I really couldn't wait anymore. Without a green card, it was difficult to take even one step. Someone said they could do it for me, but it would cost 100,000. She really had no money, so she tried to contact her parents back home, asking them to send money. As a result, the FBI discovered this and deported her. Ma Kui-fam coldly looked at her and calmly said, I remember at the airport then, she shouted loudly, I am a Luong person. I am a noble person. That woman was you, wasn't it? Ma Kui-fam seemed to recall something unpleasant. Jastrzemski was forcibly deported, with the deportation costs covered by the state. Not only did she not feel she was a burden to the country, but she felt the country had implicated her. Later, he didn't know how this Jastrzemski was kidnapped by the dark group. He only remembered when he met her again. She was still saying those unpleasant words. Therefore, when the dark group boss let him choose one person to show loyalty, he chose this Jastrzemski. Everyone realized that Jastrzemski was a brainless person. The headless ghost was also complaining. China is really too bad, dirty and smelly. After being deported, I lived miserably, could only go to bars to seek the free atmosphere of Luong, and ended up being drugged and kidnapped. When I woke up, I found I had been kidnapped, but when I heard the destination was Luong, I became excited again. I wanted to use this method to return to Luong, who knew the yacht would be even dirtier. That environment was basically not a place where humans could live, so I protested strongly. Everyone fell silent again. To be concerned about protesting the environment at that moment, indeed brainless. At that moment, several fierce men approached, confronting each other for some unknown reason. One of them told the pale-faced man to kill someone to prove he was really part of the dark group, not someone with ill intentions. As a result, that pale-faced man chose me. He dragged his knife, making a screeching sound on the deck. I was truly terrified. So for the first time, I begged that man. I had already done so much, yet he still wouldn't spare me. The headless ghost continued. When I woke up, I found my head and body separated. The ghost said resentfully, I couldn't accept it. I couldn't believe I died like that, so I refused to leave, trying every way to reattach my head. Every day I relive the process of dying, just hoping that one day I can return to Luong. Tuk Bao sighed. She felt a heaviness in her heart, an indescribable emotion that made her angry, sad, and troubled all at once. Li Tuong glanced at the little girl, placing his hand on her back, silently giving her strength. When adults face the myriad aspects of life, it's difficult for their mindset not to change, let alone Tuk Bao, who's just a child. After she goes through many storms and sees through the many faces of people, will she still be able to keep her initial pure heart? Even Li Tuong himself wasn't sure. Put it away, Li Tuong said gently. This time, Master will temporarily help you once. Havan suddenly asked, Wait, there's still one thing I'm not clear about. Why did she come to your room in the middle of the night, and then to Tuk Bao's room? The headless ghost suddenly looked at Tohavan and said, Initially, the child in my womb was miscarried because I was too tired. If it hadn't been miscarried, it would surely have been a very handsome boy with a smart head too. just like young Master Havan. You have such a smart head. If combined with my head, I would surely become very smart too. That way, when I go to Phio Luong, I can rely on my intelligence and beauty to find a better man. Tuavan got goosebumps, imagining a woman sneaking into his room in the middle of the night, touching his head. Havan couldn't help but shudder. Little Havan couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Tukbao suddenly remembered something and asked, "That's right. How did you follow my dad back? The yacht crossed the ocean. A ghost who died on that deck shouldn't have been able to return." The headless ghost looked resentfully at Mok Kui Pham. Before it could speak, Mok Kui Pham calmly said, "This time, my mission was at sea, and I happened to board that same ship, so perhaps it followed me back like that." The ghost with the exploding head glared at Mok Kui Pham, the corner of its mouth curling into a strange smile. "You're lying." The ghost sneered and said, "You're afraid your daughter will hate you, aren't you? Kid, let me tell you, your father killed an innocent person on the yacht, a little girl about your age hiding in his car. He shot her dead. It was terrible. What crime could a child commit? Yet he was able to do it. Your father is a demon. If not for that, I wouldn't have discovered that your father was the pale-faced man who cut off my head years ago. Initially, I really couldn't leave that sea area, but after swallowing the soul of that tragically dead little girl, I could. So I followed your father back. After all, I have to thank your father for all of this." Right after that, the ghost let out a miserable cry, turning into a stream of killing intent, all of which was sucked into the soul ring. Tukbao raised her small hand, silently looking at the red string and the soul ring on her wrist, her face expressionless, the silence becoming frightening. Mok Kui Pham immediately stepped worriedly in front of Tukbao. Tukbao, still immersed in melancholy, disappointment, and depression, suddenly looked at Mok Kui Pham. Mok Kui Pham felt uneasy, biting his lip and said, "Tukbao, Dad can explain." Thinking to himself, could his daughter have misunderstood him? He worried that Tukbao would be afraid of him, would no longer be close to him. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Tukbao closed her eyes and fell into Li Thuong's arms. Mok Kui Pham took a long step forward, catching the little girl just before she fell to the ground. Out of the camera's view, Mok Kui Pham couldn't see Li Thuong and reached out to carry Tukbao from Li Thuong's arms. He saw a large hand swing towards him, and the small cotton ball in his arms disappeared. "Are you being polite?" At this moment, Tuwei Tham entered carrying a medicine box, just in time to see Mok Kui Pham carrying Tukbao out. He quickly called out, "Wait." Tunat Tran pulled his brother back. Tukbao is fine, because in the video he had seen Tukbao's master, who seemed to genuinely care for Tukbao and would certainly not let anything happen to her. Tuhavan rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Uncle, why are you so late?" Tui Tam explained that there was an emergency case in the middle of the night. He was halfway there when he received a call from his eldest brother, and after handing over the patient, he immediately returned. "But what's the situation now?" Tunat Tran patted Tui Tam's shoulder and strode away. Tuhavan also spoke up. Due to his insufficient height, the boy could only grab Tui Tam's arm and said to him, "Let's go to sleep." Tukbao didn't know how long she had been asleep. Li Thuong, floating beside her, saw Tukbao open her eyes and reached out to touch her forehead. Tukbao rubbed her small face and said coyly, "Master, no, Master isn't human. You can't feel temperature." "Master, touching like that, what can you feel?" Li Thuong extended his finger to poke her head. "Does Master need to feel temperature? As soon as your butt lifts, I already know what fart you're going to make. Touching your forehead, I immediately know if you're well or not." Tukbao replied, "Master is the one farting." Li Thuong knew that this child, because of vomiting blood and being mentally exhausted, had slept for so long. She slept soundly, but the whole family was almost scared to death. At this moment, Grandma came in, surprised to find Tukbao awake, and asked, "Is Tukbao hungry? Should grandmother make some delicious food for you?" Tukbao immediately raised her hand, saying, "I want sweet and sour eggplant, chicken and soy sauce, and spicy beef stew." "No, onion beef stew." "No, that's not right either." Grandma explained it was black pepper beef stew. Tukbao scratched her head. Grandma too, seeing her granddaughter lively again, finally relaxed her suspended heart. She wiped her tears, feeling incredibly lucky that her little granddaughter had returned to her. Tukbao, seeing her grandmother cry, quickly asked if she had made her worry again, then apologized to her. Grandma too couldn't hold back her tears. "Good Tukbao, you must grow up healthy, happy, and safe." Tukbao obediently replied, "Yes, grandmother, you too." Grandma too smiled. "Grandmother is old. She can't grow anymore." Tukbao insisted, "Grandmother can." Grandma finally couldn't help but laugh. "All right, grandmother will grow up with Tukbao." After Grandma went downstairs, Mok Kui Pham came in. He gently called, "Tukbao." Mok Kui Pham's usual arrogance and stubbornness had disappeared. His arms hung loose, his lips pressed into a straight line, like a puppy who had done something wrong. Tukbao looked at her father blankly, asking if he had caused big trouble, then asked how much money the other party wanted their family to compensate. Tukbao's worried face looking at her father did not ease others' concerns. No wonder she thought this way. Her father was indeed too arrogant before, but now he was bowing his head, looking like he had done something wrong. He must have caused trouble. Tukbao said she didn't have much pocket money, but told her father not to worry. If there wasn't enough money, Tukbao would borrow from her eldest uncle, then work hard to pay off the debt. The father's debt, the child would repay. Mokwi Pham secretly sighed in relief. He thought his precious daughter really didn't want and like a father like him anymore. Unexpectedly, she said she would help him pay off the debt. Then he explained that he didn't owe anyone money, but because the female ghost yesterday had spoken ill of him, he was afraid Tukbao would be scared of him. Tukbao shook her head. I trust you, Dad. You're definitely not that kind of person. Grandfather and eldest uncle both said, you're a protector, not an evil spirit. Mokwi Pham was stunned, feeling his heart overflow. He reached out to flick her nose and said to Tukbao, thank you, good girl. Although she trusted him unconditionally, Mokwi Pham felt that he should still explain everything clearly. He told Tukbao to lie down on the bed with him. Tukbao immediately lay down, stretching her legs and spreading her small arms, lying perfectly straight. Mokwi Pham, resting his head on his hands, explained that he had gone on a mission earlier, the content of which he couldn't disclose in detail, but he assured her that he, himself, would never do anything to wrong the country and its people. Regarding the little girl mentioned by that ghost, he was being controlled by a terrorist organization at the time, with a bomb planted on him. The girl had witnessed how her parents and older sister died. The terrorist originally intended to use Mokwi Pham's compassion to blow him up. But in the end, the girl cried and told Mokwi Pham that she didn't want to die. Mokwi Pham continued sadly, so Dad told the girl to hide in the car first, while promising to definitely save her. But Dad broke his promise. The situation was very urgent at that time. He made a small mistake, allowing the terrorist leader to get into the car. Dad could only fire his gun, but that shot didn't hit the little girl. It only hit that villain. It's just that the little girl died along with him. So, the ghost last night, she didn't tell the whole story. Tukbao asked softly if Dad was very heartbroken. Mokwi Pham admitted it, saying it was because he wasn't strong enough. Tukbao sensed the pain in her father's heart, realizing that Dad was just like Tukbao, also having such uncomfortable feelings inside. Tukbao asked if Dad would continue to be a protector. Mokwi Pham looked down at his daughter, nodding firmly. Before, it was just for the country, because he was alone, with no attachments. But now he understood more clearly the meaning of protection. He had a daughter to worry about, and only with a country can there be a family. He wanted his little treasure to grow up freely under the sun. Tukbao curiously asked her dad, after seeing those bad things in the future, wouldn't his heart feel uncomfortable? Mokwi Pham smiled, telling his daughter, everyone doing their job has their own meaning. Before, after completing a mission and returning, Dad would go eat a big ice cream. That way all worries would be forgotten. In an instant, Tukbao suddenly understood, and the uncomfortable feeling in her heart disappeared. Tukbao flipped over and crawled up, raising her thumb to stamp it on Mokwi Pham's forehead, saying, Dad is so great. Let's work hard together. Mokwi Pham lifted the little one up, tickling her armpits. Tukbao laughed so hard she could barely breathe. Grandma. To push the door open, seeing the scene of father and daughter playing happily, she couldn't help but say, look at you two, already so grown up but still acting like children. What if you choke? Mokwi Pham immediately sat up straight. Yes, it's my fault. Tukbao followed suit, placing her small hands on her knees, nodding repeatedly. Yes, it's my fault. Downstairs, Ham stood next to the dining table, quickly picking up food and filling Tukbao's bowl. Grandpa, too sternly said, Tukbao will serve herself when she comes down. Why are you putting so much in her bowl? Then he looked at Havan. Moreover, everyone hasn't sat down yet and you've already started eating. Havan obediently put down his chopsticks, mumbling, Grandfather, don't be so strict with us. Grandpa, snorted, instinctively saying, I'm strict with everyone like that. At this moment, Tukbao came down. Grandpa, looked at his granddaughter running and jumping happily. The big stone in his heart finally dropped. Tukbao, come here and eat. Havan and Havan helplessly looked at their grandfather. After dinner, Tukbao was sitting on the sofa when she suddenly remembered her father mentioning a big ice cream. She immediately moved closer to Mokwi Pham, asking softly if they could go eat ice cream together tomorrow. Mokwi Pham agreed, while telling her not to tell grandmother. At this moment, Grandma too brought a plate of fruit, asking what they were plotting. As soon as Tukbao saw the fruit, she ran away. Grandmother, I'm really full. If I eat more, the food will come out of my bottom. After saying this, she disappeared. Mokwi Pham also said he wanted to go upstairs. Grandma, suddenly told him to stop. Mokwi stopped, asking what was the matter. Grandma Tu gestured for him to finish this plate of fruit. Mokwi took it, feeling Grandma Tu's gaze fixed on him like a shadow. He looked at the plate of fruit in his hand with slight helplessness. Mokwi took Tuk Bao to the best ice cream shop in the city. He had been eating at this ice cream store for 10 years. Mokwi got Tuk Bao a small-sized ice cream, the super large one. Tuk Bao was so happy that her eyes sparkled as if the entire Milky Way was in her eyes. The father and daughter found a place to sit. Tuk Bao licked the ice cream at the corner of her mouth, then smacked her lips twice. Dad, those older sisters are looking at you. Is this what they call handsome attracts bees and butterflies? Looking at Tuk Bao's mischievous expression, Mokwi asked back, how do you know they're not looking at you? Hearing this, Tuk Bao felt it made sense. Mokwi couldn't help but laugh. This child was really interesting. He looked up, seeing the familiar flower bed and shopping mall. But unlike before, now he had an adorable little cotton ball beside him. He suddenly felt that the road ahead didn't seem as boring and difficult as before. Just then, Tuk Bao exclaimed, pointing to a nearby cafe, "It's Aunt Tantuman over there, Aunt." Mokwi looked doubtfully, only seeing a woman drinking coffee while working. Tuk Bao pulled Mokwi towards her, explaining, "This is the aunt we met when I went ghost hunting with oldest cousin." He uttered a single word, "Oh." Then, Mokwi followed Tuk Bao into the cafe. There was a wind chime hanging at the entrance. Mokwi accidentally touched it. The waiter widened his eyes. Tuk Bao quickly apologized, saying it was because her dad was too tall and accidentally hit it, and if the wind chime was damaged, she would pay for it. Then, Tuk Bao took out a red envelope from her small bag and handed it to the waiter. Seeing the child actually offering a red envelope, the waiter hurriedly said it wasn't necessary. Nothing was broken. Tuk Bao immediately put the red envelope back in her bag, quickly saying, "Yes." The waiter thought to himself, "This adorable kid, couldn't you have persisted for one more second?" Tuk Bao ran to Tantuman's side, waving. "Aunt Tan, we meet again." Tantuman was both happy and surprised to see Tuk Bao, wondering why she was here. Tuk Bao pointed to Mokwi behind her. "I'm eating ice cream with Dad." Tantuman hurriedly greeted him. Mokwi nodded. Tuk Bao asked if Aunt Tan was working. Tantuman now looked confident and radiant. Her whole person seemed to glow. She picked Tuk Bao up, sat down with her, and pointed to the computer, explaining that she was writing a novel. Tuk Bao exclaimed, "You mean writing stories?" Tantuman smiled and said, "That's right." Tuk Bao immediately understood, pointing at the words on the screen and reading. "Once upon a time, there were 7 Gord brothers and a grandfather." Tantuman was stunned, almost laughed. "This is Empire Wife Livestream. CEO tearfully begs for a hug." Tuk Bao couldn't help but ask, "Who's tearfully begging for a hug?" Tantuman smiled and replied, "The CEO." Tuk Bao asked again, "Who's the CEO?" At this moment, Tantuman's eyes lit up. "It's like your second uncle, someone who's powerful, rich, and very handsome." Hearing this, Tuk Bao was even more confused. If the CEO is so great, why does he need to tearfully beg for a hug? Tantuman didn't know how to explain to this child. Should she say it's a cheesy romance novel? Before they could finish talking, suddenly an angry man burst in from outside. "Tantuman, explain clearly to me today. Who is he, and who is this?" The man pointed at Tuk Bao and Mokwi Pham. Mokwi Pham's finger twitched slightly. The cafe's nameplate on the table suddenly flew out, hitting the man's finger hard. Mokwi Pham's eyes were cold, his intimidating aura spreading. "Watch how you speak. I don't have a good temper, and I don't like people pointing at me and my daughter." The man immediately became scared and dared not speak. He could only turn around resentfully, directing his anger towards Tantuman, demanding her to explain who they were. The heartless father and daughter were now enjoying the drama, casually eating watermelon while watching the couple argue, both relishing this show. Tantuman pulled the man aside, angrily saying, "Are you done? These are my friends." Tantuman's husband laughed coldly. "Friends? I think they're your lovers. I wondered why you've been so stubborn lately. Turns out you found new support. Aren't you ashamed?" Tantuman was furious. These words were too harsh. "Watch your language." Her husband questioned. "Never mind that. I'm asking if you've sold the house." Tantuman said it was her house. Whether to sell it or not was her freedom. What did it have to do with him? Her husband seemed to go mad, gritting his teeth. "How is it not related to me? That house is mine too." Tantuman folded her arms, her eyes cold and contemptuous. "Do you have any proof? Did you pay the down payment or the monthly installments? Or did you pay for household expenses?" Tantuman's husband was so angry he almost coughed up blood. On the sofa, Mokwi Pham and Tuk Bao one big and one small, father and daughter, were eating watermelon while eavesdropping, enjoying this drama together. Tantuman's husband was very upset, but he couldn't do anything else, so he had to hold back. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. Just to confront me, you sold the house? Such a big decision without even discussing it with me. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Also, have you bought a villa already? Give me the keys. Tantuman folded her arms, her aura soaring. On what grounds should I give them to you? Get out. Don't they like living in the countryside? Then go back there. Let me make this clear. My money, my house, it has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Tantuman's mother-in-law scolded. This is marital property. How can it not be related? Whether it's the house or money, half of it belongs to my son. They had been waiting in their hometown all this time, but they didn't wait for Tantuman to come begging them to return. Instead, they heard she had sold the house and bought a villa, truly not listening to any advice. The mother-in-law coldly said, I'm tired today. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Give me the keys. I want to go rest. Tantuman immediately raised her hand to push her mother-in-law away, sneering, Want to enter my house? Beg me. Seeing this scene, Tukbao and Mokweifam couldn't help but laugh. Tukbao even clapped and cheered. Aunt Tan is so great. However, all of this seemed to have angered Tantuman's husband. He said fiercely, Fine. The moment you step out of this door today, I'll divorce you immediately. Hearing this, Tantuman didn't look back, coldly leaving a sentence. Good. I've been waiting for you to say that. Tantuman's mother-in-law was so angry, her blood pressure rose. These people were too much. She felt her son was right. They must divorce. They must definitely divorce. Over the years, it had been Tantuman earning money. If they divorced, they would have nothing. This made Tantuman's husband very uneasy. However, his mother's words gave him new hope. She told him that she had already consulted a lawyer. As long as the marriage still exists, the income, regardless of who earned it, is considered marital property. Therefore, whether Tantuman bought a villa or not, it would have to be divided. The man immediately sighed with relief, deciding to file for divorce right away, to see if Tantuman would regret it and come back begging him. Previously, every time they argued, he didn't dare to actually divorce, because over the years he was indeed in the wrong, not earning a penny, afraid that divorce would mean not getting a share of the assets. But now it's different. Through this story, we understand how complex and important the emotional and financial relationship between spouses is. Tukbao curiously asked, Does Aunt Tan really want to divorce? The little girl couldn't understand why adults like to divorce so much. Tantuman uncertainly said, Maybe. Previously, she had also consulted a lawyer. In normal circumstances, she would have to divide half of the assets with the other party no matter what. This regulation made her very angry. Tukbao was even more confused, so she asked further, So Aunt Tan, aren't you afraid he'll divorce you? Tantuman smiled lightly, calmly replied, He wouldn't dare. Even if he did dare, I'm not afraid. Tukbao doubted. Why aren't you afraid? Tantuman explained, Because my husband is so useless. If he divorces me, besides relying on his parents, he has no other ideas. Moreover, my mother-in-law knows this well, so she wouldn't dare give him the chance to rely on them. Even if they really divorced, they wouldn't get a penny. At the square intersection, Tukbao waved goodbye to Tantuman and cheered her on. Not long after, Tantuman unexpectedly received a call from a divorce lawsuit lawyer. The other party requested to negotiate about asset division, but Tantuman directly refused and said there was nothing to negotiate. The lawyer reluctantly reminded her that although she earned all the money after marriage, when divorcing, her husband still had the right to half of the assets, including the villa she just bought. Therefore, Tantuman revealed the source of her husband's deposits and royalty income. Her royalty receiving account belonged to her mother. They had been married for 3 years. Everyone said she earned money, but what ability did a woman like her have? That money was all given by her parents. She wanted a divorce. Fine, let him come. After saying this, Tantuman hung up. After hearing this information, the lawyer said that money wasn't theirs. Tantuman's husband was stunned. What did he mean? Why wasn't it joint property? The lawyer awkwardly asked, Previously, was your money always transferred from your mother-in-law's card to your account? It turned out that Tantuman had previously signed a contract with a small website, but due to the website's strict contract terms, which were tied to Tantuman's ID card, it meant she had no right to continue writing on other websites. With no other choice, Tan Tu-man had to use her mother's ID to re-register on the current website, restarting her writing career. But afterwards, her mother's account was always held by Tan Tu-man's husband. He made the transfers. Hearing this, the lawyer said there was no other way and explained, "Your wife used her mother's ID to register her pen name, and the royalties were also transferred to her mother's account. If you want to confirm this money, it's indeed her mother's money, given to you two to spend, considered as a gift. It has nothing to do with you two." Hearing this, both of them were completely desperate. But clearly, it was Tan Tu-man who earned the money. It wasn't her mother who wrote the books. They were lying. The lawyer challenged them if they had any evidence. At the same time, he told them, as long as his wife and mother-in-law both testified like this, they couldn't do anything. After saying this, the lawyer ignored them and stood up to leave. Tan Tu-man's mother-in-law exclaimed in shock, "It's not fair. With so much money, how can they not get a share? Do they really have to go back and beg Tan Tu-man? Impossible." A few days later, Tan Tu-man received a lawsuit agreeing to divorce. In fact, Tan Tu-man's mother had always been following Tan Tu-man's stories, being her daughter's #1 fan. She could recount the plot details, even remembering them more clearly than Tan Tu-man herself. Her mother wrote a new chapter right in front of the examiner, seamlessly connecting with the new content of Tan Tu-man's story. In short, after proving that the book was written by Tan Tu-man's mother said that seeing her daughter suffer, she had given her the villa, putting it in Tan Tu-man's name. It belonged to the assets gifted by her parents, unrelated to the husband. Tan Tu-man secretly admired her mother. How brilliant. Before the court hearing, Tan Tu-man's husband and mother-in-law knew they had lost, truly not able to get even a penny. But Tan Tu-man told him they could still divide something. Previously, the black website she used still paid 10 or 20 yuan in royalties each month, and over many years it amounted to over 1,400 yuan. Tan Tu-man hadn't touched it, so they could divide 720.5 yuan. But what could be done with 720.5 yuan? Tan Tu-man was a wealthy woman with hundreds of millions. If they really divorced, they would lose big. Moreover, they couldn't win custody of the children, and in the future, they might have to rely on Tan Tu-man's mood to visit the children. Tan Tu-man's husband hurriedly said he had never thought about divorcing her. He still loved her very much. Tan Tu-man's mother-in-law also apologized to her and took all the blame. Because they wanted to wait until Tan Tu-man softened her heart, they would withdraw the lawsuit immediately, so there would be no divorce anymore. Unexpectedly, Tan Tu-man picked up her bag. "It's too late to regret now. You two wait for the court hearing. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The watches of both children have voice recorders installed. If you two secretly say anything inappropriate to the kids, I can revoke your visitation rights." After saying this, she walked away. After some time, Tan Tu-man called, excitedly telling Tukbao about these things. The two, one in her 20s or 30s, the other 3 or 4 years old, talked for a long time. Tan Tu-man even bought many gifts and sent them to the two families' house to show her gratitude. Li Tuong, standing nearby, said, "Tan Tu-man has changed quite a bit. After all, she's seen a ghost with her own eyes." Tukbao hummed twice. "That's right, Aunt Tan Tu-man is really brave, not afraid of difficulties." Li Tuong smiled foolishly. "Are you happy now? It's a pity that the little girl won't be happy for long, because she's about to go to kindergarten." Previously, Li Tuong once passed by a kindergarten. The scene of crying and wailing there was terrifying. Unexpectedly, Tukbao jumped up and down. "Finally, I get to go to kindergarten." Her spirit suddenly became much stronger. The little girl's reaction was different from what he had imagined. Tukbao skipped out, and Li Tuong opened his palm, only to see a soul the size of a hand on his palm. "See, Tukbao is living very well. Are you reassured now?" This soul was Tu Kamngok. Tu Kamngok looked at Tukbao's figure with reluctance, pleading, "Can I really not see Tukbao one more time?" Li Tuong shook his head. "No, you should have reincarnated half a year ago, but you kept hesitating. This time I've already taken a risk bringing you up here. If you want to see Tukbao again, it'll be very difficult for me to control." Tu Kamngok cried sadly, "Oh heavens, is there no other way? For example, like rebirth, or let me time travel?" Li Tuong rolled his eyes, wondering if Tu Kamngok had read too many novels. Tu Kamngok cried and begged, "Give me a story where I'm invincible from the womb, not reincarnating to recent times. Don't erase my memories, please." Before Tu Kamngok could finish, Li Tuong had already taken her back. Tukbao was preparing to go to kindergarten, and Grandma, Tu started worrying again, instructing Tukbao to definitely listen to the teachers at kindergarten, to find a teacher if anything happened, to call grandmother. Tukbao happily replied, "I know, Grandma." At this time, Ham confidently assured, "Don't worry, with me here, No one will dare bully Tuk Bao. The little girl was extremely excited. The whole two family, young and old, followed behind the school bus. Tu Thang Yi leaned against the iron fence and sighed. She's growing up so fast, already starting kindergarten. Grandma, to grip the iron fence tightly, peeking secretly. Why don't we follow and take a look? After all, it's her first day of school. What if Tuk Bao can't adapt? Grandpa Tu said sternly. Stop peeking here. What will people think? Tu Nat Tran looked at the people who were secretly peeking, reminding everyone to go home, and at the same time telling everyone to trust Tuk Bao. At the kindergarten, in the principal's office, a serious man said, "The kindergarten where my daughter is studying, security must be guaranteed, especially in terms of anti-terrorism. Therefore, I feel it's necessary to conduct an inspection of your anti-terrorism plan." The principal hurriedly said, Yes, you're right, sir. Mok Kui Pham said happily, "Then let me be the chief inspector." The principal was surprised and delighted. All right, it's up to you, sir." But in his heart, he couldn't help but complain. After all, you're the boss. You can arrange it however you want. Mok Kui Pham finished arranging everything and left satisfied. The principal wiped off cold sweat. This new little girl was both the daughter of Director Mok and the little princess of the two family. Nothing could go wrong. Therefore, the principal decided to personally supervise. As soon as Tuk Bao entered kindergarten, she was assigned to the pineapple class. The little girl felt this class must be very tasty. Ham was in the Edinburgh class. She told Tuk Bao to come find her if anyone dared to bully her. Tuk Bao smiled and nodded in agreement. The homeroom teacher, Miss Hoa, gently asked Tuk Bao, "Today is your first day of school. Are you happy?" Miss Hoa smiled and said to Tuk Bao, "I'm the homeroom teacher of the pineapple class. You can call me Miss Hoa." Tuk Bao blinked her big round eyes, sweetly calling out, "Miss Hoa." Miss Hoa immediately smiled with her eyes. Looking at this child, her mood couldn't help but brighten. Miss Hoa told Ham to go to class first, saying that with her here, Tuk Bao would be fine. However, Ham was still not at ease, feeling that she should take her little sister to class safely, as this was the task her father had entrusted to her. At the classroom door, Ham suddenly waved her hand, and the children who were playing looked up. Ham imitated the usual demeanor of a teacher, saying, "This is our new classmate. Everyone greet the big sister." The playing children obediently replied in unison, "Hello, big sister." Li Thuong saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, if someone who didn't know saw this, they might think they were filming some dark movie. After Ham finished her proud speech, she was finally satisfied to say goodbye to Tuk Bao, while reminding her not to cry. Tuk Bao pretended she wouldn't cry. At this moment, the principal hurriedly ran over, standing at the classroom door, and lowering his voice to instruct Miss Hoa to pay special attention to Tuk Bao. Just then, another young female teacher came running, out of breath, and happened to hear what the principal and homeroom teacher were saying. She hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm late." The principal frowned, said nothing, and left. Miss Hoa told the female teacher to be more careful next time. In the classroom, Tuk Bao was concentrating on eating breakfast. Although she had eaten a little at home, she still had a good appetite and had already eaten half a bowl of rice in no time. At this moment, a little girl exclaimed in surprise, "Big sister, you're amazing. You eat so much." The girl thought Tuk Bao's name was Big Sister. Tuk Bao quickly corrected her. "My name is Tuk Bao." The little girl smiled shyly. "I thought your name was Big Sister." Another little boy mocked her. "Fat lady, you eat too much." The phrase fat lady made Tuk Bao feel uncomfortable. She seriously said, "Calling someone a fat lady is impolite. Please don't say that again." The boy, being reprimanded, became even more provocative, continuing to mock. "Fat lady, you eat everything, but can't finish anything." Tuk Bao put her bowl down on the table forcefully. "If you continue like this, I'll get angry." Just then, the female teacher who had arrived late stepped in. She patted the boy's head, then smiled at Tuk Bao. Remembering what the principal and homeroom teacher had just said, her smile became even brighter. She asked Tuk Bao why she wasn't happy, saying she could tell Miss Ondao. However, the female ghost on the teacher's head caught Tuk Bao's attention. The little girl turned to look at Li Thuong. "Master, look." Li Thuong observed and then discovered that this was a rare female flirtatious ghost. Li Thuong found it strange because flirtatious ghosts, born from the desire to be loved by many, were usually male. Yet the flirtatious ghost before him was female, and the host was also female, which was unusual. Faced with the evil spirit, Li Thuong advised Tuk Bao to deal with the immediate problem first. Tuk Bao said to the teacher, "A friend named Duong kept calling me a fat lady. I told him to stop, but he didn't." Miss Ondao immediately smiled and said, "So that's what happened. It's okay. We're all good friends. I'll ask Duong to apologize to Tuk Bao." Tuk Tuk Bao can also say it's fine, and everyone can shake hands and make up. Okay. The teacher smiled at the boy named Duong Duong, who reluctantly apologized. However, Tuk Bao didn't want to accept it. She just picked up her rice bowl and put it in the sink. Miss Andao was confused and asked Tuk Bao why she didn't want to accept Duong Duong's apology. Tuk Bao felt dissatisfied with how the teacher handled the situation. She believed that the teacher should have pointed out the mistake and required the offending student to apologize. Tuk Bao felt that if Duong Duong had sincerely apologized, she would forgive him. After all, Duong Duong apologized, but didn't seem to realize he had done anything wrong. Miss Andao suddenly realized she had made a mistake. She sincerely apologized. I'll definitely remember next time, okay? Tuk Bao wasn't satisfied with Miss Andao's explanation. She wondered why they had to wait until next time, and if this time would be overlooked. This made Tuk Bao doubt the teacher's handling of the situation. Miss Andao naively thought, why isn't Tuk Bao happy yet? Did I say something wrong again? On the other side of the classroom, Miss That Hoa started taking attendance. The children immediately put down their toys, some running as fast as they could, others moving sluggishly, especially the new student Tuk Bao, who was the fastest runner. Next, Miss Hoa led the children through a series of interactive games. She asked the children to respond to her calls, emphasizing that whoever spoke the loudest would be praised. Tuk Bao suddenly understood how to play this game, so when Miss Hoa called little friends for the second time, Tuk Bao shouted with all her might, the sound echoing so loudly that Miss Hoa couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Hoa praised Tuk Bao and rewarded her with a flower of praise. Seeing her reward, Tuk Bao's face was filled with joy. She felt that going to kindergarten was really fun. Since it was Tuk Bao's first day at school, Miss Hoa suggested she introduce herself. Tuk Bao proudly told everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Totu Tuk. You can call me Tuk Bao. I'm 4 years old, and I'm very happy to be friends with you all." At this moment, the mischievous boy Duong Duong couldn't resist playing a trick. He mocked Tuk Bao. "Thu, purple sweet potato. Huh, so you're a big sweet potato, eating a lot and pooping a lot." Miss Hoa sternly said to Duong Duong, "Giving nicknames to others is impolite behavior. It has hurt Tuk Bao." Quickly apologized to Tuk Bao. Duong Duong looked embarrassed and reluctantly apologized. However, Tuk Bao didn't forgive Duong Duong. She said to Miss Hoa, "I don't want to forgive him. Earlier, he called me a fat lady, and Miss Andao made him apologize, but he wasn't sincere." Miss Hoa glanced at Miss Andao and said to Tuk Bao, "It's okay. If you don't want to forgive, you don't have to for now. Wait until you feel you can forgive, then say it's okay, all right?" Tuk Bao nodded happily and vigorously. Miss Andao felt very frustrated. She had also instructed the same way, but neither child listened to her. So what could she do? Next, Miss Hoa taught everyone a morning exercise routine. At this moment, Duong Duong irritably stretched his legs while sitting on the chair, occasionally kicking the chair in front of him. In general, the boy wouldn't stay still. Tom Tom suddenly turned around and questioned Duong Duong why he was kicking her. Duong Duong replied, "I'm not kicking you, I'm just kicking the chair." At this point, Ms. Andao noticed this scene and quickly approached to inquire about the situation. She instructed Duong Duong to listen attentively, while comforting Tom Tom to be good and listen, saying that everyone was the best. Tom Tom had to turn back around. Next to her was Tuk Bao. Duong Duong felt bored and targeted Tuk Bao again. Looking at the two cute little buns on Tuk Bao's head, the mischievous boy reached out and pulled hard, yanking down the rabbit-shaped hair clip and pulling out some of Tuk Bao's hair. Tuk Bao felt a stinging pain on her scalp and let out a cry. She turned around to look, and it was Duong Duong again. Angrily, she said, "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, on her first day of school, little Tuk Bao had already gotten into a fight with someone. Seeing Tuk Bao angry, Duong Duong found it even more interesting. He reached out to grab the bun on her head again, pulling while saying, "People don't wear hair clips. Why do you wear them? Let me pull it out to make it look better." Hearing this, Li Thuong was furious, reaching a point where he couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately told Tuk Bao to go find Miss Hoa. Tuk Bao was so angry she couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped in front of Duong Duong and also forcefully grabbed his hair. Duong Duong, in pain, reflexively swung his hand to hit Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao didn't back down either, swinging her arms wildly and even kicking Duong Duong's knee. Duong Duong was kicked back a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. Everything happened so quickly. By the time Miss Hoa managed to react and run to the two children, Duong Duong had already been kicked to the ground by Tuk Bao. He was crying and cursing, using words he must have learned from somewhere. Tuk Bao stood with her arms crossed, her small face clearly showing stubbornness and refusal to give in. Li Thuong was so shocked his mouth fell open. He thought to himself, this hateful child, who is his grandmother. I must go find her tonight. A bad child is the mother's fault. A bad grandchild is the grandmother's fault. Looking at this rude child with a mouth full of filthy words, he must have learned it from his grandmother. Tuk Bao is still young, so she dealt with him. But I will go find his grandmother. Not only find his grandmother, but also dig up his ancestors' graves to question them thoroughly. Grandmother, too, had just arrived home when she unexpectedly received a call from the kindergarten reporting that Tuk Bao had gotten into a fight at school. The eldest son quickly inquired about Tuk Bao's situation, grandfather Gersning, to worriedly asked if Tuk Bao was injured, while Mok Kui Pham asked if Tuk Bao had won the fight. Mok Kui Pham knew well that fights between kindergarten children wouldn't be life-threatening. Since it wasn't life-threatening, he naturally had to ask if she had won. If she won, even if she was hurt, the opponent must surely be hurting more than Tuk Bao. And if she was injured, the opponent must certainly be more severely injured than Tuk Bao. In any case, his precious daughter absolutely could not be at a disadvantage, even by a little bit. On the other side, Tuk Bao fiercely said, if you're so good, then hit someone. If you're so good, don't cry. Duong Duong cried and said, I'll let my grandmother beat Tuk Bao to death. At this moment, Mok Kui Pham entered. He picked up Tuk Bao and carefully examined her, then asked, how was it? Did Daddy's precious win the fight? Tuk Bao waved her little fist. I won, Dad. Mok Kui Pham looked around and said to Tuk Bao, we don't bully others, but if others bully us, we have to let them know we're not easy to bully. Tuk Bao nodded, showing she understood. Grandfather, to sternly ask the principal about the incident. The principal looked at Miss Hoa, who was trembling inside, and could only grit her teeth and explain, Sir, it happened like this. During class, Duong Duong was a bit mischievous and pulled Tuk Bao's hair and hair clip. Tuk Bao got angry, and that's why she reacted physically. In fact, to be fair, the fault wasn't entirely Tuk Bao's. Tuk Bao had endured it 3 times before finally retaliating on the 3rd time. But before Miss Hoa could finish her sentence, an elderly woman with gray hair burst through the door with a thud. She had just heard Miss Hoa's explanation. Without saying a word, she immediately started scolding. Just pulling hair once and already hitting people. Duong Duong cried and pleaded to his grandmother. Grandma, she hit me. She even kicked me. My leg hurts so much. The old woman angrily scolded. This is outrageous. Even daring to hit my precious grandson. What's the world coming to? How did her parents raise her? Mok Kui Pham hugged Tuk Bao and laughed coldly. Well, show me how it's done then. At first, he thought the other party would be reasonable parents, and everyone could resolve this amicably. After all, children fighting was a normal occurrence. Unexpectedly, she hadn't even steadied herself before throwing insults at Tuk Bao. The old woman tried to raise her head, noticed Mok Kui Pham was an unfamiliar face, and became even more angry. So hitting people is justified now. Miss Hoa patiently explained the situation to Duong Duong's grandmother, clarifying that Duong Duong was at fault first, having mocked Tuk Bao. However, the old woman argued that children saying a few harsh words was no big deal, and that pulling hair was just boys being boys. But hitting was not okay. Miss Hoa took out the broken rabbit-shaped hair clip, proving that Duong Duong had used considerable force when pulling the hair. The principal, with a headache about to explode, signaled Miss Hoa to put away the hair clip to avoid further conflict. Miss Hoa continued, Today, Duong not only mocked Tuk Bao as Big Belly Lady, but also called me Purple Sweet Potato. Even after being reprimanded, he didn't sincerely apologize. As a teacher, I hope Duong Duong's parents can reconsider their parenting approach. Hearing this, the old woman became even angrier, questioning Miss Hoa back, believing she was implying that her grandson was hit due to her problematic parenting. She argued that children saying Big Belly Lady and Purple Sweet Potato was normal, innocent, and cute, not a big deal. On the contrary, she claimed Tuk Bao was the problem, questioning why her grandson didn't say these things to others but only to Tuk Bao, insisting that Tuk Bao must be the issue. Mok Kui Pham laughed angrily. Clearly, your grandson physically provoked my daughter first, and my daughter retaliated. Madam, to trembled with anger. Watching Mok Kui Pham and the old woman argue back and forth, she felt extremely worried. What kind of people were these? Tanat Tran also darkened his expression. If the fighters were adults, he could have taken the opponent to the police station for a lesson, but facing a child, he was helpless. The old woman, enraged, raised her fist declaring she wanted to teach Mok Kui Pham's daughter a lesson, challenging him to say anything more. Unexpectedly, When she tried to punch Mok Kui Pham, the old woman's hand was no match for the strong young man, resulting in her dislocating her joint. This made her even more furious, claiming that Mok Kui Pham dared to hit an elderly person, which was unacceptable. So, she demanded that Mok Kui Pham pay for her medical expenses. Mok Kui Pham couldn't believe this old woman would resort to such shameless tactics. Faced with the unreasonable demand of the other party, he refuted without hesitation. "I hit you, did I? Why didn't I hit anyone else but you? Don't you want to reflect on that? I'd even say it's because your bones are too hard. My chest hurts now." Mok Kui Pham not only didn't back down, but pressed on. "You want to go to the hospital for a checkup and want me to pay for your medical expenses, right? Come here, Tukbao. I'll give you 1 million yuan. Hit them 2 more times. If not, I'm afraid they'll go to the hospital and find nothing wrong, making it inconvenient to extort money from me." Tuk Bao looked at Mok Kui Pham in surprise, not expecting her father could do such a thing. Old man couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself that Mok Kui Pham was indeed an unconventional person, but dealing with such scoundrels required his methods. The old woman, hearing Mok Kui Pham's words, was so angry she could spit blood. She threatened, "Just you wait, I'll tell you this. Why your children resort to violence over such trivial matters, it turns out they're learning from adults. With parents like you, sooner or later these kids will be ruined by your teachings." The old woman then glared at the principal and Miss Hoa. "And you lot, the school administration, watching me get hit without intervening, just you wait. I'll expose you all. I'll post it on Douyin." Tunat Tran, sitting nearby, said to his assistant, "Go investigate who these people are." The old woman dared to threaten loudly. "Investigate what? What, you want to intimidate me too? I often read celebrity magazines. I've never seen you before. I don't believe you have any impressive background. Aren't you just some people with dirty money? Who doesn't have that?" The old woman started boasting about her family background, about her connections with the Mok family in the capital, intending to make Mok Kui Pham bow his head. However, Mok Kui Pham wasn't afraid at all. The Mok family again. Could it be that after being slapped in the face, they can't live anymore, so they've given up on looking down on business families like us, now accepting anyone? The old woman, holding her grandson's hand, was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Mok Kui Pham told them to stop. The old woman sneered, thinking Mok Kui Pham was scared. Mok Kui Pham looked at Duong Duong, his eyes showing 3 parts coldness, 4 parts pressure. "Your name is Duong Duong, right? Today, I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to Tuk Bao. A man should take responsibility for his actions. If you're wrong, you should apologize. If you can't recognize your mistakes, you'll face much harsher situations in society that will make you realize your faults." Overwhelmed by this presence, Duong Duong instinctively wanted to apologize. At this moment, the old woman hugged Duong Duong tightly, scolding Mok Kui Pham for being despicable and inhuman, treating a child like that, when clearly it was his daughter who hit someone. Duong Duong didn't do anything wrong, so why should he apologize? Duong Duong immediately felt justified. That's right, he hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he apologize? He wouldn't apologize. So, the grandmother and grandson left angrily. Teacher Andao stood anxiously in place, dejectedly apologizing to Miss Hoa, feeling she hadn't stopped Duong Duong and Tuk Bao from fighting in time, causing the situation to become so complicated. Miss Hoa consoled her. "This isn't your fault. Don't take it to heart." Teacher Andao curiously asked, "Miss Hoa, Tuk Bao's parents are both very impressive. How come I've never seen them in magazines?" Miss Hoa didn't answer. Teacher Andao only left with one sentence. "Those who appear in magazines are big shots, but sometimes those who don't appear in magazines are the real figures." Teacher Andao's eyes sparkled. She silently looked at Mok Kui Pham. This man was truly handsome. Most importantly, the rebellious and wild aura emanating from him was irresistibly attractive. This feeling of love intoxicated her. At this moment, a young male teacher tapped Teacher Andao's shoulder lightly. She was startled. It was Teacher Chu, one of her pursuers. He pulled Teacher Andao to a quiet place and asked worriedly, "Are you all right? I heard 2 kids in your class got into a fight, and parents came to school making a fuss. Were you implicated in any way?" Teacher Andao said apologetically, "I'm fine. This was actually my fault. I was distracted and didn't pay attention." Teacher Chu patted her gently to comfort her. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself too much. Don't be so distracted at work in the future." Teacher Andao said tearfully, "I was distracted because I was thinking about us, wasn't I?" Teacher Chu gently asked, "So, have you thought it through?" Teacher Chu was asking Teacher Andao to choose between him and Yi Ban. Teacher Andao immediately showed a pained expression. "Chu, please don't pressure me anymore. I'm really suffering. I love you very much, but Niban is a good person and he loves me deeply. Without me, he would be devastated. Although I don't love him, I'm really afraid of hurting him. I really can't do it. Please give me some more time. I'll slowly make him accept it." Seeing this, Teacher Chu sighed and decided not to pressure her anymore. Teacher Andao mentioned Tukbao's parents again, especially Tukbao's father. She felt the other party was very impressive and a bit intimidating. Teacher Chu told her that Tukbao is Ham Ham's younger sister, and the girl's maternal family is the Tu family, but he wasn't very clear about Tukbao's father. Teacher Andao was secretly amazed. Could it be that legendary low-profile Tu family? She remembered the man in the suit, always quiet and reserved, so he was the legendary big boss. Teacher Andao suddenly felt moved. After the fight, Tukbao didn't go home with her father, but insisted on finishing the school day before leaving. Ham Ham learned about Tukbao's fight with a classmate and was very angry. "How dare someone bully you? Why didn't you call me? I would have taught them a lesson too. What a pity. I missed the chance to teach the bad guy a lesson with my little sister." Tukbao explained, "If I had called you, it would have been too late." Ham Ham saw the point, but next time she meets that naughty kid, she'll definitely teach them a proper lesson. Ham Ham felt a bit regretful. She had promised the family to take good care of Tukbao, but on the very first day, the little girl got hurt. Ham Ham and Tukbao got on the school bus. Not long after, in front of the kindergarten gate, a man appeared carrying a lunchbox. Teacher Andao said coyly, "Niban, why did you come here? Didn't we agree that you shouldn't come to school to find me?" Niban handed her the lunchbox. "I was afraid you'd forget to eat again." Teacher Andao took it, saying gratefully, "Thank you, you're so good to me." Niban said, "Just a thank you." He pointed to his cheek. Teacher Andao blushed, looked around, then quickly kissed Niban on the cheek before shyly running into the school. Niban couldn't help but smile, feeling that Teacher Andao was really adorable. No one knew that, at this moment, the demon on Teacher Andao's head was indulging in the sweetness, burrowing deeper into her hair. Tukbao showed her rewards to Tiangu. "Tiangu, look, today I got many good flower points. Only kids who perform very well get these rewards. Am I great?" Tiangu praised. "Great, great, your electricity, your light, your quack shining brightly, you're the only legend. Superstar." Tukbao was overjoyed. At this moment, Mok Kui Pham took out a notebook and gave it to Tukbao, saying to his daughter, "This notebook is for you to collect your good flower points. I'll help you write a description under each good flower point, okay?" Tukbao's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "Yes, okay. This good flower point is because I spoke the loudest in class, so the teacher rewarded me." Mok Kui Pham took a pen and wrote a note under the good flower point. "Reward for the loudest roll call in class." Tukbao continued, "And this one is a reward the teacher gave me for finishing lunch first and eating the cleanest." Mok Kui Pham noted, "Reward for lunch champion." Then, Mok Kui Pham lowered his voice and asked, "Tukbao, do you think what Dad did today was right?" Tukbao thought for a moment and said that Dad giving her 1 million to hit someone didn't seem quite right, but Tukbao thought about how she had also hit Duong Duong, so she couldn't demand too much from her dad. Hearing Tukbao's answer, Mok Kui Pham was deeply moved. He hugged Tukbao and said to his daughter, "Tukbao is right, fighting is wrong, but we need different approaches for different people. Some people, when you reason with them, they want to use force, but when you use force, it's their turn to reason with you. So sometimes don't be too rigid, or you'll easily be at a disadvantage. Do you understand?" Tukbao nodded, half understanding and half not. Although she might not fully comprehend what Mok Kui Pham said, Mok Kui Pham only hoped that his Tukbao wouldn't be too saintly, wouldn't bully others, wouldn't be taken advantage of, and wouldn't be bound by worldly constraints. Just be an upright and open-minded person. That's enough. Do you understand? Mok Kui Pham asked. "Yes, I understand," Tukbao replied, saying she understood. Mok Kui Pham stretched, said goodnight to Tukbao, and left his daughter's room. Li Tuong spoke up beside her. "To Cam Ngok, you said you were worried about Tukbao's father. Now that you've met him, are you ready to reincarnate?" To Cam Ngok pitifully negotiated with Li Tuong. "Big brother, let me keep my memories when I transmigrate, or at least start from inside my mother's womb." Li Tuong helplessly replied, "I'm not your big brother. Your eldest brother is Tonyat Tran. If you want to find someone, find him. Also, do you really believe in transmigration? It seems you've read too many novels." To Cam Ngok retorted, "Before I died, I didn't believe in ghosts either. But look, don't we have everything now?" She sobbed. "What did Ngokni do wrong? Ngokni just wants to be by her daughter's side, yet you won't give us a chance to meet even if we're separated by life and death." Li Tuong rubbed his forehead. "You're overacting. If I arbitrarily allow you and Tukbao to meet, it would be an abuse of power." Li Tuong helplessly raised his hand, pulled out a notebook from thin air, turned to Tukbao's page and explained, "Everything we do can't be hidden from this notebook. What if this gets recorded and affects Tukbao in the future? Anything that might affect Tukbao's ability to overcome her tribulation, I must resolutely nip in the bud. My bringing you up here was my own action, but when it involves Tukbao, it's different. I can bear any consequences, but Tukbao can't. Do you understand?" After saying this, Li Tuang looked at Tokamgok and sighed, thinking, "Even if she's the mother of the little king of hell, I dare not force her. As long as I can make her willingly reincarnate, this mission can be considered complete." Tokamgok stared at the notebook, but she couldn't see any words. However, she understood that what Li Tuang said must be true. There were things she simply couldn't know. A sense of loneliness welled up in her heart. "All right, I'll go reincarnate. But are you deceiving me? There's clearly no writing on it. You don't need to be so complicated if you want to refuse me." Li Tuang irritably grabbed the notebook and swiftly gave Tokamgok a pop on the head. "Be a good girl and go reincarnate for me." Unexpectedly, this hit caused an unforeseen incident. Tokamgok was instantly shattered into fragments by the notebook, like fireflies, uncontrollably flying in all directions. Li Tuang was immediately stunned. "Damn it, soul scattered. What's going on?" He hastily reached out, frantically trying to gather the pieces of Tokamgok, but in vain. Finally, Tokamgok only managed to leave one last instruction. "Lord Li, I entrust Tukbao to you," before her soul completely vanished, leaving no trace. Li Tuang broke into a cold sweat. He had killed the mother of the little king of hell with his own hands. He was doomed. Li Tuang's already pale face turned even paler. "It's over. It's all over." Tokamgok used up all her luck to give birth to Tukbao, this little king of hell, which is why she died so young. She was supposed to reincarnate into a good family later. If not wealthy, then at least fortunate. But now I've scattered her soul. If I can't find her and bring her back, I might have to consider running away. 10 miles away from the two families' house, in a slum area, Tokamgok suddenly felt a heavy weight on her neck. At the same time, Tokamgok looked around with a confused expression. She discovered she had lost her memory, not knowing who she was or where she was. The parents of the girl named Tokamgok had passed away from overwork years ago, leaving her with a huge asset, a 40-story building. Tokamgok, still young, had become a landlord, busy collecting rent every day. An older man asked if it was difficult for her. Tokamgok smiled and replied, "Making money is always hard work, sir. It's not like money falls from the sky, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly something fell from above her head, landing on the ground with a thud. Tokamgok was startled and cursed under her breath. Looking down, she discovered a stack of money on the ground. Tokamgok exclaimed, "No way. Can money really fall from the sky?" Everyone around was amazed. Someone teased, "Tokamgok, maybe you've been blessed by the god of wealth. How lucky." Meanwhile, Li Tuang had a splitting headache, having searched all night without finding Tokamgok anywhere. He had completely forgotten about going to find Duongduong's grandmother to settle the score. Early morning. Tukbao woke up full of energy, neatly packed her school bag, bringing clothes, a towel, and a water cup. She carefully put on a light jacket as instructed by her teacher, then completed all preparations smoothly. Leaving the house with her school bag on her shoulder, she happily met Ham Ham, who was also on her way to school. At this time, Ham Ham was still sleepy. Tukbao mumbled as she walked, wearing a jacket, carrying a school bag, holding a water cup. "Sister Ham Ham, let's go." Old Mr. War. To kindly asked, "Are you two ready?" Tukbao and Ham Ham replied in unison, "Yes, we're ready." Ham Ham said while yawning, instinctively opening her school bag. Tukbao peeked in and discovered that her sister's bag contained a nightlight and a smelly shoe. Mokwi Pham, just back from his morning exercise, saw Tukbao and Ham Ham preparing to go to school and asked, "Going to school so early, not waiting for Dad?" Tukbao smiled and said, "I can go by myself, Dad. Be good at home." Old Mrs. Bro hurriedly ran out to remind them, "Eat breakfast before you go." Tukbao waved her hand. "I want to have breakfast at school. I can eat with my friends there." Old Mrs. felt a bit disappointed because her little darling no longer needed her to prepare a loving breakfast. At this moment, Tukbao saw Li Tuang slowly flying over. She stared blankly and asked in a low voice, "Master, you're back. Why do you look like that? Did you do something bad last night?" Li Tuang twitched the corner of his mouth, awkwardly explaining that he was tired from working overtime, but in his heart, he silently mumbled, "You might not believe me if I told you. I killed your mother." Tukbao suddenly raised her hand and called out, "Soul bottle, soul bottle. Did Master do something bad? Should we catch Master?" She mischievously asked the soul bottle if it had caught many ghosts, and even told it to go catch ghosts by itself and lock itself in the bottle. At this moment, the soul bottle showed a face. Look at this silly child expression. Lee Thuong secretly sighed in relief. However, he became even more worried because he couldn't find Takamngok anywhere. How should he resolve the situation? At school, a little girl carrying a bowl of rice came to sit at the same table as Tuk Bao, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tuk Bao and asked, "Tuk Bao, I'm Tam Tam. Do you remember me?" Tuk Bao nodded while eating rice. "Of course I remember. My memory is very good. Is there something you want to tell me?" Tam Tam told Tuk Bao that Duong Duong was hospitalized after being hit by her. Tuk Bao was stunned. "Is that so? Neither you nor my dad told me anything." Tam Tam immediately leaned in closer, lowering her voice, taking on the air of a village gossip expert. "Duong Duong's grandmother scolded the teacher, the school, and your dad in the class chat group. Then your dad scolded her back." Tuk Bao asked Tam Tam in surprise how she knew about this. Tam Tam said her mother told her, and that Duong Duong's grandmother even posted pictures of Duong Duong in the hospital, which she had seen. Tuk Bao was amazed. Oh my, he had to be hospitalized just for that. Tuk Bao was very confused. Clearly she didn't hit him hard, yet Duong Duong had to be hospitalized. He was so weak. Tam Tam explained that she had also been given a nickname by Duong Duong and had her cheeks pinched before. When she told Duong Duong to stop pinching her cheeks, he did it even more. After that, Tam Tam's mother went to talk to Duong Duong's grandmother, resulting in them arguing right in front of the classroom, which made Tam Tam very sad, feeling like it was her fault. Since then, Tam Tam's mother told her to stay away from Duong Duong and not play with him anymore. Tam Tam excitedly continued, "So, when my mom heard that you hit Duong Duong and he had to be hospitalized, she was very happy. I also think you're really amazing, like a superhero." Other children who overheard started buzzing. "Duong Duong is very naughty. We've all been bullied by him. Now you've taught him a lesson. You're a hero." Other kids chimed in. "Tuk Bao is so awesome, superhero." Thus, on just her second day of school, Tuk Bao had gained a group of little fans. Although Tuk Bao didn't understand why, suddenly having a few more friends was also very nice. On the other side, at the hospital, Duong Duong's grandmother was furious. "My grandson said he's in pain like he's dying, yet you say you can't find any problems. You bunch of quack doctors." Faced with the agitated grandmother, the doctor could only helplessly explain that they had done all the tests but really couldn't find any problems. Duong Duong's injury wasn't serious, just some minor scratches. Hearing this, Duong Duong's grandmother immediately flew into a rage. She believed that since her grandson kept complaining about knee pain, how could it just be a minor injury? She worried that her grandson had been misdiagnosed, suspecting the doctor of deliberately lying to extort money. She vowed to expose this hospital to let everyone know how incompetent these so-called professional doctors are. To ease the situation, the doctor could only write a very general conclusion on the medical report: suspected ligament injury, suspected cartilage damage. However, Duong Duong's grandmother was still unsatisfied. She immediately posted online about her grandson being beaten and the doctor's suspicion of ligament injury and cartilage damage. Duong Duong's grandmother cried in front of the camera. "This morning my grandson went to school healthy and normal, but when he came home he was injured. I'm just an old lady. I went to talk to the other parent about right and wrong, but I was beaten up. My grandson didn't provoke anyone. He just accidentally touched that child's hair while playing and got hit. That little girl is too violent. Surely learned it from her father." Relying on adult backing, she didn't even apologize and was very arrogant. "We just wanted an apology from the other side." But unexpectedly, the girl's father was very aggressive, covered in tattoos. He even hit an old lady, "Broke my teeth," she said while showing her dentures, hoping to gain support from netizens. Duong Duong's mother saw this and worriedly tried to persuade her mother-in-law, reminding her that the other party was the Ford II family, the richest in the capital. Duong Duong's grandmother wasn't afraid at all. She said that her ancestors were once richer than the Tafai II family, but somehow since she married into the family, they began to decline. Otherwise, they would also be a family with a long history. Duong Duong's grandmother also mentioned that she had a very good relationship with the Mok family, and that old Mrs. Mok would support her. In short, Duong Duong was her reverse scale, and she couldn't accept her grandson being wronged like this. Duong Duong's father also spoke up in support of his mother, saying that children's issues were the limit. It couldn't be tolerated, especially since his mother said the other party struck first, so they were in the right. What was there to fear? Now they had to make a big deal out of it so that the two family would have to consider carefully. The To family never expected that one day they would be attacked by cyberbullying. Old Mrs. Lai became increasingly outrageous, even posting a second video talking about how when she went to find the other parent to discuss right and wrong, she was insulted and they even tried to use 1 million yuan to silence her, demanding that she hand over her grandson to be beaten up a few more times. Netizens were extremely angry, unanimously criticizing this family's education methods, believing that it was the family's indulgence that led to the child's bad behavior. Old Mr. To, upon hearing the news, hurriedly came to assess the situation. The videos online were all words that twisted black and white. The uninformed netizens were being exploited, and their words made people even angrier. Tuk Bao became the most hated child on social media. Mo Kui Pham also became a tattooed villain who bullied others, the scum of society, a blood-sucking leech. Calls were rampant online. Boycott to corporations, starting with me. I hate spoiled brats the most. All brats should die. After understanding the situation, old Mr. Pampshin immediately ordered his secretary to report to the police, while commanding the two corporations' PR team to respond with full force. The PR team clearly explained the whole story, declaring that Tuk Bao did not hit anyone, and expressed willingness to cooperate with the other party to take the child to a higher-level hospital for examination. In addition, the Tu family also sued all those who spread false rumors online to hold them accountable. The little girl's once smiling face gradually became gloomy. Tuk Bao asked her uncle, "Did Tuk Bao do something wrong?" Tu Nat Tran said, "No, Tuk Bao didn't do anything wrong." Tuk Bao asked again, "Then why are they saying such things? Clearly they are wrong. Why are they scolding me?" Tuk Bao had a dispute with a classmate at school, although Tuk Bao felt she wasn't wrong, but in others' eyes, she seemed to have become a child who bullied friends. This made Tuk Bao feel very wronged. Old Mr. Slee replied, "Because they don't know anything and lack independent thinking, they believe whatever others say." Tuk Bao was even more confused. If they don't know anything, then how can they speak in such detail as if they witnessed it themselves? Why can they judge a person so casually without knowing the truth? Ma Kui Pham heartbrokenly picked up Tuk Bao to comfort her. "Darling, don't think too much about it. Go to your room and rest. Dad and Uncle will sort it out soon." However, the situation had already spiraled out of control. A TikToker posted a video saying, "Look everyone, I've received a lawyer's letter from the deaf to family. Is there any place left to speak the truth these days?" The viewers were in an uproar. They were more inclined to believe their own speculations. Someone even commented, "Why has the video been deleted? The power of a certain family is truly formidable. There must be something fishy here. Perhaps some hidden force intervened. No wonder an old person and a child were bullied to this extent." Just as the situation reached an impasse, Teacher Hoa bravely stood up to clarify the truth for Tuk Bao. However, Teacher Hoa's actions not only failed to gain understanding from netizens, but also led to more suspicion. The two families' PR is so poor, they even managed to bribe a teacher. "I don't believe a word you say. Tell us how much money the two family gave you. How can someone like you be worthy of being a teacher?" Finally, Tam Tam's mother also disregarded the pressure and stood up to say, "I am a parent in this class. I can testify that Teacher Hoa would absolutely not lie. That little boy often bullies other children in the class, and his grandmother is particularly unreasonable. However, she was no exception and was attacked by netizens. You say you're testifying, but how can that be proof? You must have been bribed too. Laughable. How many people have the two family bribed already?" The two families' sky was gloomy. Anyone who spoke up to defend Tuk Bao was seen as whitewashing. In this world, whether in politics or business, the hardest thing to control is the tongues of netizens. Old Mr. Tu coldly asked, "Is there surveillance camera footage?" Donat Tran replied, "The camera happened to be broken when the incident occurred. They never expected this kind of thing to happen to the two family." It turned out that this kindergarten applied a no-surveillance approach, completely trusting in the teacher's educational philosophy. So although there were cameras in public areas, the cameras in classrooms were often in a state of disrepair. The two brothers were furious, wanting to find the old woman who fabricated lies about Tuk Bao to settle the score. But Ton Nhat Tran calmly advised, "Right now, public opinion online is very heated. We can only solve this step by step. Everyone, don't act rashly. If we act on emotion disregarding the law, we'll be bitten back by the other side, doing exactly what the netizens are saying." Tuwai Tham also agreed. "Elder brother is right. We can't let Tuk Bao continue to be hurt. Now, unless there's surveillance camera footage, even if we could force that old woman to change her statement, netizens still won't believe it." Old Mr. Tu angrily said, "Then continue investigating. If the two family wants to investigate, I don't believe we can't find out." At this moment, Tuk Bao lay face down on the table. sadly asking her master, "Why are they like this?" Li Tuong told the little girl that this world is full of complex right and wrong. People always believe what they see, but don't realize that what they see is sometimes only what others intentionally let them see. Tuk Bao felt aggrieved, but I'm not wrong. If I could do it again, I think I would still hit Duong Duong. I don't understand why the world is like this, and I don't understand why they can talk about things I didn't do as if they were true. At this time, Mok Kui Pham stood at the door, silently watching the sad little girl. He understood that finally, his little treasure had been hurt. Mok Kui Pham left the two house under the cover of night. Although there were no surveillance cameras in the kindergarten, there must be satellite eyes around the kindergarten. High-resolution satellite eyes can clearly see even bird nests on trees. If lucky, it should be possible to reconstruct the entire incident. He said to himself, "Wait for Dad, Tuk Bao." Li Thuong sat silently cross-legged in front of Tuk Bao, asking, "So does Tuk Bao still have the courage to fight back?" Tuk Bao asked in return, "Can I?" Li Thuong encouraged. "As long as you feel you can, then you definitely can. Your courage is the light sword that helps you defeat all the monsters in the world." Li Thuong used terminology from the Ultraman cartoon to comfort Tuk Bao, to make her understand that she has the ability to overcome difficulties. You can bravely stand up to protect yourself. There are many things you can do. Even if the storm comes more fiercely, as long as you're not afraid, there's nothing to fear. Under her master's comfort, Tuk Bao rekindled the light in her heart, determined to bravely speak up to protect herself. No one knew that this would be Tuk Bao's most important transformation. Tune Yu flapped its wings, calling out, "Tuk Bao is great. Tuk Bao, hang in there. Tuk Bao, speak up for yourself. Tuk Bao regrets for life. Tuk Bao feeds itself a bag of salt." Li Tuong twitched his mouth. "Darling, it's speak up for yourself, which means expressing your own opinion, not feed yourself a bag of salt." Tuk Bao ran to Tohavan's room, expressing her determination to speak up for herself. She said, "Moreover, Dad has already said, we absolutely cannot suffer any loss. So for the things I didn't do, I want to bravely stand up and clarify." Tohavan was stunned for a moment. Then a fierce fire ignited in his heart. "Sister, I will support you." The two children immediately set to work without any hesitation. A moment later, Tuk Bao sat in front of the camera, her small hands obediently placed on her knees, looking a bit nervous. She took a deep breath, looked straight into the camera, and greeted the audience. She introduced herself as Tuk Bao, the bad child everyone was talking about. "I really did hit Duong Duong, but I don't feel I was wrong to hit him. At first, I was eating breakfast. Duong Duong called me a big belly, saying I eat a lot and poop a lot, eat everything and can't do anything right. I was very angry and told him to stop, but he kept talking. Then, I ignored him and ran to Teacher Hoa. But Duong Duong started teasing me again, calling me a big purple sweet potato, eating a lot and pooping a lot, eating everything and can't do anything right. I was very angry and told him to stop, but he kept talking. Then the teacher told Duong Duong to apologize quickly, but I didn't want to forgive him at all, because he was very insincere. So I ignored him again, but Duong Duong pulled my hair clip. Tuk Bao said while touching her head. He yanked my hair clip off, making my hair fall out. It hurt a lot. I asked why he did that, but he didn't listen, and even said he wanted to undo my braid too. I was so angry that I grabbed his hair too. He hit me, so I hit back. I don't think I was wrong. Dad said we shouldn't bully others, but we also absolutely can't let others bully us. At this point, tears began to fall. She choked up and said, "But uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, everyone says Tuk Bao is wrong, scolding Tuk Bao as a bad child. The uncles are very worried. Dad is also very anxious. Everyone is trying to tell the truth, but people don't believe it. Why is it that those who tell the truth are not believed, while those who lie get so much support? Tuk Bao doesn't understand what I've done wrong. I don't understand why people say I'm a bad child." Seeing his sister like this, Tohavan felt very uncomfortable. He ran to comfort Tuk Bao, telling her that she wasn't wrong. Tuk Bao sobbed, "Brother, Tuk Bao isn't wrong. If Duong Duong bullies me again, I'll still hit him." Tohavan didn't know what to do. He could only hug his sister tightly, comforting her. "You're not wrong. If he dares to come again, I'll hit him with you. We're not wrong." This video caused a lot of controversy online. Many people began to doubt their own judgments. However, among the well-intentioned words, there were still unavoidable sarcastic comments. Some suspected the girl of coming forward to whitewash herself. Rich families are so good at educating their children. How long has this child been crying? Crying to the point of laughing. So young and already knows how to act. Why not join showbiz? Oh, I forgot. Isn't one of her uncles a top actor in showbiz? In another development, Duong Duong's grandmother also watched Tuk Bao's video. Seeing Tuk Bao cry, cry, she mocked. Yesterday she was acting so fierce. Now she can only cry. The old woman thought that Tuk Bao had no evidence. Crying was useless. To prove innocence, she must provide video. However, the kindergarten had no surveillance cameras, which made the old woman even more gleeful. Mok Kui Pham was searching for satellite eyes, which would surely cause public opinion about Tuk Bao to turn once again. The old woman should just wait to receive her punishment. After watching Tuk Bao's video, Mrs. Dower immediately went to the girl's side. Seeing Tuk Bao sitting dazed on the sofa, she tearfully felt heartbroken. Tuk Bao was surprised to see her grandmother cry and took a tissue to wipe her tears, telling her not to cry because she knew her health wasn't good. Mrs. Tu couldn't hold back her tears even more. This child was truly kind-hearted. She herself was in pain, yet she turned to comfort her grandmother, which made her feel even more distressed. Mr. Tu also spoke up to comfort Tuk Bao, telling her not to care about the online discussions. The uncles would handle it. She just needed to grow up happily. Uncle Five to Thang Yi angrily said, "If anyone dares to continue slandering Tuk Bao, I will go find them and smash their phones." Looking at her grandparents and uncles, Tuk Bao felt very reassured. However, she still wanted to know if the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters online had understood the truth yet. Although Tuk Bao couldn't read, the adults didn't want to read the comments to her because those malicious words were really hard to hear. At this moment, Tu Havan volunteered to read the comments, but he was worried that Tuk Bao would cry. Tuk Bao said she wouldn't cry and told everyone that she was very brave now. Tu Havan nodded, trying to read the comments in a calm tone. "I don't know what happened, but at this moment, I choose to believe the little girl. The frustration in her eyes cannot be faked. This kid is a good actor, crying a little to cover everything up, who doesn't know how to cry. So young and already acting, it's disgusting. Deliberately crying before turning off the camera, want to increase credibility." Tu Havan said to Tuk Bao, "Online comments have good and bad ones, because no one can please everyone, so don't take them to heart too much." Although Tuk Bao felt that some people believed her, the harsh and sarcastic words made her increasingly sad. Nevertheless, Tuk Bao still tried to keep smiling, not wanting the adults to worry. Seeing Tuk Bao like this, Mrs. Bourne felt heartbroken. She's clearly very sad, yet still tries to smile to comfort us. Such a good child. How can they say such hurtful things? The more Tuk Bao thought about it, the more upset and sad she felt. For the first time, she understood the feeling of helplessness. She didn't understand why those uncles and aunts, after hearing her explanation, still said such things, as if all her efforts were in vain. Just then, Tu Havan told everyone that someone had shared a video link in the comments section, attracting everyone's attention. In the video, Mok Kui Pham told everyone that he had found several video clips of the scene from satellite eyes, hoping people could understand the truth. Mok Kui Pham opened the satellite eye and played a video clip. In the image, Tuk Bao was eating attentively, while Duong Duong was mocking her as Big Belly. After Tuk Bao got angry, Duong Duong didn't apologize sincerely at all. Although there was no sound, Duong Duong's sarcastic expression was clear for everyone to see. Next, Mok Kui Pham played another video clip. This time it showed Duong Duong mocking Tuk Bao as a huge purple sweet potato when she introduced herself. Although Tuk Bao was a bit unhappy, she didn't make a fuss about it. Next came the most important part. Mok Kui Pham let everyone see if they could endure having their hair pulled so hard. Tuk Bao had endured it twice, only retaliating on the third time. This video clip completely matched what Tuk Bao had previously described. After watching these video clips, those who had been mocking, sneering, and saying harsh things online suddenly fell silent. Mok Kui Pham didn't intend to stop there. Although the truth is clear now, I'm someone who settles scores. Since we've come this far, I'll show everyone one more video clip, even better than before. Continuing the story, after the kindergarten video ended, things didn't stop there. Mok Kui Pham proceeded to release the hospital video. The surveillance video at the hospital was truly remarkable. Without sound, it showed the old lady completely changing her attitude compared to her pitiful, crying face in the online video, glaring, causing trouble for no reason, demanding the doctor give her a diagnosis. Next was the scene in the hospital room. The video circulating online showed the boy crying in pain. In reality, the boy wasn't in pain from his injury, but because he was demanding fried chicken. The entire social media was shocked. "Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is the worst I've ever been deceived." So, the little girl was telling the truth all along. What those two family explained was also true. The funny thing is that back then, everyone said they were acting. I remember what Tuk Bao said when she cried, "Why doesn't anyone believe those who tell the truth? Why do liars get so much support?" Now I'm furious. I just want to ask that damn old lady, when will she come out and kneel down to apologize? Some people sincerely apologize to Tuk Bao. Tuk Bao, don't cry. You're not wrong. We were wrong. This chaotic society was wrong. Tuk Bao, I'm sorry. I didn't understand before and scolded you. I was wrong. Tuk Bao asked her brother, "What are the uncles, aunts, and siblings online saying?" To Havan replied, "They're all apologizing to you. Now they know they were wrong." Tuk Bao couldn't help but smile. Really? Finally, the uncles, aunts, and siblings believed Tuk Bao. It turns out that real effort can achieve what you want. As she was thinking, the door opened. Mokwi Pham entered in black attire, like a victorious general returning. "Dad's back." Tuk Bao immediately rushed into his arms. Mokwi Pham lifted his daughter high. "My dear, we've won." Tuk Bao cheered. "Yeah, we've won. We've triumphed. Dad's amazing. Tuk Bao's amazing. You guys are amazing. Big Brother's amazing. Grandparents are amazing. Master is amazing. Tunyu is amazing too." The little one excitedly named everyone, regardless of whether they were human or not. Mrs. Ma laughed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Forget about family traditions, etiquette, and classical education. In crucial moments, we still need to be like our son-in-law. Taking decisive action is most useful." This son-in-law is great. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Mok Kui Fam's phone rang. The panicked voice of Van Dao, his subordinate, came through the speaker. Everyone could vaguely hear. "Boss, what have you done now? Those were cameras from the police department and military. How dare you hack into them? The higher-ups are here, saying they want to meet with you. Come here quickly." Mok Kui Pham rubbed his nose. Tuk Bao asked her dad, "Dad, where is Uncle Van calling you to go?" Mok Kui Pham forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. He's just calling me for dinner." Tuk Bao clearly didn't believe it. Really? Tinat Tran looked at the father and daughter with gentle eyes, thinking to himself, "Since the truth has come to light, I should also use money to do what I want, as netizens have said." Unlike the joyful, relieved atmosphere in the Tu family, the atmosphere in the Lee family was now suffocatingly scary. The old lady looked at the insults directed at her online. What kind of curses are these? How can they use such offensive language? Don't they know I'm an old lady with a weak heart? Duong Duong's father was so angry he almost fainted, questioning his mother. "Didn't you say before that it was the other party's fault? How did it turn out like this?" Duong Duong's mother also said, "That's right, you said they hit our Duong Duong for no reason. But the truth isn't like that." Duong Duong's father thought to himself, "This old woman wants to get us all killed. The Tu family is so rich and powerful. Won't they make our Tien Luong Vuong company go bankrupt?" The old lady immediately threw her cane on the ground, sat down crying, "I'm always the one taking care of Duong Duong. None of you care. And now when something happens, you blame it all on me. My life is so miserable. Now my son hates me. My daughter-in-law scolds me. It's my fault for not raising Duong Duong well. I've failed our ancestors." Duong Duong's mother rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "This trick again." She was really fed up, just hoping that tonight the ancestors would quickly appear and take this old lady away. At this moment, the old lady suddenly remembered she knew Mrs. Mock, so she hurriedly took out her phone to call for help. "Mrs. Mock, it's me." The angry voice of Mrs. Mock came from the other end. "Is your family trying to ruin us? Don't call me anymore." With that, Mrs. Mock hung up immediately without further explanation. The old lady's family was stunned. The Mock family was so powerful. Why would they fear the Tu family? Duong Duong's father completely collapsed. "It's over. It's all over. The Tu family wanting to bankrupt us is just a matter of time. It's all because of that wicked old woman." That night, the old lady tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling more and more aggrieved. She just wanted to protect her grandson. What did she do wrong? After struggling until midnight, the old lady finally drifted off to sleep. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, she felt someone pass by the window. The old lady cried out in fear. Opening her eyes, "Who's there?" "No one. Did I mishear?" Just then, a soft sound came from behind. The old lady instinctively turned to look. Seeing the scene before her, she nearly lost her soul. In the room, a row of people dressed in mourning clothes stood straight, coldly staring at her. The old lady screamed and fell to the ground. An elderly woman looked at her coldly. "Nguai Hoa, do you remember me?" The old lady trembled, fearfully looking up. Seeing a pair of eyes staring at her, she thought to herself, "Impossible. My mother-in-law died from my provocation. It's been so many years. How can she appear here?" Her mother-in-law laughed coldly. "Nguai Hoa, you're very good. Haven't you seen how miserably you've ruined the Lai family?" Her husband's grandfather also said coldly, "Marrying an unvirtuous wife will harm 3 generations. You reap what you sow. First, you angered your in-laws to death, then caused your husband's death, and now you're raising a spoiled son. We've been working hard down there to do good deeds, accumulating merits for you. We struggled to help the Lai family find a good daughter-in-law, and you're so clever, confronting your daughter-in-law daily, and even instigating your grandson not to listen to his mother, making him even worse. Even her husband's great-grandfather spoke up. We've barely paid off our debts to the underworld, about to be reincarnated. Unexpectedly, just because of an unfilial daughter-in-law like you, we've all been dragged up here. Another person said, I think we shouldn't let her continue harming our Li family. Let's drag her down today. An angry ancestor grabbed the old lady's leg, pulling her out. Go now. The old lady screamed desperately. Help. Save me. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. Her desperate cries for help echoed everywhere, but unfortunately, no one could hear them. A few days later, the results of the cyber attack were revealed. The financial issues of the Li family were exposed, and their assets were frozen overnight. The old lady of the Li family suddenly suffered a stroke for unknown reasons. Though she survived, she became bedridden, unable to care for herself. Those who had followed public opinion and spread rumors were also held legally accountable, one by one. Meanwhile, a wave of apologies to Tuk Bao swept across the internet. Some even live-streamed themselves kowtowing. Tuk Bao was shocked when she saw these videos, feeling a chill for some reason. What's wrong with these people? They're clearly alive, but why do they look just like ghosts? Why can't they apologize properly? At the same time, in the principal's office of the kindergarten, teacher Andao asked in disbelief, why am I being fired? Did I do something wrong? I admit I was negligent in the matter between Tuk Bao and Duong Duong. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. The principal frowned and said, negligence in your work is just one reason. Think about the other reasons yourself. Teacher Andao, with tears in her eyes, said, I understand. Did I offend the Tu family? The principal, irritated by her tears, explained, it has nothing to do with the Tu family. Firing you was a decision made by the school board. Your simultaneous relationships with 3 boyfriends have extremely negatively impacted our school. Teacher Andao hastily explained, I only have Mr. Chu as my boyfriend. The others are just pursuing me. I'm trying to resolve my personal matters. I just didn't want to hurt them, so I wanted to explain slowly. The principal laughed coldly. Explain slowly. Kissing someone at the school gate, is that what you call explaining slowly? Teacher Andao turned pale. No. Let me explain. The principal didn't want to hear it and directly kicked her out. Standing at the door, teacher Andao felt very wronged, but she still believed that her dismissal had nothing to do with her personal affairs. It must be because she had offended the Tiers, Tu family. Maybe I should go to the Tu family and apologize. I'm Tuk Bao's teacher, and I'm so sincere, the Tu family will surely understand me. After leaving the kindergarten, she went home and changed into a pink spaghetti-strap dress, let down her slightly curled hair, and put on a pair of small, cherry-shaped earrings. The time teacher Andao chose to visit the Tu family was also very thoughtful, 7:30 p.m. This is usually when teachers visit students' homes, right after dinner, when people are free and in a good mood. Most importantly, Mr. To and Tuk Bao's father would definitely be at home. She gave a polite smile with a touch of cuteness to the butler. Hello, sir. I'm Tuk Bao's homeroom teacher. My name is Lam An. Here's my business card. I'm here for a home visit today. The butler looked her up and down, frowning. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Tuk Bao's class really had this teacher, he would have kicked her out at first glance. How could a teacher come for a home visit wearing a spaghetti-strap dress? Please follow me. At this time, all the 2 family members were at home. Tunat Tran was sitting in the first-floor living room handling company business. Mok Kui Pham was standing behind Tuk Bao. Suddenly, he saw a woman in a pink spaghetti-strap dress walk in. Mok Kui Pham quietly asked Tuk Bao, is this your teacher? Tuk Bao nodded. Yes, it's teacher Andao, but I don't like her very much. I feel that teacher Andao is a bit unable to distinguish right from wrong and often deceives others. Mok Kui Pham could see this from her expression, understanding that a teacher disliked by his daughter certainly wasn't a good teacher. As soon as she entered, Lam An was overwhelmed by the scene before her. So many handsome men. Her heart pounded, and involuntarily a scene appeared in her mind. A magnificent palace. She wore a princess dress sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by tall, handsome men in night costumes. The tallest and most handsome among them held her hand, gently saying, Good morning, my little cherry princess. At this moment, a voice rang out. Teacher Andao, grandmother tired to frowned as she looked at Lam An, who had just entered and was staring at her sons. A woman's intuition made her extremely uncomfortable. Lam An hurriedly said, Oh yes, I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello everyone, I'm Tuk Bao's homeroom teacher. My name is Lam An. You can call me Little Cherry. Hearing Lam An's coquettish tone, everyone fell silent. grandmother. She took the business card from the butler, her sharp eyes looking at Lam Tuan. Why this sudden home visit? The school didn't notify us. Tunyat Tran nodded. That's right. The previous homeroom teacher never made unannounced home visits. Lam Tuan promptly replied, It's our fault. Teacher Hoa forgot to notify you in advance. As she spoke, she looked towards Tunyat Tran. Their eyes met and her heart beat faster. Tunyat Tran asked, Forgot to notify. Tunyat Tran's eyes were cold. Lam Tuan blushed. I'm representing the school for this home visit. I'm truly sorry about the previous incident. I also bear great responsibility for it, which is why the principal asked me to come and apologize. Tunyat Tran said nothing, just looked at the butler, who understood and quietly went out to call the principal. This type of flirtatious person usually lives in their own fantasy world. Judging by her appearance, she must watch too many brainless TV dramas. Lam Tuan looked at grandmother. To cheerfully, Have you eaten dinner yet, Auntie? In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine grandmother, too, as a majestic queen, worrying about which son to marry her off to. However, grandmother Tu's voice was rather cold. What do you think? Lam Tuan felt that her conversation was a bit silly, making grandmother To look down on her. She frustratedly hit her head with her small fist, feeling she had been a bit over the top. Tuck Bao stared at the female ghost above Lam Tuan's head, which was now in sync with Lam Tuan, with a mesmerized look. Li Tuang couldn't help but click his tongue. Who knows how many plays she's imagining in her head. This type of flirtatious person usually lives in their own fantasy world. Judging by her appearance, she must watch too many brainless TV dramas. For example, like some classic drama where the female lead has intimate relationships with two men, hoping they won't argue about who the baby's father is, but instead live together. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt goosebumps and said that actually, Mary Sue's aren't that scary. What's scary are Mary Sue's with twisted values. Tuck Bao heard her master's ramblings and understood a bit. To learn more about Mary Sue's, she decided to ask Brother Havan to find the TV dramas her master mentioned to watch tonight. Just then, the butler finished his phone call and went to Tunyat Tran's side, whispering something. Tunyat Tran immediately looked at Lam Tuan, his face cold. At this moment, Lam Tuan was still acting. That day, the two children fought right in front of me. It's all my fault for not stopping it in time. While Lam Tuan was still feeling emotional, Tunyat Tran had already told the butler to see the guest out. Lam Tuan was stunned, not understanding why after she had expressed her self-blame and kindness, they not only didn't comfort her, but suddenly asked her to leave. The butler made a please gesture. Lam Tuan stood up uneasily, looking at Tunyat Tran with a pitiful expression, worried that she had said something wrong. Tuck Bao looked at the eldest brother, wanting to know what had happened. She had just heard her master talk about Mary Sue's. Why had teacher An Dao left? She hadn't caught that flirtatious female ghost yet. Li Tuang only said, Next time, it's too unlucky here. Ma Kui Pham picked up Tuck Bao to take her back to her room. Tuck Bao suddenly grew taller. Ma Kui Pham was startled and cried out. Tuck Bao found it amusing and laughed loudly. This was the first time she had ridden a big horse. So tall, feeling like she could reach out and pick the chandelier from the ceiling. If she were outside, could she reach out and touch the moon lady? Tuck Bao excitedly asked Ma Kui Pham to lift her even higher. Ma Kui Pham shrugged. Tuck Bao cheered with delight. Ma Kui Pham also became happier. Grandmother too was worried, cautioning, Be careful, don't let her fall. Ma Kui Pham said proudly, It's fine. I can hold up an airplane, let alone Tuck Bao. Tuck Bao exclaimed excitedly, Dad, I can pick stars now. She was eager to pick stars for everyone in the house, including her grandparents, aunts and uncles, siblings, and of course, her dad too. She even thought about the birds and turtles, wanting to share this joy with everyone. Suddenly, everyone heard Tuck Bao's ah. Everyone was worried, fearing she had fallen, and rushed upstairs. Grandmother too hurriedly went upstairs to check on Tuck Bao's condition. Tuck Bao held her head, saying she was fine, just hit the door frame. Ma Kui Pham explained that he had tried to duck as low as possible. Tuck Bao said just a little lower would have been enough. Ma Kui Pham quickly apologized. The two family members were both angry and amused, thinking that this unreliable father had hurt his daughter. Grandmother had to ask Tunyat Tran to get the medicine box. Meanwhile, Lam Tuan was crying, saying resentfully, What did I do wrong? I just came to sincerely apologize. Why wouldn't the Tu family listen to my explanation? Lam Tuan felt extremely wronged and uncomfortable, and even more heartbroken. Heartbroken because none of the men believed her. In her mind, the image of the music princess castle appeared involuntarily. 5 men deeply in love with the princess, misunderstanding and getting angry with her. The princess angrily left, and and while chasing after them, she accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. The 5 knights rushed over, but the princess refused to open her eyes. Only then did they regret their actions. Lam Tuyet Ain wandered on the street and happened to meet Chu Tio, who quickly inquired about her situation. Lam Tuyet An immediately threw herself into Chu Tio's arms. Chu Tio, did I do something wrong? Why did the principal fire me? And why won't the family forgive me? Chu Tio comforted Lam Tuyet Ang with a heavy heart. It's not your fault, dear. Don't cry anymore. Lam Tuyet Ang cried for a while, then realized that Chu Tio, who was hugging her, was just an ordinary man who couldn't be more ordinary. Before, she thought he was handsome, energetic, the most attractive among her boyfriends. But after meeting Tonyat Tran and Mok Kui Pham, Lam Tuyet Ang felt he was no longer worthy of her, and an indescribable discomfort arose in her heart. A good girl like her should be comforted by someone like Mok Kui Pham when crying. Thinking of this, Lam Tuyet An suddenly pushed Chu Tio away and ran off. She said painfully, I'm sorry, Chu Tio. We can't be together anymore. Fate brought us together, but we can't be with each other. After saying this, Lam Tuyet An left with a heavy heart. In Tuk Bao's room, grandmother Tu was holding an ice pack wrapped in a towel to the child's forehead. Mok Kui Pham reached out. Let me do it, mother. You're elderly. It's late, and you shouldn't be troubled taking care of Tuk Bao. Unexpectedly, grandmother Tu glared at him. Be quiet. Mok Kui Pham pouted. Tuk Bao obediently raised her head, allowing her grandmother to apply the ice pack. Mok Kui Pham cleared his throat. Tuk Bao, shall I tell you a story? What would you like to hear? He picked up some comic books from the table. Tuk Bao immediately raised her hand. Dad, I want to hear a story about a brainless Mary Sue, like a girl holding hands with 2 uncles, saying she wants both uncles to be the father of her child. Mok Kui Pham and grandmother, too, were stunned upon hearing this. Grandmother, too, angrily shouted, What? 1 girl and 2 men being the father of a child? Mok Kui Pham, what have you been letting the child watch? Mok Kui Pham was bewildered, feeling wrongly accused. He quickly explained, How could I let her watch such improper things? Tuk Bao looked away innocently, softly asking her master, Master, what's wrong with this story? Grandmother Tu paused, and both of them looked sharply towards the empty space. The master was also wrongly accused. The Mary Sue story he told was about a love triangle, not an action movie with fighting. But it seemed that both types of stories were not suitable for children. Li Truong twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Be good, Tuk Bao, listen now. We won't watch that anymore. Tuk Bao immediately understood that her master wasn't trustworthy and wanted to teach her improper things. Tuk Bao turned to Mok Kui Pham and said, Dad, Grandma, I won't watch that anymore. I want to read 100 Floors Under the Sea. Mok Kui Pham sighed in relief and took out the comic book Tuk Bao mentioned. He began telling the story to the little girl, Grandmother Branner. Tu looked at Tuk Bao lying obediently on the bed, then at Mok Kui Pham. It was rare to see someone as carefree as him patiently telling stories to his child. At this moment, grandmother, Tu felt her legs were slightly numb. She found it strange. It seemed that since Tuk Bao started massaging her legs, they had become stronger. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Grandmother Tu tried to stand up, but her legs still had no strength. She shook her head, thinking she must be overthinking. Mok Kui Pham read 100 Floors Under the Sea to his daughter. His voice was pleasant and quite soothing. He looked down at Tuk Bao, who was sound asleep, looking much more innocent when sleeping. Good night, Dad's little angel. Mok Kui Pham was very grateful for Tuk Bao's presence in his life. The only thing he regretted was not being able to be with Tuk Bao since her birth, and not being there when she needed him the most. But from now on, he would always be by her side. Mok Kui Pham stood up, stretched, and habitually walked towards the balcony. Tiong'u, who was sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes. It even moved aside to make room. Big brother, want to sleep together. Hearing this, Mok Kui Pham's mouth twitched. Who would want to sleep with a bird? He silently told Tiong'u to go find a female parrot to sleep with, saying the country had been liberated, and it wasn't allowed to become a spirit anymore. But looking at this parrot, he felt it was even more formidable than becoming a spirit. At this moment, Li Chuang was still looking at the notebook with a headache. Why can't I find it? Where has Tu Cam Ngok gone? He couldn't believe that she had really been frightened out of her wits by him. He thought to himself, if this continues, I might go crazy. The next day, after a night of crying, Lam Tuet An regained her spirits, encouraging herself and believing she was the best. At this moment, Nhi Ban, upon seeing her adorable appearance, couldn't help but smile. Little Cherry Blossom is so cute. He hugged Lam Tuyet-an from behind. Last night, when Lam Tuyet-an came to find him, he was both surprised and delighted, and begged her not to leave him again. But Lam Tuyet-an sadly shook her head. Niban, you treat me very well, and I want to be with you for life. Hearing this, Niban painfully begged her to stay, promising to give her the life she wanted. But Lam Tuyet-an said she couldn't abandon Chutio, as she was his only reason for living. If anything happened to him, she would surely collapse. Lam Tuyet-an sadly said, I love you very much, Niban. I really want to ignore everything else and just be happy with you. But you know, I can't stand by and watch Chutio like that. I can't be that selfish. So, Niban, please forget about me, Lam Tuyet-an said as she turned and ran away. Indeed, she and Niban didn't work out either. She thought to herself, what should I do now? She painfully sought out Du Dio Dio, her third boyfriend, besides Chutio and Niban. Seeing Lam Tuyet-an arrive, Du Dio Dio, who was about to go to work, was very surprised. He quietly said, Little Cherry Blossom, didn't you say you'd never see me again? I don't know either. I couldn't find anyone to talk to, and somehow ended up here, Lam Tuyet-an said, tears falling. Du Dio Dio tried not to move, only self-mockingly said, Where are Chutio and Niban? Aren't they? Lam Tuyet-an weakly said, Don't say any more. There was nothing between me and them to begin with. Since you left, I haven't been in contact with them either. I know I shouldn't have come to bother you today, but I really miss you. I can't lie to myself. Lam Tuyet-an, with tears in her eyes, told Du Dio Dio about her difficult situation, including being fired from the kindergarten and offending the Finley Tu family. Seeing Lam Tuyet-an in pain, Du Dio Dio couldn't help but hug her. So the one in your heart is me, right? Lam Tuyet-an was in extreme pain, realizing that Mokwi Pham and Nyatran had already occupied the place in her heart, and she couldn't love anyone else anymore. Lam Tuyet-an felt guilty towards Du Dio Dio, but immediately after, she took the initiative to kiss this man. However, throughout the process, with her eyes tightly shut, Lam Tuyet-an imagined she was being loved by the domineering CEO to Nat Tran. Because Lam Tuyet-an remembered that this man worked at the Platte Corporation, perhaps she could ask him to take her to meet Nat Tran to apologize. Du Dio Dio reluctantly said, You're not at fault. You don't need to apologize to anyone. Lam Tuyet-an shook her head with tears in her eyes. No, these past few days I've seen Tukbao being cyberbullied. I feel very guilty. It's all because I wasn't careful enough. If that day I hadn't been distracted thinking about you, I could have prevented the two children from fighting. Du Dio Dio only felt that her kindness made it impossible for him to refuse, but he was a bit uncomfortable. Let me try, but the two corporation CEO's office is on the 66th floor. We're ordinary administrative staff and can't go up there. Lam Tuyet-an said happily, It's okay. You just need to get me into the company. I believe heaven will surely bless those who don't give up. Looking at the towering building in front of her, Lam Tuyet-an couldn't help but be amazed by everything here. Seeing her innocent and pure appearance, Du Dio Dio felt even more affectionate. Lam Tuyet-an nervously asked, Does CEO Tu also come up from here? Du Dio Dio replied, No, the CEO has a separate entrance. It's that elevator over there. The Tu corporation is involved in multiple industries. For example, I work in the fashion industry. The business CEO's office and the corporation CEO's office are both on the 66th floor. They are corporation people, managing subsidiaries like us. The CEO isn't that unapproachable. He doesn't have a private elevator, but shares one with the corporation staff. Lam Tuyet-an marveled at the large scale of the Tupation Tu corporation, while thinking about how she no longer worked at the kindergarten. The Tu corporation was divided into the main corporation and subsidiaries. The main corporation had many departments, such as the secretarial department. Lam Tuyet-an thought if she could become a secretary for the CEO at the Tu corporation, then she would have many opportunities to meet the CEO. So she began to imagine a sweet love story between herself and the CEO. At the same time, Tunyat Tran on the 66th floor heard Tukbao's voice and immediately asked why he was here. Tukbao was wearing an adorable white and yellow striped t-shirt paired with denim overalls and carrying a transparent pet carrier containing Tiungu and Grandpa Turtle. Grandmother To, standing behind Tukbao, told Tunyat Tran that Tukbao had counted on his fingers and calculated that today he would face misfortune, so he came to check. It must be Tukbao's master teaching him random things again. Little Tukbao said that since Uncle was facing misfortune, he wouldn't do anything. He gently asked, So where does Tukbao plan to take Uncle? Tukbao seriously replied, To buy medicine for Uncle. Tunatran paused, remembering the paper Tukbao had given him before. Tukbao said disapprovingly, Last time I gave Uncle a paper with the list of medicines. Uncle received it, but didn't go buy them, right? Tukbao's small face was stern, showing a bit of anger. Tunatran smiled and said, We'll buy them. We'll go right now. Tuk Bao huffed. Uncle always says that but doesn't go. So today I'm here to supervise Uncle. Elsewhere, after working with Du Dio Dio for a while, Lam Tuet An made an excuse to get some fresh air and left the office. She had tried many ways, but couldn't reach the 66th floor. Just as she was about to give up, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a tall figure stepped out. Lam Tuet An's eyes immediately lit up. Indeed, heaven doesn't disappoint those who persevere. Tu Nhat Tran saw Lam Tuet An and frowned, asking why she was here. In Lam Tuet An's heart, a little deer was happily jumping. She wanted to greet Tu Nhat Tran, but grandmother too unhappily told her to move aside. At this moment, Tuk Bao stared at the mischievous ghost on Lam Tuet An's head and called for his grandmother. Lam Tuet An tucked her hair behind her ear, smiled and greeted Tuk Bao, asking where they were going. Tuk Bao told teacher Cherry Blossom that they were going to buy Chinese herbal medicine. Lam Tuet An was stunned and unconsciously asked, "At the herbal medicine market in Kianduang Ward." Tuk Bao nodded. "Yes, that's right." Tu Nhat Tran glanced at Tuk Bao, finding it strange. Tuk Bao deliberately told them to wait a moment, intending to let Lam Tuet An know where they were going. Lam Tuet An only needed a few questions to find out where Tuk Bao was going, not knowing that this was Tuk Bao's intentional disclosure to facilitate catching the mischievous ghost on her. Lam Tuet An immediately recognized this as an opportunity. She began to show concern for Grandmother To's health. Lam Tuet An asked if the old lady needed to go to the hospital, while expressing her desire to take care of her. However, Grandmother To was not appreciative. Instead, she seemed a bit impatient. She asked Lam Tuet An, "Who are you to me that you should take care of me?" Despite Grandmother To's lack of appreciation, Lam Tuet An didn't give up. She sincerely apologized, saying that as Tuk Bao's teacher, she hadn't taken good care of him. She begged the old lady to give her a chance. "Please let me take care of you." Grandmother Tu was truly at a loss for words. She couldn't understand Lam Tuet An's logic of wanting to take care of her because she hadn't taken good care of Tuk Bao. She felt she couldn't stay there any longer because Tuk Bao had just counted on his fingers, calculating that the time to go to the herbal market to catch the mischievous ghost had come, so he deliberately stopped. Teacher Cherry Blossom, knowing this, would certainly follow. Seeing Tu Nhat Tran about to leave, Lam Tuet An couldn't give up. She had worked so hard to meet Tu Nhat Tran. Lam Tuet An immediately chased after him, kneeling down in front of Tu Nhat Tran. At this moment, Du Dio Dio discovered Lam Tuet An was nowhere to be found. After searching around, he finally saw her, just in time to hear her crying and apologizing, begging Tu Nhat Tran for a chance to take care of Tuk Bao and Grandmother Tu. Lam Tuet An swore she would do well. Unexpectedly, before Tu Nhat Tran could speak, Grandmother To scolded, "Tuk Bao and I don't need your care. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to take care of Tuk Bao? Do you have that qualification? You failed to fulfill your responsibilities and got fired. What does that have to do with us? Coming to apologize 3 or 4 times, I think you're just trying to make a scene." Faced with Grandmother Tu's criticism, Lam Tuet An felt very aggrieved. She had apologized so sincerely. How could the old lady speak to her like that? She thought that with her image of a fragile white plum blossom, not submitting to life's hardships, always striving hard, Mr. Tu would surely agree to her request. But reality was not like that. Du Dio Dio, witnessing this scene, felt in his heart that Grandmother Tu was a bit excessive. Little Cherry Blossom had already apologized so pitifully. If they didn't want to listen, they could just leave. Why did they have to scold her? He tried to persuade Lam Tuet An to give up. But Lam Tuet An was not willing to give up. She sobbed and begged Du Dio Dio, hoping he could help her chase after Tu Nhat Tran and receive forgiveness from the To family. Du Dio Dio reluctantly agreed, but failed to realize he was helping Lam Tuet An pursue Tu Nhat Tran. At the herbal market in Kianduang Ward, Li Tuong took the opportunity to teach Tuk Bao how to identify herbs. He told Tuk Bao to distinguish between Panax noda ginseng and American ginseng, as well as Cotinopsis and American ginseng. He instructed Tuk Bao to first look at their colors, check for mold, and then taste the herbs. If they were sour, it indicated poor quality. Tuk Bao listened attentively, learning the theory of distinguishing good and bad herbs while weaving through the medicine stalls. He quickly memorized many types of Chinese herbs. Grandmother poured you to saw Tuk Bao's concentration and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. At this moment, the shop owner came out, smiling and asking if they needed any help. Tuk Bao smiled and said no, they could choose by themselves. Niban couldn't help but doubt. How could such a small child know how to choose? Li Thuong stared at the shop owner, thinking to himself that he had finally found Lam Tuet-an's last boyfriend. Someone so heavily infused with yin energy, it was almost certainly him. At this point, Niban suddenly felt that Tukbao looked very familiar and curiously asked if he was Tukbao. Tukbao was surprised and said, "Oh," then curiously asked, "Do you know me, uncle?" Continuing the previous story, because of Lam Tuet-an's situation, Niban had seen the incident of Tukbao being exposed online, so he recognized Tukbao. Towards this child, who had caused his little cherry blossom to feel guilty and self-reproachful, Niban didn't have much goodwill, especially since yesterday, when little cherry blossom came to apologize and was driven out by the Tu family, he coldly said, "Please feel free to look around." Then he lazily left without further reception. On the other side, Lam Tuet-an and Du Dio Dio arrived at the herbal market. Lam Tuet-an suddenly remembered that Niban had a shop in this market and felt a bit worried. Therefore, to avoid Du Dio Dio and Niban meeting, she decided to split up with Du Dio Dio. Because she feared missing this chance today, it would be very difficult to meet Tonyat Tran again. Du Dio Dio was completely unaware of Lam Tuet-an's thoughts and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The two separated, and Lam Tuet-an was delighted in her heart, finally free. However, she didn't notice that Chu Tio was standing in front of a Chinese medicine stall, carefully selecting herbs. At this moment, Lam Tuet-an was completely unaware that all three of her boyfriends had arrived. Meanwhile, Tukbao was carefully selecting medicine in Niban's shop. Niban sat inside, sipping tea while watching Tukbao, observing the girl's behavior as she pretended to know nothing about medicine. Suddenly, Tukbao picked up a piece of herb and put it in her mouth to chew. Grandmother saw this and quickly stopped her, telling the girl that this type of medicine couldn't be eaten. Tukbao explained that she was learning how to choose medicine. She knew that the characteristics of Codonopsis include many wrinkles, horizontal ring-shaped veins, thick and plump roots, and a sweet taste when chewed, indicates good quality. Niban was surprised to discover that Tukbao really understood some knowledge about medicine and couldn't help but look at her differently. Tukbao picked up several carefully selected Codonopsis roots. Tunat Tran instinctively passed the basket over to hold them. Suddenly, Lam Tuet-an's voice rang out, "Mr. To, everyone's here." Lam Tuet-an stood at the door, looking at Tonyat Tran in surprise, but she didn't notice Niban sitting in the shop, who was equally surprised. As Niban was about to speak, he saw Tonyat Tran's face darken as he coldly said, "What else do you want? I've already said that the To family doesn't accept your apology, nor will we pursue the matter, but I warn you not to bother us anymore." Hearing this, Lam Tuet-an hurriedly wanted to explain the truth, that the kindergarten fired her because she didn't take good care of Tukbao. Tunat Tran told her that this had nothing to do with Tukbao, but because she was simultaneously involved with 3 boyfriends, corrupting good morals. Grandmother, to also express doubt about her apology, believing she had other intentions. Lam Tuet-an tried to explain, but Tonat Tran and Grandmother too didn't believe her. Hearing this, Niban had been stunned for a while. What 3 boyfriends? Wasn't it just him and Chu Tio besides himself? Moreover, Little Cherry Blossom and Chu Tio weren't in a romantic relationship. She had said she was only afraid Chu Tio would become depressed and commit suicide, so she had to reluctantly comfort him first. Lam Tuet-an's eyes were still fixed on Tonat Tran, still not noticing Niban. Lam Tuet-an, with tears in her eyes, denied the story of 3 boyfriends. Hearing her denial, Niban sighed in relief. He knew it. How could his little cherry blossom be that kind of girl? However, Lam Tuet-an's next words made him freeze on the spot. Lam Tuet-an, looking pitiful, said, "I'm still single. I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't know what everyone is talking about." At this moment, Niban was hiding in the shadows. He really couldn't believe his ears. She's single, no boyfriend. Then what was he? Tunat Tran calmly helped Lam Tuet-an regain her memory, interrupting, "I've investigated. Chu Tio, Niban, and Du Dio Dio are all your boyfriends. Weren't you just with Du Dio Dio? How quickly you've denied it." Tuk Bao watched the eldest brother and Lam Tuet-an argue, remembering that her master also said Teacher Cherry Blossom had 3 boyfriends, and that gathering 3 boyfriends could exchange for 1 flirtatious ghost. Now there were still 2 missing. Just as she thought this, she saw Chu Tio and Du Dio Dio standing behind Lam Tuet-an. Tuk Bao's eyes suddenly lit up. These 3 men all believed that Lam Tuet-an's feelings for them were real, but at this moment they discovered that they were just spare tires to win Tonat Tran's heart. Lam Tuet-an lied that her relationships with the 3 of them were just friendships. As for knowing Chu Tio, it was because they were colleagues at the kindergarten and just got along well. Regarding Du Dio Dio, she said she wasn't close to him, just a chance encounter today. She even said that if this made Tonat Tran uncomfortable, she could cut off contact with them. She tried to make Tonat Tran believe that he was the one she liked. These words happened to reach the ears of Chu Tio and Du Dio Dio, who had just arrived. Chu Tio smiled bitterly, feeling that he meant nothing to this woman. Du Dio Dio couldn't believe that Lam Tuyet An, who was intimate with him last night, now claimed not to know him. Hearing this, Lam Tuyet An immediately froze, her heart growing more panicked, because as soon as she looked up, she saw Ngi Ban appear in front of her. Lam Tuyet Ain never expected that all three boyfriends would be present and hear what she had just said. Her face immediately turned pale. Tuk Bao witnessed everything and couldn't help but marvel at how Lam Tuyet Ain's face was like a switch, turning red with one flick and pale with another. The little girl thought Lam Tuyet Ain was truly impressive, but at this moment, Lam Tuyet Ain was in complete disarray, not knowing how to handle the awkward situation before her. Chu Tio stared at Niban. Niban, are you the one who's been chasing after Little Cherry Blossom? Niban coldly snorted. Chu Tio, aren't you the one who's been pursuing Little Cherry Blossom? Du Dio looked at Chu Tio. Little Cherry Blossom said you were severely depressed. I don't think that seems to be the case. The three men, upon meeting, immediately confronted each other fiercely. Lam Tuyet An anxiously wanted to leave, but all three boyfriends blocked her way, asking her what exactly was going on, demanding she explain clearly. Faced with the interrogation from her three boyfriends, she didn't know how to explain. Meanwhile, Tonat Tran stood aside watching the drama unfold, making Lam Tuyet An even more nervous. She tried to explain, "You're all my good friends. I've always thought of you all as brothers," but the three men were extremely disappointed by her words. Niban couldn't believe it even more. How could Lam Tuyet An see him as a brother? He said incredulously, "Then why did you do that with me?" Lam Tuyet An was startled, angry that Niban had exposed this. She was about to defend herself when Du Dio Dio revealed an even more shocking truth. "What nonsense are you talking about? Last night, Lam Tuyet An was with me. She was still a virgin." Hearing these words, Chu Tio and Niban were utterly shocked, feeling as if thousands of horses were galloping through their heads. They looked at Lam Tuyet An, and after a long while, finally found their voices again. Chu Tio said, "It was the same when Little Cherry Blossom was with me." No matter how slow they might be, the three men now understood what was happening. They never expected that even this was a lie. Tuk Bao quietly approached Li Tuong, whispering, "Master, the three boyfriends have gathered. When are we going to catch the demon?" Li Tuong, still enjoying the drama, told Tuk Bao to wait a little longer. Chu Tio turned his back and walked away. He said disappointedly, "So all this time I've been played in the palm of your hand. I thought you were pure and lovable, but now it seems I was the naive one. Since it's like this, we're just colleagues. Everything ends here. Take care of yourself." With that, Chu Tio left without looking back. As Lam Tuyet An watched Chu Tio leave, she felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She never expected that Chu Tio, the one who treated her the best and loved her the most, would leave so decisively. She couldn't help but clutch her chest, wanting to chase after him, using this opportunity to leave this place. However, Niban suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly, questioning, "You want to leave without giving me an explanation? Or do you still have feelings for him?" Du Dio Dio stared at Lam Tuyet An. "Tell us, who do you love the most? Chu Tio has already left. Do you choose him or me?" Old Lady 2, witnessing this scene, sighed that young people nowadays are really being cheated on so much and still able to accept it. She couldn't help but feel that she had grown old and could no longer understand the world of young people. Lam Tuyet An looked at the two men fighting for her affection, feeling extremely distressed. She found herself in a dilemma, begging them not to force her to choose between them, as she couldn't bear to give up either of them. She pleaded with them not to force her to choose anymore, hoping they could turn their rivalry into silent care for her, and then the three of them could live happily together. Tuk Bao, observing the familiar scene before her, quietly asked Li Thuong, "Master, is this a Mary Sue story about a girl and two boys?" Old Lady 2, shocked by the scene before her, blurted out, "It's not a Mary Sue story. It's a ridiculous story that turns morals upside down." Li Thuong felt a bit uneasy, quickly changed the subject, reminding Tuk Bao, "Little Bao, we should focus on our task now. Today, I'll teach you the spirit binding technique, which uses your own magical power to condense qi into a rope to bind ghosts and spirits. Try to concentrate qi in your palm, then imagine it becoming a rope and throw it out." Tuk Bao seriously followed the instructions, mumbling to herself, then used her strength to throw something out, but nothing was thrown. Li Thuong encouraged her. "It's okay. Even the most talented person, when first learning spirit binding, had to try several times before successfully throwing out a red rope. Tuk Bao tried again with a hia, but still couldn't throw anything out. The little girl, not satisfied, let out another hia. Tunyatran unconsciously looked at Tuk Bao, wondering what she was throwing, as he couldn't see anything. Following Tuk Bao's motion, a red net flew out with a whoosh, accurately covering the promiscuous ghost. This scene nearly made Li Tuong's jaw drop, because even the most talented genius, when first performing spirit binding, could only throw out a single red string. The promiscuous ghost, who had been creating illusions, immediately regained clarity after being bound by Tuk Bao's red net. She looked up and saw that the one who had bound her was just a child. However, when the promiscuous ghost began to struggle, the red net tightened even more, causing her to scream in pain. Catching me won't be that easy. At this moment, Lam Tuet An's eyes gradually became dazed, and she unconsciously mumbled, "Ni ban, Dio Dio, don't leave me." Meanwhile, the promiscuous ghost struggled hard against the red net. Tuk Bao couldn't hold steady and almost fell to one side. Tunyatran quickly supported Tuk Bao. Li Tuong's eyes turned cold. "You dare to bully my disciple? Behave yourself." As he spoke, his finger moved slightly, and the red net immediately emitted a red light, suppressing the promiscuous ghost, so she couldn't move. Tuk Bao pulled with all her might and finally managed to extract the promiscuous ghost from Lam Tueran's head. The little girl was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, Du Jiu let go of Lam Tueran's hand and said disappointedly, "Since you can't choose, I'll let go." Last night, they were still embracing each other, imagining a happy future together. But today, reality had dealt Du Jiu a fatal blow. He should have known earlier that Lam Tuet-an never wanted to be faithful. Du Jiu sighed helplessly and left without looking back. Seeing that she couldn't keep Du Jiu, Lam Tuet-an immediately turned to Niban, saying pitifully, "Niban, now I only have you. You said you wouldn't leave me, that you'd love me forever." However, Niban said to her, "Go home and pack your things. Don't come back anymore." Hearing these words, Lam Tuet-an was stunned. She couldn't believe Niban would treat her like this. She cried, saying, "You said that no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me and always stay by my side." But Niban had made up his mind. "I've changed my mind now. I'll take back this card too. From now on, you're on your own." Lam Tuet-an felt a chill run through her body. Without a source of income, how would she survive? She wanted to hold on, but the man firmly pushed her away, while apologizing to Tuk Bao and Tonyat Tran, saying they wouldn't be doing business today and giving them the medicinal herbs before leaving. As Niban left, old lady Suru to curiously ask Tuk Bao what she was holding in her hand. Remembering her grandmother's frightened expression earlier, Tuk Bao quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, Grandma. I'm just playing." Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Lam Tuet-an immediately cried and begged Tonyat Tran for comfort. "Brother To, I'm really sad. Now I don't know what to do. Where to go? Can I lean on your shoulder for a bit, just for a moment?" Seeing that Lam Tuet-an was shamelessly trying to lean on him, Tonyat Tran didn't hesitate to punch her, telling her not to cling to him anymore, or he'd hit her every time she tried. At this moment, Tonyat Tran had somewhat absorbed Mok Kui Fam's characteristic boldness. Tuk Bao and Old Lady To, young and old, were both shocked by this scene. Lam Tuet-an raised her hand, watching the receding backs. Her heart shattered. She couldn't understand why everyone was leaving her. If they truly loved her, isn't love supposed to accept everything, including the other person's flaws? She just lacked a sense of security, just wanted lots and lots of love. What wrong had she done? Lam Tuet-an stared blankly at the end of the road, but unfortunately, no one turned back. Tuk Bao dragged the promiscuous ghost home and tied her to the bedpost. The ghost kept struggling, trying to escape. "Let me go. I'm a ghost. Is it reasonable to tie me up like a dog?" But Tuk Bao didn't care. "Auntie, you can keep shouting. It's fine. No one else can hear you anyway." At this moment, Tohavan curiously peeked in and asked Tuk Bao what she had caught. Tuk Bao looked at her brother. "You don't want to know." However, the more Tuk Bao refused to say, the more curious Tohavan became. So the boy took out his homemade camera to take a picture, and indeed saw a female ghost lying listlessly in the corner of the bed, looking dazed. Tuk Bao brought a small stool and sat next to the ghost. "Promiscuous auntie, have you calmed down yet?" Hearing this, the promiscuous ghost snorted in contempt. At this moment, Toavan also brought a small stool and sat next to his sister. Tuk Bao said, "Let's sit together." By now, the promiscuous ghost had calmed down considerably. Tuk Bao began to ask about her name, date of birth, hometown, and how she died. Recalling the time spent on Lam Tuet-an's head, the promiscuous ghost couldn't help but curse Lam Tuet-an's stupidity in her mind, then angrily recounted her story. "Kid, can you believe it? I'm a respectable ghost, yet I was blinded by her delusions." Tuk Bao listened with a confused mind. The promiscuous ghost reluctantly explained, "Initially, I attached to her just to absorb some negative energy, but I never expected she could imagine to that extent. Being on Lam Fong for so long, I almost forgot why I came in the first place. It's really embarrassing for a ghost to admit. Li Thuong mocked. So when I just caught you earlier, you were yelling to be released. The promiscuous ghost irritably said, that's different. After all, being caught could mean being destroyed. But if I could leave Lam Fong at that time and take the chance to escape, I could find someone else. There are so many promiscuous men and women in this world. I could easily find someone compatible with me. Who knew I'd be so blind as to choose Lam Fong? Li Thuong said, indeed, you were blind. You're the first ghost we've caught who was influenced by the host. In a way, you're quite pitiful. The promiscuous ghost cried and lamented. Isn't it so? The host's desires should have turned into negative energy for me to absorb, but instead, the negative energy on me became nourishment for her. I've never seen a woman with such a bizarre mind, always imagining herself as the lead in a TV drama, a noble princess, truly believing that all men in this world revolve around her, making her the center. Promiscuous, stupid, and delusional. I feel her mind wasn't normal. The promiscuous ghost rattled on, seemingly having harbored resentment for a long time. Tuk Bao curiously asked, but aren't you also a promiscuous ghost? Were you like teacher Andao before? Hearing this, the promiscuous ghost immediately flared up. Kid, don't you dare insult me. Although I did indeed 2 times, resulting in my downfall, but I'm actually quite pitiful. You probably won't believe it, but my ex-boyfriend swindled all my money, then ran away with my ex-boyfriend. Tuk Bao became even more curious. Master, what's the deal with these 2 boyfriends? How could they run away together? Li Thuong was momentarily speechless and had to say, children shouldn't ask so many questions. Just listen to her story. The promiscuous ghost sighed and continued. My name is Nin Bak Phi, born in Sidix, an only child. Though my family wasn't extremely wealthy, we were considered well off. My parents even bought me a villa in the rich neighborhood. Before college, I always studied hard and had a good temperament, being the good child in everyone's eyes. The wildness suppressed in my heart naturally went unnoticed by anyone. When I entered college, free from my parents' supervision for the first time, I suddenly felt like a bird released from its cage. I started frequently going to bars, singing karaoke, and partying. Because I had money and looks, naturally, many people pursued me. I met my first boyfriend during that time. He was also from our city. His family background was similar to mine. But after being together for half a year, suddenly one day I felt bored. Tuk Bao asked in surprise why. The promiscuous ghost replied, perhaps because I had seen too much. I saw through his personality completely, felt like I could see the outcome of our future days, leaving only a bland, tasteless feeling. Moreover, right at that time, another boy with a completely opposite personality entered my sight. He had such a gentle nature that it made one's heart ache, like a little rabbit clinging to me, both understanding and gentle. I really liked that type of person, so I broke up with my first boyfriend and went to him. Tuk Bao nodded. So this time you chose someone you liked. Surely you'd be together forever, right? Unexpectedly, the promiscuous ghost shook her head. No, he was too gentle, there was no challenge at all, and he was clingy too. Therefore, we broke up a month later. Tuk Bao looked confused. Adult relationships are so hard to understand. How can you like someone and then suddenly not like them anymore? Moreover, didn't you initially like him for being gentle? Why did you end up disliking him for being too gentle? Li Thuong asked. What happened next? The promiscuous ghost continued. After breaking up, I discovered that without love, my heart felt empty and uncomfortable. At this point, I started to think my first boyfriend was actually good, and I planned to beg him to take me back. But right at that moment, a senior appeared by my side. This senior was handsome and energetic, both enthusiastic and open, and very caring towards others. I quickly fell for him. Tuk Bao nodded. I can guess the plot now. So you went to the senior. The promiscuous ghost sighed. I didn't want to, but the senior was really handsome. Compared to my ex-boyfriend, everything about the senior was fresher and more charismatic. Tuk Bao was speechless. There's nothing more to say. You're truly promiscuous. The promiscuous ghost defended herself. It's not like that. I poured my heart into every relationship. I was always sincere. Every time I dated a new boyfriend, I felt like I was wearing a new dress, feeling extremely happy inside. Especially during the first month of a new relationship, my boyfriend and I would be inseparable, our feelings burning passionately, wishing we could stick together forever. Li Thuong patiently listened to the promiscuous ghost's story, curiously asking, so were you killed while changing boyfriends? The promiscuous ghost sighed. It didn't go that far. Then she began to tell about her complicated love story. After graduation, her romantic history with her first boyfriend and the second gentle boyfriend put her in a difficult situation. After graduation, her family started pressuring her to get married. When they learned about her past with the first boyfriend, and coincidentally the two families knew each other, both sets of parents arranged for them to be together together. At that time, she was in an emotionally empty period, so she agreed. Perhaps because she had grown tired of playing around, she also wanted to settle down. Soon after, she and her ex-boyfriend started discussing marriage. At this point, she suddenly realized that love could be as gentle and smooth as flowing water, and could be so happy. Just as she was content to prepare to step into the grave of marriage, the second gentle boyfriend came to find her. With a sad face, he told her that he still couldn't forget her after all these years. Now, he could only force a smile and wish her happiness. That night, he even took her to see fireworks, wishing her a peaceful and happy life ahead. Tukbao commented, "He's a very good person." However, the promiscuous ghost snorted, "My death is related to him. I realized I still loved him, but I also loved my soon-to-be husband." The promiscuous ghost couldn't forget her feelings for both men and didn't want to hurt her fiancé. So she prepared for the wedding with her fiancé while secretly dating the gentle boyfriend. The excitement of this clandestine relationship made her develop an illusion, thinking she still loved the gentle boyfriend. However, she also realized that continuing like this would only disadvantage the gentle boyfriend. So she decided to break up. Unexpectedly, the gentle boyfriend said that as long as he could be with her, he was willing to live without status for life. The lustful ghost sighed. "I cried then, wondering how to ensure my gentle boy wouldn't suffer any loss. So I transferred my villa to his name. I even used my savings to buy him a car. As a result, within a few days, he cut off all contact with me. Later, I found out that very day he had sold both the villa and the car, converted them to cash, and fled in the night. Much later, I learned that he had actually run away with that senior." At this point, the promiscuous ghost became extremely agitated. "That terrible person swindled my money, then ran away with my ex-lover. How could a normal person come up with such a melodramatic scenario?" Li Tuong and Tukbao were both extremely shocked hearing this, and she still had the nerve to call Lam Tuet-an insane. She continued, "My husband found out about this and asked for a divorce. But after going through all this, I realized he was the one who truly loved me. How could I leave him? So I tried hard to salvage the relationship, but it was all too late. With no other choice, I had to climb onto the balcony, threatening suicide to salvage the relationship. Initially, I only intended to scare him, but unexpectedly, the railing was too slippery, and I fell. In that moment of falling, who could understand my terror? I was so scared that my soul nearly left my body. I was terrified to death before even hitting the ground. My soul hadn't completely left my body yet, so I could still feel the pain. At that moment, my heart was filled with an indescribable fear and regret. What I didn't expect was that the building was on a hillside where the yang energy was strongest. After death, I couldn't move on. I kept reliving the terrifying feeling of falling from the top floor for 10 years, until I turned into an evil spirit and could finally leave that place. At this point, the promiscuous ghost tilted her head back, tears streaming down her face. There was once a sincere love right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If heaven gave me another chance, I would definitely tell my past self. Two-timing won't end well. Li Tuong, Tukbao, and Tohavan all had indescribable expressions on their faces. The promiscuous ghost looked at Tukbao with a pitiful expression. "So consider that I've sincerely repented. Can you spare me? Even as a ghost, I want to live for another 500 years. Tukbao and Tohavan slightly smirked. "Living 500 years and you still call it temporary." Tukbao pointed at the soul gourd bracelet on her wrist, assuring, "Don't worry, I won't capture you. You can go in there yourself." The promiscuous ghost looked around in confusion. "Go in where?" Tukbao pointed at the gourd on her hand and said with a smile, "The soul gourd. Inside, there's an ugly aunt and a brother who likes candy." As soon as she heard about a man, the promiscuous ghost's eyes lit up. All right, let me in quickly." With that, she voluntarily flew into the soul gourd. After capturing the promiscuous ghost, Tukbao excitedly held up the soul gourd bracelet and asked Li Tuong, "Master, is the soul gourd full yet?" Li Tuong glanced at it and said, "It's far from full. Last time it was 1 bar, now it's 2 bars. Tukbao asked in confusion, "How come we've caught so many ghosts but it's only filled 1 bar? Li Tuong explained, "Because you don't destroy every ghost. Ghosts that aren't destroyed enter the soul gourd, which is equivalent to entering a space and can't be converted into the killing energy that the soul gourd needs. However, it's also good. Perhaps these ghosts might become your assistants in the future." Hearing this, Tohavan immediately recorded the information related to the soul gourd, calculating how many more evil spirits were needed to fill it. However, looking at the number of evil spirits recorded in the notebook, Toavan still felt very disappointed because there were still many missing. That night, before going to bed, Tukbao watched a video. In the video, a man was kneeling on the ground, holding a fruit-peeling knife in his hand. It turned out this man had previously attacked Tukbao online. Now, he was publicly apologizing to Tukbao, while promising not to use harsh words online in the future. He even used a practical action to prove his sincerity, cutting off his own little finger in front of online viewers. Although the video had been switched to black and white mode, it still made viewers' hair stand on end. Tukbao fearfully threw the phone aside. Hearing the noise, grandmother Kerpersi quickly ran in. Tukbao threw herself into her grandmother's arms. "Grandma, the people on the internet are even scarier than ghosts," Tukbao said. Grandmother, to looked at Tukbao's phone, comforting the girl not to be afraid. Tukbao asked her grandmother, "Why do they do this? They're clearly apologizing, but why do I find it so terrifying?" Grandmother, to said to Tukbao, "In this world, there are always people who lose their conscience for money. Now is the era of traffic. Some people are willing to sacrifice their own dignity for views. They think that just by posting a video, they can become famous overnight, then live stream to sell products, receive gifts. Once they've tasted the sweetness, they'll use more extreme methods to get views, even believing that as long as they pay any price, they can exchange it for success." Faced with this phenomenon, Tukbao couldn't help but doubt, can they still be considered human? Grandmother, to said to Tukbao, "Human nature is very complex. I believe you will gradually understand." For Tukbao's physical and mental health, grandmother to decided to let the girl temporarily stay away from the phone. However, when she picked up the phone and saw that scene, even she couldn't help but be startled. How did this kind of video pass the censorship? Grandmother to immediately press the report button. In a village 10 miles away, Tuongtan Bak discovered that the video he had just posted reached over 1 million views in just half an hour. He couldn't help but shout, "I'm about to be famous." However, before he could feel too pleased, his phone received a notification. "Your video has been removed due to community guideline violations." Tuongtan Bak was stunned, then anger erupted. "Damn it, on what grounds did they delete my video? I even changed the bloody part to black and white. There's no red at all. I was clearly the one who posted about kneeling down and apologizing. As a result, before I could even top the charts for one night, my traffic was stolen by someone else. The person impersonating me, live streaming and sharing product links already has 100,000 fans, probably making tens of thousands of yuan just from promoting products and sharing purchase links. What the hell? Why are they so cruel to me? I even live streamed cutting off my finger, yet I only have just over 1,000 fans. It's so unfair." It turned out that due to one night of negligence, his account had been taken over by someone else. The impersonator had live streamed kneeling on durians, attracting countless fans. This made him extremely jealous. Tuongtan Bak realized he needed to quickly capitalize on the heat of the incident to make another video. He happened to watch a video about a girl caught red-handed by her 3 boyfriends for 3 timing. Tuongtan Bak recognized the little girl in the video was Tukbao. He excitedly saved the video and edited a short clip, titling it "Accidentally Encountering Tukbao," the scene of a one-legged person straddling 3 boats. This title piqued people's curiosity. Many clicked to watch, and the video views skyrocketed. In the video, Thuongtan Bak cleverly inserted advertising links to monetize the views. Seeing the number of fans and income increasing rapidly, he felt like he could see money calling out to him, secretly rejoicing and marveling that Tukbao was truly a money tree. The next morning, Thuongtan Bak excitedly checked his earnings. When he saw the astonishing figure, he started dreaming about making over 100,000 yuan each month. However, while he was still basking in his joy, the landlady To Teong-ok came to his door, demanding the rent he had owed for the past 6 months. Every time she came to collect rent, she had to leave disappointed because he was either not home or refused to open the door. Today was no different. She sighed inwardly, thinking she probably wouldn't be able to collect the rent again. Just as she was about to leave, To Kam-ngok, the cat lying on her neck, suddenly sneezed. Right after that, the room door swung open. Thuongtan Bak, looking disheveled and holding a phone, irritably said, "Isn't it just 6 months' rent? You keep nagging. It's so annoying. Tell me, how much is it in total?" To Teong-ok was extremely surprised, not expecting that this man Thuongtan Bak would finally pay the rent. To Teong-ok said, "You owe 6 months' rent, plus water and electricity bills, totaling 3,268 yuan. Thuongtan Bak was stunned. This amount exactly matched what he had earned today. Thuongtan Bak painfully paid the rent, silently vowing to move out of this place as soon as he earned more money. Seeing To Teong-ok easily collect the rent, other neighbors were surprised, wondering if the sun had risen from the west today. To Teong-ok Kyung-ok smiled and nodded, saying that she also found it strange. She bit the remaining lollipop in her mouth, chewing noisily, then threw the stick accurately into the trash can, impressing everyone around. The aunties and uncles all said that it seemed real. To Kyung-ok's luck was on the rise, even suspecting if she had turned on some kind of cheat code. To Kyung-ok smiled. It's not that exaggerated, just a bit of better luck. To Kyung-ok smiled in response to everyone's teasing. At the same time, she opened a water bottle, looked back at the text on the back, and was stunned with surprise. An aunt next to her asked, "What's wrong? Did you win one more bottle again? Look at you. Lately, every bottle you open wins one more bottle, and you say it's not a cheat code." To Kyung-ok smiled mysteriously, showing the bottle cap to everyone. "It's one more case." To Kyung-ok reluctantly said goodbye to everyone, hurriedly went to school. However, she had no idea that her luck hadn't stopped there. Although To Kyung-ok couldn't leave To Kyung-ok's body, her luck had become a source of good fortune for To Kyung-ok. To Kyung-ok thought it was increasingly strange. How did I end up in this girl's body? She tried to leave To Kyung-ok's body, but at that moment, a large truck honked loudly as it rushed towards her. Due to sudden braking, the truck flipped sideways. Before To Kyung-ok could react, the truck had grazed past her car door, nearly hitting her. After a series of loud noises, the truck had pushed several other cars away before coming to a stop after 500 meters. Everyone on the street was terrified. "Oh my God, I thought that young lady would have been hit and sent flying, if not dead, then seriously injured. I can't believe she escaped like that. Not even a scratch on her car paint. What kind of lucky saint is she?" To Kyung-ok was still scared, muttering, "That was close," then hurriedly walked towards the university. Passing by a lottery ticket store, the owner saw To Kyung-ok and ran out, informing her that she might have won the 5 million yuan jackpot. It turned out To Kyung-ok had randomly chosen yesterday and marked number 01 on the basketball, unexpectedly winning the prize. To Kyung-ok was so shocked she couldn't believe it was true. At the same time, Li Thuong led Tukbao to the accident scene. Tukbao asked in confusion, "Master, why did you bring me here?" Li Thuong didn't answer directly but mumbled to himself, "Strange. The divination said that in this place, I really thought there would be a soul transmigration. Isn't soul transmigration usually when someone dies in an accident and then travels through time? Why isn't Takam Ngok here?" At this point, Tukbao asked Li Thuong with concern, "Master, are you facing some difficulty? Tell me, I might be able to help." Finally, Li Thuong had to reveal the truth to Tukbao. "Anyway, the divination has already said, to find Tokam Ngok, we must rely on you. Actually, a few days ago, before your mother reincarnated, when she came home for the last visit, she unfortunately got lost." Tukbao quickly asked, "How could my mother get lost?" Li Thuong explained, "It's just that she encountered some unexpected circumstances. Her soul turned into stars and flew away. I've been searching for a long time but still can't find her. I must find your mother to help her reincarnate." Hearing that her mother was missing, Tukbao immediately became worried, asking urgently, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, Master? Quickly, let's go find mother together." Perhaps the little girl still had a chance to see her mother again. Every time Tukbao felt she was close to finding her mother, she would miss the opportunity to meet. During class, the teacher saw that the whole class was dozing off, so he decided to take attendance to make it more dramatic. Unexpectedly, Tu Kyung-ok had just snuck into the class through the back door and sat down when her name was called. She quickly raised her hand to answer. The teacher glanced at her and continued taking attendance. The two classmates next to To Kyung-ok looked at her with bewildered expressions, exclaiming, "Oh my, what kind of luck is this?" To Kyung-ok humbly replied, "Normal, just normal, world rank 3. The class passed by quickly. The teacher announced, "This afternoon, I'll be taking a leave. You can arrange your time freely." To Kyung-ok was planning to go see a new movie. Unexpectedly, it coincided with the teacher's leave. This luck, who else has it? She excitedly pulled her classmates outside, discussing, "Let's go eat quickly, then we'll go watch a movie this afternoon." However, just as To Kyung-ok left, Tukbao arrived at the classroom. The little girl felt strange. Her mother wasn't here either, but she had clearly calculated that her mother should be here. Li Thuong looked at Tukbao, sighing, "There's no other way. Let's go back." Tukbao nodded in agreement. Tukbao was still worried about where her mother might have disappeared to. 2 days later, during roll call in the pineapple class, the little girl was lost in thought and didn't hear Miss Hoa calling her name. Miss Hoa noticed Tukbao's unusual behavior. "To Tuk, what's wrong?" Tukbao startled. Though her heart was heavy, she still tried to smile and raise her hand to answer. Miss Hoa knew Tukbao had just gone through an incident of cyberbullying, fearing the little girl might not overcome it. But seeing Tukbao still being so adorable, she couldn't help but smile. "Very good. Tukbao has finally come to class." Tukbao obediently apologized. I'm sorry, teacher, for making you worry. Seeing how understanding the little girl was, Miss Hoa laughed. This child is so adorable. It's okay. You're fine, and that's what matters. Now, children, please be quiet. Today we have a very important lesson. The father of one of our classmates will come to teach us. Can you guess who it is? The children curiously made various guesses. Tukbao was no exception. Whose father is coming to teach? Miss Hoa didn't keep them in suspense any longer. Well, I won't hide it anymore. Today, our entire school will participate in an anti-terrorism drill. This drill will be guided by Tukbao's father from our class. Tukbao's father is a very skilled soldier. He will teach us how to subdue criminals. The children collectively exclaimed with excitement, looking at Tukbao with sparkling eyes. Tukbao felt extremely proud. She thought to herself, why didn't her father mention anything this morning when she left for school? The children lined up to go outside. Tukbao had already spotted her father from afar. Her father was wearing a green military uniform, hands clasped behind his back, standing straight, looking very imposing. Tukbao excitedly showed off to her friends. Look, that's my dad, the tallest one, standing over there. A classmate exclaimed, wow, Tukbao's dad is so tall. The children took turns describing Tukbao's father's height with innocent words. Some said he was as tall as a utility pole. Others said he was as tall as a traffic light. Mok Kui Pham saw the pineapple class passing by. He slightly bowed his head, his eyes quickly finding his little daughter. Tukbao was also looking up at her father, quickly greeting, Dad. Mok Kui Pham kept a serious face, but took the chance when no one was paying attention to give an okay hand signal, indicating he had received the greeting. Tukbao smiled widely, raising her chubby hand, giving a thumbs up to her father. On the stage, Teacher Chu held the microphone, cheerfully saying, Children, this is Tukbao's father from the pineapple class, Comrade Mok, who will guide us through today's anti-terrorism drill. Teacher Chu led the children in greeting Mok Kui Pham. Mok Kui Pham took the microphone, smiling in response. Hello, children. Today, I will guide all teachers and students of our Ngu Tuong International Kindergarten in a drill to prevent violence. In a moment, a bad person with a knife will rush in through the entrance. But don't be afraid. Officer Mok and the uncles behind, along with your teachers, will protect you. When danger occurs, the security guards will ring the alarm. At that time, you need to be on high alert. Follow your teachers, listen to their instructions to evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't run chaotically or push each other. A curious child asked, Aren't we going to defeat the bad guy? Mok Kui Pham firmly replied, No. You must remember, when you can escape, the first choice is to escape. After answering the children's questions, Officer Mok immediately began the drill. Sure enough, an alarm bell rang out. A masked bad guy with a black stocking over his face climbed over the wall, holding a knife and charging straight in. The scene became chaotic. All the teachers were flustered. What's this? They haven't finished preparing yet, and it's already started. Mok Kui Pham glanced and immediately noticed the security loophole. This is exactly the surprise effect I needed. What's the use of following a script? My daughter's kindergarten needs real combat training. Otherwise, why am I here? Seeing the chaotic scene, some children cried out, others were confused and didn't know what to do. Mok Kui Pham coldly shouted, Don't panic. Remember the escape procedure your teacher taught you. His cold voice snapped everyone back to attention. Mok Kui Pham rushed against the flow of people. While the security guards were chasing the bad guy, he disarmed the knife barehanded, grabbed the attacker's arm, and threw him to the ground. The bad guy cried out in pain. Tu Thang Yi held his aching head. Damn Mok Kui Pham! He had originally planned to use this opportunity to show his brother-in-law who's the head of the family. Unexpectedly, he was taken down by his brother-in-law instead. Mok Kui Pham picked up the microphone, calmly saying, All right, the first part of the drill is over. Everyone did well. Return to your positions. However, the children were both scared and excited, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at Mok Kui Pham. Just now, the way Officer Mok took down the bad guy was so cool. Tukbao was stunned. That bad guy lying on the ground is none other than Uncle Nam. He was wearing that black hood just now. I almost didn't recognize him. However, when the principal approached Mok Kui Pham, he hesitantly made a request, hoping that Mok Kui Pham could give the children a little time to prepare. But Mok Kui Pham countered, Do bad guys give you time to prepare? The principal was momentarily speechless. He worriedly said, Such an experience might frighten the children. Mok Kui Pham believed that if even this level of education was unacceptable, then when a real bad guy breaks in, the children might be too scared to act. The principal grimaced and said, If the children tell their parents at home, the parents will be angry. Mok Kui Pham laughed coldly. So you're giving up necessary educational knowledge because you're afraid of parents coming to complain. The principal couldn't argue against Officer Mok's intensity, but he still felt uncomfortable. You're so righteous. You're so great. The one who'll get scolded isn't you, it's me, the principal grumbled inwardly. Then Mak Kui Pham continued. How to relieve the children's psychological stress is your job. In the face of emergencies, we need to stay calm and face them bravely. At the same time, both school and family need to care about children's mental health, helping them overcome psychological difficulties. If anyone causes trouble, tell them to come find me. Then, he started asking the children if they were scared. Some said they were, some said they weren't. Mak Kui Pham comforted them. Being scared is normal. Knowing fear helps us respect this world. Not being scared is also normal. It shows you're very brave. A child asked, what about crying? Mak Kui Pham said, crying is also normal. Officer Mak cried too when he was your age. Hearing Mak Kui Pham say this, the children gradually calmed down. Tuk Bao looked up at her father with admiration. After consoling the children, Mak Kui Pham began to ask, everyone has great strength hidden inside them. So what should you remember to do if a bad guy breaks in later? Some children said they should run. Others said they should follow the teacher's instructions. Tuk Bao raised her hand and said loudly, run up and knock him down. Ham Ham heard this and also aggressively swung her fist. Right, run up and knock him down. Mak Kui Pham's mouth twitched. Now he no longer dared to doubt the strength of this little daughter. He gently said, Tuk Bao is very brave, but remember what Officer Mak said. Under normal circumstances, children's strength is far less than adults. Our first principle is still to protect ourselves. Tuk Bao understood, under normal circumstances. She felt she wasn't normal. She had the red string. She could also knock down Uncle Nam before. Anyway, she couldn't cause more trouble for her dad now. So Tuk Bao obediently nodded. I understand. Mak Kui Pham summarized the chaotic situation earlier, frankly pointing out the problem of slow reaction from the security teachers and their limited practical skills. After the summary, the second drill immediately began. The children cheered in unison. Go, Officer Mak. Tuk Bao joined in with the crowd. The whistle blew. 7 or 8 security guards rushed towards Mak Pham simultaneously. He was seen with cold eyes, moving swiftly, taking down all of them in less than half a minute. Tuk Bao was extremely proud, repeatedly boasting, see how awesome my dad is. The other children looked at Tuk Bao with admiration. Seeing his daughter showing off to her friends, Thang Yi pouted. I don't believe it. I often work at construction sites. I'm strong and fit. I can't lose to Mak Kui Pham. He snorted coldly. Let me. The children saw the bad guy appear again and excitedly cheered even louder. Go, Officer Mak. Beat the bad guy. Hit him. Tuk Bao looked at her dad, then at Uncle Nam. Uncle Nam had no one cheering for him. Go, Officer Mak. Go, bad guy. So she shouted to cheer. As Tuk Bao shouted, Ham Ham joined in. Go, go. Add 3 more liters of oil. The children were puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Why was Tuk Bao cheering for the bad guy? Tuk Bao explained, that's not a real bad guy. It's my Uncle Nam. Thang Yi automatically ignored the first half of Tuk Bao's sentence, only hearing Gruthing. Go, bad guy, so he became visibly excited, feeling his whole body full of strength, now able to knock down a bull. Thang Yi beckoned with his finger provocatively, his eyes full of meaning, his expression saying only one word, cool. The next second, he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Mak Kui Pham, thrown over the shoulder with a thud as he fell to the ground. Mak Kui Pham's movement was too fast. Everyone hadn't even seen clearly when the bad guy was already defeated. The little girls looked at Mak Kui Pham as if they were seeing a hero. Thang Yi blushed. Unwilling to accept defeat, he demanded a rematch. This guy cheated. It doesn't count. Mak Kui Pham raised an eyebrow and agreed. Seeing Mak Kui Pham turn towards Tuk Bao, Thang Yi immediately charged forward, intending to take him down while he wasn't paying attention. Thang Yi thought smugly, all's fair in war, want to play dirty. Who doesn't know how? At this moment, Mak Kui Pham seemed not to notice. The children worriedly shouted, Officer Mak, be careful, behind you. Thang Yi intended to take Mak Kui Pham down while he wasn't paying attention. But as soon as his hand touched him, suddenly the world spun, and he fell to the ground again. The children excitedly cheered. Officer Mak is so cool. Dad Mak had put on an impressive display at the kindergarten. Thang Yi had become a bad example again. Tuk Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dad, you're so great. Mak Kui Pham reached out to pat his daughter's head, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Uncle Nam looked a bit sad, but Tuk Bao consoled him. Uncle Nam, you played the bad guy role so well today. You were awesome too. Thang Yi's gloomy mood disappeared. He quickly asked Tuk Bao if it was true. Tuk Bao sincerely praised Uncle Nam. Really great. If it were another bad guy getting thrown like that, their nose would be purple and face bruised. But you're still as handsome as ever. Thang Yi grinned widely, feeling content inside. His niece had praised him, praised his performance as the bad guy. As the drill ended, the children lined up to return to class. The kids reluctantly said goodbye to Officer Mock and Uncle Bad Guy. Mok Kui Pham checked his watch. Seeing it was almost time to pick up Tuk Bao, he told Tu Thang Yi to go home first, while he stayed to wait for his daughter. After Tu Thang Yi left, Mok Kui Pham thought his own driving was reckless enough, but unexpectedly, a car on the road closely tailed him as it passed by. A young girl frantically raised her hand to apologize. Before she could finish speaking, the car had already zoomed away. Mok Kui Pham raised an eyebrow, watching the car swerve in an S shape before finally stopping. The road was quite busy with traffic, yet that girl still managed to stay safe and sound. Mok Kui Pham clicked his tongue twice, praising the other person's driving skills. At this moment in the car ahead, To Teongok silently exclaimed. It turned out her brakes were faulty, yet strangely she was still unharmed. How miraculous was this luck or misfortune? Soon it was time for school to end. A group of children warmly greeted Tuk Bao. Someone even gave her a lollipop and asked, "Does your dad like Ultraman cards?" Tuk Bao thought that all boys probably liked Ultraman, so she said, "I'm sure he does." The boy immediately became excited. "Next time, I'll bring Ultraman cards for your dad." As they were talking, they saw Mok Kui Pham standing at the school gate with his hands in his pockets. The children eagerly asked him how he got so tall. The kids who admired heroes also admired Mok Kui Pham's height. Eat meals on time, sleep on schedule, eat fewer snacks, read more newspapers, Mok Kui Pham replied. The boy immediately understood. "I get it. I'll go home to eat and sleep right away." After answering the children's questions, Mok Kui Pham was finally able to leave and pick up Tuk Bao and Ham Ham. Tuk Bao looked up and said she wanted ice cream. Mok Kui Pham agreed without hesitation, driving the jeep with the two children to the mall, leaving behind admiring gazes. At the mall, Tuk Bao and Ham Ham stood in front of the colorful ice cream counter, looking at the various ice cream flavors, and couldn't help but salivate. Tuk Bao said to the saleswoman, "I want 1 scoop of yogurt, 1 strawberry, and 1 mango, please." The saleswoman followed the little girl's request, putting 3 scoops of different colored ice cream into a cup. Tuk Bao took the ice cream cup, happily holding it up to Mok Kui Pham's face. "Officer Mok." "Ah." Seeing his daughter's satisfied expression, Mok Kui Pham chuckled. "Call me Dad." Tuk Bao sweetly called, "Dad." Mok Kui Pham bent down to take a bite, praising its deliciousness. Tuong stood beside them, watching them enjoy the ice cream, shaking his head oddly. "What's so good about ice cream?" Tuk Bao scooped a spoonful and offered it to him. "Master, have you never eaten it before? Ice cream is really delicious." Li Thuong pouted. "What's so good about it? Isn't it just shaved ice?" Although not jealous, he couldn't help but glance at the ice cream cup in Tuk Bao's hand. After Mok Kui Pham paid, he sat with the two children. At this moment, a girl walking while looking back went bump and hit the door. Ham Ham couldn't help but laugh. "She must be looking at my ice cream. She's envious." However, Tuk Bao thought the girl might be looking at her dad. Mok Kui Pham laughed. "I'm sure she was looking at you." Seeing them eating so heartily, Li Thuong reluctantly turned around, resigned to flipping through his books. What's so good about ice cream? It's better to look at the books. By the way, where has To Kam Ngok gone? These days, he had been flipping through the books so much that the spines were almost worn out, but he still couldn't find any trace of To Kam Ngok. At this moment, a girl's voice came from behind. "Boss, can I have an ice cream?" The shopkeeper asked her what flavor she wanted. Just then, To Kam Ngok in To Teong Ngok's body saw the ice cream. Her eyes lit up. "I want to eat it too." While To Teong Ngok was hesitating about which flavor to choose, she suddenly blurted out a strange combination. 1 scoop of yogurt, 1 strawberry, and 1 mango, please. To Teong Ngok was surprised. She clearly wanted to say the original flavor. At this moment, Tuk Bao noticed someone ordering the same as her and exclaimed in surprise. Right after, the little girl pointed and shouted, "Master, look, what's that? It's even glowing." The sudden appearance of To Kam Ngok startled Li Thuong. Good heavens. To Kam Ngok, how did you possess someone else? You're not a ghost. How can you possess someone? While Li Thuong was confused about what was happening, he suddenly realized that the light wasn't from possession, but from Ah Huang's incarnation. Tuk Bao heard her master's explanation and excitedly ran to call mom, but accidentally fell. This fall frightened To Teong Ngok. To Kam Ngok was also stunned. Who is this child? Why do I feel heartbroken and have the urge to hug her? To Teong Ngok's mouth twitched. Dear, if you want ice cream, just say so. You don't need to call me mom. Mok Kui Pham stepped forward to explain. I'm sorry, this is my daughter. She just lost her mother, so she might have mistaken you for someone else. To Teong Ngok handed her ice cream to Tuk Bao. This is for you. Your ice cream fell. Tuk Bao wiped her tears. But then you won't have any ice cream. At this moment, the ice cream seller happily spoke up. No worries. This customer is our 1000th customer today, so it's buy one get one free. Tukbaok took the ice cream, but this stroke of luck seemed a bit forced. She suddenly noticed Tukbao staring at her and asked, "Little girl, is there something on my head?" "No, there isn't, but my mom is there," Tukbao replied. Tukbaok pointed at her face, curiously asking, "Little girl, do you know me?" Tukbao had finally found her mother, but discovered that she had lost her memory. The little girl's tears kept falling. Mom didn't recognize Tukbao. Li Tuong, standing nearby, felt helpless seeing Tukbao so heartbroken. Tukbao had struggled so much to find her mother. Why did it have to be like this? Had her mother forgotten all the months they spent together before? "Mom," Tukbao said while crying. The previously healed feelings of sadness and loneliness came rushing back. Li Tuong comforted Tukbao, saying that Tokamngok's soul might have been scattered, causing her memory loss, and that if they could find all the soul fragments, she would remember. Li Tuong's words gave Tukbao a glimmer of hope. She immediately looked at the top of Tokyongok's head. "So that's it. Mom forgot about Tukbao. It's okay. Tukbao will help Mom tie it back." Tokyongok was confused. "Sir, please control your daughter. I'm still single. I don't want to suddenly have a daughter." Mok Kui Pham quickly apologized, saying Tukbao wasn't like this before, and asked Tokyongok to take Tukbao home. Although he emphasized that there were grandparents and an uncle at home, Tokyongok still hesitated and wanted to refuse. However, seeing Tukbao about to cry, she reluctantly agreed. On the way home, Tukbao told Tokyongok all about her family, saying that her grandparents, uncle, Tyongu, and turtle grandfather were all very good to her. This made To Kamngok wonder if Tukbao might be her daughter from a previous life. Hearing Tukbao talk to herself, To Kyungok really doubted if the little girl was hallucinating due to missing her mother too much. At this moment, To Kyungok had an idea, suggesting to become sworn sisters with Tukbao to be good sisters. Tukbao happily agreed. They raised their ice cream cones high. "Let's finish it. We're good sisters," Tukbao shouted. To Kyungok thought to herself, "Finally, she's not my daughter anymore. If I went out and a little girl called me mom, how could I face pursuing my crush?" To Kyungok gently said, "From now on, you're my little sister. Call me Big Sister." "Big Sister," Tukbao sweetly called. Li Tuong thought to himself, "Isn't this a bit rushed? They don't even know each other's names yet." Suddenly, Tukbao pointed at Mokwi Pham. "Big Sister, this is my dad. If you're my sister, then my dad is your dad too. Quick, call him dad." Pfft. Tutyongok spat out her ice cream. Mokwifam's mouth twitched. "That won't be necessary." Tutyongok looked at Mokwifam. It was truly an awkward encounter. How should she address him now? She hesitated a bit, then shyly said, "Brother." At this moment, Hemham loudly pointed out, "Don't call him brother. You should call him dad. Dad's dad is called grandpa, dad's sisters are called aunts, and sister's dad is called dad." Tukbao quickly chimed in. Tutyongok felt like fainting. She only meant to casually accept a little sister. How did she suddenly end up with a father, too? Tukbao suddenly frowned. "This doesn't seem right. You weren't born from dad, so you can't call him dad." Tutyongok breathed a sigh of relief. While eavesdropping, Kamngok suddenly heard Li Tuong ask, "To Kamngok, how much do you remember about your past? Starting to be invincible from the womb, starting to be invincible from conception. Do you have any impression of these words?" Seeing To Kamngok look at him with a tough, "Are you waterlogged expression?" Li Tuong sighed. "You were so desperate to possess someone before, and now you've forgotten everything." Just then, Grandmother Tam, to called Mok Kui Pham to ask where he had taken Tukbao and Ham Ham. To Kamngok was stunned when she heard Grandmother To's voice. It sounded so familiar. Mok Kui Pham explained that he had just picked up the children on his way. It couldn't be considered kidnapping. Grandmother, To grumbled, "You took them for ice cream again, didn't you?" Mok Kui Pham innocently touched his nose. "You can't say again. Actually, this is the first time I've taken Ham Ham for ice cream, so how can it be again?" To let out a cold humph, told him to drive carefully, and demanded that he bring the children home within half an hour. After ending the call, Mok Kui Pham urged Tukbao and Ham Ham to go home immediately. Both said they hadn't finished their ice cream yet. To avoid being discovered by their grandmother, Mok Kui Pham came up with a plan to dispose of the evidence. In no time, Mok Kui Pham had driven to the area just outside the two families' villa. Tukbao asked worriedly, "Dad, what should we do? How do we dispose of the evidence?" Seeing Tukbao's concern, Mok Kui Pham laughed. His beloved daughter seemed to have misunderstood the concept of disposing evidence. He explained, "What I meant was, before we go home, we'll throw away the trash so grandmother won't find out." Looking at the villa in front of her, To Kamngok felt a bit dazed. This scenery seemed familiar, as if she had seen it before, with an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if in a past life she had frequently walked this road. At that moment, in front of the villa gate, grandmother Kostor sat in a wheelchair, looking like an elderly mother waiting for her children to return. As soon as she saw grandmother Kamngok instinctively called out Mom. Hearing this, Tukbao excitedly asked, Mom, do you remember now? However, Kamngok looked confused, not knowing why she had called out like that. Nevertheless, Tukbao was very understanding. It's okay. Once Tukbao finds all the pieces of Mom's soul, Mom will remember everything. Kamngok thought to herself, if this child really was her daughter, she must be the warmest cotton jacket in the world. However, while still feeling touched, Tukbao suddenly grabbed her hand tightly and then flung it away. Kamngok couldn't help but retract her previous thought. This wasn't a warm cotton jacket at all. It was clearly a torn one. Suddenly, Kamngok realized she had left Totiongok's body. She excitedly looked at Tukbao, surprised at how capable the little girl was. Previously, she had tried very hard but couldn't leave Totiongok's body, yet now she could move freely. When Tukbao happily told her grandmother they were home, although Kamngok had lost her memories due to her incomplete soul, when she saw grandmother too, she couldn't hold back her tears. At this moment, Tukbao noticed that Kamngok's tears were glowing. The little girl realized that if Kamngok took this blessing with her to reincarnate, she would surely become a happy little lucky star. Tukbao told her grandmother that she and her mother were both hungry. Grandmother Eng mistakenly thought Tukbao was missing her mother, who had passed away and couldn't return. Nevertheless, grandmother Tu gently said, then Tukbao and Mom can go eat together. Tukbao immediately invited Tiongok, whom she had just met, to eat with them. But Tiongok declined, saying that since Tukbao was home, she should be going too. However, Tukbao insisted that since Totiongok had helped bring her mother back, she must stay for dinner. Finally, under Mok Kui Fam's persuasion, Totiongok agreed to stay for dinner. Mok Kui Fam also instructed the butler to take her home after the meal. At this moment, Tiongyu spoke up to remind everyone, not being eager to eat means there's a problem with the brain. As humans, we must eat. Eating is the most important thing. Just as everyone was about to enter the house, Li Tuang suddenly noticed something unusual about Kamngok. Damn, why is there so much ghostly energy around her? After thinking carefully, he immediately understood. The scattered soul fragments of Kamngok might have been divided among the surrounding ghosts. Grandmother looked at Totiongok and asked Tukbao who this girl was. Tukbao quickly introduced, Grandmother, this is the older sister who brought Mom back. She's my sworn sister. Then the little girl pointed at her grandmother and introduced, Sister, this is my grandmother and eldest uncle. Quickly greet grandmother and eldest uncle. Totiongok felt a bit embarrassed, thinking this wasn't necessary. Tunyatran stared at Totiongok's head with a puzzled expression, because he had just heard Tukbao say the girl brought Ngokni back. Totiongok noticed his gaze and felt panicked inside. Why did everyone in this house like to look at her head? Tukbao was so adorable. The To family couldn't possibly have bad intentions towards her. Wait, looking at this luxurious house like a European palace, could it be blood-sucking vampires? Thinking this, Totiongok started to run away, not forgetting to tell Tukbao before leaving. I just remembered the professor assigned homework. I have to go home and do it. However, she had only taken one step when Tukbao grabbed her hand. Don't rush, sister. You can do your homework here. Tukbao's sweet, childish voice and the adorable way she called her sister made Totiongok think that perhaps she was overthinking things. Just then, suddenly her shoulder felt heavy. Totiongok turned her head in fright, only to see a tall, muscular man behind her. You've already come in. Why are you still standing at the door? Come inside quickly. Thang Yi spoke up. Seeing this man, Totiongok became even more frightened and wanted to leave. However, Tukbao still held her hand tightly. Sister, let's go in and eat. Totiongok hurriedly refused, explaining that she suddenly remembered she had forgotten her homework at home and needed to go back to do it right away. Tunat Tran noticed she was very tense, so he handed her his business card. I'm Tunat Tran, chairman of the To Group. Don't worry, we're not so desperate as to sell you. Totiongok heard this and looked at Tonat Tran in amazement. Just yesterday, she was thinking about interning at the To Group, and today she had already met the CEO. Having her thoughts exposed, she quickly apologized, saying she didn't mean that. Everyone went into the house together. Tukbao looked at the ghosts behind Totiongok and quietly asked her master, Master, what's going on? Li Thuong frowned. Don't worry about them for now. I'll handle it. Tukbao happily ran into the dining room. Grandfather, Dad, we're home. Tohavan heard Tukbao's voice and immediately turned around. As a result, he saw an unfamiliar girl with a group of ghost souls behind her. As if sensing Tohavan's gaze, the ghost souls all looked towards the boy. Tohavan, who was eating, was so frightened that he spat out all his food. Sitting opposite, Tohavan's face was covered in rice and food. The important thing was that Tohavan couldn't see anything and asked in confusion, "Isn't it just your sister coming home? Why do you need to be so excited?" Tututich gleefully asked, "Brother, did you do that on purpose?" Meanwhile, 4-year-old Tuk Bao, to ensure her mother could enjoy a good meal, had stuck 3 incense sticks into the rice bowl. This action greatly confused grandfather too, because even when missing her mother before, Tuk Bao had never done anything like this. Just as everyone was confused, To Nyat Tran put some spicy fried chicken wings, To Kam Ngok's favorite dish, into her bowl. To Kam Ngok looked at her favorite chicken wings in the bowl, feeling full of gratitude. Tuk Bao happily picked up a chicken leg and started gnawing on it. Not understanding what was happening, To Ngok thought that Tuk Bao must miss her mother so much that the Tu family was taking such careful care of the little girl. It seemed that the To family really loved Tuk Bao, and she had misjudged them. After dinner, Tu Nyat Tran told Tuk Bao to go upstairs, saying he had something to tell her. Seeing this, Leong quickly told Tuk Bao to bring her mother upstairs, while also instructing To Ngok not to leave yet. Tuk Bao curiously asked why the sister couldn't go. Leong explained that those ghosts were attracted to the good fortune on To Kam Ngok's person. For those ghosts, if they could share a bit of To Kam Ngok's good fortune, their next reincarnation wouldn't be so bad. And since To Ngok was possessed by To Kam Ngok, she also carried some of that good fortune, so now they were all staring at To Ngok. He instructed Tuk Bao that To Ngok must leave after tonight, otherwise it would be very unfair to her. After hearing this, Tuk Bao immediately looked up at To Ngok. "Sister, don't go, stay here tonight." Tuk Bao held To Ngok's hand. To Ngok didn't expect to have to stay after dinner. Ham Ham heard this and happily said that she could take the sister upstairs to play, so To Ngok had to stay. Meanwhile, Tuk Bao silently pulled To Kam Ngok towards her room. Tohavan followed behind with a camera. Tothangni saw this and tapped his nephew on the head. "You little rascal, why are you following?" Faced with his fifth uncle's question, Tohavan confidently replied, "Just wait, you'll need me later." Tothangni doubted he heard correctly. "Need you for what?" "To take pictures." Tahan Van felt speechless. In Tuk Bao's room, To Nyat Tran seriously warned his younger brothers. "From this moment on, don't ask any questions. Whatever you see today, keep it buried deep inside." Thang Yi wanted to argue with his older brother, but seeing the serious expression on his eldest brother's face, he remained silent. There were only a few of them in the room. Thang Yi was curious. Surely there aren't ghosts, are there? At this moment, To Nyat Tran turned to ask Tuk Bao, "Is your mother here?" "Yes, she is," Tuk Bao replied, then hugged To Kam Ngok. "Mom, say hello to first uncle." To Kam Ngok still couldn't remember anything, but out of politeness, she greeted To Nyat Tran. Next, Tuk Bao introduced the other uncles to her mother. "Mom, that person just now was first uncle. You should call him eldest brother. This is second uncle. You should call him second brother. And this is fifth uncle." Tui Tam and To Thang Yi were dumbfounded listening to this. What was wrong with their eldest brother? Was he playing house with kids? At that moment, To Kam Ngok's voice suddenly came from Tu Ha Van's camera. "I understand. I should call him fifth brother." Tu Thang Yi startled and asked, "Did anyone just hear Ngok Ni's voice?" Tu Tham replied, "It seems to be coming from Ha Van's camera." They immediately grabbed the camera. Tu Wai Them looked at Tu Kam Ngok in the camera, feeling that everything was unreal. They wanted to know what exactly was happening. Just as they were shocked, Tuk Bao explained, "After Mom died, she became a ghost. My master told me that a few days ago, Mom was about to reincarnate, but she had an accident and her soul shattered, disappearing. Then Mom's soul entered the sister's body, and I happened to find her and brought her back." After hearing Tuk Bao's explanation, Tu Kam Ngok finally understood what had happened. However, she still couldn't remember anything. Tuk Bao comforted her mother. "It's normal that you can't remember now because your soul was shattered." At this moment, To Nyat Tran felt extremely guilty because he hadn't protected his sister well, causing her to die alone in Nam Than. They hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye to each other. Although Tu Thang Yi felt all of this was absurd, To Nyat Tran firmly believed what Tuk Bao said because he believed his sister had returned. Tu Tham told Tu Thang Yi to stay calm and listen patiently to everything Tuk Bao had to say. Although Mom's soul had shattered, as long as they found all the pieces, Mom would regain her memories and be able to reincarnate. Tu Nyat Tran quickly grasped the core of the issue and seriously asked Tuk Bao, "Why did Kam Ngok's soul shatter?" Hearing this,